All right, coming into this match, we'll be watching Starbreakers versus Dragon Slayers 2. It's a stacks on stacks Big Fish start on Atlas's lab.
Yeah, there's some connection issues in the first time around, but luckily it looks like we're going to this game without any more problems. And to start, which is like the Awakenings, we've got two people on Dragon Slayers opting for the Big Fish, Twisty and Striker Kai. Wait, hold on, Striker Kai?
Oh, Striker Kai is a Big Fish.
All right. Stacks on Stacks is looking weak this patch. If I'm correct, it got nerfed alongside Big Fish, but that's not the problem. We're trying to swim today. That's
the rate of accumulation is what got nerfed. You stack it slower, maybe Kai is just too slow with it. Or maybe he just prefers the size in the game like this. We'll have to see how it pays off. You opted for Magnetized Souls too, unlike most Kai players in my experience.
Most Kai players. Yeah, like, it's like everyone else, like they're going max and over, but those Kai players? But I will say the Big Fish is certainly popular, especially in the first set, where nobody really has any stacks built up yet. I mean, the size is just getting a lot more value than the speed, it seems like, right now. And no, Starbreakers are kind of struggling to get it off their side. I mean, to be fair, getting it past the size Kazan character, a little difficult at times, especially when he's got a hookup, but like they're able to try their own offense with Striker Kai in the net, mighty low, but one strike barrage might just be able to put it in.
Ooh.
But Jay, with a mighty good glitch pop, is actually able to find it, or not glitch pop, secondary, and things are actually looking pretty bad for the side of Dragon Slayers, with Dave having his flip up and Jay, one good TP from either of them to put the core right in, just looking for a mix, and Dave looking for to get through with a secondary, but Luke is just not letting them get any position with strike shot, and Jay's forced to pop the flip to get it through, but they just can't find anything.
Yeah, because of the stacks on stacks start here, Starbreaker's taking more of it. The longer this point goes on, the better it is for their chances at the set entirely. Unless, there's a clean pass to Twisty, an open shot, getting past Dave's Vice ult. But because of the difference in how many people took stacks on stacks, Starbreakers, even though they lost the point, might not even be too concerned with the fact that that happened because they have the speed coming in for the rest of the set.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very big power spike going from not stack like 140 stacks to 150 is huge because it takes all your stacks, it just doubles the amount of speed it gives. And Jay's 150 stacks is coming up right now, and it's pretty close for Dave as well. And while Zentaro might be behind on the stack count, I mean, that guy's got so many hits that it's just gonna magically appear eventually. But he's looking super scary in the net of the Starbreakers, and Twisty's able to put it in with a big primary, a Big Fish primary even to secure the goal.
A notably big primary, yeah. Very scary offense, kind of not wanting to play it towards Striker Kai, who's covering all that space, so they have to play it for the out clear into Twisty. Good coverage from the side of Dragon Breakers too. And it looks like both of the forwards of Dragon Breakers got their infamous one tricks, their best characters. And that, I think, arose because of Starbreaker's era ban. They didn't want to let the era through in a lobby like this.
Yeah, it's kind of scared to let the air through, possibly into the stacks. Just kind of scared. I will say, I mean, stacks were meant to be air goalie, pretty disturbing, but a huge kill coming from. I don't know if it was Luke that walked into the middle, or if it was Logan. And Loki might have been Logan. A little bit of lag coming out from him still, despite the restart to the first game. But now in the power play, it's just too hard to deal with the Striker Kai. Even without stacks, this Kai character just a little fast, is able to secure the goal with a strong strike in the middle and a Gigalast to secure it.
That's right. They're playing and finding a lot of these open spaces on the net for these shots because Vice is only really able to reliably cover it when she has her primary. And because she's spending it so much, either for possession or for those exact saves, the side of Dragon Breakers is getting way more chances for those exact open shots. It's how they've scored every single time.
Yeah, for sure.
And Kazan is coming in with another size awakening. Fight or Flight has to be denied from Kai, which is maybe a little uncomfortable for Starbreakers because it's their goalie taking it. So the draft is looking pretty strongly in favor of Dragon Breakers 2 here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, double size Kazan, a little disturbing. Getting around this Kazan hitter, especially when you opted for an offensive goalie like Vice. Kazan maybe was crack the Vice open like an egg before like an egg. And I mean, honestly, it's like good passes are coming around, but they just can't go to anywhere where Kazan is anymore. But a beautiful angle coming out from Luke. Gotta respect going for the sad boys when you still got another berry up. I mean, just letting it rip on the fly.
Yeah, that's when you can go for it safely. If it fails, it's like, oh well, you just lost your first barrier. And that was a lot of damage coming in comboing from the Starbreakers, and barely doesn't stagger to get the kill on Striker Kai. However, I will say that those kind of combos are less valuable on a midfielder who hasn't taken stacks on stacks. Twisty just sitting on the ball for as long as is necessary, finally getting that reaction check on Dave. And a lost Strike War, a one Strike War for Striker Kai, proves fatal for Starbreakers in this point.
I'll be real, Dragon Slayer's just mogged all over Starbreakers there. Twisty with the like 3-second stare down to win the Strike War, and then Striker Kai's just running in there and striking it past, I believe it was Logan, to secure the point. And now Dragon Slayers aren't really giving Starbreakers any time to really accumulate their stacks anymore. Like last time, the first point ended with like 130 to 20 stacks on two people on the side of the Starbreakers, but this time both sides only have around 80, and with just the big fish value just kind of beating out any attempt to ramp up with the stacks on stacks. And Logan's also looking mighty low, which could put Starbreakers even further behind in the speed bar if they manage to secure this kill.
Yeah, Jay going for a 1v2 play on the flip there, and Dave does actually advance the core enough, finding Luca at a failed Sad Boys attempt, and that is now open. Versus Atlas, that can be quite strong. He only really has that strike shot. Logan finds a kill on the Twisty. No stacks reset, but this power play could be enough for the point, and there it is. Dave sending it down, not even needing to flip.
Yeah, a beautiful shot coming up from Dave, putting it right around Luke's strike box. And honestly, this is what I'd like to see coming out more from Starbreakers. They've opted into this super high damage comp. I mean, Vice Amy Zentaro might be arguably one of the highest damage like competitive comps that you can play. And even though Big Fish is a little bit of survivability, what is it, like 200 stagger? I think it's less than 200 actually. It's just not that much to live off of. And even though they have an Atlas on the side of Dragon Slayers, it should be very easy, especially without the speed for Starbreakers to kind of just choose one person. Either be the Kazan or the Kai to just take them out. But Logan is actually the one to fall, losing his stacks again, dying to that Atlab center. Not Atlas, that's a character, not the map. And Dave is forced to spend his flip defending the power play to get it out. But if Giga almost sending it in from the side of Dragon Slayers, but again, the Kazan just getting so much value with the double size and two ultimates coming out from the side of Starbreakers. But it's still just Dragon Slayers able to keep possession, and it's just so scary for Starbreakers to get it onto the other side.
Starbreakers is playing a comparatively much riskier game in the way their game plan is, because they're finding Dragon Slayers is finding these kills on Logan with like the Black Hole or Giga Blasts, and as soon as that happens, Starbreakers is in a much worse position because it takes so long now to get those stacks back up. Forcing a flip out from Luke, this turret could mean something, especially with Deadeye. A flip is on the side of Jay, so if they can put themselves in a position to score here, they might be able to find something convincing here. A dash from Just Logan 2, dribbling off of the Atlas secondary, stunning Luke for an open shot. Very, very clean way to score that goal there.
Yeah, they might all be down like 1 to 2 levels, but Starbreakers, actually, they're all down almost like 1 level to their share bar, but they're able to still show that if they can actually get the ball onto the field, they have so much pressure that they can actually score some of these points, even if it was looking very rough in the first set. And defending against the Zen Amy Vice, that's a lot of abilities that's coming towards Atlas's way, and it might not be enough for a defensive character like Atlas to even hold all of that offensive prowess. Oh my god, Logan just walked in the middle.
The ultimate ability every now and then, so if Luke does find good usages of it, not having it on cooldown there, but a failed Sad Boys angle actually does drop that second barrier. A good try from Luke. He's proven he's capable of it, but being able to get that in those like important scenarios when it could mean the difference between an open net and the closed one, especially on a character like Atlas, is when it's most important to be able to find them. So a very strong play coming in from Starbreakers. Dave loses the barrier and their ultimate, but he has the flip to work with. So if they can find some offense going on, especially with the Vice secondary, they might be able to close the set out.
Yeah, a good attempt coming from Logan. I mean, I've been watching this Logan guy, and he's teleporting quite a bit. It could be a little bit rough for him to try and goal, but let's be clear, that guy has already dodged a barrage with his expert teleportation eject button skills. So things could still be good for the side Starbreakers, even with Logan falling out. But is forced to spend the flip against the strike hook against Kazan. A good defensive choice, especially considering how hard it could be to defend these things on Vice. You're able to get it up the field, but no one's catching the core. Luke is able to just send the core up to Twisty and barely misses the shot, but unfortunately, Jay thought overcommitted to it and accidentally set the core in. Evening out the points and putting us at set point for both sides.
It looks bad, but you could just say that Jay was correcting the fate of the universe there, really. Making the point go in like it should have, so Starbreakers has to really let that one slide.
Yeah, I mean, hey, not all bad. Still looking very good for Starbreakers. Well, all of them at 150 stacks, like you said. Once these points go long enough, they all get so fast. They're able to outrun everyone on the other team. Even Kai, unless he's hasting, because that guy's got Super Surge. That's pretty fast. But a scary situation for the Starbreakers, only losing one barrier, which is probably the best in that case scenario. But Twisty is so scary in front of the net with that big fish, with a hook and flip up with Logan super low. One death for any side of the Starbreakers could just spell the loss of this set without their stacks anymore. But Logan's able to get it through. Unfortunately, blocked out by Ice Primary, and Dave loses the first barrier to Twisty, but Logan's looking to get it back. The secondary falls from Atlas, but an unfortunate place turret means they are not able to keep the possession on the side of Starbreakers. And I lied. I mean, they got it back in there. I mean, Zara Amy starts so much at the enemy team, but Twisty just manages to secure it with a strike primary. Not much you could do there as the Vice with no abilities, forced to just take the 50-50 read against Kazan.
Right after Striker Kai flipped there, Dave did. I believe the point was so far in favor of Starbreakers as long as Dave got that, but it was all on Dragon Slayers 2 to make that one play count, and they were able to, closing out the set, making it 2-0 instead of 1-1. Very, very good for them. Coming to this draft, though, there are some very strong awakenings like Heavy Impact and Bulk Up that Starbreakers probably absolutely want to get. Bulk Up is coming on Amy, and Heavy Impact is denied away from Vice, which I think was a bit greedy. I think Amy and Zentaro are just as good at using it, if not a little better in the forward role than Vice is.
Yeah,
But she does get spec training, which is fun.
Spec training is good on the Vice, but I will say that the Heavy Impact deny on the Kai probably does hurt a little bit. There's a lot of good awakenings that he could have pick up. Like Spec would have been much more higher value for his ultimate, or even the aerials just let him run so much faster without the stacks. The Heavy Impact, not terrible, but still you get some value out of it on the secondary and sometimes ultimate, but not. I will say, I think, other than, of course, Spark of Leadership coming up for Twisty, I will say Kai is likely hurting the most from that draft out of everyone in this game.
I don't think it's actually that bad, because buffing the Giga Blast knockback is probably... Oh, wow, an insane strike shot. Catch that double barrier catching out there. And yeah, clean shot from Twisty. Predicting Dave would go right down to read that downward shot. But
low-key, that was Spark of Leadership to put it in there. Low-key, great power.
1% speed. What I'm thinking is Striker Kai's increased Giga Blast knockback might actually find a very important kill for a stacks reset. Because those random kills are very, very helpful for Dragon Slayers this game.
Yeah, any way to reset the stacks, kind of just turn the points in their favor, especially when the points go so, like, the sets go so long. And find a kill just like that. And 2 stacks are taken away from the side of Starbreakers. Dave is now forced to defend against all 3 members of Dragon Slayers, all getting in on the offense. Opts to pop the flip to get it out. And actually managed to find a beautiful pass to the secondary. And Dave is able to defend the 1 versus 3, but dies themselves and is now up 2 barriers for the side of Dragon Slayers. And most importantly, no stacks are left for the side of Starbreakers. And this could just be yeah, I'll be honest, looking pretty terrible for the future of the set, but able to find the barrier, and Lucas forced to spend his own flip, and things are actually looking real scary for him now. Vice looking to get in with her ult. She popped it out, and I'm just throwing it out there. Spec kills.
That's true.
Every time.
Yeah, absolutely heroic clears coming in from Dave, but it's not looking good for him in this rest of this point. And all 3 members of Starbreakers dying just recently is so bad for their fate in the set. Logan dying once more, and this offense is looking unbreakable here. Though Jay does win a crucial strike war versus Twisty's hook there. Cutting it before, oh my god! Very scary defense. Very, very scary defense with Kazan. Double size when you're just 2 measly ranged characters. However, they're getting it done. And as scary as this point has been, it's not quite over yet, so Starbreaker still does have a chance to make it work, really.
Yeah, and both Jay and Twisty falling there into the net of the Starbreakers, literally trying to make some magic happen with Kazan, but Striker Kai opting to blow himself up in the middle. I mean, this is just a magical point happening right now, and Twisty simply secures it. But yeah, I mean, they don't know what just happened there either. But a simple shot to the other end of the net secures it for the Dragon Slayers. And checking the stacks right now, Jay is at a measly 2 stacks Only around 50 coming out from both Jay and Logan.
A relatively...
Even though we're on 0.3, things are just the size, or not the size, the speed stacking is just not up right now for the Starbreakers. But Logan actually manages to find the double with a beautiful secondary and primary and ults out to get to save himself from dying. But things are still not looking great. Logan still only one evade left, and when you're playing without evade against Kazan Kai, I mean, you might just die in the process.
Way
That's best token from the game, but what is going on?
Yeah, I mean, they sent Luke in there to get that cinematic final goal, but a bit of a missed shot coming in, less experience aiming at the net like that, and Starbreakers now suddenly have a chance. I'm noticing that Logan has been staggered a lot more this game, despite their... You don't think it's going to happen versus Atlas and Kai, but he's been taking a lot of damage this game. He's been on that respawn timer very frequently, especially with the help of the black hole in the center of the map. Starbreakers, really all it takes for them is one missed strike war on the hook, one lapse in their possession, and this game can end just immediately. So they have to be very careful with the way they play this.
Yeah, for sure. But it looks like a strong offense starting up for the Starbreakers, and actually just slot it in right below the Atlas secondary and catching a kill on Striker Kai. In the process, I mean, managing to make it out of that point is actually so great for Starbreakers. Not only, well, I mean, it means they don't lose the game, of course, but a lot of stacks coming out from the Starbreakers, and likely going to start hitting 150 speed this point, and an early barrier take gives them just so much more time to work with and trying to get these speed stacks online.
Yeah.
It actually just secures a second barrier and looking to take on this point. If they can make it out to this point, I can actually see Starbreakers actually maybe just take this set and possibly even the game if they can get a good draft out of this.
Yeah, they're figuring out how to play versus Luke when he walks up like that, being able to punish him in the midfield and take the barrier as a result. Due to Atlas's slower movement speed, especially with that strike shot instead of momentum boots. But they do lose their own barriers here. Logan does have a flip to work with on this offense. He gets a kill on Striker Kai, primary into flip, and finds a perfect puffy angle into the lower side of the net. Luke is not able to save that in time, holds the flip, and we're going to do a 0.5 all of a sudden here.
Yeah, I mean, that was a beautiful flip from Logan. Not only finding a kill with the primary into the flip, and then a perfect shot to get it right past Luke. And things are actually looking very good. Other than the flip on Atlas, 150 stacks on basically the entire side of Starbreakers, and an early barrier find. Things are looking pretty up for them. And Striker Kai has just been taking so much damage recently. Like I said, the Vice Amy Zentaro is a very high damage comp, and Striker Kai doesn't really have any defensive awakenings to really kind of counteract this damage. And the mix is just looking super scary for Luke, even on Atlas, forced to spend the flip to get it out. And the AB mix manages to secure the barrier, and things are looking up for Starbreakers, but a huge res coming out from Luke. I thought that was like the best glitch mob or secondary of all time.
Yeah, that was a crazy
Luke manages to react to it. I mean, last second and save Striker Kai, and actually might be able to just take the game because of that.
Yeah, but they are very clustered up here for this defense. They do not want Starbreakers to find open space to work with here into Luke. They are able to get a breakaway here. This might be something from Dave. A Zen ult coming through, strike board away by Luke. And now the side of Starbreakers has a lot less abilities to work with in this next offense. They're the side to defend with here. And into Twisty, it's very scary. They find out clears, and they're able to get it out of the way just for now. A glitch pop interrupting Twisty's possession for just a crucial moment. This could be it.
Yeah, looking so scary into this combo, but manages to get out one more time. But Kazan hook comes out, and it's just to flip it through the Kazan. And one pass to Jay, the strike was Atlas primary, and a beautiful collapse into the corner, managing to even beat out the Atlas secondary. Just wasn't quite early enough from Luke, and it looks like Starbreakers kind of robbed that set, being down 0-2, manages to come back and take us to set number 4.
Just a few points ago, it was looking like Luke was just going to walk up with flip and close the game out like nothing happened, but Starbreakers were able to wrench that one from the jaws of defeat, proving like, hey, this set 2 was just as close. We can win these sets, right? So they definitely don't want to let this be a 3-0 like it seemed like it could have been. So Primetime and Twin Drive coming in for Amy and Zentaro here. Good CDR to work with. They have a lot more abilities. And Reptile Remedy coming in from Vice. I will say, yeah, a good deny, especially from Striker Kai. Because one thing I'm noticing here is that this Vice, Zentaro, Amy comp is getting a lot of that damage that it should be known for in that recent set. They're really figuring out how to get these numbers to matter.
Yeah, I will say Twisty opting for a third size awakening. Of course, nothing to scoff at, especially on the Kazan, with immediately paying off with the open primary, managed to secure a double barrier. But I won't lie. Yeah, they'll get the hook strike, but I think Spark was better. I mean, Kazan getting access to red core more easily it might just be what we need to get through these these high range characters, kind of hit it past them before they can react to it with anything. And I think 140 power would have been a pretty good job of doing that. I won't lie.
You can't forget that with the leadership, you're also giving your Atlas like 5 power too. That's important.
Oh, 5 power. But Striker Kai, unfortunately now, without any defensive awakenings, again, the Riptide Remedy denied away, is kind of just beat up by Logan.
Oh.
But it doesn't matter, because when the Vice has to come back with all their abilities spent to kill Striker Kai, that's a triple size Kazan in your net with Dash and Hook. I mean, what can you do about it?
As soon as Dave lifted that strike, Twisty was in such a perfect spot to get a score there with the dash hook. It's so scary to make any mistake in the triple size Kazan like this. And a potential double barrier saved away by Jay, though they do have another chance of scoring here. Dragon Slayer is not out of the play just yet. They still are running offense, and it could be convincing. Luke is coming in the flip, and is able to get a perfect pass to Twisty, who finds the shot behind the barrier. This could be it for the Starbreakers, though they are not out of the field just yet. Jay has flip coming in, they've spent their own, and it's kind of slowing down from here.
Yeah, looking to managing to keep the court up the field even more, but when you have the open net, it's a lot harder for Vice to make offensive plays.
Ooh.
And a great Giga angle. Dave was not expecting that, and managed to barely get past in the very last second. And Striker Kai manages to close out this game with, I wouldn't want to say convincing 3-0 in the last set, but yeah, the last set was a little rough. Triple size Kazan might just be a strong character with 8 goals scored from Twisty, showing that it might be good to maybe ban the Kazan on the side star.
Yeah, Starbreakers may have to change their idea with drafting in this next game if they want to maybe win this next one, because Twisty and Striker Kai on Kai and Kazan is a very dangerous duo to give to this team. It's complete comfort. Atlas, Kai, and Kazan is their go-to comp if nothing goes wrong. So if Starbreakers are letting that comp get to them, then it's possibly a mistake in the drafting. So they might have to change some strategies up. Maybe change a ban, maybe pick some of these characters to deny. We'll have to see.
I think the general idea of just do damage was actually going pretty well. Because whenever the side of Starbreakers were able to secure a kill, I mean, points usually immediately went in their favor, just kind of forcing Luke to defend alone with. While Striker Kai, I believe it was Striker Kai that was gunned down most of the time. But opting to just kind of shoot one of the players on the side of Dragon Slayer really does a lot to hurt both their defensive and offensive capabilities, especially with how well Striker Kai and Twisty like to play off of each other. I think that if they can kind of hone in on this damage, possibly, I'm down for a good damage start and just kind of shoot these haste characters, maybe let Era through, and just kind of beat her to death before she can really get any value out of her beam there. Might be good for the side of Starbreakers to consider.
And it's worth keeping in mind that was the pick of Dragon Slayers too. So Starbreakers picked Demon Days, which we'll be seeing soon.
All right, and welcome back. Here we got game 2. We're on the Demon Dies with some similar ideas for the comps coming back with Luke no longer on the Atlas, opting for the Vice, because we have a Dead Eye Star. The other Awakening was timeless, but not a single person has opted to take it for this game. So we've got a chill, high damage Dead Eye Demon Dies game coming up.
Yeah, and worth mentioning is that after a few technical difficulties,
just a few might not be the right word.
Today, Swaghammer is coming in place of Just Logan 2, so he'll be on the Rasmus for this game, and probably the next if it goes to game 3. Playing Amy Estelle and Rasmus too, by the way, I'll say, is a very strong triple ranged comp, especially with the Estelle goalie. They'll have good kill confirm and good damage, and it's kind of being shown here. Twisty off the map, Striker Kai staggered in the enemy's net, and at least Luke should make a 1v3, which is not very easy for us to win. I think a Deadeye start might really make this composition pop off.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a big fan of the Estelle pickup here. I mean, she's able to walk up so much more on Demon Dies, and actually gets she can just these primaries kind of be able to cover like an entire lane by just her staying on the midfield is super strong. She's with the Deadeye, she can pick up a lot of damage throughout the course of the game. And like again, I mean, look at those primaries. Look at this, man. They are both Twisty and Striker Kai, both so low, and if they ever get staggered, I mean, the kill confirmed from the side of Starbreakers is going to be nothing to scoff at. With the Rasmus Hook from Swaghammer, or really any combo from either Dave or Jay, kind of just be what they need to put secure the kill and kind of just take the point and just kind of stonewall these these kills to find a set. That was a lot of damage to take it for swag.
Yeah,
Oh my god.
Wow. Okay, a double trade coming in, 2v2 for a while now. I will say the tempo looks very much like it's in favor of Starbreakers, and there's a shot coming in from Dave, primary killing goalie, a cyber swipe onto Luke, claiming goal. I think the tempo's in their favor so much, I'm pretty sure because Kai is with an asynchronous pick with the side of Dragon Breaker's team, or Dragon Slayer's team, because Kai doesn't input much of damage on his own, with a character who's so good at confirming off of damage, at kill confirming like Zentaro. I think this might get remedied in later drafts as more speed is picked up and they pivot to a more core control style of team, but right now the Deadeye start is really showing its favor for Starbreakers.
Yeah, the Estelle Imi, they're able to get so much more value. I mean, the Vice, of course, is a very strong Deadeye pickup as well, but that damage is just not being put as much use as it is for the Starbreakers. They're able to just find so many kills, and every time they catch a kill, they're slowly making their way towards getting the entire point. But the Deadeye Vice sending Swaghammer all the way over to the other side of the map, and Twisty managed to find the kill that they've been looking for. But a great cyber strike coming out from Trey, and he's able to cross up the Vice. Again, these ranged goalies just have such low defensive capabilities that really anyone on the team of either side can be the person to get a point. And Starbreakers uses that to their advantage and takes the first set.
Yeah, and the hectic pace of the match really leaves these goalies without cooldowns quite frequently, so these strange breakaway opportunities, open shots in that are found a lot more frequently and convincingly. Super Surge coming in for Amy, which is very important because it's both a deny from Zentaro, and Super Surge for Deadeye Amy is a very strong knockback and damage composition character. Also important is Spec for Vice and Adren for Rasmus. Because Rasmus is the one usually confirming these kills with something like Hook, he's going to be getting the benefits from that awakening more frequently. So being able to convert these power plays into something more effectively and more frequently is probably very valuable for this team.
I mean, I don't even think that it being on Rasmus strictly is the thing. I mean, they're just finding so many kills in general. I think the adrenaline rush is going to be on almost the entire time if the Starburst is actually starting to go. But Twisty going for something very interesting with the Zentaro ult. A bit of a Zentaro losing his mind a little bit there. Happens to the best of us. Like, great strike primary coming out from Striker Kai, forcing them to clear down to Twisty, who is ready for it. And she just puts it in, taking the first point. For actually the first point that Dragon Slayer is able to get this game.
Yeah, and hopefully there might be more to come for them because oh, that almost killed if Deadeye. If the glitch pop was buffered before the cyber swipe connected, it would have killed because then it would proc Deadeye. Very close, and Striker Kai is still low even despite getting that orb.
Wait, how Deadeye works? You can do that?
Yeah, if you do glitch pop before your dash connects, it procs Deadeye no matter what. It's pretty crazy.
Eating ass awakening.
Oh my god! You got it! Happened there! See happened there! Oh my god! Everyone is dead on Dragon Slayer. If they can get a kill confirmed, this point is as good as over. But they find that second barrier coming in. If Twisty can make a heroic play, that can put the point in their favor.
But even if we're a heroic play, I mean, let's be clear, the Dragon Slayers are on a timer right now with Twisty being staggered and Luke being low as well. All it takes is for one good glitch pop to come out from Jay, managed to secure it again. And now they're forced to play the 2v3, but no fear coming out from Luke. Popping the flip to get down to Striker Kai. They're looking to score it themselves, but another kill is found on Striker Kai. Still no adrenaline proc starting from Rasmus. A little unfortunate, but they're not looking to level up this power play. Trying to get to the other side of the map, but a beautiful primary coming out from Luke. And despite the main advantage on the side of Starbreakers, Luke still, with no fear, puts the core in, able to get it around the Estelle before that she even has a chance to flip.
Yeah, despite being in what seemed like a 2v3 for almost the entire point by the later ends there, they still found that second barrier, found the net, scoring on these players with who were spending their cooldowns to put them in that 2v3 in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, Starbreakers to start finding these kills a bit earlier or being faster to get these confirmed. They're able to get just in time, but Luke is just finding so much value on the Vice, not even for the damage, but just kind of keeping the core up the field. Her secondary cooldown now being quite low after the patches. They will just put the teleports to good use. Kind of just keep the position up long enough to stall out for a good opportunity where Starbreakers kind of don't really have any cooldowns left and they're able to hit their own points, even if they feel a little bit random. Like great Quangle actually coming out from Dave, take the point, and now that's our first adrenaline rush proc. I mean, things are not looking great for the Dragon Slayers anymore. Strikehammer kind of hunting for the next kill, then manages to find it with the hook, and Estelle primary from Dave just puts it in. I mean, that's kind of the explosive snowbally points that Starbreakers wants to see with the Adrenaline Rush and all the damage they managed to pick up last draft.
Yeah, it's looking like, honestly, even though they're down 2 points before that, now still only down 1, it feels like they've been controlling the tempo even of the set despite losing these goals. It's really like up to Dragon Slayers to find these sudden breakaways and heroic plays to score their points. And if you're rooting for them, you definitely don't want that to be the only way they can win the game.
A great double barrier damage coming out from Twisty. Manages to get 2 barriers back, but the Saiga manages to also steal 2 barriers away, and now we're playing on open net, which is quite scary for both teams, but huge damage coming out the side of Starbreakers. Luke is still just teleporting away, grabbing an orb to kind of reset the tempo. But a great strike primary coming out from Twisty, mixing up Dave, and mentions despite the big explosive damage that almost kind of stole that round for the Starbreakers. Twisty's able to secure it for the side of the Dragon Slayers.
They're finding very effective punishes on the downtime of Starbreakers. Because they're using these abilities so much to damage and keep that momentum up, as soon as there is that slight crack in their armor, Twisty especially is very, very good at finding those little chances to make it work, really. An explosive entrance coming in on Zentaro, too. Those dash ranges might very much make it easier for her to find these clean goals without possession.
Yeah, but a lot of great awakenings coming out from everyone here. Like even something that you might find like a bit more interesting on players, like an orb up here on Swaghammer. I mean, it's a lot more energy coming out from the side of. Oh, Jesus Christ! Striker Kai just got executed.
Ouch!
Yeah, I mean, like that was like 3 Deadeye procs in a row, just instantly taking Striker Kai off the map. But the Dragons just didn't manage to stall enough time, only losing 1 barrier in the process of the power play. But again, this damage is just, the Starbreakers are just not letting up, trying to find kill after kill, setting up each one after another, just kind of pushing their advantage as far as they can. But a straight strike from both Luke and Striker Kai manages to take the point, even if Twisty's looking low. But Zentaro passive is up. Might be looking for a hero play, ambitious passive into dash from Twisty, but manages to find the score still with a great strike primary. And if that's what the Dragons are kind of looking for. It's kind of looking to stall out long enough so that they can find the opportunities. Like even though that Starbreakers is spending so many abilities on these kills. I mean, oh my god, on these kills, they're just kind of looking to stall out time. Just kind of left Twisty to kind of open up the melee goalie.
Yeah, Dave doesn't look very comfortable defending versus Twisty's like strike primary mix-ups. I think every single one has went in for Twisty. So if that can start evening out maybe a bit, the chances kind of dwindle, then it'll work for them. Swaghammer very, very cleanly saves that which it would otherwise go in. This could be a very strong point for them, turning that away from a sudden lost goal.
Wait, Swaghammer kind of serving there now. That strike was kind of beast right there. A barely didn't put it, but a great angle coming off the save. Starbreakers, the Swaghammer does not want to lose this point after his beautiful save earlier, but Luke does manage to secure the Vice teleporting in is just not too much for the offensive duo, or the offensive picks from the side of Starbreakers to defend.
That's right, yeah, it's again their downtime, finding these characters without cooldowns, able to punish them for it, and that point really started out very effectively for Dragon Slayers because they found that instant Vice ult kill too. To put the point in their favor for almost the rest of it, because really what Starbreakers needs is that extra tempo. If they lose their tempo for even a moment, the regen timers are coming back up, the cooldowns are gone. They're put in a much worse spot if they miss, if they make that blunder.
Yeah,
but it doesn't look like they've been doing so at this point, at least. Very effective double barrier taken. Vice now doesn't have an ult to work with.
Yeah, but a great double barrier coming out from Luke, putting the Vice to work, but Swaghammer manages to pull it out with a great hook. Is looking to, wow! I cannot believe that secondary combo from the 2 forwards of Starbreakers and 2 Dren procs have come out from Swaghammer now at this point. Is looking to get some value out of it, kind of striking in Luke's face, opting to pop the flip. Unfortunately, loses to the Amy turret. I mean, that's the kind of points that you want to see coming out from Starbreakers. 2 Adren procs back to back. Swaghammer got so much time with the insane speed boost and all his cooldowns back after that. And if they're looking to just kind of find these random kills, which is not hard for the Starbreakers to find with all their damage awakenings, but a ambitious Vice ult coming out from Luke. Yeah, Sad Boys. Hell yeah. But,
Yeah.
what great strikes defensively coming out. Layered it perfectly, it's barely saved that. And a great strike round from Striker Kai, and they're looking to take the set before Starbreakers have any chance to find any more kills.
Yeah, but Swaghammer with a good delay on the barrier, finding an open angle where otherwise it would not have been. And they're in a kind of scary defensive situation here, but they have the resources to make it work as long as they are playing it carefully. But Striker Kai finds a clean breakaway strike in the barrage, beating Dave's attempt at Mistel primary there, and sending this to a set 4.
Yeah, I mean, a great opportunity found from Striker Kai, kind of putting it in before any more damage can be racked up on his teammates, and is now... I mean, Luke was the MVP that set. Let's be clear. Of course, not just in game, but also just so much value is being found from these Vice teleports, kind of just stealing these points away, and the extra offense that the Vice is providing is really what is kind of pushing these points over the edge, and just managing to kind of secure these points for the side of Dragon Slayers.
The draft has definitely simmered down for Starbreakers. They got some more tame pickups, like a first Spark of Strength, a Reptile Remedy, while Starbreakers found a 1-2 punch Zentaro, and they have Spark scaling going on, and they also have, notably, an extra specialized training Vice goalie. If Luke does find this downtime to be able to use his abilities, he can find some incredible ults coming in. However, that downtime is exactly what Starbreakers are looking to stuff out as they take these 2 barriers, send these health bars low, and they're running some very threatening offense.
But Twisty still managing to find that out and kind of just dashing to get it to the other side. It's kind of just forcing Dave out away from the barrier. Managing to secure a strong strike to get the second barrier, but Swaghammer's looking for an opportunity to kill found on Luke, but manages to come back because of the recovery drone. A lot of damage on Strike Guy, but a beautiful secondary redirect strike coming out from Twisty, kind of to make sure that point doesn't go on any longer. And Dave was just not fast enough with the secondary, unfortunately redirecting into his own, or not being early enough to get it out of the goal.
Yeah, very fast too. Just the travel time on the Estelle primary or secondary isn't enough, as it was too far away and had more distance to travel in the first place. Though they're not letting that get to them here, as they start this point off strongly with damage. They're getting some barriers here. Double barrier found, as Luke does not want to flip, and a cyber swipe is Luke still does not want to spend that flip. They're able to get that point very cleanly, 15 seconds, as Dragon Slayers too might want to just let that one slide and keep momentum up in some other way.
Yeah, I mean, the Twin Drive, Super Surge, and Deadeye Amy finding a lot of value at that point. I mean, Jay's ability to kind of just teleport from one side of the map to the other is putting a lot of stress on the side of Dragon Slayers. A great hook flip seen from Swaghammer, not only getting the adrenaline proc, but more importantly, I think, these Prizefighter stacks on Swaghammer could be huge, especially after the Rasmus damage nerfs. He could use a little bit of help in the Awakening department to kind of help rack up this damage. And if he can get one more Prizefighter stack, I think that the Starbreakers might be able to steal the rest of the set away.
Yeah, but even despite that power play, Starbreakers was the one to lose their final barrier, and Luke is not giving these easy strike wars to Swaghammer. Twisty finds a very clean wait into primary flip. Insta flip, Dave is on strike cooldown and is not able to save that.
Guys, Zentaro is so cool. Like, can we get a replay on that in the
I don't think we can actually. Oh, in the post game? Yeah. I'm for that.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, the Zentaro character, like, he just has so much that you have to track for a goalie, and then once you forget about one thing, he's just got another up his sleeve, and Twisty opted for the instant flip with the passive, saying that point, but Striker Kai is kind of being hunted down by the side of Starbreakers right now. Swaghammer looking for the hook to scale, unfortunately missed, but now no barriers up for the side of the Starbreakers, and this could be bad for them, but they managed to find a kill and keep this point going, but they are still 1 point away from just losing the entire series. They have to play this point carefully, as Luke has flipped and could just put it in with the secondary. But a beautiful defense coming off from Dave, and manages to save the point, but a great Giga actually managed to steal position and get it back down to Twisty. It's the opposite side of the map, and it's now left the game on to better things. And Dragon Slayers has taken home this series 2-0.
Very impressive looking at the scoreboard that Dragon Slayers 2 is able to defeat Starbreakers with only 2 of their players on the roster fielded.
Yeah, I mean, very impressive. I mean, Twisty playing, Twisty managed to appear on the scoreboard.
Oh, okay.
Good for her. Yeah, I thought it was good to be on too. Yeah, just look at the damage difference coming out from these teams. Everyone on the side of the Starbreakers managed to come out with 20k plus damage, 25k or more on both Dave and Jay, while both Twisty and Striker Kai especially being a lot much lower in the department, kind of just showing how much more important damage was from one side over the other. Kind of just Dragon kind of just forced to spend like a lot of time just kind of evading, looking for like small opportunities that they can find whenever the cooldown's down for the side of Starbreakers.
That's right, and I think they dedicated Swaghammer so heavily to finding KOs and didn't get enough of a reward off of it. Drafting for things like Adrenaline Rush and Prize Fighter, I don't think they found enough confirms from him specifically to make that really pop, as I believe he was using his hook a lot for core control and things like that, and as a result did not have those cooldowns to finish off the kills. So there's a lot of time that Dragon Slayers 2 was spending with their players staggered but not quite KO'd, and because of that, they were able to make those heroic plays on the net and find those breakaways to close out the series.
Yeah, I will say I think it was still a pretty, despite it. Was that 3-0 in sets, or was it?
No. Starbreakers won the first set.
Okay, wait, hold on. They have 6 goals. What am I talking? Actually, no, it's possible. It's possible to go 3-0 and get 6 goals, but despite Dragon Slayers winning 2-0 in games, I do think it was actually pretty good performance coming out from Starbreakers. I mean, whenever they managed to get the damage ball rolling, it was rolling very hard. So if they're able to kind of play this gameplay more consistent, I'm expecting to see a lot more success coming out from them in the later weeks.
Absolutely, they found themselves a strong composition in the form of Amy Estelle Erasmus. I think that's a very good comp, and if they can really get that down and allow it out and pilot it effectively as possible, I think they have a very, very strong season ahead of them.
Alright, next series up, Heavy Metal Gundam against Polar Cortex. Gonna be another banger, gonna be another interesting series. I am Sloth here with Liari for the series. How you doing, Liari?
Good, I'm so excited to watch this Mako Brawler. I haven't seen it on this patch yet.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious how it's gonna feel. I feel like this could be a bit, quite an interesting payout.
Yeah, I think either it's gonna go really well or it's gonna go really bad. To me, it feels like a read on Weston since he's like a melee goalie main. And Mako Brawler does best into melee goalies. And I'm also like, I just in general, I think the team comp from HMG is really interesting and weird, while the Polar Cortex comp is really standard. And I'm just excited to see how it ends up playing out.
Yeah, I could see a world where HMG's team comp is gonna be a bit more effective if played out properly, but there's just a certain element of consistency on the side of Polar Cortex, and you can see that already as they've taken both of the barriers, Zay down to basically no HP now as well on this Mako pick as Flip comes out from A. Great Flip will put it away. Point lead already now for the side of Polar Cortex, starting the momentum early for them.
Yeah, really clean first round. They were damage stacking well. They got the barriers cleanly. And now they don't have energy, which is a little scary, but Weston does have Flip, and they can fill out the round a bit and get back to having resources. And they're just really good at executing this like really solid X-era offense. And it just feels really hard for Zay. What Mako Brawler wants is to just kind of have the core and be able to do a lot of stuff with it in close melee range. And we see it being really effective there, but they just haven't been able to get in that spot a lot.
Yeah, you need to get close, but Thera's gonna be a very much a nuisance for that. A great Atlas ultimate here, by the way, will keep Name Chaotic alive, and an even better Aram Nado will get a kill, but Zay is able to play around Weston there. But yeah, I'm inclined to agree. It's gonna be like a difficulty of getting it past that midfield area, getting it past the X era, and getting a solid offense going. Because you're going up against an Atlas, right? Weston, very familiar with that pick, is gonna have a pretty easy time going up against something like a Juno and a Rune. So I feel like that Mako is gonna hold a lot of weight as well, especially with that ultimate coming through. That could just completely keep the core up top. But another KO found. A is so lethal with these Nados.
Yeah, that's the second KO NATO he's gotten on Doxy, which is pretty untraditional, but really effective when you can find those. Unfortunately for Polar Cortex, they're not able to do anything, and then they get a really good banish on Name Chaotic, and he quickly dies. And I think this first set, HMG really wants to win it, since the X can get out of control pretty quickly against this comp. But so can the Rune, and so can the Juno. And I think like we're entering this like little bit of a lull state where Zay and Doxy are slowly getting core Flip, and then we're gonna see a lot happen after they get it.
Yeah, once they do have it, all hell will break loose, right? Because it is gonna be tight, it's gonna be chaotic, and it's gonna be fast, as a barrier will end up dropping now on the side of Heavy Metal Gundam as well. It's evening out the playing field. Weston trying to walk up a little bit with the Atlas, making use of the little range that he has left, and will get the push going, but the barrier doesn't drop just yet. Zay has a Flip up front, will probably try to use that for the barrier, or might even greed for it. Does not use it just yet, as the attack is very much alive. Doxy doing a really good job at covering that, as Flip has to come up from Weston. Flip from Zeus as well, though. Barrier does go down. Name Chaotic trying to get it clear out, but the pressure is very much still alive from the side of Heavy Metal Gundam here, as they're trying to get the second point in the set, and they do find it with the Mako secondary. Not something you're really going to be thinking about that often, especially when it's used to score and not just defend a barrier.
Yeah, and I was really good by Doxy. She saw that the Atlas like used every ability on the barrier defense, and she just kind of like walked forward and gave the final confirmation that they needed to get the barrier, and that just kind of snowballed around for them. But Name Chaotic quickly finding that Zay has no evade, murdering him, and Polar Cortex is able to get this barrier, but assuming HMG doesn't lose both, they're in a pretty solid spot now, since Mako should have ulti backup and be able to make another like strong barrier play. And it's just kind of like the name of the game, where you're kind of waiting for this Mako ult to come back up and then use it to like get a barrier and be really effective. And then on open net, the Juno is really threatening and can get a lot of pressure, but a really good evade there by Weston, making that like 40-second Mako ult not do too much. But all that pressure they're able to get still results in them getting the barriers.
Yeah, because that's where the Atlas is going to be struggling a little bit, right? It's sustained pressure. It's not just having one big hit like a Julie Dash Punch or something. It's continuously keeping up core, and getting these cooldowns out is tragic. As a goalie player here, by the way, just all the way up front with momentum boots. Self-plays, gets a flip, and gets a set win for Heavy Metal Gundam, actually. This could be quite nice. Some Awakenings extra special for the Mako. Wait a second. That could be a bit fun.
Yeah, he instantly hovered that. He just wants more opportunities to get his win con, use his ultimate, and create havoc in the enemy barriers. And I think on the other side, they're giving over stacks on stacks to Juno, which I think the stacks on stacks Juno is going to have a lot more pressure in midfield now and be able to get the core through. The X is able to get size, and I think now he has like a win con that he's scaling for. But HMG overall, I think they have the tools they need to take that set win and turn it into a set 2 win also.
Yeah, I got a really good draft for them. Wesson was able to pick up a missile prop for himself as well, which is going to help with interrupting the attack a bit earlier on the field. So we'll see if that's going to come into play or not. But as of right now, the side of Polar Cortex actually on the attack. They got the core up front, they got the pressure through, and obviously Tragic on the rune pick, there's a limit to how much you can do with a rune on its own. As Name Chaotic gets saved there by the Atlas as well. Attack still being built though, A and Name Chaotic not giving any kind of space that they don't have to. But the triple defense so far is holding up from the side of Heavy Metal Gundam. We'll see if they can even turn it into an attack now, as all three of them will move up in unison as well. Doxy almost getting a good attack going there, but defended by the missile propulsion Atlas so far.
Yeah, but the amazing Vanish from Tragic, able to just get A and Name Chaotic out of the play and let Zay get the barrier. Zay is really close to flip, uses a really good ult that also makes A use theirs, and as a result, the core is kind of in a pretty good spot for HMG. Now they're able to get this solid corner offense, but Name Chaotic able to get the drum kill on Zay, and that's going to be scary for HMG if they're able to stabilize this play and get it back to neutral though. When Zay is up, I think with the extra special, his ult should also be up, and they're preparing for another very scary corner offense.
Yeah, really good defense came out there to actually keep the point alive as now Roxy and Zay will try to get this barrier out. They almost get it. Wesson comes in with the strike in the clutch at the end there. But they are very much back into the point, even though they were at a negative power play just a bit ago. As the barrier is consistently under attack, A and Weston having a bit of a rough time getting it past Zay and Doxy. They're positioning so well to kind of shut down the areas where the clears want to be found through. And huge Mako primary actually will find a KO. Not really what I would be expecting from a Mako pick. It's a KO pressure as an ultimate comes out, completely denying Weston from any kind of defense there as well. As a nice attack will actually find the goal. Heavy Metal Gundam finding the goal in this point. Not really what I would have expected, honestly.
Yeah, after it started off so scary for them, now they're up so much energy. Doxy has at 120 stacks, and the Mako's weakness, oh, she loses her stacks, that's huge. But the Mako's weakness is that she's really slow, so when the Juno's able to get a ton of movement speed and make up for that, it gets really scary. But now that she lost her stacks, HMG is going to have to ramp up the round set again. Thankfully, they got the first point, so they have a lot of time to do so. But this is kind of Polar Cortex's window to get some advantages, and A with another killer NATO is going to try and make that happen.
Yeah, again, just the situations where you wouldn't really see an ability be a KO ability. The Aeronado's finding KOs, the Mako Primary's finding them as well, and now Polar Cortex finding a really nice goal there as well. Overwhelming Tragic's defense has had to try to use a secondary, but obviously as a rune, that means you're going to leave the goal completely, and Zay in a 2v1 there, not much you can do at that point anymore. As we're now going into the third point of the set. Zay's back on the attack. They're about to take the first barrier there. Big Vanish comes out, but an even bigger KO. Again, the NATO from A. It's so lethal, just finds these angles so consistently as Flip comes out from Name Chaotic. Is defended well by the Rune Pillar though, but the attack is not slowed down at all. Second barrier does drop. They're gonna try now to get the open goal in, but Tragic with that Rune secondary being very active up front as the core gets into a bit of a scary area there, and the strike or win from Name Chaotic does come through in the end. Polar Cortex now with a point lead in this current set.
Yeah, I mean, A has like 4 or 5 KOs on set 2 as Era, which is crazy. I think HMG really needs to stop letting these stray KOs happen because their team comp just functions by them all being alive and keeping up a ton of pressure, and they've been able to do that when they were alive. And as we see here, right, like they're able to get this really strong offense. Tragic, originally a midfielder, has these really solid offensive sequences that he plays really well. And I think you can definitely see the idea of HMG's comp in a lot of these interactions. It's just they keep on dying, unfortunately. And I'm excited to see if they're able to kind of stop that bleeding and play to their win cons better.
Yeah, I'm also curious, just like stylistically in the both of their team comps here, because both of them scale really well. I wouldn't even be, if this goes to like the set 5 and everyone gets like 1 or 2 priority awakenings for themselves, I wouldn't even be able to tell you just straight up who's gonna be better. I would be personally inclined to the Era X, because that, if they just scale, it's gonna be disgusting. But obviously, Doxy's Juno, as you just saw right now as well, can do a lot of damage, and if Doxy's gonna be able to get their hands on any kind of strong awakening there, it could just completely flip the game as well. So Heavy, a very important point here to find, actually, because it's going to be another set win, and it's going to shape the way the game is going to go pretty hard as well, because either it's going to be a 2-0 set lead for the side of Heavy Metal Gundam, or we're evening it out at 1-1.
Yeah, and both of these teams are like really prioritizing the same awakenings, like Hotshot, Monumentalist. All of these are really good for both teams, and that kill on Zay is going to be huge. It's going to mean Chaotic still has Flip, and ooh, Tragic stalling out the play a solid amount. They're not able to get the bounce he wanted. Looks like he wanted to send it out of right, but it barely hit the drum. And they're back to neutral, but Name Chaotic still has Flip, and if the X-Air team can get it out of their net and onto the other half of the field, they will probably get the barrier. Or almost kill Zay.
I mean, a power play is always going to be great as well. Zay's down to basically no HP now, still has an evade available for himself if he does want to use it, but Name Chaotic and A completely taking advantage of the fact that Zay can't really get himself involved in the play anymore, as they're relentlessly attacking the second barrier, but Tragic doing a good job holding it down for now, as the ultimate from Mako comes out as well. Now doesn't have that on the offense though, so Weston will have a pretty good time defending, as a beautiful missile prop from the Atlas will actually come out, will get the second barrier, and a flip from A will actually find it, as Name Chaotic just space gliding past the screen really quick off the map.
Yeah, A played that sequence so well. He hit it out of the Mako ult in a really optimal way. He shrunk the rune, so they got both barriers from that sequence of events. And then the flip in to score, and now being rewarded with either Fight or Flight or Monument, or okay, Heavy Impact and I is also really valid. Also a really good awakening on Era, especially with her primary being so strong now. Meanwhile, the Mako is forced to deny Might of the Colossus. And the X goes Reptile, which I actually really like, because now he should like always live. And you know, I was gonna say Bulk Up's coming up, but it is not coming up because the rune just got. Both teams have got a really good draft, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I'm more concerned now a little bit for the side of Polar Cortex, because they did get a good draft themselves as well, but Doxy was just able to pick up another Speed Awakening. So if this Juno's gonna just stay on the map even for a little bit longer than expected, and the stacks do get stacked as well, Doxy's gonna be very much able to just run across the entire field and just be ever present, which is not something you really want if you're on the side of Polar Cortex. So we'll see if that's going to come into play or not. Currently, Zay is fighting for his life though, and he does get taken out by A in the end. Power play now in favor of the side of Polar Cortex, as they're trying to take the barriers, but Doxy and Tragic doing a good job just kind of playing into empty space, not letting them set up in the ways that it would like to, as one barrier goes down. But I feel like that's a fair trade, especially if you are taking one almost immediately again off of Weston, who will have Flip here and does not need to use it yet, as Doxy tried to get the Flip out themselves, but didn't find the result.
And it feels like there's kind of like hitting Zay out of the game, and HMG's only like option is that Foxley can solo score and do everything herself. And against Twin Drive Atlas, that is really difficult. And yeah, Polar Cortex in the advantage state again, there's Zay is dead, and as a result, they're able to get a lot of abilities out, they're able to get a lot of energy, and with an open net on the side of HMG, and an amazing Aeronado, it's really a really scary spot to be in.
Yeah, A has been finding so many high-value nados, be that just finding KOs at the side of the map, or just carrying up the core into the net almost perfectly there, as we're now going into the second point of the set. And to add to all of what's been playing out so far as well, Polar Cortex has 2 flips available. One comes out from A here to completely take care of that situation. as the second one's still going to be on Weston, doesn't have to use it yet, and that twin drive, you've already been noticing it a bit as well, because it's so much easier for Weston to hold these barriers when you just have two of these disgustingly strong abilities on the Atlas.
Yeah, and well, we're seeing a lot of moments where Zay has evade but still dies to the arrow beam. The issue is, like, it's 18 frames, about 18 frames that it comes out in, even after the hot fix, which is pretty much unreactable, especially when you factor in ping. So he has to be able to, like, preemptively read that it's happening. And if he's able to do that, I think, like, we see these sequences when Zay is alive and HMG is able to get everyone up and actually, like, use their creation comp. But if they're not able to do that, it gets a lot scarier and it's a lot harder for them to do anything. Here, though, really strong double barrier, and they're kind of destabilizing the round. Tragic using Flip, able to get the core back out. A taking a lot of damage, and barely able to save that Name Chaotic score. That one goes in.
The angle was just right, and Name Chaotic holding on to the flip there as well. Gonna be quite valuable going into this last point. Potentially even want to use it to maybe go for a funny little double angle in the middle if you can set yourself up for it, as the play is going to continue to be built again. And now Polar Cortex on the defense, but I feel like they're going to be pretty well equipped to handle it, as the strike does come out. Doesn't get the double angle where Name Chaotic was looking for, but they're still going to be able to hold on to both their barriers as well. So Heavy Metal Gundam tried to get an attack going there, and Mako Ultimate just barely misses there, which is not what you want to be seeing, because that is, again, we've mentioned it before, that's going to be your main tool of how you're going to be taking barriers off an Atlas like this, other than just Doxy playing an excellent Juno as well. So we'll see how it's going to pan out, as one barrier does drop. The second one will be tried to be found by Polar Cortex, but Tragic and Doxy holding on to it for now.
And Zay Forever taking a lot of damage. Great kill from Atlas off of the middle jump. And now Rune has no Vanish. They're going to be able to get a lot of energy. They're going to be able to build up a lot of pressure. Doxy, however, kind of popping off, gets the free barrier. Uses Flip a little early and tries to reaction check Weston and A. But still a pretty solid sequence. And now that Zay's up, unfortunately not able to get anything from the ult, and everything backfires. They lose their own barrier and to wrap the set. And this is a really scary spot to be in. You're against the next team, you're down a set, and there's like a billion good awakenings left for everyone on the enemy team. Era
Especially
yeah.
the first pick on A with Castellas, no!
Oh, I forgot CTL and Primetime and Hawk. Okay, this is honestly like, okay, I actually like the Primetime. Because now the Juno, actually, wait, okay, I'm trolling. I thought the Atlas was on blue team. Anyways, team player Atlas, really good and really scary. Gives them another alternate win con when they get to overtime on top of all these other good awakenings that they're picking up. It's a really scary spot to be in, I think, if you're HMG, unless you're able to hit some like really crazy Castellas Rune banishes and just use the core speed that you're getting from Hotshot to win the round.
Yeah, the arrow beams are just going to be constant now, because keep in mind there's a heavy impact on that as well. That'll help a little bit with those cooldowns. But honestly, looking at the entire draft, I don't think anyone's really upset with what they got. Zay, even with the big fish, is going to help quite a bit with being present up front with these strike wars, right? Especially if you're going to be continuously shrunken down by the arrow beam. So we'll see how it's going to pay out as a secondary. Zay just close enough to Weston there to not allow the expanse to be big enough to catch the core, as the goal will be found in favor of Heavy Metal Gundam here.
Yeah, that was definitely like a little core speed moment where they just lost both barriers. Glass Cannon Hotshot Juno is like timing the core in like normal time. Anyways, which is really important and vital, especially when you're against a comp like this that kind of can struggle in covering like the really fast core speed moments. And yeah, this game is really back and forth and crazy now. But Zay in a really good offensive corner position with Flip, but Name Chaotic identifying that and just murdering him off the screen. Specialized training actually real strong. And a great beam from A.
Tiny bit strong, and the important point about that as well is the fact that Name Chaotic still has to flip on X, which means they can just try to go again for any kind of like speed angle. Just set yourself up use that that specialized training as well, and maybe find a KO or a double barrier as one does come out from A. Their really good beam will secure it as Corshby comes out. Weston gonna be there in time to get the core out without losing a barrier though, as everyone's just it's turning into a very chaotic game, even just based off the fact that everyone's kind of stacking on top of each other, simply because you kind of have to with everything that's going on. Because the game is gonna accelerate. Doxy's playing out of her mind though, getting both the barriers in a 2v1 there. Tragic will keep the pillar up to get the core up front, but it will find its way onto the defensive end on the side of Heavy Metal Gundam here. As Tragic will try to get a rune flip out. A really good stun though from Zay, will completely deny any kind of core interaction from Weston. Excellent timing there as Heavy Metal Gundam find the second point of the set, and they still have 2 flips as well.
Yeah, and all of those sequences being won by HMG, those barriers from Doxy, Zay barely living and getting the hit stun, that mattered so much. They were like 5 seconds away from Zay dying and the round going completely differently. But now they're in a really good spot with these flips like you mentioned. Zay having ult, extra special, really strong on this character. Having flip, great banish from Tragic, identifying that Weston has no evade and they take the set. And honestly, I don't really remember what's in the draft, but I feel like it has to be something good for Zay.
I feel like we still have a few sparks in here. There's talk me through it, Leori. Where are the important ones in here?
I feel like 1-2 punch. Either the Juno or the Mako getting it would be pretty helpful in this kind of a game where they're just trying to send the core really fast. The Era decides to steal away Timeless from Rune, which I also think is pretty important. All of Polar Cortex kind of like going for these more deny awakenings. Meanwhile, okay, so I think the story of this draft is going to be, will Zay lose his prize fighter instantly, or will he be able to stack it? And if Zay loses that prize fighter, then Chaotic will proc Adren and really carry the round. And we'll see which one of those will play out. Zay already losing his evade.
Yeah, no survivability really left on this Mako now, so we'll have to see how it's going to pan out. Does have an evade back though, but Name Chaotic doesn't even care about a KO, just takes a barrier for free there. As the attack will be continuously built, the Mako primary will interrupt the quarter, and a nice passing play from Doxy and Zay there will take the barrier as they're now facing an open net. And I feel like just like a few points ago, it felt very back and forth with how the core was going. Then suddenly we had 2 points where Heavy Metal Gundam just kind of took over completely, and now we're going just back and forth again. But I wonder for how long, because Doxy has a flip, used it there, didn't find the result that they were looking for, does find the jump though, and Zay still holding on to his flip on the side of Heavy Metal Gundam that they very much will be valuing in this next point. A, no evades either, maybe even a KO angle, depending on how Zay wants to play this out.
And Doxy, she stopped dying a lot. She's halfway to getting 150 stacks, and when that speed comes up, I think the second's even scarier for Polar Cortex, and they're already a point down. It just feels like they're no longer able to get the core out. This creation comp is really starting to find their form and just perma keep the core up. I think the Among Titans on the rune is really big, because now, especially with Flash Cannon and Mom Boots, he's just all over the place and constantly keeping the core up. But the kill on Mako gonna be huge. Zay, no prize fighter stacks. Adren Rush procced on Name Chaotic. His abilities are about to be up. He'll have ultimate again soon. And like huge hold here from HMG. They're able to only lose 1, which is and then they lose 2. Little secondary misplacement. But now they're back into like this lull, not even a lull state. Anyways, Name Chaotic able to get the quick hit stun on Tragic, score. And now it's tied 1-1. Doxy only got like 30 sacks from that round. And there's 2 flips up on Polar Cortex. This is a really back and forth game.
Yeah, like at the start of the last point was very Heavy Metal Gundam favored. Now I feel like it's very heavily like Polar Cortex favored, as the flip will come out from A here. Doesn't really find a barrier for it though. Matter of fact, Doxy will actually use her flip and find a barrier off of Weston, but again, we're on Atlas here. But Atlas cannot hold against that Mako there, as the flip will come out still. So now open goal on the side of Polar Cortex as they're trying to get the last barrier off of Tragic, but Tragic holding it down so well. Again, being ever present as well with all of that movement speed on the the rune. It's just so difficult to really set yourself up because he's interrupting that core so early each and every time. As Doxy's gonna jump in here, tries to get the core through the Atlas, but does not find the angle. As the Bellringer comes out, but doesn't take the barrier either. Tragic again, just there. And you can see it here, that movement speed. Like, it took like seemingly half a second, and Tragic was just almost an enemy half. Just because of all of that speed that he has to be working with. And has a flip now as well, which he can potentially even try to use offensively if he does want to walk up. Zay trying to set up, Name Chaotic trying to find the KO on Doxy. She still has an evade if she does want to use it. Doesn't have to use it though. As the flip comes out, but Barrier's still alive. Name Chaotic will find the angle through. The attack still there. The Aeronado coming through, but the Lobos from Doxy will actually hold on to the defense there. As the side of Polar Cortex are still keeping it up. Doxy getting rather low. Weston though under a lot of pressure now with Zay and Doxy walking up. There's going to be a lot of core speed in this game as well. We're in overtime. But the Expanse will actually find the KO, but no! The Rune Pillars will be enough. Name Chaotic cannot get it past them. And Tragic will claim the goal in this point.
A big score there because they had just lost Sax on Doxy, and I think they got really scary if Polar Cortex was able to get the core out. But this creation contest, there's so much mental pressure on Polar Cortex who's playing with a sub goalie, and it's just really hard to like find that synergy to play against creation comps correctly when you're in that kind of spot. About to have flip, but Zay also having flip and able to get the core in the corner, and okay, not using the flip properly, but still able to get the barrier. And now it's Polar Cortex's turn to run an offense, and they're able to get the barrier, open the net up, kill Zay with an Aeronado. And really scary spot to be in because the core is already on the side of HMG. And they're able to get it out with Doxy and barely lose the barrier, and Doxy just smurfs and wins the entire game by herself, doesn't need Zay. Crazy. And yeah.
Doxy just kind of like in Weston's head completely there at the end. And the strikes were found, the jump was found. And even though it looked very scary for the side of Heavy Metal Gundam, in the end they found the goal, didn't even put it into a 0.5. So, convincing performance here. Back and forth game overall, good showings from both sides, but I feel like in the end Heavy Metal Gundam's like consistent pressure just ended up being a bit too much for the side of Polar Cortex to handle.
Yeah, and like we see Weston with 106 saves, A with 55 saves. They almost had like 100 saves up on HMG. But they just were never able to actually get the core out, and it felt like there was just this like lacking synergy between the goalie and the midfielder because Weston isn't really, you know, the main goalie on this team. And Zay and Doxy were really able to, like, I really like HMG's comp because it felt like it was able to take control of the game through like just Weston and A not having the best synergy and not being able to like successfully get the core out as much as they could have.
Yeah. I feel like the last thing that I'd also want to point out really quick, a lot of KOs from the side of Polar Cortex, but the defense from Tragic and Doxy just held up. Like there was a lot of power plays, but not a lot to be shown for it. So great showing overall.
Creation comps on Taiko.
Yeah. All right, game 2 underway. We're on AtLab. We're on Heavy Metal Gundam's map pick. So you could say home court advantage. We have a Big Fish Monumentalist start, and we see a Now look. So obviously that's gonna have a lot of value. But the Monu getting picked up across the board here. Weston and A both opting for it. Obviously the Atlas and the Rune having a lot of value with it as well. Everyone else on the Big Fish makes sense. Just have a bigger strike hitbox and just win strike wars that way. And Heavy Metal Gundam coming out fighting as the offense has not come down even the slight bit. They take a barrier, answer gets answered again though by Polar Cortex and almost gets a second barrier. No, Tragic still holds on.
Yeah, really surprised to see Mako Brawler again. This is not the map I would think I'd see Mako Brawler on. But I think that HMG is running really solid comps with the Mako that are able to like take good kill from Zay. Able to take like advantage of the fact that she's just really good at locking down space. And ooh, hey, able to get that out and get the quick little barrier. And it's a scary spot to be in still if you're both. Oh my god, okay. That's a golden goal.
It's an interaction of all time, most definitely. Zay not really ready for that core there, but I just want to highlight again that Mako kill before, and I just love seeing kills with that passive. It's just very funny for me to see it each time. What's not as funny is the defense from the side of Heavy Metal Gundam there, as Name Chaotic just gets a double barrier, clean attack. Vanish comes out from A as well, almost takes out Doxy, but before that even happens, Name Chaotic scoring again almost immediately. I feel like Polar Cortex not happy with the result of the last map, and they're definitely coming and fighting.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that last point was going to be way more HMG favored. They had triple flip coming up, but Polar Cortex is just like, they're a really solid team, and I think that the A and Name Chaotic duo runs the offense in a really scary way. Name Chaotic finds so many really cool confirms, but unfortunately A taking that Mako ult and just dying off the bat because he's staggered. We'll see. Last time HMG was in this spot, they weren't able to run the power play, but that's because A was alive and was able to get the core out in a really clean way. And now HMG is running a really solid offense. Really scary spot to be in for Polar Cortex. They're trying to find the way out, but Atlas is out of buttons, except for the flip, and is about to have to use it if he wants to get the core out, especially if HMG runs this offense correctly. I'm eating my words though.
I mean, the thing is, right, you do have, obviously have a long cooldowns on the Atlas, it's gonna be a bit difficult, but Weston and A have positioned pretty nicely in a way where Doxy and Zay can't really set themselves up properly to really make use of these Estelle and Mako kits to take that barrier or to go off of them. And that's something that Polar Cortex is absolutely not failing at, is getting a good setup. Because again, they were in front of the goal for even just a little bit, and they got themselves in a position where they can just get it past Tragic on that now. Monumentalist is gonna be a good tool for now to defend, but it's still bound to a cooldown. And if you don't have it when you need it, looking a bit rough.
Yeah, I definitely think Name Chaotic so far has kind of been dismantling Tragic in the net, and typically now is like, yes, she's a ranged character, but she has a lot of good defensive tools. Meanwhile, A, able to get stacks on stacks, gonna start building up move speed. It doesn't really seem like the HMG comp has been really looking for KOs. They might be able to find some now with heavy impact on the Now and Wind Drive on the Estelle, but we'll see how this set goes. I feel like it's gonna be really hard to score on this timeless Monumentalist Atlas. So personally, I'd rather be Polar Cortex right now.
Yeah, I would be inclined to agree, because again, like, there's already like such a, even by playing how they are playing, they're just being so oppressive with the core control, and that's supposed to be the stronger side of HMG's comp, right? And they're being outplayed in that department right now, which is not a great sign for them. So we'll have to see how it's going to play out. The heavy impact will actually help with the damage department, but there's also a question of who's going to be kill confirming, right? If you're Heavy Metal Gundam, you have potentially a lot of damage, but you don't really have like a very reliable kill confirm other than like an Estelle piercing shot that just hits at the right angle. So damage is gonna come out, control's gonna come out, but I feel like the solidity of that Atlas Rune Erasmus comp is just a bit too much, especially because that last draft went so well for them. I didn't even know because it's a big fish start. Bulk Up is going to have a lot of damage as well for Name Chaotic, so KOs are actually on the board for the side of Polar Cortex as well.
And Reptile Remedy still up. All the size awakenings besides Big Fish. Name Chaotic is looking like he's going to end up with a really scary build if this game goes a few more sets. And I think that the matchup against Now can get really scary for HMG. However, A, secondarying into the middle, dying, losing his stacks. Really good. Like, I think if A was able to get all the stacks up, this set would have gotten really scary for HMG. But they're able to get the power play, they're able to get the quick confirm with the Mako ult, and it's looking kind of scary. I think both teams are showing that they can still score, they still have win conditions. And Doxy with a really quick little secondary, great angle to get it around Name. Now a really good laser and a flip. Almost scoring, barely missed the demon angle that would have ended up in the Mako ult and got them probably a goal. Now it's Polar Cortex's turn.
They're trying to get the attack going. They do get the barrier as well. Flip comes out from lane Chaotic. Doesn't find the core though, as the barrier does drop. Open goal now from both sides. A and Weston holding on to the defense as the entirety of Heavy Metal Gundam kind of in their own half. Just trying to make sure that they're not going to get overwhelmed there. But if you're bunching together like that, you're also making yourself very prone to a really, really huge rune banish as well. So we'll see if that might come out, as the ultimate has to come out for A to not actually get taken out here. A, though, positioning really nicely to deny Zay and Doxy that attack. The flip will be found by Zay, the rune pillar not out in time. And Heavy Metal Gundam will take a point lead in this set. And even though the game started off very heavily in Polar Cortex's favor, it's starting to shift a little bit, which, again, surprises me a little bit. But I'm all for surprises.
Yeah, I think honestly HMG is just mechanically starting to play better. They're finding a lot of like really quick little one interactions that are snowballing the rounds. And now they're in another offensive power play, but Polar Cortex barely gets the core out. And then Doxy like has a really neat little outplay on Weston, but then Sad Boy's angled and they're back to like neutral, but Doxy able to get the clean barrier. However, Tragic, no HP on the other side, able to get the core out. And we'll see. Okay, Chaotic confirms the kill, and now Polar Cortex trying to run their offense. But you're against an Estelle, and okay, good strike timing by Chaotic, and yeah, a lot of things happening that are not going the way I'm expecting it to.
Yeah, I think the issue there for Polar Cortex was the fact that for that now KO, they needed to use a lot of abilities, so by the time they had a power play, they didn't have abilities anymore to actually force the goal. Why, right? Which is why we're back into this even kind of play now. Zay will have a flip, A catches it though, as their pillar comes out to kind of shut down angles. And Weston is present. Obviously, this Atlas is going to be a nuisance to be going through. It's going to be a bit more difficult for him to hold on to an open net. I'd argue Tragic would have an easier time holding up to an open net, but very difficult to hold on to the open net if you're just completely stunned by a flip primary from Chaotic there. Really well executed, noticing that Tragic was a little bit too close to him and just takes advantage of it completely.
Identifying that would be like a demon angle out of the Atlas Lab gravity was really good. And understanding that all he has to do is hit stun and he'll win the interaction. Great little checkmate setup, and double barrier from the side of HMG is going to be really scary on this 0.5, which matters a lot for both teams. Both teams have so many good scary awakenings like Hotshot that they can pick up. But Chaotic with that hook is going to completely reset the offensive pressure from HMG.
Yeah, the pressure is still very much there though for the side of HMG now as they're getting the core up front again. But Weston will have a flip, and obviously that Monumentalist Timeless will be a huge factor. So even though the Mako Ultimate will come out here, the flip will be there to answer it. A nice strike from Weston will still hold on to the point for Polar Cortex here, as Chaotic now on the offense. A good banish will just completely take out Doxy, as a nice pendulum swing from Chaotic will find the barrier. Chaotic close to a flip as well. Zay will have to use his to get rid of the core there, as Chaotic's just trying to get any kind of core interaction or even enemy interaction there. Will actually opt for the orb to get the flip as well. So now it's on A and Weston to get the core up front. The flip will be there. Scary, but correct. Because if Chaotic doesn't stop it there, Tragic jumps up and flips instantly and catches the core. So it did feel a little bit weird seeing it immediately, but there was a reason behind it.
Yeah, crazy. Like he was playing on the level 3 part of the interaction there. Really good sequence from Chaotic. Completely, again, like having Tragic's number whenever he's in these one-on-ones. Being rewarded with Might of the Colossus. Gonna have so much power now. In overtime, he might actually red core, which is gonna be really hard for the Now to deal with. And also, getting Fight or Flight, having speed without having to build up the stacks. I think HMG definitely, like, Mako's huge now. Tragic has his own speed, but Polar Cortex definitely has the tools they need to take this set home and take up the gameplay.
Yeah, they just need to make sure that their defense is going to be strong, because the bane of everyone's existence, or every goalie's existence on a map like AtLab, is a double barrier angle, right? Because if you're just saying, hey, look, you can have my bottom barrier or my top barrier, I'm just going to make sure I'm going to lock down the bottom one, you're usually pretty fine. But what happens quite a few times if you're maybe a little bit overzealous or not thinking too heavily about it, you try to hold on to both barriers, you get that funny little angle that takes both of them out, and in that position, you're in danger. Talking about danger, Zay just completely took out Weston. I don't know where the damage came from, but it's there, as the power play was continuously alive for the side of Heavy Metal Gundam, but A will hold on to the point for now, but the angle is going to be a bit too tight there, as the goal is found for the side of Heavy Metal Gundam. They're gonna try to ride this momentum now into the next point. They have an energy advantage as well, as A has no evades, Weston has 1, and Name barely has 2. So we'll see if they can play off of this as they take the first barrier almost immediately.
Yeah, and that was actually like a really good laser from Doxy on that last round that was able to snipe Weston. He feels the need against this Mako to play really far back in his net and just like have that like last strike that he's able to get to clear the core. But because of that, Doxy is able to catch her a lot with lasers, and it's really hard to play around with them. Meanwhile, though, the Atlas primary completely stuck in Tragic's flip, getting the barrier on the side of HMG, and Zay taking a ton of damage. Unless he's able to do something with this flip, which he is. It was looking like a scary spot, but then they were able to do like their confirm on the barrier, and then Chaotic just lurks around, killing Doxy, getting the barrier, doing everything. Crazy sequence, and A is 50 stacks away from completing his stacks.
I'm not sure if there was like a better way to play that out for Chaotic. That was like, the timing was perfect, they got the barrier, they got the goal almost immediately there as well, so excellent play as they even it out. Now trying to take the second barrier as well. The pressure is there, but doesn't find the barrier, as Weston's going to hold on to both of his barriers for now. Tragic will try to get a bottom clear there, though. Not going to find it how he would like, as the core's going to go down. Chaotic taking a lot of damage, but obviously this Monumentalist Timeless Atlas ultimate will just be there to keep him alive. Has an orb to pick up as well, as Ace going to keep up the pressure up top with this rune, but cannot find the barrier. We're going up and above, like making that UE across the map essentially, going up and down continuously, because that's going to be the most consistent way of attacking. As a KO will actually be found there. Power play now in the favor of Polar Cortex. The Vanish will come out, hits the core, but not Tragic. Probably not what A was looking for, as Zay is being that nuisance with that Mako. Almost impossible to win a strike war against with all of that size. We'll keep the core offensively up. Chaotic taking a lot of damage as well. Probably going to be a KO target now. Never mind. Atlas Ultimate is here, and Atlas Ultimate puts you back to full life almost immediately again. Heavy Metal Gundam still holding their attack, but they're not finding the barrier yet. It will find it with a big Mako Ultimate, actually, as now Zay up front has a flip, does not use it yet, tries to set himself up. The pillar comes out, no angle to be found there, as the black hole gets popped, and the attack is still on. Like, Polar Cortex is having a rough time getting it over to the enemy side, but once they do, I'm sure they're going to have a really strong attack on this barrier.
Yeah, like every time Chaotic is able to get in these 1v1s with Tragic, it feels like he ends up like outplaying him, and even there, like Tragic is so worried about the spin that he slightly messes up the little bumper angle, and it comes right back into him, hits the barrier, and they're just quickly able to score it. Now, Polar Cortex, both sides almost having 2 flips. And I think it's a pretty scary spot to be in until A steps on the now primary, dies, loses his stacks. That's gonna possibly be really costly.
That is going to be very difficult to be dealing with now, as the barrier will drop as well. Doxy does find that past Weston. The flip will be used, gets it up to Zay. Zay not getting enough power on that attack, though, to pose a real threat here, as both barriers still alive on the side of Heavy Metal Gundam. Trying to get the attack going now. A and Weston just holding down that defensive line for now. These rune pillars, these Atlas expanses, just so difficult to deal with, especially if you don't have something like the Mako Ultimate available to you, right? So the core still, interactions are being won by Heavy Metal Gundam. They're doing a really good job at that. Plus the despawn just came through in time there. I can't believe that core actually didn't get caught on the Mako Ultimate. It still ended up being the goal in favor of Heavy Metal Gundam, as Zay is in the right position and will put it into the corner. But that timing, almost demonic.
That was insane, and it felt like Weston knew that it was about to be gone from the angle he hit it at, so props to him, keeping his head cool and calm under pressure. I think it's still a scary spot to be in, though, if you're Polar Cortex. They had no flips coming into this round, but Tragic not able to get a ton of value with his. Zay really close to reaching his flip, and I think when he gets flip up, if HMG is able to get this core out, it'll be explosive.
It very much will be, but right now Doxy has something to say about it. We'll find a barrier there as well. They will have that flip now, so probably going to be looking to use it here. Obviously, the Atlas expanse will come through. The Rune Pillar taking basically up the entire space of the barrier there, as they're still alive after all of these abilities used in that attack. Really strong attack from Heavy Metal Gundam, but stronger defense from the side of Polar Cortex as they're trying to set themselves up yet again. But looking at the last few points, core control is heavily in favor of the side of Heavy Metal Gundam because it feels like they're the only ones attacking right now. Like an off angle will find its way through, right? Like a strike shot like that from Weston. But it's largely just Heavy Metal Gundam trying to get past this defense and trying to just keep up the pressure to make sure that this Atlas is getting overwhelmed at one point. But for now, Weston holding it down.
Yeah, and they're able to restabilize the play, but... Oh, and they using the Mako passive, but unable to get the barrier. Mako's kind of out of resources now to like launch a really scary offense. The ult won't be up for like another 15 seconds, and Tragic barely not coming back quickly enough, loses the barrier, loses the flip. It's a really scary spot to be in because they're now with the open net against the Atlas with one barrier, and we see why the Quartz kind of travels in. Unfortunate bounce off the Mako ult. I think, from what I've been watching, he seems really comfortable kind of playing against the Mako and using the ult to get favorable bounces to himself.
Yeah, especially if you have the rune, right? Because the thing is, even if you were trying to go for a creative angle, if it goes south, you can just pillar somewhere, and then you're just gonna be ever present on that pick. As the side of Polar Cortex are showing us that they're very much not done with this series. They found a 3-0 win here, and I feel like even though the points were very much back and forth, the end result being a 3-0 doesn't feel incredibly weird to me because in the end, they did have a very strong execution of what they were trying to do. It got very scary towards the end, and I do believe if Heavy Metal Gundam were able to find that third set for themselves, we would have been on board for a reverse sweep. But Polar Cortex not letting that happen and just shutting that down before even getting to the thought of that.
Yeah, and Name Chaotic doing double the damage of his teammates. I think Name Chaotic, to me, felt like the story of that game. He applied so much pressure on offense. He killed people on defense. He won core control in the midfield. He was just everywhere doing everything, it felt like, while A and Weston were holding it down and just making sure the barriers would stay up as long as possible. And a clean game 2. Really excited to see what these teams have in store for us in game 3.
And we are back with Game 3, the deciding match in this series of who's going to be taking it home between Heavy Metal Gundam and Polar Cortex. And this time around, Polar Cortex had enough of the Mako forward. They actually denied it. So as Weston is currently playing it, so Zay not getting a 3-peat on this Mako pick as we are in this Clarion test chamber game. And I feel like it's going to be an incredibly snowbally one because we have a stacks on stacks start. KOs are going to be incredibly valuable and the game's going to be incredibly fast as well.
Yeah, and I think Name Chaotic has always struck me as a player who's just really good at finding these KOs. When I play against him, he murders me all the time. And Zay already staggered. Not even... If he's able to get this barrier, it's huge because he'll hit level 2 and have so much more survivability. But he's not able to. Unfortunately, the Rasmus nerf kind of affecting Name Chaotic there, unable to find the kill. And now Zay, able to hit level 2, has a skydive, has a lot more ways to find living. But A, able to primary him into the middle, gets a quick KO. And yes, Polar Cortex had lost both barriers, but they're on a power play against the team with no buttons now. Name Chaotic has flipped.
Will use the flip as well, gets the barrier down now, as now both sides have an open net. Zay's back on the field, and with the Kazan, obviously, there's a lot of playmaking potential here. As the 4 will bounce off the middle, such an unfortunate angle. Neither Weston nor A was able to get there in time. Weston might have been in flip range, but it's also like a kind of a feels bad moment, because if I'm gonna have to flip for that one, it doesn't feel great. You probably still should, but yeah, we'll see how it's gonna play out. Zay immediately again. Almost dead though. They're very much not in favor of Zay getting any kind of stacks to be playing with because he's been taken off the map once, and Polar Cortex looking to do it over and over again. As again, the damage will just find its way onto it. That Rasmus are really coming through though, as Name Chaotic's trying to get these angles, trying to get the confirm, but they're just not finding it. Doxy with a great flip will almost get a goal there, but Weston and A will hold on defensively for now, as Name Chaotic is just hunting.
Yeah, and Polar Cortex as a team is just so good at finding these KOs on the person who's touching the core, but HMG striking back, able to take away any chaotic stacks. And in the stack war, getting that kill was so important because he was really close to getting it, but now able to kill Zay and or kill Doxy, who is the closest member on HMG to getting stacks, basically kind of resets the stacks advantage and gives it to Polar Cortex. A is only 10 stacks away from hitting it, and it's just a really scary spot to be in if you're HMG unless they're able to find the goal in this round. If they can find the goal, they have so much time to just build back up their stack advantage, but if they don't, it can get really scary really fast.
Yeah, I do feel like there's a slight difference though in how both teams are playing it, because obviously both of them are aware that, hey, if we find KOs here, we can snowball this in our favor just because of the stack difference. But I feel like the side of Polar Cortex is so much more focused on it to a point where they're kind of starting to not really put in enough effort for the core control side, because during that entire point, yes, Zay and Doxy took damage, they got low, they even got KO'd, but the barriers and the goals are being found in favor of Heavy Metal Gundam because they're just going to be a bit more focused on it. As the double barrier there will actually be found. Tragic with a flip now walking up. Era with those momentum boots obviously going to be having a field day running out. As an Era Nado will actually find the KO on A. Last game it was, or in the Taiko Temple, it was the other way around. A obviously doing such a good job on those nados. Another KO being found, and Heavy Metal Gundam just looking to close off the set now. At this point, just getting KOs kind of for style points even, as they're set up really well to take this point and take the set.
Yeah, really, I do agree that Polar Cortex is focusing on KOs too much, and now that they've died both midfield and goalie, really scary spot. Doxy has all the speed, runs in, uses a flip, scores. Quick little set win from HMG, and if Kazan can get size, and it looks like, barely gonna be second pick. But still, fight or flight, fight or flight up. Probably gonna be that for Doxy. There's a chance she ends up going prime time. That would also be pretty valid, but already hovering the fight or flight. I think that's good. Now, unless Estelle denies prime time, okay. So, Estelle takes prime time, great awakening for her. But the Era is able to get Glass Cannon, which when you have Mom Boot stacks, you're just building so much speed and you're going to be able to be everywhere. Kazan's able to get his size. It is important to note Mako got a speed awakening. They're going to be able to speed up their team, but if that secondary gets interrupted or if it's just on cooldown, and you see already how effective it can be with explosive entrance and having that extra speed. But now it's on cooldown, and Tragic with this Glass Cannon Mom Boot is going to be able to build a lot of pressure, but Main Chaotic controlling the core really well.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw in game 1 in that Taiko game, right, what Tragic can do when he does have a lot of speed, right? On that rune pick had a lot of speed awakenings as well, so that pressure is going to be all the way up there continuously. And I'm seeing a bit of an adjustment from Polar Cortex. They're still playing for KOs, right? But they're not overcommitting to it anymore, which is very nice to see. Because if they're still overcommitting to it, it's gonna be incredibly hard for them to really play it out with the awakenings that the side of Heavy Metal Gundams are able to find. So a good adjustment for them so far, as one barrier still will be found. Doxy's gonna get really low here as well. She tried to go to the orb there, maybe get a barrage going to get the pressure going, but will still be holding on to live as Chaotix, just looking to get the KO confirm here. Flip comes out from A, will not find a goal immediately, but a nice Rose Warp up front will be there to be in position to get the goal in. Tragic not using his flip there, as Polar Cortex will find the first goal of the set.
Yeah, and something really important to note, A is already at 122 stacks. Prime time, especially on Estelle, whose laser can hit so many people, it actually helps you build stacks so much quicker. And Zay already taking so much damage, essentially out of the play, especially on the Scoob map, where it's really hard once you're staggered to still have pressure. And Doxy running into the Mako wall, gets killed too. This last set kind of snowballed in the way of HMG, but this set looks like it's snowballing the opposite way.
Yeah, the last set was like Polar Cortex trying to find KOs and not finding them. And then through that, it got increasingly difficult for them to really play it out, and they just ended up being out-controlled by the side of Heavy Metal Gundam. This time around, they are finding the KOs though. And with finding the KOs, it is obviously going to make it a lot easier for them. Now, It's still not a one set though, because you can see here Name Chaotic very low now as well. Zay even using some abilities there. Doxy almost taken out again as she's down into stagger. But the flip will come out from Name Chaotic. Will find the double barrier as well. He's going to try to set himself up to get the KO and the goal. No, KO's found 2v2 as they're completely in chaos here. The Mako primary will come out, but will not find any kind of good setup as Zay is going to try to get himself in position. The flip will have to come out from Weston. That slowdown from Mako, very noticeable. Old Mako would have been able to just walk down and get that core away, but new Mako cannot be doing that as Doxy again taking a lot of damage. Tragic will have a flip available to him as well if he does wish to walk up and get that going, as Doxy will take damage. Kai is obviously not very known for being a character that will survive a lot, as actually the KO will be found on Name Chaotic now. Heavy Metal Gundam in the power play together with all of this core speed. It's gonna be trying to get a setup here to get it past Weston, and a nice reaction there from Doxy as she walks up and completely denies the clear off of Weston to even out the set.
Yeah, and really, like, so it was really unfortunate. A's dribble in the power play earlier, in the 2v2, I think, earlier. It was unfortunate. The timing of Weston's primary ended up taking the core from A when he was just trying to hit Zay forever, which would have been a good primary usage. Just like a little bit of desync. And now HMG just with a really stellar offense. Even though Doxy lost her stacks, she still has Firefly, so she can still kind of compete with the enemy team. And like having guaranteed speed on a stacks and stack start is like, it does so much for you. And now A staggered and Zay just able to quickly get the core flip goal. And HMG just, the set started off in a really Polar Cortex favored way, but HMG out with some good outplays is just back in the game and looking to take this two out.
Yeah, they're playing it a lot stronger as well. I feel like Weston's having a bit of a tough time adjusting to the Kazan Kai offense, because quite often he can't really find himself in a position where he gets a comfortable clear out, because they have so much area that they can cover with, right? The Kai barrage will be basically anywhere that Weston's going to want to be clearing as well, and the crooked leverage off the Kazan is also just such a nuisance to be defending against. So looking a bit rough for Weston to get these clears, to get these defenses. For now, he's holding on for this on the second barrier as the flip will come up from A, but will not find a barrier. And again, I want to point out, Tragic playing so aggressively. You can see him basically constantly on that halfway line, and that's the strength of the Era goalie as well, right? Just being essentially a second midfielder of sorts. That's just gonna be up front continuously, adding to the pressure and enabling both of his forwards there so consistently. As the flip will come out from Zay, will not find the goal yet, and Doxy will need to fall back a little bit to make sure he doesn't die. Tragic with the run up there, sadly gets played around though. Those are the risks of running up, right? Those are the things that will happen if you do overstay your welcome a little bit. As are now open goals on both sides. Weston will find a nice clear all the way up, and obviously Tragic with the Era can't really be doing much against the flip in a 1v1. You're just gonna have to kind of guess where you're going, and you weren't able to pick the right corner there. Nice goal from Name Chaotic.
Yeah, and that was like a really unfortunate barrier loss for HMG. I think the barrage by Doxy would have been good on any other map, but it kind of like hit the bumper and made the core go really fast. And Tragic's like insanely quick. He actually may have caught up to it. And now Name Chaotic has no evade, neither does Zay, but Name Chaotic able to find that really vital KO on Era. Now, even if they don't score here, Name Chaotic has no, or Tragic has no stacks, and it's going to be so much harder for him to defend if he gets hit even worse.
Yeah, I mean, it's not even going to come into play as they do find the goal in the first set now for Polar Cortex, and KOs like that have so much value because in Clarion, you're going to more consistently find KOs on the outfield players. You're not going to find them on goalies. So if you can find KOs like that as Name Chaotic or as Zay on the enemy goalie, that's going to be a huge stack reset, as we have a lot of awakenings here that can be quite influential. Obviously, Size and Kazan, great pickup.
Yeah, and now with that size, I think it'll help the scoring pressure so much for HMG, and also the Era denying the size away from Rasmus. Rasmus is probably going to be unkillable now with Reptile unless he messes up. But how do you score on this like really big Era who's running everywhere? It seems kind of hard.
It seems incredibly hard, especially because she's going to get even bigger every single time she uses a primary that she'll probably just do whenever she sees you, or you're even like close to her in any way, shape, or form. But we'll see how it's gonna go. You do find angles like these, right? Take one of the barriers, the strike shot from Western there, finding its target, the Doxy running up, getting that barrage with that Kai, who just gets a barrier of her own now. As the attack will be started up by Named Chaotic here in a 1v2, will find the pendulum swing though through Tragic. Great setup as Heavy Metal Gundam is now dealing with an open goal. Side of Polar Cortex still holding on to their second barrier for now, as their defense is going to be holding strong, and a KO will be found there as well. Stacks now reset on Zay forever again, as a power play for Polar Cortex is alive. Are they going to find the goal? Yes, a nice self-pass with the pendulum swing from the Chaotic will set himself up and get the goal. Point lead for the side of Polar Cortex.
Yeah, that was a crazy KO. The hook into the middle and then popping the middle to kill Zay. Zay has like triple size with the Among Titans pickup on Doxy, and I feel like if HMG is able to stack their stacks, it gets so scary for Polar Cortex to deal with all the speed that Blue Team has. But Polar Cortex just keeps on finding these really vital KOs that like just shouldn't really be happening. But they're just playing it really well and finding the really tight windows, not over-threatening it, but just getting it when it makes sense to. And Doxy back up, Tragic halfway to stacks. If I'm HMG, I at the very least want this round to go a little longer or just score so they have time to build up stacks.
Yeah, Tragic agreeing with that as well, walking up, using the flip there, but the great Mako ultimate will shut that down immediately as the flip comes out from A as well. Will not find the barrier there, but again, you can see Tragic is walking up trying to make use of the era here, but right now Zay's just fighting for his life right now, as actually KO will not get found. The stagger will go away as well. We're hitting overtime. Course gonna go a lot faster now. Great strike shot from Weston will hold on to the point, and the goalie that I was slightly criticizing a bit earlier, completely starting to shine now. Weston in his element with these clears, not giving any kind of free passes to the forwards, just holding on to the defense and being that wall that Mako is so known for being.
Yeah, and great Thorns by A, able to outplay Tragic's walk up. But Tragic now hitting stacks on stacks, looking at how Tragic is going to be able to use that speed advantage now to influence the rest of the map. And Zay Forever just quickly with a really clean little scoring attempt, hitting it through Estelle, who has also built up her own stack. Everyone in the game except for Doxy really close to hitting their stacks base point, and the game's gonna get a lot more fast.
It's gonna get incredibly fast. As an unfortunate strike there will actually take a barrier, but I feel like if the only player in this game that's kind of fine with not having all of their stacks is going to be Doxy, right? Because she does have Fight or Flight and Among Titans to work for her, so as a baseline she can already keep up with it. So that's kind of alright. Obviously you do want the stacks to be even faster than that and just completely outpace everyone. As you can see, she's running up on that Kai there as well, trying to get that strike or win. Doesn't find it, as both barriers still intact on the side of Polar Cortex. Flips also on everyone in Polar Cortex. First one coming out from A, not finding the barrier. Named Chaotic also not responding with a flip of their own there, as Doxy is being put down into stagger. Will flip in front of the barrier, but awkward angle does not allow the barrier to be taken there, as Doxy is just positioning in... It's difficult to position on a map like this to be safe, but she was able to pull it off and is back to being not full HP, not even close to half HP, but at least alive.
Yeah, and if Doxy's able to live here, it's pretty huge. She'll be able to build back up the stacks. She's halfway there now. And open net for the Mako, really scary spot to be in when you're against his size Kazan. But Polar Cortex stealing away the barrier. Both sides are in this really scary open net situation on the bounce house.
Yeah, the kills just... They're continuously trying to find the KO on Doxy, but they just can't. Which makes it a bit awkward for them because, again, they're using abilities for this KO. They're using abilities to keep up the pressure. And actually, goal will be found by Weston with a nice angle there. Named Chaotic just being a nuisance to Tragic on the defense there, not allowing him to walk up where he needs to actually go receive that core, as now Polar Cortex is one goal away from taking a second set for themselves, and they're starting it off pretty strongly as well, taking one of barrier almost immediately, as Weston will be holding the score, has a flip available defensively if he does need to use it, but for now still holding on to it. The offense from Zay and Doxy not letting up any way, shape or form of that.
Yeah, and I think this is a really important set for both teams because HMG can just scale into oblivion. There's still another size awakening left for the Kazan. And meanwhile, Polar Cortex just also needs that awakening so they can be more competitive. I feel like they have gotten the short end of the stick so far. Zay able to get that goal, bringing this to set point. And however this point goes is going to determine a lot of pillars this game does.
Yeah, most definitely, because you're going to be putting yourself one set away from just winning the series, and you're going to get priority picks on this next set of Awakenings, which can potentially be quite valuable. But we'll see how it's going to pan out, as a clean double barrier actually will come out from Polar Cortex and Name Chaotic. Just excellent Rasmus play on top of the Era. Tragic, not really much you can do at that point with all of that range and that those stuns coming out from Name Chaotic. As the set MVP is going to go to A, we'll see what they're going to be able to pick up. You see how Hotshot in here, that's funny Awakening.
Yeah, and Primetime, Hotshot, Spark of Focus, Estelle. Okay, goes the Spark of Agility. This gives them some insurance because there's 2 Sparks coming up, I think, in the next draft, and it's a really scary spot to be in if they get leadership, since Spark of Focus is like the best by far Spark in my opinion. Meanwhile, though, the Era able to get Monumentalist gonna help her cover a lot more space, and the specialized training Kai, I think, could definitely be like a scary thing for Polar Cortex to deal with. If Noxie is able to get any snipes, it'll just hurt the Sax economy so much.
Yeah, most definitely. I feel like there's just a lot more speed and pressure now on the side of Polar Cortex, but they need to be careful with their positioning, right? Because if they're finding them, or Heavy Metal Gun, no, Polar Cortex will have to be careful with their positioning, because again, a Monumentalist Arrow, we've seen how much KOs a odd Nado can find, and especially if it's going to be as big with Monumentalist as it will be, it can be quite scary. And yeah, I mean, you mentioned it, that the specialized training going to be quite a scary Awakening as well. So we'll see how it's going to pan out. As Heavy Metal Gundam almost immediately answered with the first goal in this set, and again, they're attacking so strongly and just being such a like suffocating force, just keeping the core up, giving Weston so little room to be defending. And as a flip comes out from Zay as well to get a 2-0 lead, and they are not over with this series. They find 2 goals in pretty quick succession here.
Yeah, really explosive set from HMG so far. I do think they picked up some really big, important power awakenings. And Doxy, unfortunately, gonna make her snap skill that take a lot longer. And kind of gives Polar Cortex some room to get back into the game. But Zay, with all this size, is just so scary, able to get both barriers, and with the Super Surge, covers so much space. Really scary spot to be in for Polar Cortex.
Yeah, difficult to really play out because you need to find a way past Zay up front, and even if you get it up front, right, Name Chaotic doesn't really have any size to his own name, which makes it a bit more difficult, especially when you're just going to get an arrow beam. As the attack, again, is very much alive. Weston will use the flip there, doesn't find the core with it, as Name Chaotic has a flip now as well. Probably will have to use it here for the second barrier, because Polar Cortex just can't really get themselves in a position where they can get a solid attack without having to use a flip here, because they're playing on their own defense so much, especially because Tragic is playing it up front so heavily as well. Flip will be coming out from Name Chaotic, but again, not finding anything, as Piercing Shot almost gets it, but a nice strike from Tragic will still hold on to the point. The barrier does not go anywhere, as a nice Mako hit will come out, but again, Tragic's just being that defensive force on the Era. Not necessarily known, right, the pick of Era to just hold it down like that, but Tragic's positioning together with how Doxy and Zay are positioning around him as well just makes it so difficult to find that score. And now we're going into this last draft of this series. And yeah, I mean, you mentioned before, Spark leadership in here. A will have the second pick, so I'm curious, it's gonna have to be a deny. Don't think Zay is very ecstatic with it, but it is what it is.
Yeah, and that opens up Estelle to get heavy impact, or, okay, gonna deny the aerials so Kai can't get even faster, and also gives Mako heavy impact, which will let her secondary be up way more often. Meanwhile, the Era denying Adrenaline Rush and the Kai getting CTL, still gonna let the Kai be fast. And we've seen before, the Era Nados are able to do a lot of damage when HMG runs their offense, and all of Polar Cortex is like backed up trying to defend. So this Adrenaline Rush Era, which kind of a deny, could also end up being really strong if they're able to get a really good offense going.
Yeah, if they can get the setups going with the Nado, but as of right now, the team finding setups is going to be Polar Cortex as to find both barriers. Now, Doxy and Zay up front find one barrier, but the second one is not found yet, and a great usage of that Estelle ultimate together with his aerials, giving that a little bit of extra range to just shut down the clear angle for Tragic there, as Polar Cortex will find the first goal in this last set of the series.
And just a really important way to start the set for Polar Vortex. Last set, we saw it just get quickly out of hand, HMG scoring, getting 2 goals in quick succession. But now A, already halfway to stacks. If he's able to be the first one in the lobby with that built up, it'll help a lot for Polar Vortex's offense and defensive play.
Yeah, so you're gonna be looking to get as many of these stacks as possible to get that snowball going. But right now, Heavy Metal Gundam with a really strong attack there. Doxy with a barrage will take that second barrier now. 2 barriers to none as they're trying to find the goal here. But Polar Vortex getting the core out, getting it into that corner up top, but they can't get it past Doxy. Never mind, do find 1 barrier now. As Zays continuously just kind of harassing Weston. Weston will have a flip as well if he doesn't want to use it. Needs to use it here for almost sink its way past. But Zay with that size, gonna be enough to get that core into the goal. And we're down to a best of 3 left for the series.
Yeah, and just a really important offense for HMG to get through. A is so close to hitting up stacks. If Polar had gotten that defense out, A would have gotten stacks that round. But now, HMG back with this corner offense, just able to execute it so well, get both barriers off of one like advantage state, and it's just such a scary spot to be in if you're Polar Vortex. They forever has the play.
As a flip, but I wonder if Heavy Metal Gundam might even be trying to play it a bit greedily here. Try to maybe hold this flip for a later point, because you do have just on the map, you just have such a positional advantage. You don't have a lot of HP to be working with, but you do have the situation of just 2 barriers against the other. Flip will be used here from Zay and now from Name Chaotic to get the clear out. HP bars are getting low for the side of Heavy Metal Gundam. You might need to start being worried about KOs, but never mind. Zay actually with a huge open for an umbrella will find a KO onto Name Chaotic there, resetting those stacks. They find a goal with it as well. Doxy will have a flip. Tragic is about 2 strikes away from getting one themselves. Looking really good now for Heavy Metal Gundam going into this last point.
Yeah, at match point, Name Chaotic has 2 Dead Awakenings. Really scary spot to be in if you're Polar Vortex. Doxy about to hit the stacks too, all of HMG having their stacks built up. This could be really scary. Great Aeronado gets the barrier, double flip up by HMG. Scary spot.
Very scary. Zay is going to take a lot of damage here, maybe potentially going to die as well as the flips will come out. Weston answers it immediately, holds onto the barrier for now. Name Chaotic now getting 1 barrier, tries to find a second one as well, but they cannot set themselves up as Zay is being put into the bounce house there and will be taken off the map as well. That's going to be a reset. That's going to be some momentum shifting as well, as Dox is going to take a lot of damage as well, maybe even taken off the map depending on the cooldowns from A and Name Chaotic as they find the second barrier to try to set themselves up. A huge Mako Primary will actually find the KO, and the KO coming through as well, procking that recovery drone off of Tragic. Did not reset those stacks on him, but he's now very close to being reset as we're going into this 0.5.
And Weston, the sub, got 2 primary snipes with that missile prop he picked up earlier on Zay and Doxy, actually completely turning the game's momentum around. Crazy final point.
Very crazy final point, and now the momentum, everything going in Polar Vortex's favor here. They have the stacks, they have that movement speed that the side of Heavy Metal Gundam still will have to stack. If 1 barrier down on the side of Heavy Metal Gundam, will they get a barrier of their own? No, the defense will hold strong. Name Chaotic also has a flip available now. Will use it right here. Tragic not there in time to react. Tragic will have a flip to this for his own defense, but will not want to be using it when he doesn't absolutely have to. Core bouncing back and forth. It's a chaotic map, it's a chaotic situation as Polar Vortex will try to get the KO going on Zay again. Will not find it for now. A will take some damage as well. 1 barrier dropping now. The second barrier still staying on the map. Polar Vortex now on the attack. A and Name Chaotic don't really have any kind of energy to be working with on the offense. Weston will use a flip there defensively. Will get the core out, but the side of Heavy Metal Gundam will respond to it. Zay will use a flip. Will get the angle. No! The barrier is still alive. A nice strike from Weston. Last second there will actually hold on to it as the core is still going back and forth. The bounce castle delivering with the chaos that it will always have. Doxy will have a flip soon. A nice primary coming out from Weston. Will still hold on to the attack here as Tragic, which still has a flip as well defensively. I need some air.
Yeah, and A has flip, about to use it. Tragic reacts with his own flip, but Doxy now on offense with flip, uses it herself, but unable to find anything. Zay keeping up the pressure, but Polar Vortex somehow holds the barrier. And now Name Chaotic has a really good power play. A Rose warping in, but HMG able to stop the offense and get the core back on Polar Vortex's side.
The Core is back on the attack now. The side of Polar Cortex will try to get it through. The barrier is still very much alive. They cannot find the angle though, because Tragic, Zay, and Doxy just playing it so well positionally. The sides will make the difference. Zay will find the barrier as Polar Cortex now with an all or nothing attack, but a nice hook from Zay will confirm it. Gets it past A, and Weston not there to react. What a point in the end. That's gotta hurt if you're Polar Cortex. You were so close to taking the series, but in the end, the defense from Heavy Metal Gundam too strong, and they will take the series 2-1.
Yeah, the billion-sized Kazan able to find the hook that seals the deal and wins HMG the series. And I mean, that was a crazy back-and-forth game. Everyone, like, A and Name Chaotic both dealing 45,000 damage, but unable to find more than 10 kills and unable to find the win. I feel like HMG was just so good. Whenever they had offensive pressure, whenever they could build their offense, use Aeronados, use their overwhelming speed, they just found so many barriers and goals.
Yeah, and I feel like towards the end as well, you can kind of see it on the saves department, right? A had, throughout the entire series, quite a lot of saves, so it was very active on the back department, which made it a little bit more difficult for Name Chaotic to really get a score in. And you saw that especially on that last point, right? Polar Cortex continuously on the attack, continuously trying to get that core past, but more often than not, A wasn't necessarily in range to really help with that push. So it was Name Chaotic trying to go through almost all three of Heavy Metal Gundam. And every single time that Heavy Metal Gundam got that core out, the counterattack happened almost immediately. So extremely well played from both sides. Heavy Metal Gundam finding their also important first series victory in this NASA League, and the side of Polar Cortex getting their first loss. Both teams now 1-1, but I'd argue pretty strong start into the season still for both of them.
Definitely.
All right, and NASA week 2 Jackpot versus Oncoming Traffic. Game 1 here on Aten, not Aten City, Taiko Temple. I said the wrong one. But some interesting team comps coming out here. Oncoming Traffic rocking the Zen Luna now on this Stinger start. Everyone in this match went Stinger, by the way, so that should tell you something about the mentality here going into this one. And knowing the players that are involved in this match, I expect this to be a pretty explosive series.
Yeah, notably, this is not a game in the North American Strikers League, but we've still got 6 Little Bs. We's Little Bs not in this game, but 6 Little Bs making their appearances in the builds of all of these players. And Color Craze making an appearance in the goal box of Oncoming Traffic for point 1.
Yeah, big point here. But take a look at the things here. It's double mag souls for both forwards. And we see Mangoes rocking the momentum boots, the newly buffed momentum boots on the now goalie, which is pretty interesting, I think. Here's a big Crater Maker coming out, and that's Color Craze down. Oncoming Traffic with the power play opportunity. But so far Jackpot doing a good job just keeping them pushed back. Coin getting staggered here as well, gonna get KO'd, and now it's Jackpot's turn to take the power play. Pushing on this bottom barrier. First flip there from Mangoes. Now back up to Color Craze. Mangoes doing a good job here on the midfield line, just keeping out tempo, taking a lot of damage, dealing damage back to Color Craze though. And this Zen ult might be another KO here for Coin. The power play just keeps switching hands here. Core flip comes out from the IME. Try and force it around, gets out of position just a little bit, leaves Alpha Me to defend the barrier, and it will fall. It's an open goal, an opportunity for Oncoming Traffic to potentially tie it up. Firewall Sentry coming out here in the midfield. Tempo boosting in the insta flip, but a great save made by Jackpot. Here's the Crater Maker on the line. Another great save, keeping the shots up onto the bottom side. Coin, though, getting knocked back and staggered here. It's just Tempo in the 1-on-3, but finds the gap in the defense to tie up the game.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. We didn't get to see too much of Tempo and Coin playing together. It was kind of just, oh, one of them staggered or dead, and the other one is just running the 1v3. But they're the ones that took the point home. Alchemy is already looking worse for wear, but that flip did find value. Grabs the barrier and finds the goal shortly thereafter with the help of Color Craze's Shower of Thorns. That's a nice 1-point lead, and a set point for the side of Jackpot.
Position to be in here on such a volatile awakening start such as this, especially when you really want size and dash range on some of on your forwards there. But it will be Color Craze going down, and the power play for Oncoming Traffic yet again. Mangoes with the core. Alonso linking up. Gonna get pushed right back into the corner. Still holding on to this barrier though. Now Alonso to Alpha Me. Clear it out of there. Looking to push back up and get some offense going of their own, but shot back out. And Tempo Melon with the boost. Able to find that second barrier up to Coin with the slice and dice, and that'll be Oncoming Traffic tying it up here on set point.
Yeah, we're already seeing both of these teams very clearly show their true colors. Obviously with this Ristel, Jackpot have a little bit more of an angle to just win off of sheer core control. But they're not shying away from damage, but they are the ones that are without a player on the board right now. It's the power play swinging in way of Oncoming Traffic, who are angling more for this core control centered play style. Or not core control, kill centered play style. My gosh. Yeah, no. Heavens if Stinger, Zen, and Luna are playing core control. I mean, they can, but these guys are aiming to eliminate their enemies as fast as possible and doing a pretty good job of it. But it's 0.5 now, down to whoever can find the next crack in the wall as to who will take second.
Yeah, right now, goal getting busted open right now on Oncoming Traffic's side of the field. Trying to clear it off. A nice boost from Tempo Melon to snipe off that barrier, and Coin right there to follow up if the goal gate's open. Oncoming Traffic will be stealing back this set one as it went back and forth there for quite a bit. Tempo going to be the MVP here of this draft. We see the prize fighter and the ad rush show up, and I wonder if one or both of those might go over to oncoming traffic.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm predicting, especially because I doubt Alonso wants to take prize fighter. Actually, no, he knows better. Yeah, we've seen the Coin and Tempo Melon show one too many times. They will just run over the match if they get too many of these KO Awakenings. So even though Timeless was on the board, fantastic pickup for Aimee, Alonso's going to make sure Prize Fighter doesn't fall to Coin. He'll settle for Prime Time, which will mean more Stinger hits dealt out. Color Craze is going to start sparking. Nothing's really left for Alphamy at the back of the draft. He was left with just Orb Replicator. And that means that this draft was pretty solidly won by oncoming traffic. Mango's denying away that size from Alphamy, who is now completely off the pitch, taken off by Tempo and Coin, and is certainly not the last KO we're going to see, possibly even this point.
Yeah, these are some rough awakening boards. I mean, Coin with a dime right there, as it should be. Bouncing it off the opening goal gate to find the point. But yeah, these awakening boards are definitely looking rough for Jackpot. All the damage is in the favor of oncoming traffic right now, which is definitely a sentence that I think makes sense. So, rightfully so. And we see Color Craze getting bounced around in that top corner right now. Alphamy, though, able to beat Mangoes and get a barrier here to at least even that up. Alonso lobbing it back in right now. Color Craze still staggered. It's going to get taken out by Coin, but oncoming traffic losing a barrier for it. Pushing back in. Alonso finding a clear. A nice death touch from Alphamy to pull Mangoes out of the way. The core going to float right in. And this is just how Jackpot has to win these points. Managing to find the one-on-one reactions and staying alive just long enough to make something happen.
Yeah, certainly Ristel is a good offensive duo to have into a now goalie, but it's rare that they're actually able to have the duo. Because usually one or both of them is staggered or KO'd entirely. But they do find a double barrier right off the bat here. And even though they're in the midst of power play that's not in their favor, they bring it up to a 2v2, and Jackpot actually have an opportunity to get a 1-point lead here, even though their barriers are down as well.
Made back up. A really quick death touch in. Not able to connect with the Whiplash, though, and Tempo will boost it right out. It's going to slip past Alonso, who just couldn't get far enough back in time, and it'll float right in. Oncoming traffic able to kind of sneak that point out, and now they're the ones who are actually on set point.
Yeah, the XP differential starting to tell the story. 6 levels on Coin and Tempo Melon, and barely 6 levels on Alonso, but both of the forwards of Jackpot, who have not been able to play nearly as much this game, still sitting at level 5. And that XP difference is only going to grow larger as oncoming traffic's game plan continues to work flawlessly. But it's no longer flawless. They're getting KO'd themselves here, and a nice burst of offensive pressure from Jackpot is putting a little bit of hope in their hearts for the rest of this game, but Tempo's extinguishing it with a double barrier.
And a core flipper from Color Craze going to get blocked at the line. He gets back in the midfield, a big scramble for the core here, and it falls over on the oncoming traffic side of the field. Color Craze staggered, but trying to recover. A pass up to Alphamy. Tempo looking to get it out. Over to Coin now. No one there to follow up. Still getting knocked over on the Jackpot side of the field right now as Coin becomes staggered in turn. Mangoes with the core flip, a pass up to Tempo, dribble off the bottom bumper to the bottom side. Tempo winning the strike wars against Color Craze to make it happen. And a second point. Going over to oncoming traffic, Tempo Melon staying at the top of this draft. Continuing to get whatever she wants. And I mean, there's Deadeye just showing up for free, as well as extra special and Missile. Like, this is everything. This is everything.
Yeah, everything, and Alonso's got to deny away that Monumentalist from Mangoes. Which, speaking of Mangoes, doing a little get down Mr. President at the end of that last point, saving Coin's life and then scoring the goal shortly thereafter. But they'll take the extra special and the Monumentalist away. Again, it's a game of denials for Jackpot, which means that when oncoming traffic get to settle for their second best picks, I don't see a win condition coming up here for Jackpot. Like, unless they somehow don't die, which I think is highly unlikely, because, I mean, look at what's happening right now. We have absolutely disgusting amounts of damage flying out everywhere. I don't see light for them at the end of this tunnel. Or if there is a light, it's just the light of a flurry of cars as they stand straight in oncoming traffic.
And there's another great slice and dice from Coin. Right as the goal gates are opening, this guy's been pretty precise with it for scoring really quickly like that. And oncoming traffic just looking to run away with this game one pretty much, unless Jackpot can kind of make the miracle happen, or oncoming traffic maybe get a little bit, start slacking a little bit. We'll see here. Coin has a flip available, taking a lot of damage. Nice dodge on that ability, but is now staggered in the enemy goal box, just trying to stay alive. Meanwhile, Tempo with the core on this bottom side. Alpha will find the death touch off the center. That's a power play for Jackpot. Alonzo blinking up, burns the flip to bring down a barrier. Crater Maker comes through, and Color Craze not looking too healthy. There's the flip of their own. Now an open goal, but 2 flips here for oncoming traffic. Coin on the respawn, finds the dash, and is able to bring down a barrier pretty quickly here. A nice save with the death touch from Alpha Me. Still a lot of work to do. Color Craze getting taken off the map. A pass up to Coin. It goes Pop trying to come in time. The Crater Maker sends it at a weird angle, though, and it gets bounced out of the corner. But Alonzo staggered. The core's going to slip past. The second barrier's gone. It's just Alpha Me left on the board. Color Craze respawning. Core flip here from Alpha Me. Gets stalled out. Got some damage onto oncoming traffic, though. Color Craze pushing the Thorns in, but Tempo picks up the KO onto Alpha Me. The perpetual power play continues. Coin with the slice and dice, just barely able to bank it around Alonzo off a respawn. And now it's match point for oncoming traffic.
Yeah, Jackpot looking like deer in the headlights here. Spectators to their own demise as oncoming traffic just run away with this game. Both barriers already down. They don't even need to get kills to make it happen. The core flip comes out. And if the point goes on, they'll find KOs. But until then, oncoming traffic might just win off of sheer force of will.
In.
There's the dash!
Can't do anything against that. Or, well, at least Jackpot isn't able to do anything against that. Tempo's been so successful with those boosts. And taking them at fun angles as well from around the center. A quick win there for oncoming traffic. A really good start for them, and they just played it very well. A 12-minute, almost 13-minute game with 11 KOs there. Oncoming traffic making quick work of that game one. And we'll see if they're able to keep it up moving into game two. Game two. Atlas's Lab, Spark of Strength, Aerials start here. Another pretty aggressive comp from oncoming traffic. The IME, the newly resurrected, I don't know if resurrected is the right word, but Aragoli back on top of the world in Zentaro versus now Rasmus and Kai from the side of Jackpot here. And double sparks from the forwards of oncoming traffic. They are looking for the power.
Yeah, Aragoli is looking quite strong. I mean, all of oncoming traffic looking quite strong as they score 0.1, but certainly I'm excited to see Mangoes on this Momentum Boots era, and with Aerial's start, this means a couple things. So this is buffed Momentum Boots and buffed Era, so Era can move very, very fast with the new Momentum Boots and actually get in range in the midfield to utilize this fast Era primary that she's got, as well as give her teammates speed to allow them to score cool goals like that. So this is a very, very volatile comp that oncoming traffic have drafted here, and it's likely to just snowball their way to victory here. It's up to Jackpot to see if they can find a way to break that momentum, and Color Craze, winning a few good strike wars like that, might be able to start the ball rolling.
So far, oncoming traffic, though, paying no minds to speed limits, just tearing down these barriers at record pace right now and just instantly scoring. I mean, that whole set was less than a minute. That might have been a 40-second set right there, all just about, not counting time between points, as Tempo Melon once again going to be the MVP here with pick of the lot. Spark of Leadership showing up, but it looks like it'll be Bulk Up going over to this IME, just stacking, or Spark of Leadership. Either one, probably the Spark of Leadership, yeah, just stacking the power. And like you said, this is going to start to snowball out of control pretty quickly if Jackpot can't do something about it.
Especially because Bulk Up falls to Coin. Massive swing awakening for kill comps. You get more damage and you get to deny away survivability from the enemy. Spec training on Color Craze means that there's some KO potential, especially with the Might of the Colossus pickup on Alchemy. Some KO potential on Jackpot now, but I mean, it's so hard. You're getting Era Shrunk. If you're getting Era Shrunk and you have Might of the Colossus, you're also losing power on top of size, like additional power. So it's going to be tough. But that being said, Jackpot do manage to slide through, find some barriers, and they might be able to be on the board for the first time this game.
Everyone on oncoming traffic was forced on a defense there for a moment, but rotating back relatively quickly though. Alphamy pushing up with the Whiplash. Color Craze in position. The 2 pellets from the barrage, just enough to beat Mango's strike right before Color Craze got taken off the map right there. A lucky break for Jackpot. You say they hit the jackpot with that one, but oncoming traffic just right back to it on this point, immediately getting a barrier here. They've got 3 flips to work with as well. They're dumping the damage onto Alphamy. It's not looking too great as there they go. Now onto the power play. 4 flip here from Coin, picks up the second one and opens the goal. Now in position in the top corner. The glitch pop, it's just enough, and a little bit of help from Coin. Oncoming traffic, just tie it right back up.
Tie it right back up. They still have 2 flips to spare. I will say, though, I didn't even mention the most pivotal Awakening pickup that Jackpot got, which was that team player. If they can somehow survive to overtime, which is where team player really starts to shine, that is going to be very useful for them. But it will be a miracle in and of itself just for them to make the points last longer than a minute. As even Alonso on this now goalie is being KO'd. Almost staggered here and with no evade to his name. There he goes.
Coin again. And this Temple Melon flipping it right in. Jackpot seems like there's not a lot they can do to stop this. It feels like it seems like oncoming traffic is just kind of inevitable when you're standing in the road like this. And now Mangoes has a flip available. Pops the speed boost off a kickoff. Alphamy pressuring this barrier, but winds up with nothing. Let's get the flip. We'll get a second barrier. We'll get the first barrier though on the return on that top side. Around the black hole. Tempo Melon gonna pop it though. Bring it back around, but Color Craze pushing up with the barrage. A nice clear from Mangoes. Oh, bit of a self-sabotage there with the Firewall Sentry. And an open goal now for oncoming traffic. Color Craze now for me looking to capitalize on this, but Coin in the midfield picks up another KO. And oncoming traffic with the power play. Core flip here from Coin. A pass to Tempo Melon off the black hole in the center. Looking for the second barrier. Mango's pushed all the way up to the midfield line as well, and they'll bring it down there. Now the shots on goals should start to begin. Alphamy, pushing back up. Looking for some kind of opportunity, but Color Craze is getting melted almost instantly. Mango sends the core back up, and there goes Color Craze. Melon with the core flip here, sets up the sentry. A pass to Coin. Alonso, though, will be able to hold on to it, reduce that core speed quite a bit, passing it back around, but Mango's just up on this midfield line, making it hard to get the core through. Color Craze on respawn, pops the barrage. Alphamy, though, waiting at the top side, and the forwards of oncoming traffic not able to get back in time to assist on the defense. And Jackpot able to tie it up on set point. A little bit of breath of fresh air here.
Yeah, for once it seems there might be some stop signs on the route for oncoming traffic. Jackpot seem to have stopped a bit of their roll for the time being. They're staying alive. Not seeing nearly as much oppression or CC from the side of oncoming traffic. And instead, it's some impressive offense that they're keeping up. Consistently applying pressure, keeping possession. And even in the face of that turret, Alonso, very valuable core flip, only lost 1 barrier off of it and didn't have to spend too many abilities to do so. It looks like Jackpot are playing a lot more efficiently, a lot more cautiously, and it's rewarding them for now.
Coin has a flip available here, and Color Craze is quite damaged. There's the flip getting burned, but a nice save from Alonso. On the back of the barrier, though, Tempo able to bring it down and open up the goal, and just like that, it'll go right in with the pressure from the corner. Oncoming Traffic picking up their second set now in this game. That one going to a 0.5. Jackpot does show some life there, but Oncoming Traffic just feels so inevitable right now. Fight or Flight on the board, a third spark for Tempo Melon, and it's essentially the spark of focus, making this IME very dangerous indeed, as well as just buffing all their other teammates. Super Surge for the now. Explosive for Coin. Fight or Flight will go over to the Rasmus here. Mango's picking up Glass Cannon is even scarier with the Mom Boots. And Color Craze not left with much.
I'm surprised Mangoes didn't want the Monumentalist, but even without the Monumentalist, I have to say, looking at that draft, it looks like it's going to be green lights from here on out. Oncoming Traffic. No need to stop. The NATO coming in. That's a 6-second goal.
6 seconds. Wow. Yeah, I mean, that first set had some pretty quick goals. I'd be surprised if they're able to match it in the third one here, but so far they're making pretty good progress. Jackpot holding on kickoff for this point though, but Color Craze taking a lot of damage in the process. A bit of a bad bounce off the center there from Tempo. We'll see the barrier fall, and that's Coin actually taken off the map. A power play for Jackpot. Alonso though overcommitting just a little bit, will lose a barrier. And Tempo Melon doing a good job though, keeping the core up. Mangoes as well on the defense. Pendulum Swing comes out from Alpha Me though, and that's an open goal on Oncoming Traffic side of the field here. But Coin on respawn picks up a KO onto Color Craze yet again. But now Alpha Me with the core looking for some kind of a one-on-one. You can win the one-on-one with the Era, but the problem is you have to get to that point to begin with, and Coin and Tempo are just not letting that happen though. Color Craze looking for a breakaway to happen. Tempo Melon just matching the speed, and Coin picking up another KO. Color Craze just cannot stay alive. Alonso looks for something with that core flip, wasn't able to find much. Mango sends it around. Alpha Me with the death touch, able to defend, but a pass up to Coin. See the shots on the net continue. Tempo to the top side. The Zenel in the goal box looking for the dribble. Slice and dice to try and get it past. Jackpot will hold. Alpha Me not able to get it very far. A nice beam from Mangoes to pass it up to Coin. And Oncoming Traffic already at match point.
Yeah, it's... To say that Jackpot would need to work a miracle to come back from this would be an understatement. I think that at this point their fate is sealed. Staring straight into the headlights. There's not much that you can do from here except embrace the rubber that's about to be on your face. The barriers go down. Lego, I'll let you take this one out.
Color Craze looking for something, making a solid solo offense there, but Coin just quickly KOs them yet again. Tempo with the flip available, just waiting for this core. Gonna burn it here, shot to the middle, the glitch pop for fun to send it to the top side, and that's Oncoming Traffic sweeping the series, flying down the highway and leaving nothing in their wake.
All I'm hearing is honk, 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 honk.
Oh yeah.
What a series. Quick
Yeah,
6-0 victory.
Literally 3 multi-ton vehicles barreling down the road at 65 miles an hour. Just kind of steamrolled Jackpot right there. I mean,
Oh my gosh.
as one might expect. But yeah, that was a very quick series and a very, very solid showing from Oncoming Traffic. I think we know what this team's going to be all about, and it's just aggression, aggression, aggression. Playing up, getting KOs, constant shots on net, constant shots on the barrier, pressures on the barrier. Tempo doing a great job in the midfield, doing both damage as well as keeping the core up. Coin, of course, the quickest goal scorer in the West. Coin isn't even a car, Coin is a motorcycle. Just weaving around all the other traffic.
He's
And,
freaking
yeah.
lane splitting.
Yeah, he's lane splitting. Nothing Jackpot seems like could do about this, so yeah, great series there for oncoming traffic here in week 2, and it's gonna be interesting to see if they're gonna be able to keep this up, or if someone's gonna come along who's able to match them and potentially slow them down. Maybe give them a speeding ticket or something, but great win from them.
Alright, this is the first game against for ADR against Ball and Ballers for it's the first week in NASA. Second week of NASA, sorry, and we got Spark Strength Star and Aerials on Taiko Temple. Greg, what do you think about these team comps here?
Well, Ball and Ballers is running like a pure core control team comp. They have no damage going on with Dubu and Era rolling in midfield. That is not. Those are two characters who can't really reset regen timer, and Julie, while is okay at finishing off kills, she needs something like a NATO to really set that up. So a lot of the time they won't be able to play 4 damage as their win con, they just need to find some raw core control. And I think the way ADR will be playing is going to make it a little hard for them to find that. However, something of note here is that Lufoxdio is swapped out for Taco in the midfield. Potential playstyle difference, we'll have to see how it plays out for them.
Yeah, and just already off here, first point going to ADR. They had a pretty explosive start getting both barriers before the side of Ball and Ballers was able to get anything. I think they're kind of relying on this Astra and Luna to stuff the core in pretty hard and making it their lives pretty hard on the side of Ball and Ballers. Which means, and especially with having like an Era who's like not like the best defensively, like it may be difficult to defend against that offense.
Yeah, and Luna having that open coverage with Dash, as long as she has the cooldown, she can answer pretty much any outclear. So they'll have to be playing very carefully on defense for them. And the issue is that if you can't go for an outclear, you have to play right back into Asher, and that's exactly what she wants. So it's a very strong comp from ADR here.
Yeah, now moving into the second point here. Kind of in a bit of a stalemate here. Bertram on the back foot here trying to get that second barrier. Ball and Ballers not able to do so just yet. And Wallaby not able to set up the offense, but Twee getting in there with the dash and the special, forcing the flip out of Dr. Bebop, but still not getting any of those barriers set. Now getting that first one barrier down for both sides. Bam and Bertram both have a flip on the other side, so if it gets over there, might be a little bit dangerous for the side of ADR.
Yeah, and Asheralt coming in on this, they're running in the corner, and though Bebop does have the defensive goals to get down, Bam finds a massive dash punch. They might be able to make this power play count massively. Forcing out Bertram's flip, though it might die here. They have another chance before Twee respawns. They get the second barrier. Bam is forced to use the flip to not die to Wallaby Gangsta, and it seems like the play is going to simmer down from here.
Yeah, Bam almost dead too. Maybe looking to try to get a kill there with the Mako and the Luna. But Bebop loses that second barrier. Now all barriers down for both sides. Looking a little bit dangerous here, especially because Wallaby has that flip. In position here, not able to use the flip just yet, but Taco has one of his own as well. So if it's able to set up the offense, either team could get this in very easily. The flip to the top side of the barrier, to the top side of the net. Gets it in. Dr. Bebop not able to stop that.
Yeah, Bertram
Yeah,
able to put up Wallaby perfectly with a strike shot there, reacting to where Bam wants to send the ball for a dribble. And because of that, it goes to Wallaby for a perfect flip open shot on the net, and Bebop does not have the coverage to answer that. A strike beam with Taco, they might be able to blitz down 2 barriers right away, but not instantly, as Wallaby's able to defend right away. And he wastes his ult, it seems. Both goalies down an ult, and a power play coming in for ADR. They might be able to make this count.
Yeah, I just feel like I'm seeing this Julie struggling a lot here because the Mako is putting so much like incremental damage onto them that she's not really able to regenerate, and the Luna's coming back like occasionally to drop in like a rocket or a dash just to do more damage to the Juliet. So she's not really able to survive super easily here. So I'm wondering if the side of Ball and Ballers we're going to be looking to get some sustainability in these future drafts to try and help them in that matchup.
I think what Bam will be looking for later in the drafts is actually knockback power. I think what he wants this game is to be able to find those dash punch kills. Because if they can get that power play consistently going, then they might be able to have such a flow that they can consistently score. But this set, it looks like they've on the back foot for pretty much the entire duration of it. So long as Bam isn't finding some like heroic plays on the net, they are kind of slowly losing is what it looks like to me.
Yeah, it's pretty hard here, but Wallaby almost dying there, had to use the evade. Does get the orb though, so he's unstaggered. And now trying to get that second barrier here against Dr. Bebop, but he does have that flip. Not able to get it just yet. Dr. Bebop doing a great job on the defense with the help of Taco. Bertram still not really threatened here though, not even coming close to losing that second barrier, but Dr. Bebop is just in the exact same boat. So both kind of in a sort of a stalemate here. Both teams just playing pretty well on defense. Twee, right in front of the barrier, gets the flip. Gets that second barrier. Both sides down for the Dr. Bebop, and they're trying to get this third point here on the side of ADR.
Yeah, and it's just, oh, Bam with a big flip in the face of Bertram, who's not willing to spend that flip just to guarantee it. Though I will say it's looking very difficult for Ball and Ballers to close out this point, as long as Bertram is willing to spend that flip, because Mako, with all her cooldowns and flip, is so hard to crack open. And yeah, there's Bebop's flip spent out there, and because of that, he is able to use it to save that angle from Twee off the center drum. What a shot.
Yeah, really well played from Twee there, up 3-0 in this first set. Twee rightfully getting that MVP as well, maybe looking to see a Deadeye. You gotta see the Deadeye here. Probably will be opting to take that just because they're already putting a lot of damage on, but could see something like a team player here, or a Missile Prop, who knows.
It's true. Twee does sometimes like to make a statement of not taking Deadeye, and there it is, going for Missile Prop instead. And honestly, it's not that bad, because Missile Prop is now about as much of a power buff as Deadeye is. It's just less conditional and doesn't proc on dash. So honestly, I can see the vision behind it. However, notably, a 1-2 punch is denied away from Juliet. I know Bam was wanting that. And now he's out with a Size Awakening too, so he needs that glass cannon, which is pretty easy to reset as like it kind of been looking this game. They're very much hitting him on defense like this. So he might not get a chance to stack it up. Instantly, recovery drone is wasted for all the gangsters. He mentioned Aeronator though.
Yeah, and just like from that draft, the thing that I was noticing is that Ball and Ballers did get 2-3 in the draft, so they were able to pick up a size on Dubu to match the Asher size, so I don't think that's too dangerous to them. And they also got that team player on the Era, which is helping them out a little bit in the midfield, I would imagine, because they're trying to keep it away from this Luna, who's just able to respond with her dash and stuff, so maybe that extra core speed will help them get it away from her.
That's right. I think, good NATO setup, perfect corner offense to take those both barriers. I think there is a world where Ball and Ballers here. Good strike war from Bam, waiting out the Mako primary and knowing that once that fires, there's nothing stopping that open shot on the net. Very well played from them. I think there's a universe here with Bebop having pauldrons and built different. He just gets so much size on Dubu that it becomes way too hard for ADR to find these goals. There could be like a real universe where the game stalls out like that.
Yeah, now moving into this point, Taco actually really low off the start, getting hit a bunch by that Asher special. Bertram not able to get it away with that strike shot, misses the strike, loses that first and their second barrier. Great dash punch from Bam to secure that. Now on the back foot here, Bam trying to get that goal here, but not able to do so just yet. Bertram with great outclear. Dr. Bebop now losing both barriers from the Asher collapse and the flip to get the kill, and Taco's not able to respond from that shot.
Explosive play, absolutely. They find their one little open pass there, and because of that, they're able to take both barriers, kill Bebop, find the open shot in the net. Taco not willing to spend the flip to save it. Very, very convincing for ADR, winning a point they were otherwise looking a bit outmatched in. Let's see if they can keep that momentum going up in the rest of the set, though.
Yeah, it looks like they're starting off well, getting that first barrier pretty easily, but ADR almost getting a kill onto Taco, but he still has that flip here. Not willing to spend it just yet. Oh, Bertram with the cage from across the map, able to put Dr. Bebop in there, but they still haven't dropped that barrier yet, but Twee with an amazing dash, able to get that second barrier. Bam, not able to get the core just yet, but Dubu keeping that core forward with the wall for a little bit. Not getting scored on just yet. Wallaby doesn't really have anything, it looks like, either, so Dubu's pretty chill for now, but it's still a little bit dangerous here for the side, especially after they get that kill on Taco finally after lowering him so much. Great roll from Dr. Bebop to stop the dash from Luna, but still on the back foot here, down a person, really, really difficult here.
Yeah, but they're playing some clean defense here, though. Twee does have a flip coming in, they'll have to be careful about that. Playing it towards him a few more times, but he's not able to get anything convincing just yet. An Asher ult is able to perfectly set up the goal, though. One era is not enough to defend that.
Yeah, this is just really difficult for the side of Ball and Ballers. ADR is doing a great job of capitalizing off of any mistakes that they're making on defense and just instantly getting both barriers, instantly putting the goal in if they make any mistakes. Ball and Ballers has to do a really good job trying not to die or going down to power play just like that, and playing their defense perfectly. So it's just a really, really difficult game for them.
Yeah, it's looking like their comp is just not able to get anything done. They're playing defense pretty much the entire game. The only really way that they are able to score barriers is from raw breakaways from Bam here. And those aren't something you can pitch an entire game on. You can't win a game off of heroics alone. So they might need to change some tempo. Taco hitting it into the center drum, not quite expecting the ball to be there by the time he struck, and sitting it perfectly into the top side of his own net. That's a very unfortunate way to end the set for them.
Yeah, now Wallaby Gangster getting that MVP here, maybe looking to get a size awakening, and there is the big fish here, potentially able to outside, well, not outside you because of the Pauldrons, but at least match it more easily. You could also be looking for the prime time, or the extra special, or the bulk up. There's a lot of different things there. Actually, opts for the spark. I don't know if he has a spark already, but...
It is a spark of strength start.
Oh, right, yeah.
Though I will say, there are a few good options here, and it's pretty interesting that Bebop's opting not to take the big fish, considering it seemed like that was his whole game plan, to stack as much size as possible. It could be that he wants to pivot off of it now, but it might be a bit too late for that given this game state. He might have just wanted to commit to that full-size win con. Though extra special is nothing to scoff at either. Era has 2 dash awakenings, and Juliet has heavy impact here. If anything could be a turn in momentum for them, they'll need to find these dash punches, I think.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say as well. I think that heavy impact is kind of the key thing from that draft. If Bam is able to find those dash punch skills off the sides, which he should be able to more easily with that awakening, then their life should be getting a lot more easy. It'll get a lot easier because they've been kind of in these reverse power plays a lot. But you know, as I'm saying that, they just lose both their barriers. Great defense from Dr. Bebop, nonetheless, able to outstuff the Asher, but not really able to set up an offense here on the side of Ball and Ballers. It's pretty difficult here. Bam trying to get that first barrier, was able to do so. Taco trying to set up that NATO as well to get the second one. Still not able to get that barrier just yet because all 3 members on the side of ADR are playing on the defense. When that Asher walk back, it just gets really, really difficult to score.
Yeah, that's something you can never really take away from Asher Brawler is her defensive prowess for a brawler. Not all brawlers are able to hold down the net as cleanly. And Bebop dying to seemingly just a stray Luna missile, perhaps, with missile proc. That could be just the end of the point as is, considering only Era and Juliet are left to defend the net. However, he's respawning soon. If they can't score now, then he's right back on the field. And they are able to stall out long enough for this play to stall out. Bam has a few more shots on the net, but he's getting damaged so much that he just can't stay in there alive.
Yeah, this Luna, okay, great dash from Luna, able to get through that Dubu wall. A little bit of an unfortunate Dubu wall mishap per usual, but he does have X special, so it doesn't matter. But regardless, this Luna is deceptively strong. She has Spark of Strength, Bulk Up, and Missile Prop, so she's hitting really hard, and I think that the side of Ball and Bars is going to have to be really careful playing against her, because she'll get those straight kills really, really easily.
Yeah, clean evade from Taco, wasting Wallaby Gangsta's flip. This could be a turn of momentum as Bam is using a dash here, but Bertram is not needing to use his flip there. He's saving it despite his defense and is able to clear it out with claiming Bam's life for it. So this is the way this is playing out. They're getting so many kills on this team, which is, again, this is one of the most killable team comps I've ever seen in my life, actually. Era Juliet Dubu, I feel like if you're playing in a Spark of Strength start, this is kind of the only way this match would end up playing out on paper. So
Yeah,
they
it's definitely
really don't seem to have much of a winning strategy here.
Yeah, this is really difficult. I just think the Era can't defend in the ways that they need it to at the moment and they're always down a person, so it's just really difficult. But one barrier down for both sides, so it's still possible for the side of Bon Ballers to come back here in this third set. Bertram still has that flip though, really not feeling threatened on defense ever, and Bam almost dying here. One shot away from death, is staggered now, but is in the corner, no one able to threaten him. Bertram uses that special, gets him out with the ensnare drums. But Taco trying to go for the second barrier there, not able to get it just yet. Bertram and Twee both still have their flips too, so it's looking hard here. Dr. Bebop whiffs his flip as well, but does keep the barrier alive, which is really big here. Uses that wall as well, doing a great job on the defense here, despite being in the reverse power play.
That is the thing I've noticed. Bon Bars have been playing some very strong defensive sequences. It's just that as they have to play it longer and longer and more frequently, they'll just not have the cooldowns or the stamina to keep that defense going. They have been having these solid plays in the moment, but they're just so outmatched by these team comps and the state of the game that it's not even close to enough. As they're looking at like they're in a pretty bad spot here. Bertram is not looking like he's going to go down anytime soon with cooldowns and a flip. Forced to use it off of a missed strike shot, however. That is a strike off of the flip that will go directly in the net, though, as he finds the angle around the Dubu wall to end this game 3-0 in sets.
Yeah, a great angle from Bertram off the drum there to get that final point. 3-0 for the side of ADR. I mean, just based off what I saw in that game, I'm hoping that Bon Ballers is looking to maybe opt for either a comp that can play better on defense or one that can survive more easily. But I guess it will depend off of the start, because that was Spark of Strength and Aerials, so that favored like a Maka with 2 damaging characters pretty hard, which is what the side of ADR had.
That's right, yeah. Very big draft difference, I think, coming in that game. I think if Bon Ballers wants to keep this series alive, they'll have to change their game plan pretty significantly. Alright, then we'll cut, I imagine. We're cutting. Yeah.
Yeah. It was, yeah, I mean, definitely, I mean, era-induced loss, but whatever.
Oh, we picked Era. We picked Era on Spark of Strength to start.
Yeah, that was just not, I just don't...
We still think she's good. What's up with that?
Is NM in the pool?
Is what?
Night Market?
Oh, Night Market? No, it's not.
Bro.
It better be on the next rotation, man. Low-key.
I mentioned it to Drop, and he's like, Drop's like Gret Esports in Nassau soon. I'm like, bro. Yeah, I mean, the Luna just was owning them. I don't really know how else to say it. Like, it was just really hard to play against.
Yeah.
I mean, Luna had the most shots. Bertram was level 6, and Bertram was Bertram's 6, she's 10 now. So insane. Twee was just everywhere. I don't really like... Hey, Mesprop wasn't nerfed. W Luna...
Yeah,
I
I
don't-
think Mesoprop is just like actually better on the character now.
Yeah, maybe.
The only thing that I still gives is knockback on her dash. But like, if you want the like consistency and the extra range, obviously,
Mhm.
the damage
also-
difference is nothing.
Because I think Bebop actually wanted Mesprop too for a special, but would have took it right before him.
If I
Maybe
were
don't know.
Bebop, I would not be picking Missile Prop up. Holy shit.
I wouldn't take it either, but I know he likes it.
I keep stacking size, perma. Holy
Mhm,
fuck.
Do you think he should have taken Big Fish instead of Extra
Yeah.
Special?
Yes.
I agree. I think it probably was better. I just don't know, like, because I know all the size wings like just got nerfed or whatever, so I'm not really like... I haven't played the game a lot.
It is really good now, I think, as long as you're actually stacking size. Just because it's like completely different.
Also, is Luna like crazy? Like, is that just like normal Luna performance now, or what? Like, I don't.
I think she was as good as you just saw last patch.
But
before
because she
the nerf.
just got nerfed, yeah.
I think the nerfs didn't hit her hard at all, though.
What were the nerfs?
They were pretty big knockback only nerfs.
I guess it's alright.
Like, I think she is still pretty much just as strong.
Alright, welcome back to ADR versus Ball and Ballers. We're in game 2 on Clarion Test Chamber with the Glass Cannon Prize Fighter start. A little bit of different comps here. We see the Era and the Dupu on the side of ADR, which we're both on Ball and Ballers last time, and Ball and Ballers now opting for a Rune and an Atlas, maybe to get a little bit more survivability. See how this changed this game.
Yeah, the Asher is notably different from the last game, though. Picking it instead of the Julie, making a much more condensed kind of offense rather than the free form that Julie provides. Might prove to be a little stronger versus a melee goalie pick that Bebop is playing, like Atlas here. Bebop is playing Strike Shot on Atlas, which I think he has to take now after the primary lingering nerfs. And again, okay, the damage changes are showing itself now. Wallaby is already staggered, which was something we just were not seeing last game from Ball and Ballers. The Rune and the Atlas are much more damage-like oriented picks. If not immediate, it will still like show itself. So
Yeah.
Wallaby is able to still, though, find a primary to hold the ball, still have Bebop's strike cooldown, and then an ult to very cleanly send him into the bottom corner there.
Yeah, Arrow was able to send it into the corner, and he just dropped that. Asher dropped that special, and there was it just got stuck in the corner. And there was nothing really that Rune and Atlas could do because they weren't already down there. But great strike shot from Dr. Bebop, able to get it away from Wallaby, and that Rune Pillar keeping up that disruption, able to get that first barrier here, but also losing their first barrier as well against that Asher. Able to defend the second barrier with that secondary, keeping up great defense here with Taco and Dr. Bebop layering their strikes well. Taco with the banish onto Asher.
Ooh.
Oh, great kill for the Julie dash punch plus the banish Pillar. Able to get that kill, maybe stacking up some prize fighter stacks here. Maybe this is the win con that Ball and Ballers is going for, just trying to get kills to out-damage the side of ADR.
Yeah, Twee going for a bit of a hero play with the flip, but as a result, the stall was completed, and Wallaby's back on the field as if nothing happened. Spending the resources for it, but it might prove to be valuable if they can get this barrier down pretty soon. However, it's looking like they're the ones on defense here. Bebop is forced to use a flip after a strong passing play, beating his expectations out with the strike shot, and a dash coming in, stunning Bebop for the barrier here. They might be able to look for something very convincing here soon. Taco spends the banish, doesn't get to put something insane, but off of a flip in secondary, very cleanly finds the barrier. This could be it. Bam has the flip to work with, and Bertram is not able to save that open shot from Bam. Clean open shot in the net there.
Very impressive play from Taco, able to use that secondary to get right next to the core and flips from across the field, lands at the very top of the barrier. Bertram wasn't able to reach it, even with that flip. And then Bam uses his flip to get that first goal. Now it's 1-1 here in this first set here. Ball and Ballers, I think, are really trying to scale them out here by getting a bunch of damage, relying on that prize fighter stacks to carry them to this victory and getting more damage to help them out. So they really want to win this first set here. I think it's difficult for them if they let this Asher or this Dubu just start stacking size and just like pushing into the corner and making it difficult for them to win strike wars and such. So I think they really want to win this first set here.
That's right, and something I think I've been seeing is that every time they're on this offense, there has been one good defensive sequence from Ball and Ballers in the Gates formation, the Goo formation rather. But knowing the Atlas and Rune picks here, I think the defense has not been as clean as it could be with these characters. I think I'd much rather see Bebop on like an open goalie, like a Vice or something, because that gives them the pressure they need to win this game, I think. But as they've locked in the Atlas now, I think they just have to work with what they have and find these fast and smooth and loose plays with Rune and Julie, who want to play this open space kind of game.
Yeah, and I do think the one thing that the Atlas does provide though is that it should prevent like any stray kills from like an Aranado or like dying to like an Asher dash punch off the edge if the Atlas is being careful. But you know, as I'm saying that, the Pillar, a little bit of a mishap. It kind of puts it back into the net with the help of the Asher special, and they're now 3-1 here, getting that first 7th out of ADR. Era getting the MVP, but not really too much here that is looking too interesting for him. Maybe just gonna take the extra special to deny from that Rune.
Absolutely,
but who knows?
yeah. It has to be extra special here for sure. Rune is just too good with that awakening, and Era is not bad herself considering how low her secondary already is.
Whoa.
Or her ultimate already is. And Rune opting instead for a Reptile Remedy, maybe even a Deny, to stop the enemy team from being able to survive, which they might need this game. Orb Replicator coming in from Bam, who doesn't have much else to pick from after the Hotshot deny. I will say, I think Atlas should probably have been going for Hotshot over Twin Drive, but we'll see how it plays out here.
I think I would have rather have I would have liked to have seen the Twin Drive and Hotshot be taken by Rune plus Atlas instead of maybe that Reptile Remedy, because Wallaby still got that size. So if it was a denial to try and get kills more frequently, it's still just hard to like play into them if Wallaby gets that size plus the recovery drone. So we'll see what happens in the second set though.
Yeah, Banish comes out, sending Wallaby to 1 HP almost immediately. They're unable to get the kill right away, however, as a result of his health bar, they might be able to find a very convincing proc in his recovery drone here. However, if they commit too much of their time and lose the barrier for this kill as a result, they might actually end up regretting it. As Wallaby is looking like he's about to get regened like nothing ever happened, and he's able to preserve this recovery drone. The point is kind of stalling out as a result.
Yeah, but Taco is keeping up a good job on the offense there, able to keep it in front of Bertram for a long time, but it doesn't matter. Twee and Bertram are playing great on this defense here together, laying strikes perfectly against Spam's offense there as well. Dr. Revalve does have the flip here though, so I don't think he's feeling too threatened here on that Banish against the Asher. Able to oh, great flip to do damage to both of them. Rune and Julie able to capitalize that as well, get 1 kill and proc the recovery drone off of Wallaby. Maybe this is looking a little bit favored here for the side of Ball and Ballers now.
Yeah, and seeing the way Ben is playing, he's very hungry for these kills. He wants them as like his main win con here. He sees someone at low health, he's playing only to kill them. So hopefully, the way the game plays out, maybe in later drafts he can get some more Awakens to really support that. But the way they've been playing this, they've been in this 3v2 for almost the entire point. Finding the barrier right there, they'll have to get through Bertram's flip first before they're able to score this point. No, they will not, as Bertram loses a crucial strike war and left the ball go in without flipping. They'll have it for the next point, but as a result, they're down 1-0.
Another greedy goalie down. Doesn't use the flip on the line when needed to. Loses the strike core against Julie, greeting a little bit too hard. But back to an even closer here on the bounce house, getting that first barrier against Bertram already. He still has that flip here to work with, so he should be fine on the defense, but maybe he won't use it like last time. Feeling pretty confident in this Julie. ADR getting 2 barriers already and getting a kill with the NATO, and then Twee is able to slot it in off the top. I think that kill is very big against the Atlas here. It's not something that you really want to see.
Yeah, looks like Bertram might never need to use that flip, as he would end up on defense that point outside of the first barrier he lost. So, Ball and Baller is just the Era Asher put the ball in the corner, and as a result, they just sent the ball in. However, Ball and Ballers are needing to find the ball out of that exact same scenario they found themselves in last point. The ball is in the corner versus Era and Asher. They're able to get it done this time with Rune and Juliet's cooldowns. But now, if the ball floats back to that exact same scenario, if they keep funneling it into this corner over and over again, the game will prove to be very difficult for Ball and Ballers to win.
Yeah, I would really like to see some more out-hit clears here from the side of Ball and Ballers. Taco and Dr. Bill definitely had a lot of opportunities when it's in the corner. I think that because they're playing an Era Asher comp, the side of ADR is committing really hard to a corner, and they're just trying to stuff it through there. But if they lose that initial attempt, then the side of Ball and Ballers should just be looking to clear it out and get it away from them as soon as possible instead of giving them more attempts here. Although the Atlas with the Twin Drive is definitely doing a great job on the defense, able to keep up a lot of this corner offense away from their barriers. So. And now, going into the offense against Bertram here, he does actually end up having to use the flip here. Wallaby Gangster does get the kill, though, with the dash punch. Talking about forced to use the flip, gets the core away from the barrier, though. Still has that second barrier alive in here, even in that reverse power play. Taco is about to come up as well, looking pretty bit back to an even flow state here for the side of 2 teams.
That's right, and Bebop is finding these clean-out clears that you were just talking about now. He's playing for them almost as much as he can. It's a good adaptation for Ball and Ballers. They've been able to keep this point alive for a very, very long time, and Ben has been getting many chances. There's a one right there. A hot shot, not a hot shot, but just the glass cannon's core speed in overtime. Red coring it, making a very clean shot from them there. And as a result, the Rune Pillar setting him up perfectly. And he's getting many, many chances, much more than last points it felt like.
Great defense from Dr. Bebop there, able to win that strike war, keeping that second barrier alive. But still a little bit on the defense here, even wasting that secondary. So if it gets back in the corner, it's going to be pretty hard for the side of Ball and Ballers. But it doesn't matter, because Bam wins the strike war against Bertram in the midfield with that dash. Now 2-1 here for the side of Ball and Ballers.
Catching Bertram walking up, I feel like the Ball and Ballers have made a very visible adaptation to the way they're playing defense, the way they're playing possession. And because of it, Bam's been getting many, many more chances on the net. And he's also been playing a lot less for the kills. I've noticed he's playing much more for scoring attempts on Bertram, so he's in these perfect spots to find those opportunities. As a result, they're up in this set. They may be able to even the game up.
Yeah, and I think that this variant of Clarion is also favored for the side of Ball and Ballers because they have that rune who can just take the orb pretty much anytime he wants with the banish, so it makes their life pretty hard. He can also cover the side lanes pretty easily with his pillars as well. So it's looking pretty bit hard here for the side of ADR to mount an offense here, just playing on defense pretty much the whole time. Also that banish against the Asher, losing almost all her health, now staggered here, trying to get that kill here, not able to do so just yet. But Ball and Ballers are looking good here. They have almost have all 3 of their flips here, so it's looking pretty hard for the side of ADR.
Yeah, Rune getting the pillar, maybe able to confirm the kill on Wallaby, not opting for it, anything like a banish, just secondarying away for the regen timer. And because of this, they have all of their flips to work with. A dash coming in, not quite enough. Bertrand is able to hold that. Taco might have to spend his flip. Both Taco and Bebop spending their flip here. And Taco, with a secondary, not enough to catch it. A bench coming in, forced to sidestep from Bertram. As a result, they're able to find some maybe offense going on here. Wallaby's not in range for the down pass from Twee there. And the point is about to stall out, but anything could happen the way this is going on. It's a very, very high tempo game that we've just found ourselves in.
I mean, Dr. Bebop, excuse my bias, is fathering the lobby right now. There's so much, he's like so well on defense, doesn't care about the corner offense, he's just permanently on it. But you know, as I say that, he does lose that barrier, but Bam does get a kill onto Twee in that power play here. Ball and Ballers are trying to make it capitalize on that here, and a great ankle off of the middle, get it around Bertram's summer assault, and now 3-1 here in this set for the side of Ball and Ballers. Maybe this is the start of something that we need to see.
Yeah, and it's not the same kind of heroic plays we were talking about earlier. These are consistent, replicable things that the Ball and Ballers can do. They look like they've found an answer, honestly. A bulk up coming in for Bam here. Many awakenings he'd like to see, like 1-2 punch of Dren Big Fish. He's opting for the bulk up instead, as it's a very strong pickup on him. Prime time for Era can be a little difficult for them to deal with, and ADR might love getting that awakening. Dren Rush is denied away from Bertram, and he doesn't want to give that to Rune. However, I don't think Taco is too disappointed with the 1-2 punch pickup. I think this draft pretty strongly favors the Ball and Ballers. So if they're able to keep that adaptation up that they found, keep that answer going, then they might be able to get this game into a game 3.
Yeah, I would have to agree. That was a pretty strong draft for the side of Ball and Ballers, especially getting that bulk up on the Juliet. But something I would be a little bit concerned about for Ball and Ballers is trying to not let this go to a 5th set, because we did see that Asher pick up the Spark of Focus, and we do not want to let her. They do not want to let her scale it out. It'll make their life significantly harder in the corner. But now losing both their barriers here in the bounce house, very volatile map. Twee able to get a bounce off the top, able to get that first point of the set pretty quickly here in the 22nd point.
Yeah, ADR are very good at punishing mistakes. 1 or 2 mistakes we see from Ball and Ballers, they're able to turn that possession into a goal with that Era Asher composition. And a barrier's taken. The Rune Pillar here might be enough, but Bertram is able to cleanly get around it there. Perfect under. Good aim from him. And as a result, he's not losing his second barrier. He's able to play some clean defense going on. Taco's the one getting the orb here. A bench comes in. This might be a kill on Twee here. Not quite, but it does force his flip out, and he's at 1 HP. No evade. He could be a target for the rest of the game here.
Yeah, and Taco doing a great job keeping up this offense, though, keeping pillar up. Not able to really, ADR's not really able to get a pass out of the midfield line, but they do hear Twee trying to get that cross clear cut with the air beam, but it's a little bit off center, not able to get that barrier. Both now up to both sides here, both have one barrier. Bam, getting a kill on the other side of the map against Twee. Now in that power play here, trying to get the second barrier here, not able to do so just yet because Wallaby is on that defense with Bertram, keeping it alive, and that Dubu Wall coming out, still stalling out for Twee coming back alive now. But Dr. Bebop does have a flip, but Bertram does as well, so it's looking pretty hard here for either team to score.
It feels like Taco's the one getting the orb every single time on this map. If they keep this up, they'll be so favored on this formation. I feel like the only thing ADR needs to win this point is to get that on Twee or Wallaby. However, because Ball and Ballers is so consistently able to get that, they're finding Bebop out of position there as he commits to a low clear. And Tomato almost kills, but he's not quite there. A Rune Pillar in overtime, 1-2 punch core speed, able to find the second barrier there. Suddenly the points evened up. This might be enough for Ball and Ballers to take it. A secondary, perfect. Bam is able to dribble it, stall the play out, and a dash punch evaded by General Twee, sidestep coming in from him, and now there's no cooldowns coming in for Ball and Ballers for this point. However, Taco is able to get this orb, so he might be able to play this for a little while longer.
Yeah, and they're doing a great job keeping up that defense as well. Dr. Bebop Taco using their creations to just keep it out of the hand of Wallaby Gangsta. Really not much that he can do here. And now, bam, trying to get him to play. Oh, but he goes for the dash punch, but Twee responds with the flip and actually catches him out and kills him. Now in this reverse power play here, this is looking pretty dangerous for the side of Ball and Ballers. They've been in power plays a lot, but they haven't really been in a lot of reverse power play situations, but now that they are in one, it doesn't matter because Bam is already back, not able to do much. Taco doing a great job stalling and gets that middle orb here. Maybe looking to get a play here, but it doesn't matter because Wallaby Angster finally gets to the core and he's able to slot it into the top once Atlas has no abilities.
Yeah, eventually just finding Bebop without those cooldowns to defend. From then they're able to slot it in perfectly. It was a very long point as that formation tends to be, but I mean, I feel like 4 orbs went to Taco that point. They were eventually just not able to connect off that, and as a result, ADR was able to punish and find that eventual offense, long offense, going in for a 2-0 lead on this set.
Yeah, now one barrier down though for the side of ADR. Bam able to get that pretty easily. Dr. Bebop also has a flip on the defense, so he's not really feeling too threatened here. Trying to set up that offense here, but General Tree is able to get it out. Past the Wallaby Gangster, but Taka with the banish, able to get a kill off this on Wallaby Gangster, pops that recovery trend, so he does keep that flip, which is unfortunate for the side of Fallen Ballers, but it doesn't matter. Forces that flip out here. Now going for that kill again, not able to get it just yet, but Wallaby Gangster is not looking too good here. No evade, just lost half his health. Side of Fallen Ballers is really looking for these kills here, and they are not afraid to commit everything to get them.
Yeah, Bam has been very notably creative every time he's running offense, and I think Bertram is kind of trying to figure that out. He's starting to wait and react to whatever Bam might do and respond adjustingly, accordingly. And because of that, he's been able to find some very clean defensive plays here. And Taco almost goes down to an Aranado. As they're playing in an open net here, they could find this very difficult to deal with. Bam's forced to use his flip here to keep possession, and as a result, Taco banishes, Bertram's able to sidestep, and they do not get the barrier now. And now they have a lot less cooldowns to work with after that play failed. They'll find it a lot harder to score. As Wallaby Gangsta gets the core in the corner here, and Bebop not able to save it as the secondary is procced directly on top of him. A 3-0 set for ADR going into the set 4.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate for Dr. Bebop. That secondary just not quite big enough to defend against it. And he did have that flip, but I don't blame him for not using it, honestly. Just expecting the secondary to be able to hold it. But regardless, now into this draft here, Twee is the MVP, maybe looking to take that fight or flight here, or that team player, or the stacks on stacks. He does offer the stacks on stacks, and Taco getting the timeless creator, probably looking to hold these pillars in the side lanes and keep up that offense a lot more easily. Dubu does get that team player, which does help their offense a lot. It makes it really easy to outclear and just set up offense considerably more easy. And then Astro does get a second spark through Spark of Leadership. Atlas goes for the heavy impact. Not sure if that was for a deny or against the Asher or what, but we'll see how this draft turns out, because it's looking a little bit favored for the side of ADR.
Yeah, Wallaby notably opting for Spark of Leadership over that Agil. He might want to spread some CDR with focus to his team, but we'll see how it plays out later in this game, maybe even if it goes to a set 5, as they do find a double barrier, the Ball and Ballers, so they're on pace to take it there, as long as nothing goes wrong this point very soon, as it very potentially could. Very, very potent and strong offense from ADR with many creations, Doobie Wall, Aranado, Asher ult, everything is coming in at them here, and they're not able to hold it all. If 1-0 lead for ADR, they're looking very set to take the series.
Yeah, great job on that offense there from General Twee and Wallaby Gangsta, able to set up in the corner with that NATO and just put it in, no problem. But now moving into this Arrow Orb variant, it may be easy for Taco to get these orbs like we can see before, but no, Wallaby Gangsta is able to get the first one. Maybe using that size here to get a barrier, but not able to do so just yet. Taco uses that flip to get it out. Twee responds in kind with his own, but still not able to do anything. Taco gets the banish against General Twee. Twee is now dead with a combination from Taco and Bam. But Wallaby Gangsta doesn't care. He gets that corner offense going. He uses the flip right after getting that second barrier and just slots it at the top after waiting out Taco's strike. Pretty unfortunate they're not able to get the kill off, not able to save the goal after the power play, but Wallaby Gangsta played that very well.
A bit of a missed clear angle from Dr. Bebop, getting completely and thoroughly punished by Wallaby, who's able to score the goal off of it. They're sending it to a set point, a game point, series point even. But Bam looks completely undissuaded by that, finding a clean double barrier. He has that fight or flight to work with. He's very fast for a brawler, and it might be a little hard to deal with for Bertram, who's able to save these singular plays from Bam. But now that he has that movement speed to work with, strike warring him on the roll, he might look to be a lot stronger in the rest of the set. Glass Cannon, fight or flight, bulk up. He has speed, he has power, he has pretty much everything he needs to get this set done.
Yeah, I mean, I have to shout out Taka there. He was the one who kind of just stopped the offense pretty much immediately on the side of ADR by putting a pillar in front of General Tui and giving it straight back into BAM's hands after getting to both the barriers and letting them capitalize and get that goal. But moving on to this point, BAM already getting one barrier, flipping in front of the barrier, almost getting second one, does wait out the strike from General Tui and forces that flip out of Bertram here. Looking pretty bit dangerous for the side of Ballin' Ballers and ADR, but ADR does get that second barrier. BAM not able to return the favor, and Tweed now flipping, passing it to Wabi Gangster, but straight into the filler, not able to do anything just yet. But Wabi Gangster gets the kill off of the barrier beam, and that is the end of the series, unfortunately.
Barely with that extra size and the prize fighter, Wallaby's able to find the kill to close out the entire series on Dr. Doob up there. He's playing just a little bit too close to the net. I honestly think the extra power was what made the difference though with prize fighter. Very fast series from ADR, only dropping one set the whole way through, but honestly, the Ballin' Ballers did not look like lost fish in that second game. They were able to find some opportunities, and it felt like if a few more chances went their way, they were able to turn the tides. However, ADR are not chokers, as we can see. They've gotten it done, and they did not let themselves crumble beneath the weight of a potential comeback reverse sweep. So, very cleanly played from ADR.
Yeah, I would have to agree. I think Ballin' Ballers did a great job in that second game, able to like step up to them a little bit, but ADR is a very strong and dominant team. They will capitalize off of any mistake that the enemy team makes, as you stated before, and I think that the Ballin' Ballers just wasn't able to do it and do so in the same regard, so it was just a little bit more difficult for them.
All right, everybody. So, something may have gone wrong
in the recording for the cast for this game, so we have decided to replace them, and we are now casting this in basically real time, live reactions. What do you think about this, Tony? I guess Off's here, but he doesn't count.
Oh wait, Suplex. Okay, interesting to see Flying Globos right now. Their roster is Suplex, Fireman, and Pensando. No J-Man. Didn't Suplex just win OSAS?
No, they didn't win OSAS. They lost to Chikara Fantasy. I think in a 4-0 Grands reset,
Oh,
which sucks,
Okay.
but
Or
Yeah,
Grants reset. A little
it's
rough.
okay. The second is still very well done. Clearly, I mean, it was
Yeah, they
not
had
the
a-
brawler's fault. Blame midfielder goalie as always.
Yeah, kind of big shoes for Suplex to fill, but you know, going pretty good, securing that barrier with a pretty great place. Oh, a little bit of lag coming out, and Expo Pensado is kind of forced to spin the flip on Zoe, but Suplex is trying to get in there, forced to evade. A lot of resources going, a lot of ultimates are going flying, and nobody's getting hit, but unfortunately walks into the roof, and Zoe the Witch with a talented hook strike to the top side. We call that hashtag outplayed.
And it is a size start for our friendly neighborhood Zon, which is probably the most important awakening to have set 1, and it means that every interaction that Pensando is going to have to take against this Kazan early on is going to be very difficult to engage with effectively.
yeah, especially with how much Kazan is going to try and like play in this place and play around every single thing that Pensando can throw out.
Oh,
And,
what a shot!
Man, I hate Kazan. Why am I casting this? Like Loki,
Love Kazan.
That wasn't even Kazan. That was just Zoe playing like a beast.
Yeah. Poking stick at work.
That was a well-placed strike and a well-placed flip.
Well placed parentheses strike. Yeah, buddy.
Oh, what an ult from Suplex.
Oh,
though.
what an excellent hook! I mean, Zoe's playing like out of her mind right now.
It's gonna be one of those casts, huh?
Yeah.
Yo, five.
Oh wait, that was a good
banish.
banish. That was a good banish from Expo. Getting actually 3 targets hit and managing.
Oh my god,
to
hi.
the barrier, but
Oh,
welcome to our
hi.
4th caster to the board, and our numbers just keep going up. This cast just keeps getting
Hey.
better.
A 5th caster, let's be clear.
Yeah.
We have one body. I don't know if they're a real caster yet.
Oh, the body? I see.
This one's on my A.
Yo, shut up. Yo, Kazan's going crazy right now, and you're just talking
Alright,
about
there's
me.
the sound of
Like,
our 5th caster, full of hatred and rage.
Of
Yeah,
course.
That's Water Fury.
yo,
calling
Assertive is
you
about to
fans at
beast
home.
up with the flip right now. Like, why are we talking about me?
Oh, big
Like,
dash
how
was
can
coming
you,
up
how
from
can you be
Suplex,
the
but giant
hero
run
of
up there.
casting, bro? How do you do that?
Oh wait. Oh,
Oh my god,
Oh,
that kill!
Excellent finish.
that was a really good
Now it's
finish.
all Expo Chan right now. One
Yeah,
killer.
big,
Oh, oh.
big killer to cover.
Double rune.
Double rune.
Classic set win out of Expo Chan off a great read and a 3-0 set for the side of Cybersway. The Expo Chan with MVP. It's looking good.
Can we get a timeless creator on the board? Oh, prime
Extra
time rune though.
special.
Extra special. A lot of weak awakenings coming.
Oh my.
Especially when there's a lot of characters that have a lot of stuff they want to like. I'm looking at prime time Kazan. Anyone else? Oh, whoa!
Primetime rune over.
Not how I expected that draft
Expo.
to go, but either way, it's still a pair of very strong awakenings for the side of Expo Chan.
Missile Pop Jakar, we won.
and Zoe. Yep, and Missile Pop.
Yeah, I
Jakar
mean,
And Mr. Bob Jakar.
God, do you think Suplex is gonna score this game?
I don't know, but
Those sounds only
Loki,
versus Missile Pop
the explosive
Those sounds
entrance is the Jakar killer.
True.
You wouldn't get
Is
it.
that true?
Good.
Just watch in awe about
Rude
Suplex
counterplay.
how to do them.
On
Maybe I'm
display.
not, no, maybe I'm not.
I'm waiting for the kick. I'm waiting.
Waiting for the shelling.
Oh,
Okay.
here
Alright, we're
goes.
not. Oh,
That's the dash range.
No
It's
other
OP.
character could have scored that.
No one else. No one. That's only dash range truly. So
Get it
Suplex with
there,
a big
Suplex,
big
yeah.
awakening pickup. It's OP.
Alright, but we are gonna have to be playing against double-sized Kazan with a rune with prime time on the side. There's a lot
The
of
rest of
things
the game.
for Pensado to look at right now.
You cannot
Yeah,
lose awakenings in this game. They'll have this the rest of the game. Oh yeah, so fun.
A little bit of a rough mental stack being forced to come out, and oh, big hook waiting. Oh, down. Oh, that's the missile from Jakar right there. Unfortunately, not enough to go through, but another primary from Jakar, and a talented advantage coming up from. I mean, this is so annoying to look at. Hold on. Oh, dash hook.
Most hate-filled cast I've ever heard.
We have to cast Kazan Rune and not be full of hate and rage. Like, what are you expecting of us?
Hey, there's a lot of characters I'm not a big fan to see right
Oh.
now, and a beautiful option coverage.
Wait out the
from-
flip the whole time.
Excellent coverage out of Zoe and Expo.
Yeah,
Showing that there's
perfectly.
nothing
Like,
for Pensado to be able to do there.
Yeah, very strong option select coming out from the side of Cyber Swipe. Yeah. Like also known as OS for those not
Yeah,
who
that's what
know.
an option select is. Oh yeah, for anyone uninitiated, we're actually casting this as the match is happening. It's like Wednesday 7 p.m. right now.
Yeah, this is the only live one. This is actually pretty crazy.
No. We're not live.
What? Oh.
We're not live.
Yeah, this is recorded.
It's
What are you
Wednesday,
talking
dude.
Yeah, this is a recorded couch, guys.
It's Wednesday?
It's Wednesday.
Yes.
You played a Limbus update. You're so late.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, wait, hold on. Wait, serious cast, serious mode. Oh, big
serious
flip from
cast.
Expo.
Oh,
I have no
Expo
idea what we
Pensado.
just tried to go for there, but great saves coming out from Insano, actually. And a ambitious ult coming out from Sulex, and also an ambitious NATO. But
Oh,
big
fine.
dash punch trying to come out there.
Lots
Wait,
of ambitious
I
plays
looked
come out
up
from
our
Suplex,
offense.
trying to- lots of ambitious plays trying to come out from Suplex to just get it through assertive with that missile prop.
Fortunately, playing Julie into Missile Prop Jakar is like chewing glass.
Unless
Very painful.
your secondary ability with dash range is up, then it's like something more awesome. See, look at that.
And
Forced to
there's
spend
Resident
flip
Evil.
against Dash, and a dribble upside from Zoe. It just puts it in with the Kazan closed strike.
Excellent
With two
strikes
sides.
out of Zoe to control the ball and then find the perfect angle to shoot to score. Very hard for this now.
Very
to do
good
anything
usage of that
double-sized
big
Kazan.
ass rectangle.
Hold this rectangle.
I mean, the rectangle is low-key one of the weaker shapes, but for Kazan, when you have that many rectangles that often, it's broken, man.
I mean,
Have you seen the shape of-
the game in the circle? Sure.
Quick double barrier.
It's cone. It's the cone. Cone is
It's
the
a
strong
cone.
shape.
It could be the cone.
It's the cone and the circle in a close second, and all the
Yeah,
other
yeah.
shapes are like
Yeah.
low tier. Oh, big dash punch flip coming out from Suplex. Big find to see.
Execution.
Wait, what if he
Is-
dies right now? Never mind.
Wait, now I think about it, guys. Is explosive or super surge better on Julie? Is it just surge?
I think explosive for the impact.
It's surge. It's
Because
surge.
affects two abilities.
Oh yeah. Sorry, her ult's
I guess it's like ult, but like Loki, who cares about ult damage? That shit already
I
kills.
do.
Yee!
That is like
It does a more billion damage.
yeah. Julie players don't understand why they take 1-2 punch, but that's like 30% of the reason is for the ult.
Alright. Well played, Suplex. Better Julie than me. Oh. Hey,
Oh,
sometimes that happens. Let me just get
Flip.
gunned
You
down.
were
A
right
big
there too,
flip
dude.
bait
That
from
was-
Fireman. Trying to dribble it up
Oh.
here. And a
Oh,
hook strike
Excellent
to the
hook
other
strike
side of the
out
net.
Zoe, which
I
stealing
think that's like
another
the, I
set
think,
away.
I think that's the fourth time we've said excellent hook strike.
I mean, my bad. Would you want me to say
That
they were
was
bad?
probably
strikes?
the
Like,
Kazan goal.
you would have gotten owned by that drop, Leto.
Yeah. Who would? It's two sides Kazan. Who wouldn't have?
I wouldn't.
Oh wait, Might of the Colossus coming out for the Kazan. Things are looking a little bit
Oh
scary
my
for the side of the
Triple
flying
Kazan.
lava's.
On the plus side, that is both sides of things that remain. So at least the Kazan can't scale anyone.
At least the Kazan won't get a fourth size awakening. You're right.
Even larger, guys. It's not over.
That being said, Rune did get bulk up prime time, so he might just be killing from everywhere.
Hey, double impact damage, Juliet.
That punch is gonna go crazy.
This ultimate is going to do
insane
8
damage.
trillion damage. Yeah, 1-2 punch next draft, and Suplex 1v9s this game. I guarantee.
I'm saying.
I could see this going to set 5.
Yeah, actually, you're right.
I could too.
You're over
Too much
here.
is scaling as we speak. And Fire Madden has cast the last, which is actually pretty
What's-
important against Kazan.
Yeah.
Especially
Especially with him having all this size,
actually.
it just puts so much of a damper into his game plan.
I'm seeing
Yeah,
Suplex,
all of a sudden back to like default size, I think.
the
No,
jab
actually
button a
does.
bit. New forward
It does.
gear.
Either that or a little less.
No, a little more.
But what a
Clear.
goal Hondo.
We are holding this bottom
I'm
corner.
So hard to get it
Oh,
out of the
oh!
corner against the Rune Kazan.
Oh,
Big-
goodness.
big
Oh,
full
goodness.
split
Direct
there.
All right, so take our
Around.
eyes off this Kazan character. That's very well played from Serve, taking initiative
was.
and walking up there to early getting a lot of use out of both the speed and the missile prop. Big value from missile prop there. Strike shotgun.
Strike.
Oh my!
Oh
my.
my god.
Nice angled strike. it was after all another hook strike, but ignoring that, it was
my
an
God.
excellent late strike.
I cannot believe that core got back down. Oh, let's go Team Emo.
But if that flipped worked though, that would have been the save of the year.
Well,
At
I could do
the
that.
end of our tether, though, it's looking like for Flying Blobos on this first game, it's going to be very hard.
Backs
for them to
against
come
the
back
walls,
from
and in front of you is a triple size Kazan with flip in the bag.
there. Oh,
Things are looking lower
Oh,
up.
no,
A big
triple.
offense coming out from the
Sorry,
Flying
get in
Blobos.
there.
Everyone getting involved. Suplex
Oh my
big
God,
dash gun.
Suplex!
And finds the strike with assertive with her strike cooldown down. And it all, like you guys said, starts with the trickle. It's time for
Legendary
Flying Blobos to
back
take this
combo.
series back.
See, set 5, it's happening.
This is where Flying Blobos takes it back.
And oh, you see, look at that! Look at that! The big Dado. This is what we like to see. The big suplex fan over here. I see over there suplex. Hi.
I'm sorry,
You
you're
suplex.
wrong.
We see you suplex.
Oh, how does Suplex watching this
Oh.
match? He's playing right now.
Come on.
Oh, and Suplex actually survives the banish.
Oh, running
watch
away!
out,
Run away!
Oh no!
Big clip coming out for Surf to secure the kill on suplex, and now the power play coming out from Cyberswipe, and things are looking a little scary. Big rectangles and big circles.
A huge read out of Fire Madden, though, actually gets the ball on the other side of the net.
Which stalls so much
Oh,
time.
no!
Oh my god.
And a tragic end to the game means a 1-0 lead for Cyberswipe in the set score. Honestly, that was a rough game. Kazan kind of got everything they wanted.
Yeah, it might have been over from draft. Big
Lots
Fish
of
Kazan to
issues
start the
for-
game. It's low-key okay to just go next sometimes. I mean, I wouldn't want to play into that in any league.
Word to the wise, pick Kazan Rune every game. Good for you.
It's good for you.
It's good for you,
And
but
if
it's
Kazan
like
is
your
banned,
soul.
pick Centauro. It's good for your stats.
Yes, but
It's
it's good
great
for
for
your
your
soul.
stats.
Will it save you at the pearly gates? Is what I'm asking.
That's,
It depends on
maybe-
it depends on if you can hook strike past it.
Yeah, block this mix. Yeah, looking at these stats, I mean, this might be like the lowest damage game I've ever seen. Can we get a little bit more just like hate on the core strike fields? Can we just start hitting each other a bit more?
A lot of 4 digits, yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
somehow
yeah.
Era is the highest damage member in this entire game.
Like, how does this happen?
Does
Well,
everything
I know how this happens. Now Julie aren't really cares. I kind of hit people. Neither are Rune Kazan, and then we got Era just beaming off cooldown. That's all the damage we've got in this game, and the occasional like open Kazan abilities. Okay, I'm down to just you see a Kazan with 3 sides. You know what Kazan doesn't have when he's got 3 sides? He doesn't have stagger, and we're immediately into next game.
Oh, get in there! Andy, Era,
We
Dubu.
see an Era goalie Dubu Brawler
Andy
from
Dubu,
the
that's
side
the
of
type of
Cyberswipe.
Oh, looks like they went with Zyre instead of Suplex this time.
But hashtag noticing Pensando on the signature judo pick might just be what the Flying Blobos need to kind of start getting Pensando involved in these plays and take the game. We're not even making game 1.
Nast Goat winner Zyre in the Brawler role right now. Holy moly.
And it's nice to see that in the draft, Flying Blobos clearly recognized that the Kazan was a bit of a problem, and they decided to take it away. And on a
And
prime
prime time, yeah, prime time start.
Excellent.
Kazan, don't look. He basically gets 2 prime times. You guys think the person recording this was lagging, or is everyone in this game lagging?
No, it's us. It's definitely us.
It's us. Okay. Just had to
We're
make
just all
sure.
lagging at the same time.
Yeah, we're really impressed how we managed to get.
Oh, what a strike war from Zyre.
Oh, big Zyre. Well, we need to see some, because not Kazan 1v9. It's time for some Rasmus 1v9. The better, more handsome hook
Oh,
character.
where we go, where we go. It's okay though. It's okay though. Oh my god! Oh, it's okay!
Straight from
Crazy
Expo.
whip pop.
Put it in
my
Zoe.
God!
Oh,
God.
big
And off the
flip.
back of an excellent save from Expo-Chen, somehow Cyberswipe comes out on top after a very near miss.
That was Loki like the best point of all time. Hold on. After that TV show of a point,
what
oh
happened?
my god.
That guy's
Where did
dead.
that guy even go?
Oh,
Can we get an awakening check? Is that Super Surge Dubu? I wasn't looking.
He's just
If
a
that
big
was
guy.
Search Dubu, that's crazy.
He's just a
We
big
just
guy.
need Dubu to roll again, and then we'll know. Since we're live casting, Dubu, can you roll really
Yeah,
quick?
can you roll?
Thank you.
Oh, very nice. Thank you. Oh my god.
Unfortunately, not quite the roll we needed, but
Can you
the roll
miss
was
your
good.
roll? That'd be
Hey,
a
let
lot
the
more
heroes while they're
easy.
playing. That's how live casting is.
Oh, we're just in the VC. Oh my god! Okay,
okay.
big cyber swipe, core flip coming out from X1 and server once again getting
oh,
involved
oh
and
my
another
God.
another secondary kill.
Lives.
Yeah, I'm beginning to think this is Super
I
Surge
think
Duber, guys.
Dubu did not lock in prime time. I don't think we want more logs this game.
I mean, have you seen the damage scaling on Dubu roll? The Super Surge might be his best awakening.
Yeah, Super Surge is really good.
Giant number.
roll.
I was slapped with a 30% multiplier.
Yup.
Like just a little disturbing, and I big block him out of his eyes. Really kind of going beast mode on these strike wars, but a great save coming out from Reserve. But Pensando going across the map. Why am I play-by-play in a 4-person, 5-person?
Yeah, crazy play by play.
You can't stop.
Pack it up.
Okay, see, all right, my bad. Someone else can go. Have fun.
Alright, Sob, your turn.
Yeah.
Am I playing up?
Oh, you're playing. Oh my god.
I don't even get a chance, man.
Good play by play. Good play by play. Well casted. Well casted.
And another 3-0 set 1 for Cyberswipe. Dubu MVP. We'd love to see that. Maybe we take another dash string, or
Guys,
get the size max.
Might of the Colossus gives you power. We know what power scales with on the hamster, guys. We know. Recovery
Oh,
drone.
Off
recovery
for the
drone is
recovery.
dead.
Hey,
It's
big
okay.
Dubu on Tycho Temple, a little strong.
Recovery drone is okay because we can just opt for might later in the game.
It's true. It's
It'll
true.
show back up. It'll show up again.
If no one picks it, it just
Totally.
goes back into. Oh.
Exactly.
Ooh.
Oh.
We just triple size denied Rasmus. we are
We are
P1 haters.
Yeah, we are an
Don't
absolute.
let
We are. We all want. We all want Zyre's autograph this
Yeah,
game.
opting for the triple ties tonight. Pensando picking up the T player on Juno. One might call that a drafting mistake, but if they can make use of all this size, hey, Cyberside might be able to just big characters win game.
It's true.
And by the way, I noticed that actually that is prime time Dubu, so Dubu roll is just actually
Wait,
that
is that
OP.
good?
Wait, it's prime time?
That is prime time Dubu Bizzle. So let that be a lesson to any nascent Omega Strikers players.
Oh my God.
Always pick Dubu in the forward position and kill people.
Of course.
Of course, of course, of course.
And next
I mean, why
time-
would you pick Juliet when Dubu has a better one ability dash punch? You're right.
It's like we talked about how no brawlers are weak, but we see Dubu coming in and sweeping the meta. What's up with that?
Hey, no brawlers are weak. Dubu is no exception.
Truth, dude.
Oh, crazy.
Oh my God.
backdash.
Oh,
What a
oh,
dash
oh.
punch from Zoe.
Whoa,
And
my
bitch
God.
shot
No,
from
no,
Fireman
no,
expertly
no.
played except for the last shot.
This
I
is
didn't
not
see
a
that.
winning
Oh,
angle.
Pensando jumping in there with the eject. How much dash range is that? I guess it's just super surge. Could you
It's
really
surge
just go
strike
cross
on.
map with a single dash awakening?
Ah!
We should
Almost like
nerf
the Astro
Juno.
split.
Alright, now we have to deal with flip on the boo. Expertly
Expertly
denied.
defended from the Pensando though. And moving up field, look at all those Blobos covering the bomb side of the field.
Oh.
Impossible to rotate down there, but unfortunately they're all gone.
Oh, team player in overtime. It is very winnable suddenly for the side of flying Blobos. This is in fact their time to shine.
Yeah, I hit the left click once there.
Oh,
and then
good
the right
time
click,
cover,
actually,
too.
the right click.
Yeah, low key nerfed Juno. 0.5 seconds is not enough on that primary. You see that? Like overtime just like touches the core once, boom, instantly puts it in.
Yeah, these
Down
times
for
are
a
super-
chill like 13-second primary on Juno. Then the character might be down.
Yeah, that's true, actually.
And while the cooldown
Oh.
is so low, these times are going to be extra valuable during overtime, especially
Maybe
with
weird.
how fast they'll stun the core.
And they should reduce their hate.
Oh.
25%.
Big
Big strike
strike
forward.
just put it in.
Wow. 2
It's 12
barriers in 5 seconds, and then another 7 seconds to actually score the goal. Excellently done.
Hey, that's just a Dubu Taiko lore. One giant ultimate just instantly gets 2 barriers, and now you're Dubu in front of the net. Unbeatable. Expertly played from Zoe Twitch.
Absolutely
corner.
expert. Expertly shown here. Incredible expertise.
Hyper Swipe! That's the team name.
Yeah, wait, hold on, guys. Like Loki, we should start talking about the field. Like, who hasn't been mentioned yet? Zyra. Oh wait, no, we talked about Zyra. We have not. We have not whispered Assertive's name a single time. I mean, times.
That's not true.
We were talking.
No,
she
we-
was playing like a beast last game.
Yeah, but we said Dracar, not Assertive.
We said we. You're lying.
No, we definitely said
Maybe
assertive.
you
Saying.
did.
No,
You might
Yeah,
not have said
me?
assertive.
Yeah, the guy like me.
Oh,
Oh, what a
Yeah.
kill! Good job, Fire Madden.
I like me. I've been saying assertive.
But Zoe Witch moving up the field. Oh, Dubu
Zoe
aura,
Witch-
hype,
oh,
hype
infinite
aura
aura.
moment,
Oh my
infinite aura
God.
moments.
We just stalled that out so hard to allow Expo Chan to get back. But it
That's
looks like it's not going to matter though, because Flying Bob is just pushing back up again.
Oh, put back like in there.
And yeah, Water Fury, what do you think about the current state of the game?
That's true, actually. Our 5th caster. He's been awfully quiet recently. An excellent contribution, yes.
All right,
What do we pay this guy for?
I don't know, man. We invited him. Oh. Oh, this just in. Just got a fax from the Water Crystal himself. I
Oh my
hate
God.
you all. Oh, what a big
Cyrus!
secondary.
Get in there.
Just
Get in there,
covering all
Zyre.
the
Oh my God.
options, showing that Era maybe annoyed with their prime, but has actually no defensive options now. I mean, NATO is going nowhere.
And suddenly, it's a Flying Blobbo's
I'm
favorite
loving-
set after
they're
honestly a
upset.
pretty rough set 1 in terms of draft.
And I'll say Ralph point 1. I remember that. DB Ultimate of Doom.
Oh,
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 sorry,
oh.
kind of going beast mode right now. 2 flips in front of
Oh my god.
assertive.
If there's
All the
anyone
ener-
on this game that does not want to lose right now, it is Zyre with those last.
Absolutely.
All the energy in the world, all the cooldowns in the world. What more do you need to score that final point of the game?
A better
Good
character.
flips.
Like Zampara.
Better
Zampara.
Ooh, Fighter Flight's looking kind of tasty here.
Oh god, we're picking Spark of Leadership.
No, don't do that.
No.
No, no.
You can hit me. You can
No.
be back. Oh.
No.
No, man.
I couldn't warn him in time. I should
Wait,
be
what is
on
the
the computer.
No.
And we're getting heavy impact on our Dubu to make
Wait,
them
that's
not
like
actually
low
Super Surge
key
rolls
game
even
winning.
longer.
If
No
Dubu
one
had
will survive.
that would be a game-winning pick.
It's over,
Okay,
guys.
okay, guys. If we can make it to set 5, this Spark of Leadership is gonna pay off. Okay. We may be weaker now, but we're gonna be stronger later. It's all about the long con.
Oh
Oh my
no!
goodness, Cyber Swipe from Expo-chan, taking the 1v9 Zyre player off of the pitch. Oh, and a double barrier.
Oh, nice cyber swipe from Expo Chan.
Cyber
Unfortunately, the core went to
I like
where
that
she
name.
was and not where she's going to be. So unfortunately, lost possession on that play.
It's okay. The twin drive means we're gonna get a chance quite soon. Nice cyber swipe from Expo Chan.
Oh, sorry, let me put it in. What do we have with the secondary? But unfortunately, it's the 2 sparks of agility is just not enough to catch up there. And it's looking very low in the back of that, surrounded by Blobos and a now triangle, looking very scary. But assertive.
Oh my god,
Zyre just slaps it in.
Wait, I think
Beautiful.
Zyra is playing at the same time we're casting. He's like seeing the future or something.
An absolute menace on these strike wars to just put it in.
But
Wait, he's in there. He's in there.
Yeah,
Okay. They defended.
Oh, crazy flip
good
angle coming
flip.
in from Expo, but good reaction from Firebane to not let that go through and threaten a double. And a kill attempt coming off from Zoe Witch, but Expo is already in there, securing the barrier, but is looking very low. Any ability might just knock out, but unfortunately is able to get the orb to save the day.
Expo-chan actively defending against the monster that is Zyre right now quite well.
True.
Clearly, this Rasmus character, it might be a little bit too strong. We might have to nerf him again.
Yeah, I'm down to
Yeah,
knock
and
his
then-
knockback and
Oh,
power
man.
for like a third time. And a
Oh.
beautiful find. I'm sorry. Unfortunately, finding his way down to him.
Fireman
It
hitting the
get
correct
up 2-0
angle,
on the
sending
set.
it right to Zyra. Perfect for an open shot in the net.
Just remember though, all it takes is a trickle. One goal, even one barrier for this Dubu, and the entire world could change.
Well, 1 kill for this Dubu, let's be clear. That's what we're on the
How do
hunt
they have,
for
like,
right
9
now.
Speed Awakenings? What's going on? Does he have like stacks fighter flight? What's this?
That's 2 sparks of agility with or 1
Yeah,
spark of
that's-
agility and a
That's spark of leadership.
Yeah,
Spark
power
of
is
leadership.
1% from
Oh, but there's our
leadership,
1
right?
barrier coming
Oh.
out, and a beautiful NATO actually coming out from Sarah. Almost
Nice
anything
cyber
to see
swipe from
that barrier.
Expo-chan.
What are you on about? And Zoe, almost
Okay,
made
excellent
that
save.
great primary, but Zoe's moving up the field, looking very scary for the side of flying Blobos. It's just so scary in there, but
Oh,
Pensano
God.
manages to smack
Understandable.
away the core flip. but that's not in the offense just yet. So Expo looking for a great.
No
Oh my
way.
god!
Wow.
Ray almost just saved that.
So you guys know how I called two strongest shapes circles and cones? I think we might have a contender for number 3.
Triangle? Oh yeah, I was gonna delay the triangle just a bit ago. Triangle is quite a strong technique. Not many characters have them, but the ones that do, they make it work. You know what I mean?
All right, but guys,
That's what we
Zyre
mentioned
is
before.
picking up a
Getting this-
spark of strength, making his 3rd
Oh,
spark, which means Erasmus nerfs just got reverted. Amen.
There was
He
sides
does.
open for him, but he does have the spark of leadership, so maybe that extra power will help his team. Who knows?
Guys, you just have to get to set 5 and it pays off. Zyre with 3 sparks. He's gonna have
Oh
great-
yeah.
And Exo opted to deny the hot shot from Gino, but Gino's still able to pick up 1-2. All right, guys. Oh, wait. Pensano doesn't have team player. It's Fire Maiden. Oh, I thought it was about to be like team player 1-2 punch Gino. Okay. That's bad, but like not like what the
Oh.
hell bad, you know?
Oh,
How do we defend that?
Okay, I can tell how that's
Oh,
being
we
defended
did
right
the
now.
whole
It's
team
big
is dying.
swing.
Kept alive.
Oh, it's
my God!
wow. Oh, Expo Chan
These
dies
parts-
there.
That's one
Incredible
power
primary
out.
on Zyre. Now we have
Look at him,
to
one
hold
player.
against an offensive masterclass
No,
coming from
wait.
Zyre, Fire Madden, and Pensando.
Rasmus can't score those. I'm sorry.
Rasmus sucks.
give up.
Expo Chan is back, and it looks
Oh,
like
great movement
very
there.
close
Almost
getting
ready to
in.
score the goal. But Zoe is currently moving up the field
Oh my
to 8
God.
million size. Hey,
Cyber
great
swipe.
swipe for a great sniper swipe coming up for
Great
Expo. To
cyber swipe.
cut the clear up and put it in top side.
From Expo Chan.
This might be like the best cast ever. We should use a Nassel. Hold on. Wait, was that corner offense I just saw? That was awesome.
It was pretty awesome.
If we're not able
I
to keep
would've
it in the corner for
defended that.
long enough, and things are looking very scary for Expo, and a great primary flip by from Fireman, just kind of securing the kill in a place that we did not expect to where that kill to go.
Yeah,
Love
that
Tycho
kill might have
Temple.
been placed in the center of the enemy net.
Oh, and a nice try playing off of the Now Mine. Unfortunately, not quite able to do it because Asura and Zoe are just there to defend.
Oh,
but
Dubu
very
wall
good.
online. Hey, turret up, creation
Oh my
spam.
creations.
Dubu is too large to get through.
Oh, now I can hold those there.
Go my creations, hold down the neutral.
Oh my
Wow.
god!
The angle.
That killed.
Wait, we do need to nerf Rasmus. What was that?
That was
Oh, what a
actually a
brilliant-
spark.
What a brilliant
Hey,
shot.
that was
Why
triple
would you
spark
really
on
have
those
Rasmus
nerf.
have a dash punch? Wait a minute. Oh, the glitch pop almost got it.
Oh,
And
sorry.
a
Oh,
nice play from
from-
Assertive. Excellent
Assertive.
primary. That's the buffs right there.
The
That is
defensive duo
terrible.
online,
Yeah.
but unfortunately manages to get past Hartman and put it in topside. Turret just not coming up fast enough to defend that core.
Unfortunately, the goalie from Cyberswipe wasn't able to save that one, but it's okay because they have the next point to work with.
Remember, only the 5th point in a set matters.
You only
It's
see the
true.
name of a successful play. You know what I mean?
It's like I know what you mean.
Oh,
It's an okay
that's-
Cyberswipe from the Amy.
Oh wow!
Oh,
Oh,
man,
actually
started managing to
lost one
save
there.
with the double, but unfortunately, Castor's Curse lost the second one. Eric's not able to keep up with the triple spark Rasmus. They're looking so scary in front of this open net. But that great nano to move it up the field actually farmed so much energy for Assertive. The flip is now online for 2 players on Cyberswipe, but I'm scared. I won't lie.
Oh, well, yeah. Oh my
Oh,
god!
Gumi angle.
Angle.
If I'm gonna send a flip in, almost finds it past Expo. but
Dubu is so big.
Yeah, Dubu is beamed right now. Impossible to get past this hamster. A great cyber swipe from Expo. And
Dubu's
so he's
still
moving it in
keeping
one by
the
one
able
and
to-
manages to inch our way
Able to roll
into the
forward.
goal.
That was a long beam. Oh my god.
See, like, dude, Dubu is so big, it's impossible to miss.
And all of a sudden, it is Cyberswipe in the lead in this set. They need to go to set 5 if they want to win this game. And it's
They
so
will
hard.
have to play
Hard.
But Zyre does not want this game to be lost. Is kind of just forcing his way in 1v9. I'll flip almost coming out from it, but no more cooldowns left. And Cyberswipe is kind of keeping it on one side of the field and rotating the pass. But Expo, great flip in response to the jump strike from Kisana, which, by the way, is
That guy was
basically
executed.
Where did he go?
I think he got cyber swiped off the ledge.
From who?
Great Cyberswipe out of Expo Chan.
Exactly. I was wondering.
Exactly. I didn't see it clearly, but I thought I saw a Cyber Swipe hitbox just go onto that guy. Oh yeah.
And now it's an open net for the
Oh,
Pensando.
Strike more Juno primary.
Oh,
No one ever does that.
Oh,
Zoning
Oh my
flip!
god!
Okay, great evade.
Even greater evade clear, but
Oh.
Era just finds it off the Taiko drum. That's not Era, that's assertive.
What a shot from Assertive.
Yeah, love force
Perfect
speed.
utilization of
on there.
the map gimmick to score. And a
Wait,
well-deserved
really?
MVP.
Okay, we might have to
Unfortunately-
take a certain awakening in this draft, and
Yep.
it's not Monumentalist.
There is one available option for the Era this draft. Even if it looks like there's 8.
Oh my
And
god,
now Raz
imagine
can bulk up
that
instead,
wasn't
though.
leadership. Imagine that was like Rezil and we picked up Bulk Up. Just imagine, guys. Imagine. That would be so awesome.
Like he's just
Yeah, this would
yeah, bulk up-
literally
bulk
be
up for
checked last
Rasmus.
game, or last pass.
plans for the now. Oh, Bissell prop for Dubu Wall. This is gonna be so much more deadly. In the
Interesting
corners.
pickup. I don't know. The range that we've been using Doobie Wall at, I don't know how much
Yeah, I
value this Rob is going to be getting.
I'd rather go like prize fighter or drum. Probably prize though.
Loki, Monu and start killing people.
They can. They can.
Oh, and
Oh,
another
great
cyber
cyber
swipe.
swipe out of
Great
Expo.
on the fly. Or not,
Beautiful
Pensando.
placement, trying to kill. And we are. Oh wait.
Oh, missile
Okay,
prop.
yeah,
That
guys,
was
guys,
character.
missile prop.
Yeah, good jumping from Pensando as well to take that second barrier. Now with an open net, can Cybersoy call this back to secure a point and take the lead in this set 5?
I don't know. We're looking like we're being forced to strike into the size Dubu with roll. It's looking
Elite
real
corner
scary and a
offense,
great
elite
strike
corner.
war coming from Expo. And
With the
off
pass.
the flip from
Oh,
Expo.
oh.
Looking for the top
Oh.
shot. It's so hard for Pensado to clear past this big size Dubu. It manages to
Wait.
get down. And Pensado with
This is
the
their chance.
beautiful cut from
Zyre,
Zyre.
in the future.
What a beastly primary. That's 209 power, by the way.
That
Start
is
like this now.
209.
209.
Who needs size on Rasmus when you can just beat them to death?
Book of Doom is gonna just send people flying off the map.
Oh,
And a nice
big
cyber
super-
swipe out of
Pensando was able to
extra
save
chance.
that
Score.
with the like, wow.
Somehow,
Two
very
flips being forced to
barely
come out to
saved.
defend the point, and Zyre is still managing to find the bear, looking so scary in front of that with all this speed. And Pensado's getting in there, unable to find anything
what
with
a
his
strike
project.
from Zoe.
Yeah, putting the size to using the size for advantage as well to just win all these strike wars. That
Oh my
you
god,
can
almost
do.
killed.
Oh my god!
Fighting for his life.
I don't know how much power Era gets whenever she beams herself. She has might.
75.
Okay, but she has might.
Uh,
Oh, that's true. Oh my
Oh
god,
my-
breaker from
Zyre.
Zyre.
Oh, Zyre!
Bro, that's
Expertly
the
placed
last winner there. On
Absolutely
his second
insane.
best character.
You have to see the Zyre Julie, but maybe who knows? If this goes to game 3, maybe we'll see the Zyre Julie.
well, I think Cyberswipe
Okay,
is
what's
clearly
going down,
aware
so,
of
yeah.
Zyre's power on Julie, as it was the character that they decided to ban
Yeah.
before the game started.
Mhm.
Oh,
I don't
what
think they're gonna let it through
Zoe?
again. But an excellent. Oh, and a nice
Oh,
dash
Yeah, but
punch.
still, put the ball in the net.
Wait,
But Fire
why
Nine
would
is
you
able
pick
to
Julie when
cut
Amy
out.
just has a better dash punch?
Despite an Among Us pickup. This is a very
Guys.
small now, and
Oh,
that,
Cyber Swipe from
Looking-
next
that's
looking
quite
a
large
little rough to
cyber
clear.
comparison.
Yeah.
That guy would have been dead.
A beautifully placed collapse from both Zoe the Witch and Expo Chan.
And Assertive is really close to being maxed out, which means his already massively speedy
Oh,
character
oh,
with
missile
Longbow
prop.
is going to be basically uncontestable. Oh, knock! Oh, everybody's getting knocked away.
I'm like Loki just seeing how fast this era is. Oh my god.
Yep.
This Zyre is fast as well.
What a clear out of Fire Madden though. Really finding every hole that he can.
Is he looking for him? You think he's a hole finder?
He is. He's like
Oh
Loki
my
and
god,
Mole.
almost killed.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Fire Madden is still alive right now. After
And
that.
still also almost executed by the dash punch.
But a lot of damage actually coming out from the side of Flying Blubbles. I mean, the 209 power
Oh,
Rasmus is kind of going to work. And the Era Dado
Oh,
managed to get
Zyre.
that through. And Zyre
Zyre,
actually managed
oh my
to
God.
find the
He's
score.
so fast!
Like, so much speed.
So hard, and his speed is so fast that it's so hard to actually react. It's like he's permanently in close strike form. Unlike
all
a character
over the
with a
place.
strike bar.
It's like he's combining both
Wait, that must
rectangles
be
and
pretty
circles
strong
into
for a
one.
character to have. Wait a minute.
Alright, and just like that, though, we're going to be going to Game 3, which honestly I'm pretty happy about. I like watching both of these teams.
Yeah.
It's really cool. W Flying Blavos and W Cyberswipe.
Peter series, Bagger series.
Well, I haven't
We'll
seen
have
the
to wait
Taro
till
pick,
the-
so I don't know. I think both these teams are playing wrong.
Wait, perhaps. Wait, I want to see the stats.
Okay, but so like, can the whoever's on the board right now? Oh, thank you.
yeah, okay.
Oh wow.
89 saves on Assertive. That's actually insane to have on an air goalie.
Yeah.
That was a lot of defending, yeah.
They put a lot of saves.
Okay, come on, gotta put some respect on the 148 redirect from Zyra. The conversion rate just through the roof right now.
Absolutely, absolutely.
I wonder if that means we'll be seeing Zyra in again for Game 3, or we're going to have another brawler.
What if J-Man comes back right now?
This is we have the dream rotation of brawlers.
Well, I'm not there.
Well, J-Man then plays midfield and Fireman brawls, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm down.
Any other awesome stats, guys? I don't know what I'm looking at.
Also,
Oh, never
stats.
mind.
Oh, we're into the next game.
I
Alright,
can't
let's
tell
do
what
the
it is.
Also,
Zyra
stats like
Zyra is
defense.
still in.
Team players are Marco!
Team players, I'll be right back. Hold on, I need a minute.
All casters on strike.
a moment of silence for
Silent game.
Monaco.
Now, I will say, if it were any other map, I'd actually really like to call him out of Flying Blavos. It's going to be really hard to actively
Whoa,
play,
wow!
but it doesn't matter.
Zyra.
And Sato just lets it in. What a beast! Off the hit stun from Zyre. Well done.
Wait, it's like... I think Rune Julie can get it done there. I think Rune Julie can absolutely get it done, especially on a team player start with all that core speed.
I agree. Oh, and the banner's actually making it so that Zoe can't cancel the Mako secondary because for some reason that's how that interaction works.
Why can she keep doing secondary when she's banished? The Vice ult just gets deleted.
She needs it, that's why. So cheap.
Oh, and a crazy angle out of Zoe. Well done.
Insane angle.
Open net. Oh, it's spec training on the Rasmus too. Not team player on the brawler actually. Oh my
What a shot from Assertive.
Assertive wants to win.
I think all of Flying, not all of Flying Bubbles, all of Cyberswipe is like playing to win this match.
Actually, no one in this game wants to win. Everyone is trying to win.
It's only Assertive actually.
Yeah, only Assertive wants to win. Actually, so you know.
Mm-mm. Oh, double banish coming out.
Banish. That takes a barrier and does a grillion damage.
With a nice usage of the tornado. Nice.
Oh, we canceled Fokker secondary. Thanks to the changes, Julie Primary can actually do that now.
Oh, double flip.
Oh, what a primary. That primary was massive out of Assertive. Shrinking the size of and speed of the Rasmus secondary, while also making it harder to actually strike the core. Oh.
That would do that.
Oh, insane clear from Pensando as well.
Oh, Spec
another
Hook used the value of
Walker
Spec
secondary.
Hook's
That's the
right there. Oh,
Another double banish too. Wow.
5 creations have been thrown at the ball.
Yeah, Expo's been doing really well at finding these double banishes onto Flying Blavos and just creating all these insane plays.
Ball I think it might go in here, but Zoe does have the flip. Oh, wow! The now secondary.
Parting the blue team to just put that in as well is crazy.
Thread the needle.
Going slotted.
Aqua secondary on round start. Cancelled quickly though because of where the core was forced into. Well done by Expo Chan. Oh, what a nice try on the dash punch.
Oh, but the flip with Zoe here. I'm pretty sure it'd be a little hard to save this, but Pensando finds Zoe with the strike primary.
Nice little banish. Pensando's gonna be looking for another secondary. Yep, there it is. Pressure's starting.
Whoa!
Ooh.
Julie's dashing. Oh! Wow.
Oh my god, Assertive is in there.
Assertive get there. What the heck?
Assertive once again just showing that she is so good at walking up and just putting the core in.
Wait, guys, when did Assertive get in their goal arc? What?
I think they pop their secondary, just run up and flip it in.
That's the power of Mammoot's not being cancelled when you're on the enemy side of the net.
It's true.
Also known as
Wait.
cheating.
Yep. It's the only goalie gear that can do that, by the way. Not bias, not hatred. Larry
What
looking
goalie gear isn't
low. Oh, but just dash punching for the barrier in front of 2 people. Well done. Broke the secondary. A lot of pressure for the side of Cyberswipe here.
Uh-oh.
Does manage the ball. And sorry, especially on side 2, but is looking for a big play. Fireman opts not pop
Oh
the clip,
my
and
God.
it barely misses.
Bouncing off the subwoofers.
Okay.
Finding perfect bottom pocket shot. Yeah.
Oh yeah. That's what.
It's
That's
sort
the
of
first.
MVP, yeah.
Oh, Goose
Also
Morning.
something
I like that.
Goose
title.
morning.
I like that title a lot.
I think Eric's
Yeah, you
just
can
looking
win.
for primetime here, right?
I think so. There's a
Absolutely.
chance you just take fight or flight, so now can't have it, but like.
But if now takes Fight or Flight, then we get extra special rune again.
The
Or
time
we
bonus
don't, because we're not locking it in.
That's absolutely chill. We get Prize Fighter Bulk Up on our Julie. Like this is an incredible draft for the side of Cyberswipe. This is everything that I'd
absolutely.
want to see if I were one of them.
To be fair, though, Flying Blob is not a bad draft either. It's extra special Mako is the worst thing they got. Size on Rasmus and speed on now, it's pretty much everything they need too.
True.
That is true.
Interesting though, the only person who took spec training was the Rasmus here, which means that in overtime, technically, I would like to favor the side of Flying Blobos, or not, sorry, Cyberswipe just a little bit more than Flying Blobos, just because of that core speed. I think on this map, especially, you get a lot of value out of having a baller with team players, so I think it was a very clever recognition from Zoe. Ooh, an excellent
Wow.
mix-up there.
I
You
do
know
also
what Team
think
Player can't do? Team Player can't hook the enemy goalie.
that's true. I also think in overtime situations, the Rune is a much better midfielder than now at dealing with that fast core. Oh my god, that spec goes so far.
Oh!
Whoa.
Oh my god.
Patience out of Zoe, excellent!
Yeah, the now secondary could have saved that if Zoe was a little less patient there.
Another double banish for the vibe, and we get an evade out of Pensando too.
Expo's been so good at just finding these double banishes as well.
Oh wow! Killer of hell!
Creator!
Loki, blame the rune call today.
Extra special wouldn't do that.
Actually, I should not do that.
Oh, man.
Average Creator just too OP.
Zyra's doing everything he can to just
he's-
hold this
he's-
offense.
Oh,
Oh,
Because
Nice.
he's
We're not-
not.
we are not swagging or surfing right now.
lastly, Mako secondary, add to the offense.
Oh, the accidental own barrier.
Nice dribble
Nothing
off
wrong
of the
with
own
that.
barrier from
Nothing wrong with
Fireman there,
that.
ensuring that they've maintained pressure exactly where they want it. Oh,
Beautiful
Another
strike
strike
war
war
on the
on the
beam coming
beam.
out from Syre, continuing
Oh, yeah.
to be kind of low-key the most...
Yeah, but
I
like
don't
he
know
couldn't
what
have
it-
reacted if it was 0.2 seconds.
Yeah, thank God Era thank God Era was hotfixed for whatever she was. Disturbing character, basically.
A few days ago, basically.
No, actually today, because we're casting.
Yeah.
yeah. I actually think it was tomorrow.
Yeah, actually. Thank God Era's about to be hotfixed and it happened in this match.
Good times. Oh. Fireman
Yeah,
looking
you
very,
got,
very
like-
low. No ult anymore too, so any damage is pretty meaningful right now. Oh, never mind. My bad.
Yeah, no ult, no
What
evade.
the-
He's looking a little scared. It's always just following him around.
Hunting. Thirsty for that lethal.
And sort of forced the strike war against two
oh,
characters.
oh.
Boosted by Mako's speed, and Zyre is the one to go
With the
transition.
wind
Slot it
flapping
in.
his wings.
Outside.
Both swagging and surfing on that play. Even through like the strength to just put it in with the primary.
Flagging.
And he's surfing.
No, just flagging.
Just swagging?
Just swagging.
Just flag.
Nice patience out of Assertive. Getting a nice red core there too. Off
That
of
was a
team
very
player.
good flip. Team player looking OP
No,
with core flip.
I think you guys are right. I think Assertive does want to win.
Maybe. We're gonna have to see a little longer to really know for sure, but you know.
You're gonna have to get back to us in a few minutes.
Oh, and creations on circles on both sides. Massive creations, just unbreakable.
Hold down the neutral my creations.
Oh, we did not. Oh, great patience out of Fireman there.
Oh, scary room. Not scary
Delivering
enough.
across the map, looking to find the goal, and a Vanish coming up.
Oh!
Barely managed to miss Fireman, but
Oh,
a
no,
beautiful
I
ult to pick up the core, and manages to bring the set to a 2-2.
Damn, Juliet catches those.
And honestly,
Juliet's
this is a
broken.
really scary set for the side of Flying Bulbos if they lose this, because there's a lot of things that the side of Cyberswipe can get to just basically take this game and run away with it. There's still so much speed on the board. 1-2 punch, a little bit of core speed, so many things that could just completely up in this game.
Yeah, and also you do
need to
generally
win.
you do prefer being 1-1 than 0-2 in the game of Mega Strikers, so if they win this set, they'll be 1-1.
River would have it, usually that's pretty good, yeah.
Yeah.
Giving this more chances to scale as well.
I heard there's some discussion about that recently, you know? That like if you win the first set, you're more likely to win the game.
And I forgot,
Oh, a
like,
great banish coming from Expo, almost managing to find a barrier off it, but managed to get around. But still, beautiful shot placement and teleport
Oh, and
coming
that
in.
just like that. Two
Yeah,
barriers.
she's
Two
got
barriers,
that.
and they're looking very scared for the side flying Blabos.
Yeah, backs against the wall as they're down 2 barriers. But as I say that, Zyra taking it with the whiplash, now putting 1 barrier up.
Oh, but when your back's against the wall, there's no better time for back shots. Never mind, it's over.
It's over.
And an excellent strike from Extra-Chan.
No back shots, no
Put it
goal.
in.
Anyone
And
know what
Zoe the Witch. Oh my god.
Oh, denied
Oh, they
Juliet challenge.
No, they
Honestly-
got 2-3. They got 2-3.
Yeah, this is actually pretty big for the side of Flying Blobos. That 2-3 on this draft is really valuable for them. Getting Hotshot and their pick of Explosive Heavy and Might of the Colossus is incredibly important. I'm also down with that. As
I'm
long
honestly-
as the Mago takes Hotshot, it's totally fine. Yep. Alright. And despite winning, this draft feels like it honestly favors the sides of Flying Blobos, unless Zoe the Witch gets a lot of value out of that 1-2 punch and just starts killing everyone, which I could definitely see happening.
Yeah, I mean, heavy impact on now might be able to take over this lobby if it's used effectively.
Wait, I actually really like the draft for Flying Blabos here.
I wasn't looking. Did we win?
We got, what is it?
Depends on who we is.
Flying Blabos got, what is it? Explosive entrance on Rasmus. Heavy impact on now, and then
Pick yourself, guy.
what?
Oh, they
Win a
got both
game.
explosive ones. That was awesome.
And they also got hot.
Oh,
we
and
also
a
got hot
big
shot on
move
Mando.
coming out from Zyra, just cutting the pass to Expo and slotting it to the top side. Low key, it's looking like Flying Blabos won that draft.
Wait, we can just ask the spectator hold tab right now. The person recording right now, you know?
Yeah.
This isn't recorded.
Yeah.
Oh, double banish!
Oh my god.
What?
Another excellent double banish.
I'll say it. I said it before, and I'll say it again. Expo is so good at snuffing out these double banishes onto the enemy team and just taking over.
Oh, but it's double
Both
barrier coming up from
midfielders are
Zyra.
performing absolutely out of their mind. Each one being responsible for 2 barriers, but it's the
Guys,
side
this just keeps
of
happening.
Assertive coming out on top once again.
How many goals is that this game? 3?
I think Assertive is scoring more than anyone else. I think Assertive
No, I
has
think
goal
Assertive-
counter one.
I think it's sort of has like 3 goals this game. Oh well, core speed is a thing in this game.
Oh, they're looking mighty scary for side flying blows again.
Ooh,
But
the
Zoe
hook.
in front of the net.
Oh.
If Zyra found possession off that, that was a double barrier.
Yeah.
For sure. I would have popped the flip there. No belief. Oh, but a great flip angle at the bare minimum. Well, I'll take
Oh, and
most
here's
of the
where Zyra glides. Right here, right now.
Right here?
This is where we
Right
start
now.
surfing.
Right
One
now.
more.
Next time Zyra gets the core. Next time Zyra gets
Okay,
the
next
core.
time. Okay, maybe one more.
Wait, and then
Gliding.
Gliding.
There we go.
surfing?
That's the guarantee. So the Witch wins a crucial strike where the ball is now on the side of Flying Blabos. They have possession to work with.
What a
I
nice
give up
goal.
on play-by-play forever, though.
The skill position back in.
Yeah,
Zyra's
I was-
beamed.
I was
Honestly,
looking for a
keep the
hook
core
here.
because of it.
Oh my
Oh, stuffed out though.
All Rasmus mains are bastards. What are we hooking?
Hey, once again,
Nice
guys,
punch
actually,
from Extra-Chan.
yeah, you guys are doing a pretty good job of finding these open shots whenever the core manages to jump out like that. Hey, it's a really good thing for Ruby to do because of that disturbing primary. Just be able to kind of appear wherever he wants it.
And Flying Blabos looking like their backs are against the walls right now.
But they may be down, but they are not out. So you never know what Magic Zyra is able to pull off. But a big ban coming out from Zoe. I had to say, taking Zyra out of play, and it is a very scary spot that the Flying Blow is actually able to find their way out of.
And the unsung hero, I think, of the side of Flying Blobos is actually Fire Madden, I believe. They've been
Oh,
making
I
some
think it's
incredible
like-
full of barrier plays. Of course, as I say that, Zyra gets the next barrier.
Oh!
Makes an
I'm
open
with
net.
There's that timeless value coming in. The pillar just lasting a little bit long, like a little bit too long for Pensando to hit that angle.
Quite two Arabeam wouldn't have hit there, because it would be sooner.
Another double banish.
Another double banish. Everyone's low.
Primary, oh my god! What
They're
an
all
angle.
dying.
And everyone is just going down on the side of my lows because I was
They were holding so well, but now they're all dead. What?
Oh my beautiful shot!
What do you mean?
Pensando to steal that point away.
What do you
Christ.
mean?
Oh my god.
All right,
Boys,
and
what the hell
suddenly
is going on?
we're 2-2 in the third set here.
Sure.
There's a chance for Flying Blobos to make this like a real huge game, and there's a good chance that if they win, they get something that they want here. There's still size on the table, I think, for Zyre. Stack still exists.
If Zyre can get 3 sparks, we win.
Oh, the banish out on Pensando though.
If you can get 4 though, we win even harder.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
With
An
a flip,
ambitious
we're
draft from
actually
Zerif,
opening in.
unfortunately, the core flash master and loses the barrier.
Oh, we're flipping
Zoe the
early,
Witch
though.
smacking
Zoe
it
had
back in, and things are looking mighty scary. Zoe the Witch with flip.
that's
In
oh my
a
God.
flip. Scary kill on Pensando, a bit too far in the net. And Cyberswipe takes the third game 3-0 over Flying Blobos.
It's like a 3-0, but it was close though, you know what I mean?
It was a close
despite
3-0.
some close
There.
sets, it is comfortably Cyberswipe, winning every single crucial interaction there to take each set and that third game. Well done by
Over the
them.
third of score. Was that like 3, 4?
Probably 4.
Show me stats guy.
Show me stats, guy.
Go spectator. I know you
That's
can hear me.
go.
3!
3+3.
Look at that. They call that
Most redirect, most goal participation, most saves, second most damage.
most orb.
What can't Assertive do?
Yeah, that's called 1v9. It's just that simple.
Congratulations, Cyberswipe. I was happy to see you such a great cast. Oh yeah.
Who's this guy?
Did you get her?
Who let this guy in?
Oh yeah.
All right, and we'll see you guys all some other time, far in the future for another cast.
Yeah, I think this cast happens, what was it, Tuesday? Tuesday, yeah.
Thursday, Wednesday, Monday.
Every single day of the week.
The day before.
No,
they
no,
have
I'll have it one day.
their badge. That's
What are we quiet for?
We're supposed to be leaving.
No, yeah, but like... you know?
W, we're free.
Oh, W!
Guys, I'm not gonna lie, I think this is, I think they can still hear us.
Wait, really? Oh my god, we can! Hi!
Hi guys.
Okay, well, we'll be back.
We were back. Oh, Grant last again.
And we're back again. This time for the series,
Oh my
frickin'
God, I'm
esports
back.
versus Whoa Chills.
What?
And we've got some Okay, hold on. I don't know who Lyrie and the Liars are.
Library and Liars is another
Be a streamer.
Twitch streamer.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Oh wait, Twitch streamer. Wait, we've got like the 3 biggest OS Twitch streamers on one team. That's
Wait,
pretty
yeah,
crazy.
Library Lyries is a pre-debut streamer for Omega Strikers.
Pre-debut.
What
I
does
don't
that
know what
mean?
that means.
I've seen that.
They have yet to reveal their model yet, and they are currently working to get one.
Oh, okay. So
They're
a streamer.
VTuber.
So a
Yeah, they're-
streamer.
yeah, they're a
Okay,
VTuber.
so they're a streamer.
Yeah, it's a streamer.
Yeah, they're
Okay.
a streamer.
We have 3 of the biggest names in the OS community on one team then. That's crazy to me.
Enhanced Quaps over there. Hell yeah.
Oh wait,
And the biggest name in the OS scene on the other side. Frickin' Crin!
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
The 4th biggest name in the OS scene. As some would say.
A moment of silence for frickin' Chris's team logo, which leaves a little
Ooh.
bit to be desired. But
Yeah.
I think they're happy with it, I'm gonna be honest.
I think they got exactly what they wanted. and
Exactly.
I'm happy for them.
That's what they
Wait,
asked
great
for.
Vice TV coming out from Larry and the Liars and a pure.
Oh my god!
the anti-Sad Boys angle.
Wait, Z perfectly covering the Sad Boys.
Oh, actually played it. And,
Damn.
a great play strike right below the Kai barrage. Actually managed to find that point. But I didn't think anything was going to be happening. I thought we were just going to wait out the Kai barrage. Nothing would happen. But
Now,
You flaming?
I want to know what does the chat room think of ZZZ on the boo?
I think it's
yeah,
I think he's gonna get it done. I've seen
saw-
the
I
videos
think
after.
that Stubu does not facilitate ZZ's expert and handcrafted playstyle as well as some other characters could. But on Alice's lap, anything can happen. You know, anyone can die.
If
I would tend to
you
agree, and I also feel like anything that ZZZ does, he will find a way to kill people.
I was
He
about
just
to
has,
say,
so.
if you trusted his prowess, you would know this is exactly the best pick he could do. He knows his playstyle better than everyone. He knows exactly what this dude is capable of. Boom!
Like a
Yeah,
bird!
I know
Run,
what the-
run, Dubu, run!
No other character could have done that because
Wait,
Dubu
he's
has
got
the highest
pumps?
dagger in the game.
Yeah, he does have pumps.
Yeah, he does.
That's a ZZZ special.
Well,
Sometimes
I don't know.
one.
I've seen him on siphoning wands recently, and
Yeah.
could be good on the boo.
I know one of his picks he has is siphoning wand rune.
Oh,
Whoa!
a great
Garage.
place flip. Walking up, Hamster's walking up during the player advantage and securing the first set for Chris 3-0. Looking pretty good for the side of, Chris Esports. Freaking
Chris
Esports, whatever it's
Esports.
called.
Chris Esports.
Three sports.
Frickin' esports.
Freaking esports.
What is
Now,
the name
I
of
don't-
the team?
I don't
for
know how this draft
Oh,
is
it
really
is,
gonna
wow.
go. I
Kai should
don't
pick
know what
Prize
any character
Training.
wants here.
Dubu should
I know
take
ZZZ
Prize
wants
Fighter.
one thing, and that's prize fighter. Oh,
Missile
actually, Mr.
Prop.
Prop.
Vice Stinger. We're gonna
Ooh,
win.
Wait. Ooh,
Nice.
wait.
Welcome back, Whoa Chills. It's time to sting with the wand. With the wand and publish Dubu. We can win.
This is how we win.
Remember, guys, that's like a lot of damage coming out on every Vice
I was about
thing
to say,
ever.
Vice has primetime Stinger Wand. That's
That,
kind of crazy.
like, how many numbers is that? Like whenever it's like 17% of your max health. It's a big
Oh.
number, man.
17.5 actually.
Okay, my bad.
Holy.
17.5. Now, when you've got a player like ZZZ on your team,
Oh.
you
There.
like having someone staggered. But Edicam and Frinkers moving up the field.
Oh,
Juno,
black hole.
Oof.
Juno Rasmus is such a scary duo defending against. They can throw out so many things and projectiles at you that Cakes was just not able to defend at all. Oh, crazy
Oh,
back
and
pass.
that was a J-Dog classic round start interaction. Good capitalization from frickin' Chris.
Oh my god,
Oh, but a
ZZ is
huge
died.
bug from
Oh, traumatic,
Edicam.
damn.
Yeah, pulled into the black hole, and Dubu is kind of forced to stay out of play for so long, looking for orbs. And they're now kind of defending on the corner offense, but Hamster guys on the Estelle just kind of stopping the rotate to the other side of the field, but the Pummelers Dubu just killing
Oh
Edicam.
my god, oh my god. Oh, they have. Oh, they're not
okay,
really
that guy's
dying.
dead.
What the hell?
Juno slime!
Frickin' Chris!
This
Oh
is why
my god.
frickin' Chris is esports.
It's long enough to stall for Edicam's respawn though. That's his team, bro.
Christopher putting out a masterclass in the net for a second.
You've killed his teammates, but you have to deal with the captain now, okay? Big captain in the net.
The owner.
Or the
Lord.
mascot, who's to say,
Oh
really?
my god. A nice try to deal with the barrage from freaking Chris. It's just very difficult to ensure that your little slime friend actually collects the core in time. Oh, and a flip from Lyrian Liars.
The people
Oh,
are
very
able to
close.
find the kill on Chris. Unfortunately, blocking the top side shot
Oh.
twice. Kai Barrage, nice
Watch out for the middle!
Oh, Juno coming in, freaking Chris.
He hit the
Oh!
angle!
And that
Not
Chris
quite,
showing
but-
off his judo expertise and manages to secure that point with the judo blobbed and off the
Crazy
play.
coverage. Dude,
I'm
frickin'
also noticing we almost I'm noticing we banned a rune here on a hotshot start when freaking Chris's best character is just his Juno. So
He's taking over the frickin' lobby.
yeah, the freaking owner of the freaking esports has taken over the freaking lobby.
It might just be that the side of Kate000 and friends just don't really want to deal with Rune, which, in my personal opinion, is a completely valid problem.
Hey, I know what it's like to spend an
Is that the
entire
team
season
now?
banning Rune just because you don't want to deal with that.
Okay, listen, I actually thought he was that good. It's not because I didn't want to deal with him. I actually thought he was that good.
There's a good barrage from Cakes. Can we talk about that for a second?
Oh,
Oh!
but
Yeah.
actually, when he plays second,
Oh,
kill. Lee
Now
just
it's
kind
time
of
for
taking this
Edicam.
point by storm.
Oh my god.
Can Edicam do what his captain could
Team
before?
Vote Shield 4-3-4. They've done it. This time, they've corrected their mistakes. And they got
Ochills
the point.
is a power play team. Don't get it twisted.
Yeah, the wand and the pummeler is coming out into full effect to that point. Hey, I'm hoping to see more of that. That point was awesome. Let's be clear. ZZ with the
This
flip
is what
on the
they're looking for all game.
DCZ wants to kill somebody. Will it happen? Oh, nice.
Oh, what a flip
Maintaining
from
pressure
Leary.
with that flip from Leary and Liars. Oh, what a hold from Cakes.
The stagger onto Rasmus. This is looking a little dangerous for them.
I mean, Edicam is in there, though. Tell me he's not.
No, he's out of there.
He's not
He's out of
there.
there. That guy is
putting the core
on.
in and being sent into the net, and ZZ moving the core up expertly through the corner and manages to secure with a flip of his own. Now playing on the open net, but Edicam respawning immediately at the. Hey, gotta respect
Oh,
that.
Cakes
At
called
the
him out,
keyboard.
bro.
How
That was
old
really
do you think Edicam is for that one?
Maybe a little bit.
It's okay. As a fellow brawler, goalies have done the exact same thing to me.
Oh!
And I've also let the ball go right through me.
Because why would they do that, right?
Yeah.
Why would they do that?
How would they ever
Like,
clearance-
goalies are just freaks for allowing
Oh,
that.
this
to
is-
happen.
oh my
God.
This is a propulsion!
Go my wall. Hold down the neutral.
Flap your wings, ZZZ.
Not the point.
And now we're 2-2 in the second set. Wochill's clawing its way back into this game after a really rough start. But I think winning the set's going to be a great boon for them if they can. And if they lose, then we are once again at a 0-2 set score, just like we saw last week versus Cyberswipe and Flying Lava.
Wait, you're right. We are
Yeah,
seeing the
today.
Dubu in both the series. But Cakes
Overall.
managed to secure the kill for ZZ, which in point is now the Dubus is up with the 30% pummeler speed
Oh my god.
and a wall attempting to find another kill, but is unable to find one. But Hamster is moving up the. Hey, this is Cell looking mighty
He wants
scary
to
right now.
flip and score, bro. Oh, he's getting vice ulted though. He gets the flip off anyway.
Oh, good save, Cakes.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Because of that, they find the goal.
And frickin' Christopher puts the frickin' goal in the frickin' nets.
Oh my god. Holy frick, bro.
I mean, the Juno, just too many blobos on the field. And hey, pick up the timeless, low key, even more blobos, big blobos for longer.
Low-key?
I'd
If
be
I'm
taking extra
frickin' Chris, I'm
special
picking
here.
up frickin' extra special here.
Yeah, me too. Me too. It's
Big
a
fan of
freaking
all.
strong awakening.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of all these awakenings for Juno here.
Not really.
Yeah,
Some
yeah,
of
the
them are.
replicator on the
There are
blue,
3 Sparks in 1 draft, and Orb Replicator and Among Titans. He won Among Titans because he doesn't care. He doesn't give a freak, bro.
Among Titans, actually pretty big pick because remember, guys, the blobos are as fast as Gino is, and them getting that
Yeah.
significant, like, what was it, 12% speed increase?
Yeah, it's
That
also
is annoying more than anything else.
My
Oh my
God.
god!
He finds
That
this.
guy's dead!
Oh no, the wall is defending for them.
Guys,
Good catch from
Low-key, why would you ever pick Juliet when you could just play Dubu for a better dash punch? Hard trip.
Truth nuke.
Hard.
And you actually get utilization out of cast loss, which you don't on Juliet.
That's true. And Deadeye.
Deadeye. Oh, but Elegant is looking very, very staggered right now.
Unfortunately, the kill confirm on the side of Woe Chills is a little bit rough.
Just a bit.
Not impossible, but we're gonna have to work pretty hard. Oh, freaking Cruz!
Putting it in the freaking net.
Guys, this bit has gone on for too long.
Yeah. You're gonna have to stop right now. Right freaking now.
But big start.
Oh, no!
Secondary on kickoff. Just
Kate's
instantly
just
put
not
so
wanna
many
flip.
Blabos on the field.
Oh.
And oh
God.
my
Oh,
god,
that guy just
freaking
got
Chris
executed.
barely surviving the hit attempt.
He had
On his life.
exactly 25
Oh,
and
damage
not
from Leary.
there. Oh,
what a kill!
20-degree
Well,
angle.
Larry Lars managed to barely find the kill, and Azizi is completely in the open net with flip on Dubu, no strikes,
Put it in.
puts it in with the
Log
log.
is right there.
Estelle's secondary coming out a bit too early to the Fed, or maybe he hit Dubu. You know, I couldn't tell. Could be that. Could have been either.
Going behind the tuber, so maybe it just did hit him. Regardless, that cord went in the net. That's a point for it. And that's a
Hey,
point.
whatever
tying it up for
works.
Woe Chills.
Whatever works.
Can't complain.
Edicam is gonna die, bro. Never mind, Barrage missed. I have nowhere close
And
confirmed.
unfortunately, missed Barrage,
I'll never
and
die
that
again.
is the only kill confirm on the side of Woe Chills.
Oh my
And-
god!
Here we
what a
go.
Beautifully timed.
The strike.
The combination of Lyrian Liars and Cakes finds another lethal and another goal for ZZZ. And for the first time this game, Woe Chills is in the lead in terms of goals. This could be the
Might
start
be
of
able to
something
convert
grand.
this. If they get more Awakenings to work with, I think Woe Chills scales better as a team. Just like
That's
with
what
the
I'm saying.
players that play on it. Not even the character draft.
One
So if they
1-2
get more
punch
Awakenings
pickup
to work with,
or
and
super
ZZZ
surge for
can take
Dubu.
over the lobby. Yep.
Yeah, super surge on Dubu and the game is over. We've seen what Dubu
Oh my
without
God,
super
Super
surge can
Surge
do.
We've seen what could have done there.
Depends on this last barrier.
Oh, nice hit stun.
That was a nice hit son.
Oh my god! Chris is in there, bro.
I mean, Frank Chris is doing such a great job of finding these goals, and specifically the bottom right corner. I haven't seen one on the top right yet, or the top side yet. I'm not gonna lie. Low-key got played to the opposite side of the map. Frank Chris likes the bottom side.
Let it be known.
Let it be known.
Oh,
But
dude, I think I love finding these hooks into the black
Oh,
hole.
good catch from Leary
Yeah,
as
but
well.
Dubu's looking like a bit too bulky over there for it to really phase him.
Yeah, he's a
Dubu
big
just
guy.
don't care.
He's a big guy. Oh my god!
Low key, we're
Cancer
about to
don't
care because it is set point
We might
and
lose the game right
Yeah.
now if we're not a little more
Woe
careful.
Chills.
Oh, we were
no.
not careful. We were not careful.
Unfortunately, looking for the kill on Etiquette was unable to defend the top side against freaking Chris, and they were able to take the first game 3-0 over Woe Chills.
And it was
So,
really
let's talk about
a
draft.
masterclass out of the side of frickin' Chris. But I will say, both sides have a Juno main, so that's probably why it was left open. And in game 2, when Woe Chills is on blue side, I wonder if we're gonna see another Juno pick, or frickin' Chris Esports is gonna say no to the Juno pick because they don't want anyone to have it if they can't have it.
Well, yeah, we'll have to see because the Juno is a very contested pick in this game, and I think we've seen the consequences of letting it through on these two like very strong Juno prowess master classes.
Some of the most
We've seen freaking
well-known
Chris
Junos in the game.
7 + 2, bro. That equals 9. That equals 9.
That's the amount of saves he has.
7 + 2 equals 9, bro. That's how many saves he has. That's his shots divided by 4, bro.
Oh wait, guys, check the rerex on Hamster Chris and freaking Chris. I see how they won. Holding hands.
Oh,
Look at that. 106
Hand holding.
redirects. High. Okay, any other lingering thoughts in this game? I mean, the Vice and Dupu combo has probably never ever been seen before in any league of NASL ever, or
the
NAS leagues ever.
But I bet it's better than Vice Julie, considering Dude was just better as a character.
That is true, but better dashboard target. And we get our seeing Cakes now on
Whoa.
the Juno.
Z is on
ZZ.
Wand Erasmus?
Another
Whoa.
interesting draft from the side of Bocho. Always known for their very unorthodox pick. We've got an Asher midfield,
Asher midfield,
and Rasmus
whoa.
Brawler on Demon Dies.
I'm
map's
interested
known
to
for
see the
its
game play out. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, I will say, Wand Rasmus is unaffected by the changes to this patch because his insights are all the same, but the
Where's
damage
freaking
nerf
Chris,
should
bro?
hurt a lot. Oh
Where's
my
freaking
god.
Chris? Where's my goat? They subbed him out. They put Hamster Quest in midfield, Storm in the net. Where is freaking Chris?
This is not
They-
my freaking esports.
I don't accept this. I don't accept
How
this.
can, how can they win without him?
I don't accept this at all.
Even if
well,
the scoreline shows a win, is it really a win without freaking Chris?
Oh, good
Well,
dash
it's not
from
gonna be
Leary.
because we're
Without
in
freaking
for
Chris,
an
there's a-
8-minute victory from the side of
there's a
Bochills without freaking Chris.
Brilliant strike war to put it in the net.
Alright, 8 more. 8 more.
They'll put him back in game 3 if this is a clean sweep.
And when this
Also, just looking at the bans now, guys. Era band pumping through on the Demon Dies. I'm low-key down for that. She's pretty...
Yeah.
Yeah, Castle last start. She's pretty good on this map. She's really annoying on this map, goalie. I'll be real. Able to walk up so far. We saw it in the game last week with Cyber Swipe versus Live Lava.
No, it's Thursday now. It was Wednesday before. It was Thursday now. Yesterday.
Oh, yeah, my bad.
Sorry, I lose track of the days sometimes. There's a
Yeah,
lot that
yeah.
goes on.
It's a lot of days, man.
But Wochos is they're killing game plan seems to be coming through. Hamster Quest looking so low, and a kill maybe found on him soon. And Edicam being down for so long is just giving them so much time to kind of find their footing in this point. But the Storm is able to keep it up the side. The Erasmus nerfs coming in, by the way. That kills last patch.
That does not kill last patch, don't worry.
Let's be clear. That kills last patch. Tony
That
knows.
wasn't even
Tony
nerfed.
knows.
That was
Primary.
one thing that didn't get nerfed.
Oh god. I'm scared, guys.
I'm not.
What are you scared of?
Scared.
Literally, what do you have to be scared of right now?
No freaking Chris.
Cakes
Anything's
isn't
possible.
scared. If Cakes isn't scared, why are you? Okay, well, maybe...
Maybe you should have
Like,
been scared,
did
Cakes.
anyone else see that
Roll
coming
scared.
like 30 seconds in advance? I did.
No, you just guessed. You just guessed.
As best X player world, I just know exactly how this character is going to play out every game because he's so
What do you know
one-dimensional.
about Edicam, bro?
Oh, he's on Super Surge. Oh, he's so smart and talented. Oh, nice
Superman!
primary from Edicam. Oh, beautiful placement from Storm, and I cannot believe
Wait, how
Asher
do you
primary.
throw on Asher
Wow.
midfield? Oh my God.
And it's oh, that ZZZ dies and no barriers. Never mind. That's one barrier down. Only one barrier was taken there. Could have
Oh my
been
God,
two.
Cakes is the riskiest clear I've ever seen in my life.
But Storm and
Yeah, that's
Edicam
very
is
cool.
looking for a big offense, opting to pop device ult, but Edicam's looking very low now. ZZ looking for the kill with
So
the
there, just
wand.
hold on.
And a beautiful jump primary from Cakes.
That's the cost of the
bait-
kill confirm, bro.
Just bait into the orb, finish off the kill, and now the double brawler offense is looking mighty scary right now. I mean,
Brawler.
Asher
Brawler.
midfield's going to
Brawler.
W Brawler.
Oh,
Alright, I'm leaving.
I
You guys can have fun.
Great Spider Slide.
Alright, and after the Blitz first goal coming in favor of Will Chills, it seems like freaking Chris Esports, despite the loss of their
Freaking quits.
Guys, it's
despite the loss of their
bro.
great and powerful leader, are coming back into form.
Oh my god, that bounced off the barrier so hard. Did anyone see that? Oh, this looks so hard to
Cakes
defend.
hold
But
those, bro.
what
Sorry.
yeah, Cakes holding through the vice secondary.
Oh,
ZZ
what
in
angle
front of the
did we-
barrier.
Wait, that was kind of
Oh.
crazy.
And an excellent setup strike.
And Storm is on break cooldown. Oh my
Lawyers.
god.
And all of a sudden, this is now a 0.5 for set one.
5 and set 1.
5.5
Yeah.
heater already.
7.5 heater already.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was going to be a 9-0 from the side of Woe Chills without the
It's just so
beautiful
super
judo
Asher.
of freaking Chris on the field, but things are looking raw for this Cyber Eagles. They're all looking so low to this judo, and
See, it's
he's
just like-
looking for the kill
Yeah,
on
there's
Vice,
a
finds it with the flip.
Oh, and a nice defensive cyber swipe out of Hamster Quest to keep
Yeah, it's
this
just
game alive.
and actually find a barrier in the
Whoa,
process.
no!
But
The primary to open up the pass to himself. He's so clean for that.
a
Oh my
beautiful
god.
pass from some Cakes to GZ, opening up the path and securing the first set with Case or securing the MVP. A hot shot 1-2 could mean disaster.
Or
Low
team
kill
player.
winning set one is pretty crazy. If they win
Yeah, this
set
is-
one, they're slated to win the game. I'll say.
This,
Like
this
most
is a,
teams,
this is a
you have
very
like a
crucial.
75% chance actually. You
Very
don't have to even have
crucial.
to play well anymore.
Yeah, very crucial set win to start it off. What is it? Deadeye going to the Juno, Fighter Flight onto the Imi. Leary taking some stagger. Vice getting
Dren
missile prop.
Rush. Oh yeah.
Dren Rush going onto ZZZ, and then Spark of Power for the X. This is looking like an all-around very good draft for both sides.
The one thing I'm a little bit concerned about is that neither side took team player, which I think on a map like Demodeus is actually a pretty big mistake. Somebody needed to pick it.
One thing I'm concerned about for the side of frickin' esports is that ZZZ got his signature Adrenaline Rush. He might take over the lobby with the Few Awakenings here. He's looking a little scary.
He doesn't even need any more raids. All he needs now is a few kills, and ZZ might be able to just turn one kill into a point every time.
Got
The
that
modern
conversion
fan
rate.
might be more aware of the guy that
Look
gets
how
him
hard
and
that
their
second rate.
reputation with Adrenaline Rush, but back in my day,
What angle?
it was ZZZ's Adrenaline Rush and his excellent Oki strats.
Wow! Oh wait,
Oh, what
crazy
a great cyber swipe.
Oki, if you're wondering,
Cyber
it's
swipe.
wake up offense.
Oh, there's the one kill.
Great cyber swipe from Hamster Claws. Of course.
The core
We
is
did
spending a
somehow
lot of time.
kill the
covering-
goalie of all people,
We did, but we don't have a Dren to work with anymore.
but an excellent pair of defensive strikes out of Edicam and Hamster Quest. Hold the line while Storm rests for a short while.
Oh, he's
Now that we're all back, the game becomes very hard.
Oh, but the X primary sending it into the blob, into the back up to, and a very.
Oh,
Oh my god!
Super Surge!
Super Surge!
Supercharge Asher is the best. Wait, that was crazy. I was like, that's like Hotshot Juno, but better.
I'll shot Juno if it was good. Oh my god!
Oh my god!
Where did
That's
that
a
guy go?
good attack.
That's like
Where did that guy
Super
go?
Surge Asher if it was good. Alright, Super Surge is the best awakening in the game. Oh my god!
Hey, and somehow the members of Woe Chills are just falling like dominoes right now.
I didn't see what happened to ZZ, but I gotta got Super Surge in some way. Just based on the trends.
Yeah, great cyber swipe from
Trend of
Hamster
the market.
I mean, Super Surge might just be the biggest, best awakening in the game.
Oh, great dribble from ZZ.
Great hook, yeah, great hook and strikes from ZZ, and things are looking scary from the
Ooh,
side.
that almost was another kill.
Yeah, I thought that was a flip.
Yeah, no
Oh,
Exo
no.
on the throw, but Cake's unable to set up the 3-point defense fast enough and is unable
okay, though.
to defend.
Because he forced out the second flip. Welcome to the casting, Water.
Welcome
You asked
back,
me to
Water
say?
Fury.
Yeah.
Welcome back, Water Fury.
The most important member of the
awfully
casting
quiet.
team.
Awfully quiet individual.
Yo,
Okay,
like,
well,
what's even happening? Who's? Oh, no, barrier! Wait, barrier down! Cakes! no,
wait,
what
Best
is
Vice
happening
World
to you?
Storm?
Cakes, you can't lose here. Hamster Quest going in with the core. I can't see anything right now. Oh, that guy's
Oh my
almost
god,
dead.
they're dying!
Almost a great cyber swipe.
Oh, there's a lot of people almost. There's a lot of people almost dead. Only ZZ and
Does
Storm
Asher have
went
a dash
unscathed.
awakening? What is happening?
The Super Surge Star! You were here like a week ago when we drafted this!
Oh my bad.
Right now, actually.
But yeah, it's looking like
What's
Mojo's
Stagger
setting up
clear?
for a lot of kills. I mean, Hamster Quest is staggered on the side, and ZZ, he's got flip up. He's got a Dren. Let's be clear. He's got hook. He's ready for a kill.
There's one.
Unable to find the primary though. But there's the
Storm,
Adren
you
proc.
have to score!
It has to be you, Storm.
Hooray!
Fate of the universe is on the line, Storm.
Oh, Hamster
boy,
Quest
oh.
out of this, and they can find the barrier off this. No, they can't because Storm is a beast.
Oh my... What an
Oh,
excellent pair
oh,
of strikes.
Oh wait,
what
great.
an
Oh,
natural,
the
what
pass
the heck?
denied
Wait,
from,
no, wait,
from
wait,
the
great
Asher.
wall from Leary. Oh wait, where's that guy going?
And ZZ hooking
Double
Storm
damage.
across the map. Storm, you have to score. Get in there.
Oh my god!
I'm so scared.
Storm, no! He can do it! He can do it! Oh!
Oh,
No, the jump going the wrong way and
And just
Storm.
as expected, without a hint of doubt from any of the casters, Storm is the one putting the goal in the net.
Hey, they gave Storm his chance and he got it done, okay?
the conversion rate is crazy on Storm. Low key, maybe they're meant to be a brawler all along.
Oh, big pass.
So yeah, Water Fury, what do you think?
Stop calling on me. Great
Wait,
job,
where's
Storm.
Cake?
Oh, great power cord from Storm to Etiquette to get that first barrier. Almost gonna get that second barrier here, but he's.
Oh, Etiquette.
Oh,
Oh,
gosh. Amazing goal.
Yeah,
the
so they're forced
Superman
to tap.
saves the day.
And thanks to the caster blessing from Water Fury, our most prolific caster in the scene, Frickin' Chris and frickin' esports was allowed to take this set, and it's
I
looking
think-
like a pretty good one for the side of
I think
frickin'
Atacam is
esports.
taking
Now, let's be
frickin' hot
clear.
shot right
X does
now.
not want to take hot shot.
Yeah,
This is looking
X-
pretty good for the side of
yeah.
Wochels.
Wait, he Loki has supercharged hot shot. That might be exactly what he
All right,
wants.
the core might be flying for X, but nowhere is no. He does not like the core flying. But hey, Spec Vice might just be big enough to maybe if everyone's dead, it's nice and easy to put the core in.
ZZZ getting prize fighter could be a little scary for this game,
Yeah.
I think.
Oh, Orb Replicator.
Orb's
Lord, blessed. This is looking like a very Wochills slated draft, no?
Nope.
Yeah, why would you think that?
I mean, you want to look at it again?
I look at ZZZ. I look at ZZZ getting prize fighter, and I'm like, this guy's just gonna take over.
That's true. It's possible, but he needs to get that first
Oh
kill.
my god, Storm with the eject, barely not dying to the after dash one.
And I think right now getting that first kill is going to be a bit difficult without losing a bunch of resources in between.
That is true.
Guys, I just want to let you know, I've seen Adicam get like X ult punch, like first hit of ult bugged like 4 times so far this game. This character is so bad. He's terrible, bro.
You're terrible.
No.
When's the last time you played X?
That's a great question, actually.
Nice attempt on
Zara,
the
one trick. The thing he knows about X. Oh my god! That's the hot shot!
bad!
That's the hot shot right there. He built for that
This
goal.
character's broken.
No other character could have scored that.
No one else, only X.
Only X with those awakenings could have done that.
I mean, Adicam just
Wait,
the
what if X
draft
had
master.
Cyber Core?
Wait, hold on.
A great cyber swipe from X.
That'd be kind of crazy.
Oh, but
Oh, there's
great
Shy
flip
Larry.
coming out from his first game. It was the other side of the field. Then Storm was looking to try and get in there on offense and get past this defensive
Oh my God.
Asher midfield. Adicam almost finding a raw kill with the
There
ult
we
and
go.
throwing back around again. Oh my
Once
god.
again,
Oh my
incredible
God.
value. Perfect pickup. Another, as usual, friggin' Chris favored in the draft just as we predicted.
Adicam with his draft.
Excellent hot shot pickup.
Oh,
And a
hot
nice
shot.
passing play to put it in.
Yeah, that was beautifully played from freaking esports. Managed to get around the entire team of Poachers without even spending either of their flips. Very impressive showing. Now they have a huge lead up for when they are already 2-0 in the set.
ZZ is not stacking his prize fighter. That's what he needs to do. That's the win condition for this team.
Yeah, it's definitely looking scary for Wochills. ZZ needs to find these kills in order to create the opportunities so that his team can put the take barriers and create these power plays. But a nice look is able to do it as ZZZ takes the first barrier, trying to rush in to get the second one. Not found though. Core falling back inside of Wochills.
The biggest problem ZZZ is having is that his team is able to do damage against the other team, but only when they have pressure. And
Yeah.
it's really hard for them to get that initial pressure so they can start layering damage.
Wait, Storm is
So-
gonna die.
Oh my god,
Okay,
there's one.
That guy's dead though.
Wait, here's how the set begins.
This is it is a wise man once said, all it takes is a trickle.
Oh, thank
Hey,
you.
there's the Adrenaline Rush. There's the Adrenaline Rush game plan. Storm going down, unable to teleport away from ZZ in time. And things are, and if they can keep up these kills, Wochills might be able to take back this set.
Yeah, ZZ is kind of alone in the damage that he's dealing to the enemy team because he's focusing on Storm. And what is Asher going to do to reset regen time in his midfield? Oh my god!
That guy's
Sorry.
dead.
Apparently,
Dash punch from
nice
Metacam.
dash punch from Metacam. Why would you ever play
Listen
Julie
to
when
that.
actually dash punch put better?
Wait, Storm just ate 3 Juno Slimes. He's set to die.
He looks pretty
He's
healthy to me,
back
I don't know.
He's back to full health. He's got the orb.
Edicam, however, suddenly very low on health. This is a massive kill if ZZ can find it. It looks like he
He got
can.
this.
Yep.
He's so fast.
Wow, he goes flying from that secondary. Oh my god, hooking the other side as well. ZZ trying to put it in right now. Not this point
Yeah,
going
how
for
do you
any
say that?
longer. And it is Cakes with the Juno timing Capuchungus mix-up to put it in.
Where
And they
is
had two-
Chris?
They had 2 really good points, the side of frickin' Chris Esports. But now, ZZZ has 3 prize fighter stacks, and we're looking at 0.5. This is
Oh my
exactly
god.
Oh my god!
And another lethal found. This game is going to
ZZ
be so
earning his
hard.
4th prize fighter stack.
W buffs.
No, we actually made prize fighters 5 stacks now.
Can you imagine though if it was 5
Yeah,
stars?
what is this game happening? Oh!
Oh no.
Oh my
And just
god,
like
Storm-
that, Woe Chills reverses the set and now is up in the point count. Not the point count, the set count.
Guys, I'll be honest.
Dribble.
I had to go at like 6. I really hope we don't go to game 3.
It's okay. In your absence, this
sorry.
is where Water Fury shines.
Oh, you're right. One Water Thieves caster to the other.
Oh, we're taking Stinger Rasmus over Heavy
Interesting.
Impact Rasmus?
Yeah, Stinger over Heavy Impact is an interesting decision. Long term, I think it's good. It's a better choice, but it really feels like they need to get that first kill as fast as possible. And I think Heavy Impact is going to give them a lot better of a chance of doing that. Than
Remember,
Stinger.
guys, 17%. Remember that number, 17.5.
17.5%.
17.5%.
Oh, not if it's a light hit,
Fast
though.
score.
I have no idea what the percent is if you play it.
Lyrian Liars.
Oh my god! What? Straight up the
Wow.
Wow.
dash into dash.
Lyrian Liars is out for blood.
This is a KO team.
Yeah, Leary showing that not only the defensive prowess of Asher is strong in this match, but also the offensive prowess, being able to hunt down these dash punches from so far with the super surge that she got on start.
Guys, look at Storm's health bar. See that? That's like one. Okay, so
That
one
was
has
connected, he was over.
Yeah, on Blob.
Speaking of Blob.
Blob went crazy. Storm definitely looking low here. Can ZZZ find the kill? Hunting him down.
One primary at a time. We're looking for it. And Storm.
Yeah, we're getting there eventually.
Oh wait, that was
one hook.
Oh, the strike to bait out the elusive. Wait.
He's gonna wait.
Unfortunately, I don't think Storm can afford to walk back. Yeah, he just has to stay up now. Hamster West has to play defense. If they want to win this game.
Oh my god, that's not a kill though. That's not confirmed.
That's the nerfs, bro. That's the nerfs.
It's kind of hard. It's not. It wasn't nerfed.
Nerfs, bro.
Leary going down from the Exalt.
Wait, that's
Core
good.
Wait.
too much.
Wow.
Oh, a
A
misplaced
little
fish
more
off
patient from
Hamster.
Hamster Quest because saved that, but that was super in. The real thing though is that they lost this point without the prize fighter stack getting on ZZZ, so they kind of cut their losses.
It's still a flip on the side of Hamster Quest. They can still make something happen right now. And there
Yeah,
we go.
that
Oh,
was that boring to you, bro? Oh my god.
Just gotta wait.
I'm
Our caster's gotta wake up. Oh my god!
What's wrong with Asher, bro? No, click tab again, click tab again. I want to see what awakenings we had.
That was Timeless Creator pushing the core
Yeah.
up from the primary.
Yeah, it was like Timeless Cast Siege or something, man.
Yikes, man.
Z is.
Oh,
that-
if ZZZ dies here, that's terrible.
He's alive. He's unkillable. He's alive forever now. You can't kill ZZ
Now-
in his
Yeah,
flip.
the good part is it is really hard for
He's the
the
whaler.
side of friggin' Chris Esports to actually kill now. Their kill confirms are not very consistent at all. It really is just.
He's the whaler.
which some would say is not a great kill confirm on its own.
Oh,
Controversial opinion, of course.
You can't kill the Wiggler.
oh, but a great shot plays for Medicaid. Wait, I'm like low-key watching the Twitch stream and not the actual. Hold on.
Why?
Hold on.
What do you mean?
Hold
That's
up.
the only stream that's happening.
I'm watching live.
No,
on
the Twitch stream
8K000.
isn't happening. 'cause it's, you know.
Oh, great, Cybers.
Wait, no, it is happening. It is
Actually,
happening.
It is
It's live.
actually.
Wait, what's happening?
I don't
Oh
know.
my
I
God,
wonder-
Oh, Storm's putting it in. That's
That's
happening.
what's happening. Storm heard that Water Fury has to go soon, and so it'll only be dropped Leto left in the cast alone. And he's
Hey,
like,
I knew
okay,
that.
heard.
Wait,
We have to finish this game now.
Oh,
I
yes,
have to
stream
go
audio
at
on.
6.
We're actually gonna keep Drop Leto here forever.
Please, I'm trying to get pizza. Oh, dude, wait, crazy.
Oh my God,
Pizza on a
Pizza.
Wednesday.
Chain lightning. Pizza on a Wednesday. You got a problem?
Oh, Super Surge. Oh,
my
God.
God.
Oh, no.
no. From CZZ to dying to scoring it's up from Edicam.
Oh, my God.
Oh, and a cab, clean shot in the bottom. Case is on strike.
Okay.
Yeah, missing the jump
Step
strike on.
5. What are we looking at?
I think we're looking at
training to the X.
This Superman
We're
is
looking-
1-2 punch.
online.
1-2 punch on the X.
We're looking for
I
double.
don't
swing.
think he's gonna get 1-2 punch.
I also don't
Yeah,
think he's gonna
no.
get 1-2. Oh, unless
Oh,
Cakes,
Cakes-
unless
what does he
the
have?
Wait, yeah, Spectator Man,
No.
can you press tab?
Yeah, please.
Oh,
Ooh,
Oh,
1-2
Apple
punch.
Spectator.
give me a second.
Bulk up.
Disregarded
Yeah.
Guys, I am pretty sure frickin' esports has a significantly better draft. I'll say it. The
Oh, Twin Drive!
on
Oh, Twin
Vice
Drive on the
is
Vice. This
insane
is
to
looking.
me.
This is looking pretty scary. This is
Hey,
looking
a
really
little bit
scary.
guys might just be what ZZ was looking for. I mean, I don't
Keep in mind, ZZZ does already have the size bonus from Among Titans, so it's actually a pretty decent amount of size and power multiplied.
Okay,
But I don't know if it'll be
spectacle
enough
one.
to actually get them that first kill.
Clean
However,
double
maybe
barrier.
they don't need
Oh,
it. They're just going to core control their way to victory.
Yeah, what's so
Raz is now
interesting,
one
good
side,
at core
basically one side's
Whoa,
awakening.
he died, just
And that guy's dead.
Wait, clean defense, hamster quest. He's gonna die again,
oh,
bro.
he's
No, that's actually worse.
worse that he's held back because now ZZ has a prize fighter stack and his run rush cooldown reset. Wait a minute.
1 point on the board for Woe Chills. This is definitely looking slated for Woe Chills to win. Having the prize fighter stack, having the cooldowns reset as well from the ad rush proc.
If they get one kill, the set just ends.
Oh,
Oh,
Superman
shot.
attempt.
I don't make
Coming-
the rules, but look at Storm's HP.
Oh my god!
Oh my
Superman!
god, Superwoman!
Superwoman! The slimes! And it gives us a winning strike against the slime, and now it's 2-0 in favor of Woe Chills. Another prize fighter stack online.
I mean, is Supercharged the most awesome awakening ever? 30% is such an awesome number.
Oh my god, how does Cakes not die here?
Oh, it's looking like you're going to have to solo cast again.
No!
Oh no! Wait! Storm! Be the hero!
Storm, save me!
Or kill somebody, that works too.
Wait, he's finding the barriers though.
Like
guy-
I said,
this
ZZ
guy-
with the one
Storm
size
is
awakening
gonna
that
die.
Razos is usually looking for. And
Storm
for
is
looking for
Oh,
a
no.
great size, but
And we're going to a game 3.
Whip drop on
With Drop Leto.
Leto.
alright, hold
Guys,
on.
I miss freaking Chris.
Hey, you never know. Be back. Be back to save the team for the next
I need him
game.
back.
It will be another freaking Chris on blue side. So it might just mean that they get Juno, which means freaking Chris is in.
Wait, is that they only play him on blue side? That would be kind of decent, actually.
Wait, is that true? Is that true?
I don't
We're
know.
gonna find out. We're about to
Alright
find
guys,
out.
damage check. ZZ pulling out a chill 52k on the Rasmus. The
Yeah.
usual for ZZZ. Big numbers. Some of the biggest numbers we've seen today.
I think Cam's not too far behind though, because X just that number just goes up when you play that character. I'm not really sure why. Also,
no wand,
Rasmus is,
wand shot.
Stinger and Wand actually aren't tracked by the damage number, so
Really?
he actually had a lot more damage than it looks like. So it's kind
Closer to
of
520,000.
actually, yeah.
Alright guys, you can count the amount of times ZZ hit someone and just like do the math yourself, you know?
Yep.
Alright guys, you got this.
You can't leave.
You can't leave. You're stuck here
You
forever.
have to see how this series ends.
Well,
You need to
I've
stick out
already,
the
I've
end.
seen the future. Hold on. We can see what they've drafted and then I'll decide.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, we're just waiting for this game to. They're in draft right now, actually, so we gotta wait for that. Oh, they have a
nice.
game! Oh my god,
Nice.
this is
Ooh.
a game.
Is that a
That's terrible
Drakkar
news.
Brawler with missile prop?
Oh, that's a Drakkar. Alright.
This is not here. But
Grabs the bag, Woe Chills, Drakkar Brawler time. Let's go. Where'd he go? Oh, I'm so stupid.
It's just like that object permanent's not on the side of our
executed
casters.
for his casting. Where'd he go?
He go.
Oh, what a pass.
He's Xeno cloaked in the cast.
He'll be back next set. Don't worry, guys.
Alright, and a quick round 1 win for the side of Era X.
Oh my god, where'd your car go? Oh, there he is.
Where's he going? He's hunting.
Wait, Storm does not want to eject because he sees Z just marking it.
Oh
like
wait.
that.
That primary from Leary was so good. Just absolutely stuffed out the X dash from
Hey,
going anywhere.
no bias in the cast, please. No bias in the cast.
Yeah, we're unbiased. We're very unbiased.
That wasn't even biased. I was just pointing it out. It was so clean.
And somehow Edicam gets absolutely obliterated there. I think that was
Wait, Storm just spread his disease to his teammate there. Things might look a little rough here.
Oh,
You're not
As we say that,
evading.
yeah, there we go. There goes Storm down now.
Yeah,
excellent
no.
coverage on Oblivion Liars.
I've seen Storm die with evade like 9 times last game alone. He's gonna have to
No.
Where'd he go?
He does not need to use that flip.
And after
Guys,
that point,
I think
tied
Jakarta will
up.
get it done.
All right, Water Fury. What do you think about the two drafts?
What do you think about this, Water Fury?
Where'd he go?
He's cloaked out of here.
Wait, how did he just
Wait,
go?
Edicam's dead.
Wait,
What?
Water Fury taking Edicam with him.
Wait, Storm is 1 HP, bro. Oh my god.
Oh, and Leary with the dash push.
dying, but it's possible, I guess.
Oh, good ball.
Oh,
Oh, no hit stun though.
okay. Excellent defense, surprisingly, out of Edicam and Hamster Quest. Not necessarily the duo you'd expect to be defensive powerhouses, but they're making it work quite well, actually.
Oh, Z, just
And they
get
get
in there.
both
Oh,
very
no
quickly.
shotgun to confirm that though.
Right,
Dagger onto
Edicam is once more staggered.
Yeah, this is
Not
definitely
a
worth
great day to be a
taking
brawler,
from
not on this map.
Sad day. It's sad to be
there. Look at him go. Z does
sad
not
day to
want
be X Omega Strikers when you're staggered and having a Jakar with siphoning one and Missile Pop just chasing you down.
Oh, just barely missed the secondary too. That's pretty bad for Tempo.
Oh!
Never mind, it just goes in.
Hamster
Hamster
Quest.
Quest. Nice shot.
Yeah, striking it behind the Asher Primary so it doesn't get caught. Bringing them to a 1-point lead in this first set.
And as this game progresses, normally I'd say I'd like the Ricard team more, but since he already has missile prop, I actually think that I don't think he can get that much more effective. So I like the Air X a lot more than I normally would.
I think I would agree if it wasn't ZZZ, but he's just gonna pick up Prize Fighter Adren.
True.
He's
If he
gonna
gets
be.
those, like,
Oh my god!
what
My
happened?
god!
Unfortunately, I think I'd almost rather have Storm die there. Looking at the energy, obviously, like, it still sucks dying, and you're gonna give the enemy more XP, but
You get to
You
get
have
Now
into
he
this.
has no evade versus ZZZ. That's kind of a scary spot to be in.
Speaking of no evade, Leary getting hit by the Vice secondary, stunning her from being able to strike the core away. X putting out all his damage onto her.
Orb.
Hamster Quest, Storm needed that orb!
He did that orb so bad. He didn't really, actually, I guess. The way the game is
Okay, maybe
playing out.
Edicam
You
did
know.
more.
Yeah, I was just
Yeah,
saying, Edicam might need it a little more now. Now staggered. Trying to hold
Yeah,
on for dear life.
Really hard for Edicam to actually engage with the ball right now.
Got the goalie one.
Oh, wow, what a clear
Oh my
Storm.
god,
Getting it
Cake
past
is
the
risky for
car.
that.
Very low.
Nice.
Trying to hold on, but
Pressure.
very dropping.
Got them, yeah. Also, both the bolt, he has flip. It's over. If they hold this one,
He cannot get the ball. Whatever, if you want to win friggin' esports, you've got to score now.
Oh my god!
Oh my god, he's gone! Where does Storm go?
Oh, no.
Quest is not able to play on the direct shotgun. Very strong
Missile
combo.
propulsion.
Very strong combo. Strong character, strong combo.
Seeing the Mako MVP here. Just gonna be very interesting. Oh! You
Ariel.
see a lot of good stuff for Jakar here. Notably the ad rush to bulk up. Like, gonna help a
Yeah.
lot with this damage.
Just those two, really. Team player is not a bad pickup for Mako. It's quite a strong pickup, infamously, actually. And
There's
Z
the ad rush.
Z gets the adrenaline rush that he never really should. And why is X opting for Big Fish? as a
Nobody
bulk up?
took Reptile on
What?
the side of frickin'
What?
esports.
I think
Edicam.
that's a horrible draft blunder.
Oh no.
Edicam, Reptile and bulk up. Oh my gosh.
Oh,
my frick.
This is
Oh
looking
my
not
frick.
good.
Guys,
I'm really worried about Hamster Quest's chances of surviving long enough to make value out of that stacks on stacks as well.
yeah, I think
Wait,
so
Cakes
too.
is
I
low,
think
what?
it's hard.
When did that guy get low? Hold on.
He got hit by
Oh.
Araneda.
Oh, okay. Well, that makes more sense. But also notably from that draft, that's all the stagger. Survivability out of the way now.
I think
You
Z scores
can
are going to be
get
honest.
100
Yeah.
more stagger out of Spark of Leadership. Technically.
Technically, but are we gonna count the Spark of Leadership as a survivability awakening here?
Yes.
Well, it's as much of one as freaking Big Fish is.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
You know what? I'll handshake you on that. Oh my
Not a
god,
good
that guy
one, but
was fine.
we're working with what we can get here.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, Lyrian Liners almost has a crazy kill.
I was the
That's
old
one
Big
of
Fish,
dash
is what I'm
punch.
saying.
Please don't take the orb from Larry Cakes. Please don't do it. He took it. He took the orb. He took the orb.
He's hungry.
Down,
He's
down.
feeling like munching.
Oh,
Oh,
nice
uh,
patience out of Storm. I feel like Storm's been scoring so many goals for the sides of freaking esports.
He is
These
playing
hard
Twin
games.
Drive Vice. That is a character that can do that quite frequently and effectively.
This fight.
Esports.
This fight.
Oh,
This fight is. Sorry. This fight is going to be a little scary. As the game scales on. But right now, just with the value with all the awakenings that the Vice has right now, it's not looking too great. For freaking esports, but I definitely think that as this game goes on, as they're able to hold out against Woe Chills and the damage that they're putting on, they'll be able to scale more and be able to put up a lot more effort.
What a hold from Cakes.
Insane.
Oh.
Lyria is so dead. You're in the goo.
I actually don't know if she is. It's
They have
really
no good
hard.
kill confirm. They have no good kill confirm, so.
Another game where lacking that kill confirm is going to
Whoa, risky clear.
Wait, I know who has good kill confirm. Go in there, Z. Kill Storm right now. Raw. Oh, he evaded. He evaded.
Nice evade. Good read on the.
Oh, the Molten Bolt onto the X as well, keeping him low.
He was gonna die to something. I'm not sure what.
Wait, this is how he dies.
It's just
no.
so hard for Edicam to actually.
Whoa, he died
Whoa!
to the team player.
Overtime team
red
player!
for Mako.
How dare you have an open net in overtime? Oh my gosh. Get back on the strike shot.
Oh, and Asher Primary actually causing some problems there, and then
Uh-oh.
Asher dying as a result, making that suddenly very scary for the side of Woe Chills.
That's 0 HP. Full Drekar ult tanked, but he got the
Oh,
orb.
big era.
Aaron Asher taken by the side of frickin' esports.
Ooh.
Oh, this is so much pressure.
Oh, good save from Leary using the secondary to catch it before he even goes in.
Wait, how does Wood Chills not get scored on here? That's what I'm wondering.
ZZZ, they get a kill
Oh,
on
like
Eddie.
that.
Whoa! Z just finds a complete gap on Hamster Quest there with the strike shotgun. Just a raw shotgun, actually.
Oh my
nice.
god.
Nice mix play attempt by Storm. Didn't quite work out the way that they wanted, but great idea.
Out of respect going for it, yeah. Oh, Larry gets the Vice Orb, or the Orb despite the Vice ult.
The Vice Orb.
Baron Nasher claimed by the side of Woe Chills this time. We'll see if it's enough.
Miss Warp
And I will
scores
say, despite my earlier misgivings, Hamster Quest has not really been dying, and that's a max stacks on stacks era, which is really important for them to win these games. Oh
yeah.
no!
Whoa,
Oh
wow.
my god.
Force
That's
speed
another-
again,
That's
overtime
another team
Mako.
player goal. Mako just scored 2 of the 3 goals with team player overtime. What's wrong with his awakening?
As we're seeing
And
it now,
suddenly- But
this is a 2-0, like you're about to say, Tony. This is a 2-0 lead for Woe Chills.
Suddenly, after being down in the first game, Woe Chills is 2 sets to 0, and this is another draft that honestly, at first glance, I thought it would look in favor of Woe Chills, but the 2-3 for frickin' esports is putting in a lot of work. Getting that Castellas and that Orb rep is pretty valuable.
Yeah, nothing really insane came in for Wood Chills here, honestly.
Yeah, not a lot of power for this draft to help them continue the damage game that they've been playing. Well, mainly for ZZZ, but notably also at Leary getting both now having primetime and primetime and twin drive, going to be able to use these abilities a lot more often
Guys,
to just
Cakes
keep
is
everything going. Oh my god, Cakes is dying. I was saying that. Cakes is just getting beat up in his gold net, constantly staggered, still having the recovery drone.
Oh, nice
Kenny,
strike work from Edicam.
Whoa!
Oh my god.
beast mode clears. Paul.
Alright, Cakes is safe. No chance of their
Oh, I think he's not very safe right now, though.
Oh, the goal is not safe, but that's okay.
He
These
still
first two
has this
goals
recovery
don't matter.
Yeah, he still has this recovery drone too, so he is going to be holding, still living for now.
I don't really know why they're putting so much damage on specifically.
wait, the guy's dead!
Oh,
He is adrenaline rushing like he was always fated to. Foretold by the ancient legends.
Destiny calls for ZZZ.
He does not care about that barrier, he's just trying to kill Storm. And so is Lyrie, oh my gosh.
I really like
he wants to do
the...
everything in his power. He cannot go back.
Yeah, Storm is migrating.
I really like the, offensive teamwork from ZZZ and Leary to put out the damage on the side of frickin' esports.
Oh, the flip is very dangerous.
Nice
but
idea
they
by
pulled it
Edicam,
out.
just a little bit too choreographed.
Oh, we're dashing
Oh, we
somewhere.
want to ult here.
No,
Oh,
he's in here.
whoa!
Oh wait, where did
Did he die to
ZZZ
a
go?
Tornado? I think he just died to a... No, wait, he just died to a raw secondary from Vice.
and an insane clear from Cakes to keep this barrier alive. Hamster Quest still having his flip. Can he make something happen with it, or is it gonna roll over to the next set? To try and make a play there.
I think it would make him a damage target, but they have just not been attacking Hamster Quest this game, really. I'm not really sure why, considering the value they get from it.
Yeah, and especially like with the stacks too. Like if he's allowed to live any more, those stacks will help him like hold a speed advantage and just be able to blitz the side of Ochills.
And now we're in overtime, which is exactly where the team player Mako wants to play at.
I can't wait for it to happen again. oh, Edicam.
Oh!
Okay, has to spend the ult for him. They got the barrier.
We're really close to flip on ZZZ though, but we have a flip in turn.
Oh my god.
Oh!
Cakes is on play cooldown.
Powering the Mako primary.
He went straight through him.
Bounce house.
Yeah, many awakenings that ZZZ wants haven't been picked up by him yet, haven't shown up in any draft yet, so even if he does lose this set right here, I think that he's still in a good spot. Now, it's looking like he's going to, though. Frickin'
Oh my god!
Excellent offense from the side of frickin' esports.
Very cleanly played.
Yeah, it's still in the draft rotation. Yeah, for the draft rotation, what is it? ZZD, if he wants to continue playing this damage, like I was about to say, he has heavy impact, he has 1-2 punch.
This guy.
You cannot deny him what he wants here. But you see, what is it? Mind you dropping to the air, a very good awakening for her. Heavy impact actually taking by Cakes. Very interesting.
Well, if I were Storm, I would react to that and pick 1-2.
Yeah, that's a bit concerning. Wait, take 1-2x! Take 1-2!
What?
No!
Oh my god!
Okay,
What
that's
Corey getting the
problematic.
1-2 punch despite it all, and Asher taking Super Surge. This is looking kind of disastrous for freaking esports.
Oh my god.
Yep, and immediately ZZZ capitalizing on the damage he's been given. Oh, and dying in turn. The vertical NATO hook resets, claims another. And an excellent strike from Hamster Quest with the Shrunk Core, just completely uncontestable. Despite the early death, somehow it is freaking Chris that is up 2 barriers to 0, and a nice dash with Super Surge.
That's a recovery drone, bro.
Yeah, that's recovery drone down too. So Cakes is looking mighty killable this set.
Guys,
Maybe freaking esports doesn't matter. Like, what awakenings they pick, they're just better.
They're just frickin'. They're frickin' them.
They're fricking them up.
Crazy.
Oh my god!
It almost happened.
Yeah, I thought we were about to see Bounce House Jank come out at this point, but thankfully another life is spared.
Oh my god!
Oh, and as I'm saying that, Cakes goes off the map from a Mondu era NATO. That's not what you want to see happen in such a false
Oh,
telecommunication.
it happened! It was just foreshadowing.
Wow.
Your Hamster Quest looking like the vice president.
Yeah.
Blessing of hook resets smiles down upon this young, old era player.
Yeah, all of a sudden, this is looking very scary if you're Woe Chills. Now down 2 points in this set, and freaking esports is looking to bring this back. But as I say that, ZZZ takes two, gets a double barrier. They don't care at all. Edicam looking mighty low, trying to make something happen, taking one barrier, dying with the flip. That's not the resource you don't want to lose.
Like we still
ZZ moving in for the kill. Doesn't matter though. He doesn't need it.
Wow. And all it took was a Mako secondary and a bit of ZZZ magic, and immediately they take one back. Woe Chills is not out of this game just because they are losing a couple points in a row.
Like we still have Super Surge.
Woe Chills is hungry for this win.
Oh, Z is just dumping all his buttons in Hamster Quest. Deal that damage him, man. Get him. Oh yeah. Put him in the goo, take that barrier.
Get in there. Oh!
Target has been acquired, that is for sure.
Absolutely.
Backwards. Oh, and a snipe from Cakes! That might have sealed the fate of this set and the series for the side of Woe Chills.
Oh goodness.
Yeah, losing the stacks on stacks on the air is not something you want to see happen. As this is looking kind of
Storm is insane for clearing that.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Another blessing of hook resets.
No, he doesn't do those.
Is he a full charger?
Oh my god!
Oh my god. Yeah, everyone's a full charger.
No. Leave it to the pioneers to never full charge your NATO.
And Storm, after that excellent performance in that point, clearly deserved this MVP, and it's looking like a nice little stinger for the Vice. Little buzz. Love to see that. That being said, there's Prize Fighter. A lot of damage on the field for the side of the Jakar. You cannot deny all of it, so the goal should be to pick what is most valuable for you.
Yeah,
I
I've
think
seen that.
Take's got a dash range here. Yeah, the dash range is looking a little scary for them here. Might of the Colossus or BD, the impact increase is probably more valuable than the power increase. So Z gets something to work with, but really the Prize Fighter is a big hit to him. He really needed that. But I'm looking at really Fighter Flight on midfield and dash range on Mako Goalie. That's going to be a little hard to deal with. It's looking like a bit of a core control team now in this final set.
Yeah. You're going to see two barriers going down for the side of frickin' esports. Looking a little scary. Leary trying to find something down there, but not really. Edicam, oh my god, beautiful use of the ultimate there.
And a nice
Trying to
cancel on the
hunt
Mako
Kingdom.
secondary. Oh my god, Edcam wants to win. That was a crazy point by him.
Yeah, not
Yeah,
even having to use the
crazy.
flip.
They're hungry. They're freaking hungry.
Energy advantage. Somehow ZZZ is actually the one with no energy. He used to get at set 5. It looks like people are learning to fight back.
Wait,
Oh
he
my
pushed
god.
Storm so far away, he got the orb. This is exactly what ZZ wants. This is like a flow state point for him. If this
Oh,
point
no.
goes any longer, if Edicam doesn't find some miracle goal here, I think it goes in their favor. But he might find a bit of a miracle goal.
Oh, Storm, put it in!
Oh my god! Putting it in
Wow.
open space for Storm to extend off of, that's crazy.
Wow. This is looking very, very scary,
And
guys.
it's still concerning energy advantage for the side of freaking esports as well. They almost have 2 flips. All of Wochill's is pretty far away from theirs. Like, it's going to be a long road. Even if they win this point, they're going to have to spend a lot of resources to do it. And Edicam doesn't want to make that easy for them. The quick first barrier.
Very
Ooh,
scary
massive
situation.
break from Edicam. How does he win
Oh
that?
no, it's
No,
over.
oh my god.
Wow.
No.
Procking the recovery drone, but we'll never see it get its value because the game is already over, along with the series. I'm freaking out, dude. I'm freaking out.
Wow.
Freaked
Well
out.
done by the side of Freaking Esports. And a great showing from Edicam especially, who I personally haven't seen a lot, but
Yeah.
they performed exceptionally well. Like, it's a
Edicam was
team that,
beast-mode.
in my opinion, is pretty strong.
And so did Storm, too. Storm was under that pressure from ZZ all game, who infamously sits on the goalie. But with that twin drive device, he was able to make it work.
29 saves! There
Oh
was
my
no
God.
defense. It was an all offense by the
Yeah,
side
no,
of Storm.
no.
He never let the court
That
get
was-
there.
That guy was never in his net. Oh my god.
He's defending from midfield, let's be clear. He's not letting
To
that
be
game
fair.
go work.
When he did actually have to defend those couple of really important saves, like we saw in set 4, like he was able to do it. He just didn't have to. He knew that his goal was to keep the ball as far away from his side of the field as possible, and he did everything in his power to ensure that the ball was never there.
I can't believe that when two very important casters left, it turned more into a real one. What's up with that?
Yeah.
I miss
We bring the
water.
magic. I understand we bring the magic.
Alright, and that was another great series. I'm glad to be here for another week.
Yeah,
We might
Yep.
see you guys next week or in the following months. The world may never know.
yeah, I hope to see you guys in chat when this recording plays on Sunday.
Yeah. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Bye.
Hi everyone. I think this is when the VOD starts. Hopefully Sai won't cut me off. But if he did, hi everyone again. We're here today, ECL versus the Handless Dogs. Sorry, Chikara Eclipse versus the Handless Dogs. And these are both teams that are currently 1-0 coming out of a win for their first week. I think both these teams had pretty strong showings, 2-0 for both of them on the day. Eclipse a bit better, having 2 3-0s, but already off to a bit of an explosive start here. We've got a KO. Seems like Zonseki has gone down and Nicki Middelin looking to score. Oh my god.
KO. Weston walking all the way up to the midfield, but they don't even need his support. Nikki and Flambeau have got it locked down. It's an early 0.1, and I'm liking the Handless Dogs lineup here. Atlas is obviously still not out of fashion, and Nikki and Flambeau have been running this forward duo for ages now. The Juno is kind of Flambeau's signature secondary, and Nikki has been throwing out Tofu since I can remember on this Dubu Brawler, so they are down to cook here. Eclipse, on the other hand, we're seeing Cragley showing off the new patch era. That crap is kind of disgusting. I wasn't expecting the primary buff to really do like a ton. I expected it to make her playable, but not insane. But Era's back, y'all. But it's not going to stop Nikki from catching a swift pass from Weston there, bringing up a 2-0 lead for the Handless Dogs.
I'm not quite sure. This micro patch nerf that made it so that she got back to the 0.3 cast time, it hurts. It hurts actually quite a bit. So I'm wondering how strong this pick is going to look this game. I think that the buff is still relevant. It still makes her a little better. But I think that as of right now, the big change is that you can't use it on reaction anymore. It's no longer a sort of age check / your own answer to an age check. And because of that, there could be it's much less versatile as it once was. But already right now, it looks like Zonseki right now just kind of catching a rough streak of luck. Already KO'd twice here, and Nicki Middelin once again able to get the barrier. Flambeau with the parry too. And the flip ends the set. Handless Dogs come in swinging.
Yeah, trading flips perfectly there. And after a 3-0 set, we've got Dubu MVP. Not a crazy volatile draft, but I'm eyeing that missile prop for Dubu for sure. Built Diff is also a very solid pick, though. Take up more space, make it harder to clear around. Cragley's going to hold the draft here. Grab Spark of Leadership. Okay, 2 Sparks are already showing up, so I'm not sure how much value Spark scaling is going to have, but certainly Leadership is the route to go if you're looking to scale out of this one. Again, nothing too crazy that draft. I think Nikki getting more size is probably the most influential thing. And of course, this is an extra special start, so she's already got Tofus flying out the wazoo, and they're not going to stop anytime soon. We've already got one on the board here.
I really like the choice to not go missile prop, to just hold it. It threatens the Atlas picking it up, and it forces the Now to pick it up, which isn't like a great awakening on Now. Useful, but not anything terrible. So really good, smart pick, especially, again, like you mentioned, that size is going to be very impactful no matter who it's on, especially in some of these corner offenses. So really smart drafting here from Dogs, I think, and we'll see if they'll be able to play smart here in set number 2.
Yeah, I think we're starting to see the plights of Now goalie. Oh my gosh, and Zonseki KO'd once more. I mean, power plays coming left and right for Handless Dogs, and it seems like there's nothing that Scandals can do. Like, it's not Scandals' fault. I don't think Now has a kit that can stand up to this Juno Dubo duo. Seems crazy strong. That's a tongue twister, by the way. Juno Dubu duo. Holy crap.
Yeah, and speaking of precarious situations to put your mouth. Okay, you know, that didn't come out correctly, but we're going to continue. Nicki Middelin has a flip here. Unfortunately, going to burn it. Mr. Flambeau, though, waiting in the wings here and able to catch the core. Zonseki trying to dribble it forward, but it's just so hard to get past this Juno. The Tofu Fortress is there now, more claustrophobic. Zonseki once again looking low, but before anything can happen with that, good jump from Mr. Flambeau takes the point here.
Thank goodness I didn't spit water all over my setup. Wow, yeah. So it looks really strong on kickoff. Eclipse come in, they always have this era speed, and then they have the now speed to follow it back up. But it crumbles very quickly. Like, this Atlas just has to hold essentially one push, and then when Flambeau and Nikki get a hold of it on offense, it seems to just not stop from there on out. But Eclipse are getting a little more purchase this time. It looks like Zon is keeping it up a little bit more. Weston not having any problems yet and still is holding on to that defensive flip with comfort. Oh, almost takes out Weston on the back line there, but he's saved by the bell from the Arenado.
Ooh, Strike War is a bit scary here, but Nicky Minolin fully rotated on the defense. Flambeau close to flip the beam, doesn't hit its target with the core. A good evade though by Mr. Flambeau, keeps himself alive against the NATO. Dash punch from the Asher not hitting its mark as Nicky Minolin almost steals the second barrier, but closely defended now by Scandals. Overtime is hit. This Juno's going to be incredibly strong, incredibly scary, but that requires right now that Nicky Minolin and crew get the core out. The flip and dip is done. A bit of a goalie check against your brawler. Not what you want to do, but the core is clear nonetheless. A good primary from Scandals as well. Keeps the final cores safe. Core flip from Flambeau goes up into the beam. Nicky Minolin not able to receive the core, and it slips into Zonseki's hands. Sends it into the top side of the net. An excellent point here coming from Chikara Eclipse.
Yeah, Eclipse on the board for the first time this series. And I'll say at that point looked clean. They looked very comfortable there. Kept possession for pretty much the whole point. Scandals was able to walk up to the midfield. And they might even find a kill here on Nikki. Zon walking all the way back, but the core does go wide. Actually takes a barrier in the process, and Nikki is allowed to heal up. So it looks like they're not going to be finding any purchase quite yet. But certainly Eclipse is starting to make some moves. They're looking a lot more comfortable here than they were in set 1.
Absolutely agreed. An amazing flip, 2-for-1 value, the KO and the barrier. As a good slime stalls out this point, but it only seems to delay the inevitable. The flip is there. Cragley sinks it in point blank. And Chikara Eclipse, like you mentioned, first point finally on the board, and now they find themselves up.
Yeah, a nice lead secured, and Scandals has still got that defensive flip. Weston's about to get one of his own. Arenado comes out here, but yeah, it looks like the pushes are just a lot more synchronized. I think that's probably the biggest change that we've seen from Eclipse. They're saving all of these speeds and trying to use that massive burst of momentum to put as much pressure on Weston in a short amount of time as possible. And it's going for them well. They play defensively when they don't have the speed up, and then they just wait for their moment to strike. There they go. The era speed goes off, and they swarm Weston's net immediately. He's forced to burn a bunch of cooldowns there. Still has the flip for now, but there, it's burned. It's forced out by the NATO. Eclipse might be able to take home this set and tie it up, staying in this game 1.
Yeah, great energy advantage right now, but you still have to deal with this offense of Flambeau, Nicky Minolin. That has gone nowhere. And some amazing strikes from Weston. Gets it clear, but unfortunately Nicky Minolin loses possession. But it is found back to her Scandals, though. Good call out on the scoring plan of Nicky Minolin. Weston, unfortunately, gets an unfortunate redirect. The flip comes through from Flambeau. The Handless Dogs is shown. And right now, Cragley trying to get his flip, potentially. The NATO's out, pushes Flambeau. A lot of damage is done. The flip is here as well, and it's set topside. No member of the Handless Dogs able to reach it in time. Chikara Eclipse answer back 3-1 here in the second set.
Zon being MVP here is very nice. There is a second spark on the table if he wants it, but of course Cragley is also threatening that leadership spark scaling in the back, so there's not a massive motivation to take it here. I think denying hot shot from Flambeau is perfectly fine, but certainly Flambeau is not unhappy to settle for stacks on stacks. Scandals holds the draft here. Looks like Weston will be denying away that spark of focus from Cragley. But getting cast to last on your era, especially when this is a prime time era that we're talking about, she's going to have no shortage of debuffs. And that is going to be a dastardly combo moving into this set 3. And Scandals gets more speed. This team gets even more speed with Super Surge on those Now Mines. So the speed that was the difference maker for Eclipse in the last set. Look, this is an explosive start for them already. Both barriers down. Weston with nothing but air at his back.
Yeah, it's a scary situation to be in, especially with an Atlas with only a glass cannon to assist in the mobility department. Had to deny a spark in that previous draft, which was incredibly unfortunate. Another big pickup as well, right? This Nikki Minolan Reptile Remedy. She had been on the receiving end of a lot of chip damage, and now all that chip damage will not mean anything. It's very good here in the defense. Good plays here from the forward duo of the Handless Dogs, able to get a wonderful defense before it even makes it to Weston. Now mine's going to be there. The Tofu Fortress doesn't find value. Gets the flip, but Mr. Flambeau able to receive the clear. Tries to play a little fancy here off the drums, but going to be defended away expertly here by Chikara Eclipse.
Yeah, they defended away for a little bit, but eventually Nikki will find a strike around. Now both teams with goals open, but Cragley finds the angle around. That's a first point to Chikara Eclipse once more.
Yeah, that came out of nowhere. The speed in overtime plus the drum catching Weston and me, to be honest, off guard there. But, you know, I have the age as my excuse. So right now, Weston going to be playing here on the defense. Good clears on the top side before any barriers are going to go. KO, though, found by Cragley here on the NATO. And we've got continuing here a power play. Flip comes out to keep the tempo of the play running. But Nikki Minolan is just playing a goalie character. Going to be hard to get through her just like that. The dash punch from Zonseki not able to find the core either. Strikes coming through for Nikki Minolan. As Flambeau here rotating on the top side gets the KO despite the air power reduction. Now corner offense is coming through. Weston walking up, looking very scary here. A strike shot now allowing him to send it topside though. Scandal's there to meet him. As Nikki Minolan dodges a dash punch. Pass splitter comes out. Blavas are here. It's a party, but the defense of Chikara Eclipse may be the more fun thing to watch.
Yeah, that every time the Tofu Fortress comes out, it seems like Scandals and Cragley don't even flinch. They're doing a fantastic job holding with just so many creations surrounding them, and then they capitalize on these power plays fantastically. Every single one, it seems like they've been, if nothing else, getting some cooldowns out, but oftentimes they're grabbing barriers. Here they are passing in front of the net. They get so much energy out of this as well because of all the possession they're maintaining. And their flips have been nothing but valuable for them. It seems like every time they flip, there's a goal, but they don't even need it this time. Zonseki strike warring the astral projection there. And that's a 2-point lead for Eclipse. This is a completely different Chikara Eclipse from what we saw in that first set.
Yeah, and it makes me really think what really was the difference maker. I mean, it didn't feel like anything really happened to them in draft, to be quite honest. Potentially just being able to lock in and just play a little bit better. And 3 flips now to the side of Chikara Eclipse with a 2-point lead in the set. They can play so aggressive, so recklessly, and it might not matter. That's what they're looking to do right now. 2 flips down, and unfortunately it's going to cost them a little bit.
Yeah, they do get
oh my god
by Nikki. The tiny core slides it around the Tofu, but she catches it anyways. Nice score there from Nikki.
Yeah, W Dubu, the Summer Assault, able to catch the down clear from Cragley, and that's a big win if you are the Handless Dogs. 2 core flips burned, still get the point, and if you want to make a comeback, this is how you're going to have to start. Already the corner offense coming through, barely, just taken by Flambeau. And now the heat is turning up for Chikara Eclipse. 1 goalie barrier found, but Nikki Minolan here on the flip side is looking so scary with that flip. Finally, the 3rd flip of Chikara Eclipse going to be taken down. Bit of a scary back pass done by Mr. Flambeau to Weston, but it works out. The flip is here. Scandals, though, blocking it. Nikki Minolan with a strike war win. And now it is dead even. No energy to look out for any forward. It's going to be up to the goalies, and right now Weston finds himself favored in the energy department.
Yeah, he's got a lot of energy, and of course Mr. Flambeau has been building up those stacks on stacks after getting KO'd early on in the set. He's been building them up. He's at 120 right now, and will likely hit 150 if this point goes on for too long. So if Eclipse are going to make something happen, they either need to kill Flambeau or score fast before that Juno starts flying all around this map. And currently, Handless Dogs are the ones in control of this game. They have both barriers down, and Flambeau's slide finds it.
Bark, bark, bark! The Handless Dogs find their way to take the set. And they're going to be advantaged here coming into draft. I believe the final spark, I think, is going to be here. Actually, no, Nikki Middleton is MVP. Which means it's super unfortunate. Might just choose not to deny it. It is only 2 sparks, and if you think that you could win, you might just take it then and there. Which, yeah, is what Nikki Middleton goes into. This is a very huge Dubu. This is double size. The Among Titans still going to be an option here as well for whoever decides to pick it up. Gonna see, I'm looking at that. Actually going to be size picked up by the Atlas here. Maybe to match what the Asher will be getting. And Handless Dogs actually don't pick Among Titans. A little surprised by that, but Mr. Flambeau has the dash jump range. So being able to get one of those is obviously going to find value, and already seeing some very strong aggression coming out of this Juno.
Yeah, well, and a friendly reminder about Might of the Colossus and Era being in the game at the same time, and Era being playable right now. Zonseki is now going to get massive amounts of power from these cast to last Era buffs. And again, with Primetime, Cragley can send those out all the time. So theoretically, Eclipse have just gotten a pretty massive power spike off of that draft. And that's, you know, double meaning with the spark of strength, spark of leadership, little mini team scaling that Cragley was able to grab. But they are the ones with no barriers right now, and Flambeau and Nikki Middleton are like sharks in the water here, prowling for this goal. Undoubtedly, if left to their devices for too long, they'll find it.
And even if they're not able to find the goal, they're going to find their core flips very soon. Mr. Flambeau already has one. Nikki Middleton quickly building up her own flip as well. As now a shot topside. Not the angle you want, but the flip is there. It's a creative save nonetheless. As Weston now trying to one-up maybe this situation in just a second. Flip comes through. Bit of an awkward creation. Makes the clear a little bit tough, but it is going to be found. Flambeau's flip not going to find its mark, but still going to be a rough opportunity. Yeah, Nikki Middleton too hard to strike around right now. After some momentum coming out from Jakari Eclipse, the reverse sweep of the last set is now pushing it back into the Handless Dog's favor.
Yeah, this is now a big fish built different Dubu. 45% size on the table for this Dubu. That is one massive hamster. Dubu's big as is, but Nikki is making him look larger than life. And oh, what a double found by Cragley there. Chikara Eclipse, once again, cracking open barriers. And hopefully soon to take names and re-secure their position in this game. Cragley does have this flip here, can possibly close it out soon, but they've got to get around this fast Judo who's got stacks on stacks up, and this massive Dubu. It's going to take some doing.
Yeah, it's already looking so tough here. All the abilities flying out by Jakara Eclipse is all for naught, and it might require some very aggressive play from Scandals potentially to get it through, but that's exactly what the Handless Dogs want. They want a bit of over-aggression so that Nikki Middleton could immediately capitalize, but for now it might not even be needed. Zonseki here, potentially able to get the core. The passes are coming through. The Slime's there. The hit stun is there as well. The Nado, though, is what secures it. Jakari Eclipse take the point, evening up the set.
Yeah, masterful setup there. Textbook Era play. You get your Brawler to hold that out clear. You line up the Nado on the bottom. And as long as you can hold possession through that, eventually that Tornado is going to come in behind and strike right into the goal. Now it's Zonseki flipping against the Tofu Fortress. But here comes the Nado once more. I mean, they're getting so much value off of this, even if it's not getting barriers. Handless Dogs are having to burn ability after ability because there's just no other way to save against this Asher Era forward duo. And the barriers are down once more. Eclipse looking quite strong here. Possibly about to get a 1-point lead in this set. But for now, it's Handless Dogs back on the offense.
Tofu Fortress going to be here, actually still defended away by Scandals and Cragley. The defense of Jakari Eclipse is staggering right now, and while Nikki Middleton makes it a very hard to strike through, the core speed is going to kick up in just a second, 5 seconds until this overtime. Good strike from Nikki Middleton. Sends it around the sentry drone, but now it's going to be Weston and Zonseki here in a 1v1. Weston able to win the interaction, but he's going to have another opportunity in just a second. The Slime, though, prevents any sort of momentum from being formed. Good defensive play here from Flambeau, and while Nikki Middleton is here. She's going to want to find some opportunities. One goalie barrier finally goes down. The strike shot whiffs, but the clear is still made. A good slime snipes away the pass to Cragley. The flip from Nikki Middleton is there, and Cragley doesn't have the strike cooldown in time. Handless Dogs throw up their paws, 1 point away from taking game 1.
And now on game point, Flambeau still rocking those 150 stacks. And you know what? I'll say it. I don't think Weston is particularly upset to have denied away that spark of focus. I'm seeing this dude having to burn cooldown after cooldown. I think he's glad to have anything he can get. But it is now a power play for Eclipse. They've snagged a KO here, a brief bit of purchase. They're defending it away for now, but both defensive flips are burned, and one barrier is grabbed there between Zon and Cragley. Almost gets the second, but Weston clutches it up there right on the back line. And it's back in Nikki and Flambeau's hands now. And they're smelling a way to close out this game right now.
Yeah, agreed. The Sharks are in the water, but the Sharks might be a form of prey as well. Zonseki here. Now an open goal to work with. Only one interaction can bring the point back. Scandal's a good flip now. Makes it a power play here in the offense. Mr. Flambeau, nowhere to speak of. And the half splitter, along with Zonseki's holding the top side, is going to be enough to get it through the Handless Dogs. A crucial point for both teams about to come up.
Yeah, now we're on a 5th point here in the 4th set. And no team is at a particular energy advantage here. But I'll tell you what's a massive thing for Eclipse is Flambeau losing those stacks. We're already seeing the speed difference with 2 haste characters on the side of Eclipse. They are able to put a staggering amount of pressure up in a very short amount of time. It's defended away for now by the Dogs. But who knows how many more of those they can handle. Cragley does have to flip here on defense. And it's caught by Nikki there on the out clear. Once more, Dogs coming back. Here I am, caster cursing Flambeau into not being able to do anything, and yet they coordinate the perfect offense, get both barriers down. Now Nikki has a flip. They're walking up the field. She flips. Nope, doesn't go for the pass. Shoots instead. It's blocked away. Handless Dogs will have to wait another few minutes before closing it out, but there's the power play.
Oh! Flambeau! Boom! Able to catch the bottom side clear. The Twin Drive Aerials Juno. Exactly where he needs to be. The Handless Dogs take game number 1. Very close. Shikari Eclipse had some momentum, surely, that game. But is the Handless Dogs able to net that one away?
That was a very fun game 1. Taking it to set 4. And, yeah, I mean, you can't beat the Handless Dogs on comfort, it seems like. That Taiko Temple is one of their classic maps. It's always been one of Weston's best goalie maps. It's always been one of Nikki's best brawler maps. And Flambeau has a fantastic character pool for Taiko, right? He's got the Juno, he's got the Rune. They had to ban out the Rune at the start of the match. And now he takes the MVP with 257 redirects. So some impressive stuff from them, but definitely we saw the gears turning for Eclipse. They were past that first set. The first set they kind of got rolled over, but past that first set, there wasn't a moment where Eclipse was not in the running for taking that game back, and they did even take one set, almost grabbed the second. So certainly as we move into game 2, we got both teams chilling in the locker room right now. What do you think Eclipse is looking at, after finding some success in the later part of that game? What do you think they might change up going into game 2, Brickbat?
Well, the first thing I'm looking at is they're going to switch over to their map pick, right? They're the ones that choose Clarion for their next map, and that's going to be something they're more comfortable with. But another thing as well, right? Era nerfed, which means that no longer with that fast strike, she no longer can contest what is arguably one of her worst matchups, which is Juno. The Juno Slimes make it near impossible without good tornado setup to get it past the Slimes, and you can no longer just follow primary strike to get it through in some situations. You're just going to lose that now, and I think that made it hard. I mean, if you look at Cragley's stats, right, 4 + 3, 255, arguably as much work, if not more work than Flambeau here in the midfield, but it really felt like, especially in some of those earlier sets where we saw the Handless Dogs get through, they had an iron grip on offensive possession. So we'll be going to game 2 very quickly. We'll be right back. We're going to transition, and we'll be there as soon as character select's done. See you then.
All right, we're jumping back in. Game 2 on Clarion Test Chamber. This is Chikara Eclipse's map pick. So now, it's their time to turn the tables here and hopefully take us to a Game 3. I'm eyeing up this Weston era goalie pick, which is unconventional with this forward comp that Nikki and Flambeau are running. But it brings me back. Knowers know the original Glitch Twitch Gunslingers, not the OSAS team, but the collegiate LAN team that Weston and I played on. I got him to try era goalie for the first time there, and it did not go well. But I suspect that now that this guy is cracked and adjusted all of his settings and hit Pro League and whatever, that this time it's going to go much, much better.
W. Weston. Oh, okay. Whoa. Okay. Wait. Sorry. My internet DC'd for a second.
Mine
so
did too. I think that was server wide.
That was just server wide. All right. W start. I just saw my own ping just spike up by 20 as, hey, that's just OS. But as of right now, what is OS 2 is this defense coming out here from Chikara Eclipse, and open net for both teams. And this is actually an era with Super Surge, which I think is incredibly interesting. And boom. Hey, that's Juno in overtime. There's a lot of OS things happening right now.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of swaps here. We have the Era on the Handless Dog side this time. We have the Atlas on Eclipse's side. But Zon is reprising his role as the Asher man. I'll be honest, I haven't touched Asher on the new patch yet. I don't know how she feels, but you can see it right there. When he primaries, that self-slow is absolutely insane now. She basically can't move at all while channeling that primary. So you have to rely a lot more on your midfielder to make her work like she used to. You can't be as self-sufficient, but you can still dash punch!
Yeah, it sounds like able to find that. Weston here with the flip, though. It's a bit scary here with the open net. And one thing as well is these character picks are a lot interesting. Oh my god, raw Judo KO! That's insane. That's not something you see all the time, but right now we see Scandals on the Atlas taking it away from Weston. Another thing as well, right? Cragley on the Kai, which is a significantly better matchup to play into the Juno. A good flip as well. Gonna take that first point, and I don't know about me, but I think that was a second server hiccup. I don't know if this is me. This is a bit scary.
Yep, yeah, I saw that too.
All good. All good,
Yeah,
hey.
definitely, those Blobos do not like getting hit with fireballs. Cragley, much happier to be on the Kai this go-round. Double barrier by the Eclipse lads. Very nice.
Yeah, they're going to be on defense right now. The Handless Dogs, good barrage. The pass splitter there, but it's actually saved again. What a crazy save. The hero Blobo. Keeping the point alive. An amazing defense from all members of the Handless Dogs, and potentially they're going to be looking to take this here. Nikki Mindelin, worse for wear, but still able to enter this play. The strike's there, but immediately going to be sent away by the Atlas secondary. Zonseki may be trying to find a KO here, but again, it's the defense is there on another crazy save, but all brawlers remain beautiful. That's not what you want to see, but hey, that looked good. Clip that. And the Handless Dogs, I think, even though they lost that point, they're going to have that momentum coming to this point, and that's really what you want.
I'm starting to think that these guys' name might be a bit of a deception. These guys might have hands. Oh, but so does Asher.
So does
There's
Zonseki.
another dash putt
Oh.
from Zonseki. Oh man, what server did they take us to? This is freaky. Oh, Nikki, massive Nikki, soloing, getting a double barrier, and the
gosh.
slide to finish it off.
Wow, it feels like Flambeau just has built-in missile prop. These slimes have been catching a lot of really good clears and passes, and if that continues, this Atlas defense might be incredibly hard to actually form up on. So already some aggression coming out from the Handless Dogs, and they're looking to bark their way through this one.
Now, Flambeau is looking low here. Zon is looking to capitalize on that, and that is not an Atlas ult for the Dogs this go round. In fact, I'm not even entirely sure what that Atlas ult was intended to save. Certainly not that barrier. That barrier is gone, and that is a
Oh.
handless dogs taking set 1.
You hate to see that. It's okay though. All goalies are beautiful. All players are beautiful, really. We're all beautiful on this green earth.
Abab, Agab, Apab.
Yep, and yep. We're all so beautiful people. Go out and smell the roses. You know, talk to someone that you care about. What's not beautiful though, actually, is this draft. This is an undeniable missile prop Atlas, which I think is going to be incredibly strong in this upcoming set. That being said, Nicki Middleton also able to grab this Reptile Remedy. Was staggered a little bit, and on Kazan, where damage could really ramp up against you, it could be a little scary. Zanseki actually opting into the Aerials over the Spark. That's an interesting pick. Curious as to know what the justification for that might be.
Over the Spark and over the Monu deny from this Era. Era gets Monu for free, last pick. So lots of interesting decisions from that draft. But you know what? I've been seeing more Ashers pick up the dash range. Maybe with the self-slow changes, maybe dash range, you know, can kind of compensate for Asher being a slightly slower character on average. So who knows? Maybe this Aerials is we're about to see some like insane cross-map dash punches or something from Zon.
Yeah, potentially. That can catch some clears. You don't expect a flying Asher for sure. But right now, the oh my gosh, the Monu NATO. A little bit deadly. That is just Monu on its own. No Timeless on Weston to speak of. So, oh, hey, I just remembered, while we're here at point 1, you know, we got a bit of time. Did you know that Buffalo Wild Wings currently has $20 all-you-can-eat wings? Like, that's insane, right? Do you know about this? Like, oh my god, what a clear from Weston, by the way. But did you know about this? This is like I didn't know about this. I love wings.
I did not know this. I would be a little bit more excited about this if my favorite sushi place didn't have $20 all-you-can-eat sushi.
That's true.
And I'm a way bigger sushi fan than a wings fan. What a Giga, by the way.
That's crazy. Oh wait, okay. Nicki Middleton misses strike, a bit crazy, but finds it. But okay, but like, I get it. Like, sushi's good. I'm a huge fan of sushi too. Also, by the way, $20 all-you-can-eat sushi. That's crazy. Like, you live in like,
and it's like good sushi too.
Oh my gosh, course speed. That's like where do you, I mean, you live in Texas. You don't even live by the ocean. Yeah. Like, do they just where do you get all you can eat sushi? That's crazy.
It was in Dallas. It's in Dallas.
I'm like stomach by that. Like, all you can eat sushi in like my area is like $28. It's like disturbing.
Yeah, I don't know. If you go at dinner, it's $30, but if you go at lunch, it's 20. So you just always go at lunch, and then it's chill.
Yeah, that's fair.
Potatoes.
That guy died.
So much work.
Yeah. Okay. Wait. No, I'm still on this though. So you're telling me that like you don't even get sick of the sushi though. You're not ever gonna go get this Buffalo Wild Wings deal, because that's crazy.
I mean, I feel sick if I eat like a lot of wings. Like,
really?
I feel like they really screw with my digestive system. Also, can we talk about the XP difference between Weston and his forwards? This dude is living the high life, just kind of like chilling back. I think most of that XP is from NATO KOs.
W. Hey, sometimes you just want to let your forwards do their thing. You know what I mean? Just have some fun with it, and you are still playing Era here, so you could still support from a distance as well, right? Those beams that are hitting Zanseki are a pain, but you're not Cragley though. Looking very good here. I think a lot more confident in the matchup. I think that my prediction about the matchup remains true. It feels like he's able to win some better interactions. I mean, wow. What a crazy Giga. A Giga goat, if you would.
Yeah, that's the kind of Gigas that the history books will write about. I don't understand how Kai players are able to do that. So I have a running joke that basically every character in this game is Aimee, and to me, Giga Blast is just a worse version of Glitch Pop, because it has to actually hit something, and it's got like a smaller hitbox. So Kai's, who can hit those kinds of gigas, I'm like crazy impressed because it's a harder read than you know a glitch pop is, because you actually had to fully know exactly where they were going to hit it and when they were going to hit it. There's no linger on that thing. It just explodes if you happen to hit the mark. Kragley's the GOAT though. He's making it work. You know, Eclipse is making it work as a whole. I'm seeing some moves being made here, and their barriers are not going down this point.
Mm-hmm. And speaking of defense, though, Handless Dogs looking good right now on the defense as well. But as soon as I say that, hey, all good. Zanseki, you gotta win. You know, you win one strike war, you get a goal. Hey, life of a brawler. It's simple. It's honest. You know, all brawlers are beautiful. Again. I can't say that. That is, you know, what's really interesting is I normally never say all brawlers are beautiful, but like I think like a few points happened, and in the previous week where I like casted a bunch of games where a bunch of brawlers were like they just had one like play that was like, what the heck did you just do? So I just said it, and now I'm saying it all the time on cast. It's like I like mind controlled myself.
It's a stim now.
Yeah, it's like a comfort word for when a brawler does something bad. But like low-key, isn't that true for all of us? Like, isn't it comforting to just call your local brawler bad at the game? Because they are. They are bad.
It's true.
Yeah,
I'm a brawler. I'm terrible at this game.
Hey, make sure that your brawlers, just because they score the goal, they never get egos too big. But Mr. Flambeau as well, putting that into praxis as well. Getting 2 goalie barriers himself here on 0.5 of this set. Now the Monu NATO's here. Nikki Middleton, though, almost able to find it. Gets the flip from Kragley, but still defended away now as we get into overtime. Abilities come through, which is going to make this so scary. Zanseki able to get the core before the slime. It shoots it in. 1 goalie barrier found, but it's still going to be scary. The pass splitter goes wide. Giga Blast is there. Nikki Middleton waiting in the wings just for one opportunity. The spin is there. That's the Aerial's Asher, though.
Oh
like Chekhov's gun. The secondary is there. The slime, though, is just so scary. The speed is there, though. Nikki Middleton gets the pull. The Handless Dogs here now fully hunkered up, but a good clear is going to be made. Zanseki, though, with a good strike war now, able to keep this core alive. Kragley now with a Giga, but it's only going to be sent into the Monu NATO. The core is just so scary here with this Juno. Kragley, though, able to get it past Nikki Middleton. The speed's still there. Weston, a good beam. As again, the Slimes have the opportunity to score at any point. This Atlas is not fast enough, not mobile enough, and now we have to start contending with flips. Weston actually using his right there. The Aerial's Asher almost scores it, but going to be intercepted again. Good reaction by Kragley to get the Strike War win. Again, another Strike War win against Nikki Middleton. A third one, but the ability is just there. And Flambeau, very mobile here on the Super Surge. You know, gets to there before Scandals does. Handless Dogs after a brutal point to take the second set.
A brutal point. Flambeau and Nikki still a level ahead of Weston, but Weston now climbing up to level 8, over leveling even Scandals and Zanseki on the other team. It's a Nikki Middleton MVP. Is she eyeing that size? Absolutely not. This is a fast Kazan we are looking at here, and Flambeau is grabbing Twin Drive for the second time this series. That's an extra special deny away from this Monu era. A very good move by Scandals. And the Might of the Colossus on Weston, I don't know. So if that was a denial, I don't know that that's necessary as a denial, but the era just likes Might of the Colossus being in the game. Certainly you're going to be buffing yourself. You're going to be getting your own power buffs off of that. So we could see some more overtime advantage come from that. But no advantage found yet. It is both barriers down, and Scandals is all the way up at the midfield. Chikara Eclipse putting on a show at the start of set 3.
And it looks like Weston actually able to win the reaction check. Zanseki almost had it, but the dash is actually a little bit too far for his liking. Now no abilities up for the side of Chikara Eclipse. They're going to have to hold it down and keep possession for a little second, but some progress is being made here. The Strike Roar win comes through. Scandals actually playing this middle area so well, as the NATO not able to find anything just yet. It's amazing shot by Scandals, actually sends it perfectly through 2 members of the Handless Dogs. And the first point of the set go over to Chikara Eclipse.
Yeah, and shout out to Momentum Boots. They buffed this gear, and it might be really strong right now. 15% speed on your goalie is pretty crazy. We're seeing both of these goalies being able to walk up to the midfield all the time, it seems like. And again, just literally one patch ago, we would have seen both Atlas and Era taking strike shot, and if you were taking anything else, you were trolling. But Momentum Boots is back. Fast goalies are back. Ice Skates Dubu is back. And I'm here for it. I'll be honest. It's Momentum Boots, you have been missed.
Yeah, Dubu on ice. Something that's been incredibly strong. Also, the premier melee goalie, I think, right now, escaping the nerfs. But as of right now, Weston's going to be the premier goalie here in this game. A good strike to get it clear, and Scandal's not, unfortunately, able to get that clear. Nicky Middelin now with the pull strike, gets the flip from Scandals, but it's actually going to be saved away. The aerial's not there. Saltseki finding a good use here of the dash range. Tries to push it up forward. Scandal's able to get it to his brawler in cost of his life, and a valiant sacrifice by the midfielder is able to get it to the brawler. Jakara Eclipse now a very advantage here in the set.
Yeah, well played there by Eclipse, and having a strong lead for the first time in this particular game. I'm not even really sure what changed. It seemed like they spent most of that draft denying away from Handless Dogs, but here they are grabbing barriers, and they're just 1 point away from putting themselves on the board in terms of sets for this game. Nikki and Flambeau are panicking to try to solve that problem before it ever arises.
Yeah, and right now, the core speed, it makes it very hard, actually, I think, for this Era to defend. It's going to be hard to actually find these. Speed, though, from the Momentum Boots is there. Notably, able to preserve it. Actually loses at the last second by running into the pass splitters, so this is a bit of a scary defense now for the side of the Handless Dog. Beam comes through. Cragley able to win the midfield interaction. Nicky Middelin, though, able to get a response here on the other side of the map. Nicky Middelin now rotating to play defense here. Has the stacks on stacks. This is going to be very hard to remove, but the overtime's here. Weston barely able to get it in time, but Cragley, yeah, gets it through. The farm animal. You get the Giga Pig, the Giga Goat, the Giga Cow. He's got the whole farm. Cragley now able to snipe himself MVP of this set. Potentially a 3-0 comeback. I'm looking here at the Fight or Flight. I'm looking at this prime time. The world is Cragley's oyster now here in draft.
Yeah, agreed. I like the Fight or Flight pickup, especially because that's probably what Flambeau was eyeing from this draft as well. It does mean Team Player goes to Scandals, which is a massive, massive get for the side of Eclipse. They've been really struggling in overtime against this Juno. And, I mean, Kazan is really strong in overtime as well. So, between those two, overtime has largely been the territory of the Handless Dogs. Now, Eclipse stands a little bit more of a chance once that clock hits 60 seconds, but for now they're going to be playing on the back foot. It's an early power play in the first 10 seconds of set 4.
Yeah, very scary right now. The Slime's there. The flip from Scandals, though, doesn't hit its mark. It's Nicky Middelin repositioning to win the Strike War of the pull. Not going to find anything, but the Strike War is won, barely off. As Zanseki playing a bit of goalie Asher right now. Beam comes through. Good patience by Scandals to wait out the flip. One goalie barrier down now for Jakara Eclipse. The heal is out for this corner offense. 2 goalie barriers down. But Mr. Flambeau is there, able to clear it out now. Open net for both teams. Top spin is there for Nicky Middelin. Weston here with a flip as well if needed. But now it is going to be a surprise 2v1. But it's cleared nonetheless by Scandals. Again, though, the Handless Dogs are not out of the woods yet. And just a poofer. Couldn't save the Slime, could not save the open transformation from Kazan. That's a bit of a check and mate there. Advantage to Handless Dogs.
Yeah, that was a nice salvage of that point from Handless Dogs. There was a very nice punish from Cragley and Zanseki when Weston overcommitted there for a moment. But Handless Dogs quickly refound their footing. The Aerials has been a fascinating thing to witness throughout the course of this game. He could have just grabbed Super Surge at the start of the draft. But instead he waited for Aerials to show up. And you know what? Respect on the man. He's going to get his dash range through his own will, his own efforts.
W drafting there from Zonseki, able to find a lot of value out of it. As right now, Cragley looking to get some value out of his fighter flight by winning some of these midfield interactions. Able to do so, but Zonseki, unfortunately, not a good enough. It's not going to get enough pass, really, to convert. But right now, the flip is burned by Weston. An opportunity, maybe, for the side of Chikara Eclipse. All abilities come through. Cragley, though, gets the heal. A good use of the terrain, no. Prevents Nicky Middelin from getting an offense going. Flip is going to be here. Oh, the slime, though, blows the flip. As now Zonseki looking to play against Nicky Middelin. Going to be disadvantaged, though, because of the Air Beam. The Tornado is there. Burns another evade from Cragley. No energy to speak of in this upcoming play. And now Mr. Flambeau basically has the world right now. This team player over time is starting to show its effect, like you said. Tornado is here, but Nicky Middelin now the one to meet Cragley here in the defense. Mr. Flambeau, good flip right to Nicky Middelin, and Nicky Middelin does not lose those. 1 point from the Handless Dog, going 2-0 and having a fantastic first 2 nights of their season. I was wondering why I couldn't reduce the fraction. It's because you can't.
Yeah, well, and now here they are on series point, making it look like it's about to be a fantastic night indeed. But, I mean, we never know. We did see a bit of a miracle set pulled out by Eclipse last set. If they can replicate it, certainly they still have some room to scale here. But that's a good setup from Flambeau and Nicky. We're hot in the goal box. Nicky's got a flip here. It's the jump, though, that catches it, and Handless Dogs will take home the series in 2-0 fashion. They will remain undefeated in their series record thus far.
And Flambeau, MVP of the set. I think, honestly, MVP of this series. I feel like I got deja vu on that final point. How many goals were scored by Flambeau getting this opportune jump in at the perfect moment before Cragley or Scandals could respond? It really felt like Mr. Flambeau was able to keep their number like 80% of the time on these aggressive jumps. And because of that, scored more than his scorer. 6+2 there, right? About as many redirects, more damage, same number of shots. It really felt like Mr. Flambeau was took the opportunity given to him by Weston to play incredibly aggressive, to play super duper far up, and capitalized on so many opportunities, both in the Tycho game and in this game as well. And I think that really was the key difference. So in my books, Mr. Flambeau, absolutely amazing. Drew out the bans as well, right? Rune bans both games. MVP in my book, put in so much work this game, for series and season.
Yeah, fantastic work from Flambeau and the rest of the Handless Dogs. Impressive stuff as always. I mean, the Flambeau, Nicky Middelin combo, it's been a tale as old as time. And to see them team up with Weston, fellow CCL player, this is a treat. I'm a big fan of this team, and I can't wait to see what they do in the rest of the season. Likewise, Chikara Eclipse. If I had to guess, I think this is just a bump in the road, and we're going to see some great things from them down the road. A return to their fantastic win record that they had last week. But until then, Brickbat, anything else you have to say about this fantastic series?
Yes, this is revenge for ISS, actually. Fun fact, in ISS Season 1, me, Mr. Flambeau, Nicky Middelin, and Ayla Lyra were playing an ISS where we got knocked out by Chikara Eclipse. So this is a bit of a long-time revenge for the side of the Handless Dogs, able to actually kind of beat the people that beat us back when I was playing on what was the Moon Warlords, what became the Handless Dogs, right? So I just realized that. So the W Handless Dog, I'm making a W. You can't see it. And you know, it wouldn't matter because the Handless Dogs would not want to see hands right now. So yeah, props to them. An amazing series, well played from both teams. And like you mentioned, right, just a bump in the road for Chikara Eclipse. We'll see what they do next. What is up? What do we call people who watch this, actually?
I always say besties.
Oh, besties. What's up, besties? We're here, hashtag NAS Nation. That is an awful way to start. I'm never doing that one again, but you know who also didn't have a great start? Snowball. Goodbye, as he got sniped off by the Juno Slime.
Great job, Julak. I didn't think the knockback would be quite that much, but Julak really just took over this point with that kill. Took the first goal for Koyo very, very quickly, and that's like good news for them. It's kind of a big turnaround from week 1.
Yeah, absolutely, and I believe that is an absolutely wonderful welcome to Season 6 Snowball. I believe this is his debut game here in Season 6 specifically. He is a veteran player, has been around here for ages, back when West Coast, being West Coast meant something, you know?
He was at the LAN with me. It meant something. It meant something. Our team needs things, Brickbat.
That's true. Dang. Wow. We're not even like Westies.
Syrupy, that was really, really nice. Baited out the roll from Beelzebub, tossed it off the corner into his own turret. Evens up the game here, and you know, great job. But the energy economy is a little worrying me here. Look at Koyo's energy, and now look at E-Boy's energy.
Oh man, yeah, that's not what you want to see. Snowball as well, no energy to play defensively, but we said both flips come out. One for damage, one for the barrier. Is Daru and Julak going to be on the hunt for the goal or the kill, whichever they see fit. Serapi looking to buy a little bit of time for Snowball to maybe recover, who, by the way, is playing the Estelle Brawler, which is actually something that we've seen in the North American Strikers League, the Joker actually picking it out, and it's something that I think a lot of top players have been really talking about. Some interesting things are happening. IDC not getting the strike in time, unfortunately. Unfortunately, she's just barely missed out on the strike that she wanted. But going back to the picks, this Estelle pick is a little interesting. Essentially, you're playing a bit more forward. You know, you're hanging a little bit from range, a little bit less than you would from midfield. But instead of using your abilities to move the core forward, you're just using it on the goal, and that allows you to play away from melee goalies so that you don't have to deal with their melee abilities. And so there's a lot more to this pick that, to be completely frank, it's very new. I'm not entirely certain what this pick is, what the strengths are, but it has been seeing a bit of play, especially at the highest levels. So I'm very curious to see how it's going to perform. That being said, Snowball has been bullied most of this game.
What you're looking for, I think, is Dad. Julak keeps murdering him, and look, he has no health again. Oh no, he's being pushed around, and both barriers are down for E-Boy as well, but Beelzebub goes up too far, and suddenly Syrupy wins one strike war, puts it in, and that's even.
Hey, you know, sometimes you don't need to KO him if you just win the strike war. You know, that's just Omega Strikers distilled. All this stinger stuff that people are talking about, recently buffed by the way, is just dressing, you know?
Yeah. You just score. Who cares about hitting the other person?
True. It's a goal count, not a KO count that's up there at the top of the UI. It's right now, no one's going to be close to scoring just quite yet. In fact, Daru's going to be marching towards that, just trying to get the flip away from Syrupy right now. And Syrupy finds himself staggered right now. The flip comes through from Daru, going to be blocked away though by Snowball. Unfortunately, no flip here for Syrupy either. Now going to be extremely vulnerable, but Snowball on the flip side finds the piercing shot against Beelzebub. Wants to score very soon though before this flip comes through, and Syrupy looking to give Snowball that opportunity. The flip comes through, IDC not in the right place to get it. Snowball though with the flip, IDC with the flip as well. The slime though deflects the clear, and now it's going to be a little bit scary here for the E-Boy entourage. As Oni's blade comes through, Snowball going to be taking out. Daru has a lot of shots to play with. A good pendulum swing though, and some good aggressive positioning from IDC though. Keeps the core alive. But Daru, right place at the right time, gets it off the wall bounce, sends it right into the net. And the E-Boy entourage find themselves disadvantaged here, losing the first set. Koyo going to find themselves advantaged.
Yeah, we were talking about that Estelle quite a bit, and right now it looks more like the person who was bullying the Estelle is getting first pick, and Estelle is in dead last. Interesting waiting for that heavy impact, I guess, wanting to feed Super Surge. Takes aerials instead. This Rasmus is massive with Might of the Colossus. He has Pauldrons and Built Different before that. I'm a little bit scared of the ability of Koyo to push through this Rasmus later on. But the Super Surge and aerials, I mean, that's a lot of mobility to work with? What? Sorry,
That guy died! He's dead!
That guy did die. That's messed up.
Return to spawn, create a new character sheet, you're done! you gotta go, and on the flip side there, Dario immediately comes back. The lethality of this game with this Super Surge, right? With this Super Surge, with this heavy impacts, with this Might of the Colossus has suddenly just been turbocharged. And it feels like, yes, Striker's going to be flying off the map more than the core immediately snowball as well, right?
Gosh.
Following it up with a piercing shot, sending Julak off the map. And even though Julak did find himself taken off, that's actually what you want to be. Juno is kind of the perfect character, right? With that invulnerability, with one of the highest, if no, the highest, I believe, base stagger of any midfielder in the game. You are very well equipped to survive these situations, but even then, the damage might be a little bit too much.
Really desynced offense there for E-Boy, but they still kept their barrier up until I started talking. And they did manage to get the kill here though, and a really good glitch pop from Syrupy gets control of the core back to Snowball, puts it in the top. Really good defense there by Julak and Beelzebub to hold on to it. But now with Syrupy blinking red, it's a little bit tough. Snowball though follows up the strike with the... Oh my god, I don't know Estelle's ult's name.
Thorns, Crystallized Thorns.
Crystallized Thorns.
Yeah.
And just puts it right in, and that's what Estelle can do to a Dooku. You can just hit it 2 times really, really fast without being anywhere near it.
And that's, I think, the power of the Estelle forward in this matchup. Able to prevent, just say, hey, that Summer Assault, you're not ever going to hit me with that. Hey, that log, I could deal with that from afar. What are you going to do about it? You know, your hit stun means nothing. And not only that, right, even if you get it cleared, I'm still double midfield and Snowball. It's Syrupy making such a good offensive combo right now, though. Daru actually preserves his flip, gets it with that Super Surge enhanced dash. A quick first point here for the side of Koya.
That was really, really close. IDC hit the hook right onto Daru, and if he hadn't followed up the dash with a strike, I think IDC would have actually saved that. But there's no saving Snowball, apparently. Then again, I'm not really... I could not...
Oh, Beelzebub!
Oh, no, Beelzebub! There's a lot of things happening in this point, but what's happened in the end is 2 barriers still up for E-Boy and none for the side of Koyo.
Yeah. Ooh! Wow!
Glitch pop! Just putting it right past Beelzebub, not expecting that angle. Stealthed, easy.
Yeah. Hey, what is that map variation called? I know in beta it was called Side Street, but it's
something.
No, that's the one with a goo. I think it's Project Xeno. Project Xeno, I think it is.
That's probably right.
Yeah, because it's the Thundercar Xeno cloak.
Yeah.
Yeah. Regardless, though, as of right now, it's gonna be Koyo on the defense, and when this defense, I'm sorry, Julak getting comboed by the terrain here. When they are on the defense, though, Koyo is looking a little shaky. Especially here against Syrupy and Snowball. Again, find themselves having an open net from the enemy team. IDC almost loses the barrier, but the pull comes through in time. Toku Fortress there, preventing any sort of offensive ideas. Dario able to find one, but unfortunately this Rasmus with 165 power is going to be a little lethal to deal with, especially with a low HP Daru. Now another KO found. Julak, or Beelzebub, I'm sorry, not able to predict what the shot was going to do. Syrupy sends it in, and the E-Boy entourage here answer back in set number 2.
What a smooth pass there from Snowball to secure that goal. And look, the ins have flipped. We had Julak first last time, and now we have Snowball. And Reptile Remedy is sort of staring me in the face here as health Bulk Up
Yeah.
is there too. Reptile Remedy ends up getting picked up by Daru. The Deadeye going over to Syrupy just means that these kills could be a lot faster, and the hot shot is denied from Juno. Not letting that drop all the way down, and Rasmus is totally willing to take it as, you know, sort of a pseudo team player, right? That's how it works.
It can actually be, right, with those pendulum swings, sending things at Mach 8. I mean, look at that, right? Yeah, and on top of that, right?
So much power.
Yeah, exactly. It's actually really hard to do with. I think the pseudo team player prediction that you're saying. Wow, good strike there. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Dang, he just pendulum swing 3 times. IDC pendulum swing 3 times, and just kind of won.
He was standing at midfield there, and he reached like halfway into the zone of Koyo, and he was just look. It's so fast off of all this power plus hotshot. I never really thought about doing something like this, but it seems so difficult to deal with. Eventually, Koyo does get this barrier, and the Blobs manage to get the second. It took them quite a while, but that's what they've gotten the health bars down, and if they can get these kills onto Snowball, onto Syrupy, they might be able to make something happen here, but Snowball's running across. It doesn't matter though, Julak puts the core in right through IDC, and it's 1-1.
Yeah, bit of an interesting start. Yeah, with both forwards just immediately staggered. I think clumped a little bit too much for the Zentaro and Juno damage to stack up. It really did seem a little scary, and now it's still looking very scary. The Tofu Fortress is there, but the offensive play is not done yet. Flip comes through from Beelzebub. IDC, a good pendulum swing there. So now we're going back into the neutral state of it. This damage is still very much a threat in this game, and if either team really doesn't respect the damage potential of the others, they could find themselves just taken out.
Yeah, I think what we really need to see is good evades coming out. I think that's what's been missing most of this game, but when you're Snowball here, I don't even think you have the energy to evade right now. Great defense there by IDC, winning the 1v1, keeping the barrier up. Hits the dribble. Snowball cannot quite get the timing on that piercing shot. The turret here is great. IDC is all the way up, letting Snowball run back. Syrupy, with a great cyber swipe, manages to jump forward. Snowball can't quite get the goal. Ends up dead for his efforts. Syrupy here with no energy left, but they still have one barrier, and they've managed to hold it almost long enough. Daru with a great shot, a great pass from Julak, manages to get it there, but this is a really chaotic moment on this map, the most chaotic of the Clarion variations. The red core again coming out, not enough, and they're just going back and forth. Daru with a good ultimate there. The Tofu Fortress comes out from Beelzebub, can't quite get it in. It's just bouncing around on this map. It's hard for anyone to get control over it. Daru manages for a second, but can't quite put it in. Great hook from IDC, keeps it going. Good pass from Snowball, and then from Syrupy right back. Can't do anything with it though, it hits all these blobs. Daru is in a great spot, and IDC can't find the angle. Koyo get a very, very chaotic point, and they're up 2-1, looking to increase their lead in sets too.
That's really scary, a really scary position to be in, especially against a Juno in overtime, right? On top of that, right, the Super Surge on this Zentaro means that he could be wherever he wants to be, especially, right, threatening you with the damage on top of that, so very, very good from the side of Koyo, keeping calm, as calm and collective as he can be on that map in order to get it through, so Daru now, very advantaged spot, has a flip to work with. Julak, though, a little bit worse for wear, and no evade, staggered, so the tail of 2 forwards going to be here right now. Dash comes through, some damage comes through for IDC, does get a barrier here for Daru. As now the size, a bit hard to strike war, unfortunately, to actually end the point. The Oni's Blade is there, Julak is there, but unfortunately he's going to be KO'd away by the Cyber Swipe. Beelzebub with the Dubu, the Summer Assault, loses 1 barrier. Flip comes through for Snowball, self-pass. It's going to mean that Beelzebub's going to be on the defensive here. The Summer Assault finds its mark, but the piercing shot is going to be what finishes it off. The hot shot almost scores a goal in its own right. The pass up intercepted by Syrupy, who finds a slow roller angle. Beelzebub not there in time, and we are point number 5 here in set 3.
What an angle there from Syrup. He just managed to place it in there where Beelzebub couldn't reach it. And this really could just be the match deciding point here. I know that there's another set, but one more draft here could be so much, and Julak is already almost dead. He's blinking red, and they're just trying to keep the core around. Syrupy has the flip, and this looks like a good angle to use it. Gets it in there. There's the flip. Jumps forward. Can't quite put it in. Here's a red core from IDC. But it's saved. Great job by Beelzebub. Good blob there from Julak. Almost gets the barrier. Can't quite get there. And IDC again with this hot shot. Pendulum swing. Syrupy kills Beelzebub. They just need to get it up there now. Snowball gets it in there, but they don't get the actual angle. IDC doesn't get the pendulum swing either. And great defense from the forwards here keeps it alive long enough for Beelzebub to come back. But Snowball misses the flip. IDC passes it back up to Syrupy. Looking for this here. There's almost a kill onto Julak again. And the Crystal Thorns from Snowball pushes it right in the bottom corner. Great job by E-Boy. And they're up 2-1. Two really close sets.
Syrupy, I think, saved the core accidentally with a glitch pop like twice. Yeah, but regardless, actually rewarded very heavily extra special or explosive entrance on the menu. Actually opts in for the prime time, which I guess, to be fair, you want to deny that from the Juno, could potentially make them run away, but this is, I believe, a quadruple size Rasmus with power. Yeah, with Might of the Colossus, Powerhouse Pauldrons. I think this is going to be red cores with strikes in overtime, I believe. It wasn't already that. It certainly is now, so that's going to be
177 power.
Yeah, it's going to be rough. On the flip side, though, Julak only needs one spark to get a red core of his own, even with Hotshot with 1-2 still in the draft. So I think if Koyo actually win this, Julak's going to be nigh impossible to deny in the upcoming draft, and that's going to be a very big advantage. And Daru doing good work, bringing them to that future.
Daru's doing a lot of work here. This double midfield from E-Boy is very, very interesting. I feel like the passes are really looking good from them. Like that one, wow, great job. And another great job, IDC and Syrupy. That's just small outplays over and over from E-Boy. Julak taken off the map, and Syrupy with a excellent cyber swipe just doesn't let Beelzebub do anything, and could have evaded it, but did not think it through, or maybe couldn't react.
Yeah, just a moment of hesitation. But speaking of that, immediately found again. This is a flip right in front of the net. Actually defended away though. This Rasmus is just so big, can cover so much space. It's gonna be hard to find anything to flip through it. Daru gonna have to play very defensive here. No HP, no stagger, no food, no shelter. Right now, gonna be sniped away from Alpha Centauri. He's gonna find himself KO'd by this Estelle. That being said, the defensive core of Koyo is looking healthy and have flips to work with, so E-Boy Entourage are going to have to respect that. Daru's going to come back. Snowball's going to be the one evading, though. But that being said, the core is back in time, actually allowing him to evade despite being staggered. Flip comes out from Julak to make this power play happen. It's going to be up to Daru to convert, though, but it's so hard to outstrike or this Rasmus. Good glitch pop from Syrupy. Now delays the play entirely. Snowball's going to be back up. The strike from IDC is there as well, and the defense now amazing, but the slime from Julak dimes Daru up, and he slaps it in, gets a point.
Blob MVP on that point, absolutely, for sure. Oh my gosh, it's such a volatile map. There's so much damage here because of the Stinger. Oh my goodness, Julak is dead again. Oh my goodness, so is Beelzebub. Snowball with the double kill here. Daru has a full flip, but will it be useful? Great job with the dash. ends up using it to clear it out for the last second, but Syrupy is able to just run into the center and take it. Huge Amy tries to get a kill onto Daru, can't quite manage it. These red cores are so scary, but...
Oh no.
Oh no. IDC.
Yeah. Oh, wait, the glitch pop actually I think buys just enough time for
I
IDC.
think you're right.
Yeah, for IDC to walk back and get the strike, and now it's back to neutral here. People are going to be fighting over the Baron Nashor power play, as it is going the way of Daru. Snowball, though, finds himself with possession at the core of the piercing shot. Knight not there to call out the Summer Assault. As overtime hits, this is going to be Red Strikes Rasmus. Not what you want to see from IDC, though, I think, and that's okay. Snowball finds it through, though. Almost finds an immediate goal, though, with the blink so close. Oh! Beelzebub, not what you want to see. The Tofu Fortress, unfortunately, blocking his own clear, and there's just 1 point that E-Boy Entourage need to set in order to close it out.
Yeah, and they're kind of blessed here in that they did not get the, bounce house, the fun house. They have a little bit of room to work here on Project Xeno, on these side streets, as you said. And they're doing a good job of it. This is a really good turret, good pressure, but Daru, with both of them very quickly, again, has the flip, tries to kill Snowball with it, can't quite get them there. Syrupy still has flip though, and can jump out of the stealth and do some damage. Snowball is finally dead. IDC and Syrupy at midfield. The Tofu Fortress once again slows down the clear. Great job by Syrupy putting it behind it over and over. Snowball's back alive, but Syrupy is almost gone with the Juno on the field. Great! See, putting it back in. Snowball gets it up there. IDC hits it back to Snowball, and a great pendulum swing for the save again. Daru can't quite get him, but that doesn't matter. The angle on the side street puts it in the bottom corner. Daru gets to save his flip. Julok almost has flip too, and suddenly things are looking up for Koyo.
Yeah, Koyo able to get that off of a serendipitous bounce. As I think Julok going for a bit of an ambitious play here to get the double barrier. Not going to work out, which means he's going to be down flip. Daru almost critically getting KO'd there, but now has to deal with being staggered. Gonna have to blow that flip defensively and now walk away from this play. It's gonna be up to Julok to maybe find something here. Doesn't do it. The Rasmus still too big to tussle with. The piercing shot comes through, not gonna find it, but it's gonna be Snowball actually knocked away. The Juno Slime finds the KO. IDC has all the size in the world, but she's not gonna be big enough to deal with this. Now Zentaru able to find it. Daru, a critical play here. Dribble off the bottom side, bumper, gets it into the top side. Koyo still want to win. They still have a fighting chance, and Julok is going to be undeniable in the draft. The 1-2 is here.
2 is here. I guess you could argue Spark, but I mean it's 1-2. It's 1-2. Gotta be taking that here.
Wow.
No, it's Spark.
No?
It's leadership. Okay. It's leadership. I mean, maybe he's still red cores off of that, off of the strength he gets from Spark of leadership.
He might actually.
He might. The prize fighter is a very feast or famine choice in a game this dangerous. But all the way down there, remember how I called Hotshot a pseudo team player for this Rasmus?
Yeah.
Well, he got team player. And also, Snowball took Among Titans, so he now has 186 power.
He hurts. That's a bit of a pendulum swing, right there.
Hurts.
Yep. Yeah. On top of that, he's also massive, right? I believe Erasmus Primary is going to take up half the map, and IDC's body is going to take up the other half. So it's a bit. I mean, look at that pendulum swing. He did it from his goal arc, and it hit in front of Beelzebub's goal arc. And right now, it's going to be up to Snowball, though, to finally get it. Actually, Daru finding a good blink forward, but it feels like IDC is Thanos right now.
Like it, but Thanos loses. I don't know, spoilers for Marvel, but he loses eventually. And he loses his extra life here as Daru puts the core in. suddenly Koyo are looking really, really strong. This fighter flight for Rasmus is, I think, doing a lot with the Mag Souls instead of, oh my god. Holy moly. Yeah,
Not
instead of
crossover,
Slick.
I know, Slick kicks.
The Mag instead of Slick, he's missing that speed up on hit, but he just got it off fighter flight, and where'd Julax help us?
I don't know. Oh, flip for flip traded. Actually, another flip as well. IDC able to win every interaction just with a whiplash because of the size. Snowball finds the core. Whoa! What's happening?
What's happening is Syrupy has 3 prize fighter stacks now, and Julak doesn't have any stacks anymore. That's what's happened. At least, you know, that's the big part, I think.
No. Like, I mean, it's this one give I post where it's tra-la-lero, tra-la-la, and he just explodes. That's what happened. Boom. And right now, IDC exploding right now offensively. Able to get one barrier too. This is looking very scary for Koyo all of a sudden.
It's looking pretty scary, but you've got Daru with this flip. Some room to work with. Snowball almost dies from it, has to burn his own, but doesn't have much health left, and Stinger Juno might have something to say about that. Oh my, this is Zentaro. Zentaro says, I'm gonna push you around and then steal your health orb. Stay hurt.
Yeah. Ooh, bit some nerves, maybe getting the better of players right now. A few whiff strikes though, but game picks up as normal. Julak, a good strike. Gets that final barrier. Snowball actually pushed right in front of Beelzebub, but it won't matter. Syrupy not able to find a strike. The pass from Julak rings true, and even though the E-Boy Entourage looks so advantaged, 1 point away from winning, they're now 1 point away from losing. Koyo gonna be looking to end this point.
They're looking to end this point, but their barriers are already gone, which might be a little bit of an issue. The Tofu Fortress does come up and helps to save it, but IDC put the core almost in exactly the wrong spot there. Managed to keep it safe. They get it up to Snowball, but Julak with his aerials and Daru with the Super Surge, they're just anywhere they want to be on this map. And Daru puts it back up in the top corner, catches IDC looking with a great dash, puts it in, and Koyo take his first game 3-2.
And it was looking bad for them, right? That explosion that happened on the top side of Beelzebub's net, and I believe point 2 or 3, felt like it spelled doom for the side of Koyo, but they stayed calm and collected actually. Well played to them. Absolutely had a mountain put in front of them in set 5, it feels like, and they climbed no problem. Which means that they're going to be advantaged here. And just looking at the stats, Daru 43k damage, I think is statistic, 9+1 as well. Absolutely monster performance, I think, coming out of the Brawler for you.
That was a huge game for Daru. Doing so much up there. Julak did so much as well. And Beelzebub held it down, actually. Both goalies almost 100 saves, 91 and 93. So much, like, so many defensive holds. And then, you know, a 5-set, almost as long as you can possibly be game. Like, I'm happy to have passed that one. I'm happy to see the next one, too. I think it's also important to think that that was Koyo's map pick, and that's how close it was. But we'll be back on Aiko very soon, and we'll see if E-Boy can turn it around.
And we are back. Game 2 of the E-Boy Entourage versus Koyo. Koyo now have 1 game under their belt, and they're going to be looking to close it out here in game number 2. Looking at the Awakenings, you got a fight or flight missile propulsion star, and again, just like game number 1, both forwards electing into one and both goalies electing into the other. This time, though, I think slight advantage goes to E-Boy Entourage. I think that X-Era is incredibly strong at this level of play, and even though Era recently got hotfix nerfed, which I think made her kind of weak again, I think X-Era is still going to be something that can have a lot of scaling force, especially in this game.
Interesting. So you think that nerf was too much
Not a lot.
again for this
I don't know if
era.
it was too much. We'll see if it's too much, but it was definitely significant. I
It was
think.
definitely
Yeah.
significant, that's for
Yeah.
sure. You could see it even there. Just coming out a little bit slower gives Beelzebub more time to react, more time to get that save. And eventually, Daru's able to push it all the way back to the other side and take the first barrier here for Koyo.
Yeah, now it's going to be an open net for the side of eBoy Entourage. But before they get to that, they got to clear it first. And IDC able to do it, but not without losing her barrier. X comes through. The X Maximus follows as well. Punch comes through. Flip from Julak over to Daru. Good dribble off the bumper. It means that IDC is going to lose her flip. Now Snowball only forced to watch in horror here in the ensnare drums as the core goes back and forth for him. The X Maximus there, flip there, traded against Beelzebub. It's Snowball's patience pays in dividends. First point goes over to the eBoy Entourage.
So watching horror, but Snowball was not. Snowball was just always waiting to get in position for that dash, for that flip. Put it in very, very nicely, and with Beelzebub lacking energy, this could be a really good chance for eBoy Entourage to actually push forward and get these barriers. Beelzebub misses a strike there, ends up giving him on up. But a good defense from Syrupy saves this flip from Daru. IDC manages to push it away, and this time the Mako hits nothing, but Daru just steals the core right away from Syrupy, and IDC manages to put it in with that hook as well, and what a great 1v2 from Daru.
Damn, yeah, Daru able to get that there, and I think one thing as well is that if you are Imi Rasmus, you actually kind of need this set, right? This is X era we're dealing with, right? And you want to be first in draft to deny the size, to deny the cooldowns, to maybe nab a dash awakening for your Mako. And if you don't do that, then X era might outscale you, and that's a very scary thing to deal with. So, being tied up in your first set is a little bit of a scary position for Koyo to be in this game. So, hoping to see if they keep it cool. And as of right now, they're looking amazing. Julak, despite the beam, able to get that cyber swipe through, hit stunning Syrupy before that he could react. So. They need to win the set, and they are on their way to do so.
Yeah, they're on their way to do so. Their teamwork is definitely improved since the very start of the first game. You can see it happening right in front of our eyes. They're going for plays together a little bit more. The Mako speed up, I think, is doing a lot for Koyo, helping them really synchronize those moments where Daru is going to go in, but this time Daru just loses control of the core. A flip comes out of Snowball. What a dive. Julak vanishes. Snowball gets the second barrier. Here's a NATO setting up. Doesn't leave Beelzebub much room to clear it out, but it is eventually cleared, and Daru gets to respawn. But two barriers still up. Well, that's the same amount of players they still up. Snowball getting hit now. Daru almost manages to take that one. IDC manages to make a big save. Syrupy revives, and Snowball is just trying not to die. Can't quite manage it. Daru puts it away, gets the last barrier as well. That glitch pop almost set it up perfectly. Great play by IDC, and Syrupy almost runs straight over Beelzebub there. Enough time for Snowball to respawn, and they're just pushing relentlessly on this point, but off the bottom corner straight up to Daru. Unless you intercept that, there's no way it's getting stopped, and Koyo look like they're kind of on a roll, actually.
Looking good coming out of this first set. And taking a look at draft, a couple of things I'm looking for, right? This aerial Samako probably going to have to be denied away from Syrupy, unless potentially he wants to be greedy and maybe go for the stacks on stacks, but it's actually not even being hovered right now, so potentially we'll see a bunch of interesting draft selections. Primetime going over the D, which I think is strong, another strong pickup, going to be stacks on stacks, and yeah, it is going to be taken away by the era here, and I think that's one win condition dealt with for... Oh wait, there was explosive entrance there the whole time.
There was an explosive entrance there the whole time.
Okay.
Didn't go for it. They wanted heavy impact. They wanted the cooldown reduction, I guess.
Yeah, maybe. I don't deny from the X. Maybe I don't know. Keep in mind as well, right? Even if you didn't deny and you just click the heavy impacts on Era, heavy impacts. I was talking to Hook Resets about this. He thinks, right? Obviously, a very big Era player. He thinks that heavy impacts is one of Era's best awakenings.
Yeah,
because yeah, it's amazing. It gives you everything that you need. Even gives you a little bit of damage to work with. You know, if you ever need that. But the cooldown is phenomenal on it, and you're always hitting 2 things. If you hit 1 thing, you count as the second, so it's very easy to proc it. So because of that, it's very good. But CRP not actually electing to do that, looking to deny the aerials, giving his team mobility, much needed mobility, by the way. As right now, Julak finds himself almost with a goal, and Daru not able to follow up. A little bit scary, but now it's going to be Snowball's time to shine, potentially. Era Beam comes through, reaction check for Beelzebub, unfortunately going to cost him his energy. Dubu Gamble comes through, it goes the way of IDC. As now Snowball has the flip, the log is there as well from the prime time. Serapi trying to get it into the hands of Snowball, but Daru's going to have an opportunity to end that play before it even starts. The glitch pop is there, the cyber swipe as well. I'm sorry, the firewall sentry is there as well. So now finally the cyber swipe does come through. Snowball, no energy to work with, trying to do something, needs a pass from CRP any moment now, but Daru finds the death touch on the core, uses that chord speed to sink it in. And I will say, I think Old Era would have saved that. I think the beam was literally like a 0.1 seconds off.
It's very, very possible, but Old Era, New Era, doesn't matter. Unfortunately, there's only the current era that's playable in the game.
I know.
And it wasn't quite enough for E-Boy. Was that the Era NATO? I think that was the Era NATO who killed Julok? I'm not entirely sure, but the end result is Julok dead, both barriers down for the side of Koyo, Syrupy and IDC with these flips. This flip does not quite find the angle. Snowball is hurting up there. Gets flung all the way back, straight to the health pack. IDC moves up with their flip, looking to do something. Syrupy can't quite get it under control. Everyone is alive, including Daru, despite Syrupy's best efforts. Syrupy and Snowball in a good possession here. There's the NATO setup, but a great glitch pop just interrupts it, doesn't let the setup do anything. Snowball gets it flipped away at weird angle off of
Tycho!
Right back to Snowball who puts it in. That was certified Tycho moment, you know, Brick Fast.
Oh, I mean, that has to be like, that's an egregious one. Like, that. If that angle happened 2 seasons ago, we wouldn't have called it the Megaverse angle. We would have called it the Beelzebub angle, because that was disturbing. That was disturbing. I'm sorry. I'm still stun locked from that one, but well, Beelzebub. Yeah, I mean his head's in the game at least. So good on him for keeping calm, because I sure as heck wouldn't.
No, I wouldn't keep calm either. And the way I know that is that happened to me in match. Great job by Snowball and Syrupy clearing it out there, actually managing to dodge the Mako ultimate and stay alive. That shrink, I think, stopped the forfeit from Daru from hitting, and that Tofu Fortress might have saved Daru's life, actually. Flip from Syrupy just to get it out of there, but a really good primary from Beelzebub manages to put it all the way back in. IDC cannot save it, and Daru running around it, no help again in a great position. Gets the pass from Julok, and Julok is just finding angles now. He's threading this defense, and Daru's putting them into the net.
Yeah, like that was amazing. That was a crazy glitch pot pass, I think, from Julok. Yeah, I was very impressive, and it feels like Koyo, you mentioned earlier, like just lacking this like synergy, but it really feels like they figured something out. They figured out like Daru seems to be in the right place at the right time a lot more than what luck would give. So it feels like Julak and Daru have figured out a system. Daru kind of naturally walking towards where he needs to be and immediately just capitalizing so well on IDC here in game number 2. It feels like it's a Daru and Julak world, and everyone else is just living in it.
Right now, it really does feel to me Like, Daru is just lurking on the side of E-Boy almost the entire time, and Julak is just solo finding the ways to get these passes through. They're trusting Beelzebub to get these saves, and then Julak just finds a way to get it up there. Has to take the Monumentalist here, doesn't want to allow Syrupy that, and, you know, frankly, I agree. You do not want Monu era here. I think that's one of the things that could have really turned this game around, because Snowball and Syrupy are latching onto a side and trying to push it through, and the Eric NATO getting that big might just have been enough to get them in. If that Eric NATO was bigger, this barrier is gone.
Yeah, importantly though, this is do or die for the side of the E-Boy entourage. They're going to be here on series point, but this is set 3 Era X, right? Oh, and a good KO found. That means no prize fighter stack here, which means no scaling for the Era X, which could spell disaster for the entire series here.
Era X, but all I see is Era right now, and it's a real issue. Dubu here has spec training as well, so there's a possibility that IDC can donate some damage at midfield. Good NATO keeps it in, but Beelzebub finally burns the flip for the save. Look how far though that Tofu Fortress travels, but it just doesn't really seem to be having as much of an impact as E-Boy Entourage need it to be having in the scenario that they're currently facing, which is just so much pressure from Julak. And Daru always, he's on top of this barrier. Look, he's just sitting there. He's open for the pass. He's open for the pass. And he doesn't get it there, but like, he's in the spot. He's in the spot. There he goes. Doesn't get the flip. Well, Beelzebub doesn't get the clear either, but you know, it's fine. One of these barriers is, never mind. Never mind. Never mind. You know, it's fine. It's fine. The barrier goes down. Oh, never mind. Snowball puts it right back in, and E-Boy are really looking to bring this Koyo train to a halt.
Yeah, good 2 strikes. Sometimes 2 strikes is all it takes, and Snowball was able to find him, but you know what he's not able to find right now, and that's prize fighter stacks, right? Spark scaling not here for him, which sucks, as Julak now finds himself in front of the net with Flip. Wow, the abilities traded back and forth here for the goalie and forward, but this Mako in snare drums lives up to the name. IDC can only watch it horror as the core gets trapped right in front of her goalie line, or her goal line, and that's a point. Snowball still with a Dead Awakening, which that's the worst thing that could possibly happen when you are X Era. You need to get some power on the board right away, and if you don't, then, well, you're basically just set 2X, and set 2X sucks.
Set 2X does suck. Couldn't quite get the kill there onto Daru, but that glitch pop almost killed Snowball as well. That primary from Beelzebub goes all the way down, puts it in. Syrupy really looking to make something happen solo, uses the flip, can't make it actually occur, but you know what, maybe you just mind control it and you still get a barrier. How about that? You saved time, your X is back, he's alive, he's got no energy, and great energy burst there from Julak, manages to put it in, and again, these angles are just seems like they're really hard for the side of E-Boy Entourage to deal with. Beelzebub with a flip off the bottom corner. Daru finds the rebound, puts it in the top, and we're on match point for Koyo.
Yeah, I really feel like the Among Titans that Syrupy picked up is kind of biting him in the butt. He's forced to win a lot of strike wars in these plays, and even though you want that size on the X, you definitely want that size on both the X and the Dubu. It's making it really hard here for him to help on the defense. Like, look at that, right? The core is going around Syrupy. In a lot of these situations, the passes are not being blocked, and because of that, well, it's looking like kind of a wrap here for Koyo.
Yeah, Koyo is putting a lot of pressure. That's a good Era NATO, but you know, just a little bit small. Wonder why that is. Daru with a lot of pressure up here in the front, but Syrupy, that Era Beam can just win strike wars, but then sometimes Era just vanishes. Daru hits a great dribble. Julak tries to read IDC's mind, can't do it, but Daru knows exactly where Julak is putting that core. Great hook, grabs it, puts it in the bottom corner, and after a really, really close first game on Koyo's pick, Koyo comes back and takes Taiko 3-0. 2-0 week for Koyo.
It is really good from them. It really felt like in that game, especially towards the end, Julak and Daru just turned it on. They recognized, they started getting into each other's heads, knowing what they wanted, and that is the connection that you want between your forward and midfield. And I think, right, 100% goal participation from Daru and Julak in those situations, right? 100%. I did my math wrong. They're both at 7 goal participation.
They're both at 7.
Yeah. So both having a very large presence, right? Daru only scoring 2 goals that Julak were not a part of. So well played from that forward duo. Really felt like they were empowered, right? Beelzebub, obviously not Mako, going to contribute to that at any point that he wants to as well. And it just felt like they were the better team on the day. They were the ones that played the map better, and they were the ones that had the better team play coming into game number 2, and they take the series.
Yeah, not much else to say about it. Like, it's not that E-Boy looked bad that first game. Again, it was so close. It really could have gone either way. But it really just felt like Koyo took the momentum, took a deep breath, and went, okay, we can do this. And this game looked very, very clean. Beelzebub did a lot to affect the forward half as this Mako, and if you're playing strike shot missile prop Mako, that's what you're playing it for. And there was a few of those ults in the E-Boy goal box that just made it completely impossible. Honestly, just really well played by them. Looking forward to seeing what these teams can do next week.
But that will be it, unless you have any parting thoughts, Cat Kupo.
I think I just gave my parting thoughts.
Yeah, that's true.
Play 100 line. How's that?
There you go. Wait, that was a game, right? Wait, was it?
Yeah.
Right. Hello, gamers. I'm here today to mourn the loss of a great and wonderful pick. This may be the first game that I've casted since the unfortunate Era debuff. She unfortunately has been debuffed by Odyssey Interactive, hit by her own primary in the patch notes, and she doesn't have any presence this match. But what does have presence is a different patch thing, and that's going to be Orb Replicator here. Actually, there's a lot of them. People are eating that up like it's donuts or some other savory or sugary good of your choice. And coming into this, we've got Groundhog Day versus Furret. Both of these teams are looking, I don't know quite yet. We have no idea actually how these teams are looking, but as of right now, Furret is looking good.
Furret is looking great, taking the triple orb rep. I think that's a really interesting play, just having that triple energy. I don't know if it's good. It's looking pretty good right now. You know, big goal on the .1, but I think that's pretty interesting. We're seeing Overgrown Lemon on the slick kicks, very nice on the Rasmus character, and Aerial is being picked up by Sphinx and Spring Rolls, which is going to be very nice for both of them. I'm pretty interested to see how Sphinx plays, you know, known for the Juno. I didn't catch it, but probably just banned. Like, no Juno for this guy. It seems like the logical choice. I think I've only ever seen him pick Drakkar after the fact, so the Estelle is definitely very nice to see. And Groundhog Day, after that .1, really clapping back. Ripstick getting taken down to half health, and both barriers down. Things are looking good for them all of a sudden.
Yeah, and I'm thinking about this Orb Rep start. I think it's going to mean a lot, because a 3 Orb Rep start is as close as you could possibly get to like an energy start. Like, you could do a lot with it. You're going to have a massive energy advantage, like a slow wind-up energy advantage the entire time. And if that continues, it could be a lot of flips that Juice Asian has to deal with here. And right now, we are going to go into our game proper. As right now, Angle Senpai and Spring Roll is going to be trying to fight it over the core here, but as of right now, actually a really good strike away here from Ripstick, piloting this Asher, which a lot of people really thought was a dead pick until, you know, Barcode pulled that out with a prime time and made me cast a 4-hour block. A good roll, or sorry, a good score by Overgrown Lemon 5. I don't forgive RTF for that. I don't.
No, and you shouldn't. Asher is still showing up, being just as grimy as she was before. And honestly, Ripstick, I believe, has been playing Asher since the start. You know, since before people thought she was a good goalie. And just like, I think Ripstick is the heart and soul of this team. Just this guy will never relent. We saw the saves that he was making last point. Just some like Sphinx got the strike beam, really nice confirm, and Ripstick just saved it on the edge. And that's what you come to expect with this guy, with this pick, and it seems really hard to get through. Like, boom, primary, Bazinga, try and get through this, and like I just don't know how to do it. Things looked great for Groundhog Day, and they're looking great right now, but I think that Ripstick is just not going to relent, and so it doesn't matter how long his forwards take to get the barrier. There it is. Now get the goal, because he can just, especially into Zentaro, one primary just stops it all.
Yeah, especially in these corner defenses where Asher really well and truly shines. I think it's going to be incredibly hard to find anything, especially against the Zentaro. I think widely considered one of Asher's best matchups here, as I'd say that though, Spring Rolls finds it, a flip comes through and sends it to the top side. Obviously, one of Asher's weaknesses now is that she's very good here in these corner defenses, but on the open net, she now has a very similar issue as Atlas did. I mean, she always had this issue, but now it's absolutely made worse by these nerfs. So I think that if it gets to that opportunity, Spring Rolls will find an opportunity. But until then, it's going to be rough, especially as a Zentaro.
Yeah, with all this damage coming out. Very interestingly, Ripstick took Mom Boots, which, you know, recently buffed. Probably pretty nice to stop that with that self-slow, but you know, usually a strike shot comes out on the Asher to try and mitigate that lack of mobility, or something like Pauldron to just be very large, and then, you know, it doesn't matter how slow you are, it doesn't matter how hard it is to cover both sides of the net, because you are just that big. But Mom Boots, I think, pretty interesting, unexplored option here. You see, it looks great so far. This guy's moving. Unfortunately, gets clipped by the beam, and all of a sudden, rest in peace, Ripstick's wings. You know, but still, the net open for both sides. It's looking great for Furret because they have all this defense. How do you get through this Asher?
I'm not quite sure, honestly. The flip is going to be a way to do it.
out.
Happened once, and it'll happen again. Seems that that's kind of the win condition that Groundhog Day are relying on. It's just making sure, you know, Spring Rolls has the energy, is able to get it to the open net. How they get there is still a bit of a toss-up, but it seems like that they've been relying on Sphinx a little bit there. But unfortunately, as of right now, it's going to be Furret's chance to answer back here on this .5. Good clear here by JA. The strike comes through, actually going to be blocked away by Sphinx. The strike from Angle Senpai not able to find its mark. But Overglow and Lemon finds themselves with possession of the core. The Tofu Fortress prevents any big offense from happening, but the play is not quite over yet. Clear made by Ripstick into the black hole. Spring Rolls worse for a warrior. Has to play for his life in just a second. Silvergun Lemon now has a flip to work with. Unfortunately, is not there. Not what you want to see. But if there is a striker that could stall for Spectrum, it's going to be Ripstick. And it is absolutely something that they're going to have to do here in a bit.
Yeah, definitely. Overgrown Lemon has been taken by the Internet Goblins. A lot of internet issues recently, I've noticed. The Omega Strikers players getting shot down by their ISPs, but... Oh, the Flipman is back and ready to get into it. Able to get the barrier off rip. And beautifully done. And for Furret, their barrier is still up. They've got this flip on Overgrown Lemon, looking to be used right here, right now. The Dubu will be blocking it all. JA having a flip of their own. Gonna be looking to use that, maybe get the barrier here. Just anything, because in such a tense .5 situation, you're gonna want something like that. But Spring Rolls using his flip right there, kind of scary because, like, you want to use the flip to score on the Asher. You know, many such cases, sometimes you gotta sit down and say, I don't think I can get through this. But Overgrown Lemon, taking his chance, able to get it on JA, who had the flip, unfortunately getting hit stunned by the hook and the pendulum swing. And that's going to be Furret taking that first set.
Yeah, good MVP here by Ripstick. Well deserved. Has a lot to work with team player or prime. Oh, sorry.
I see it.
Flashback there for a second.
W team player.
Thank God. I mean, team player remains my favorite awakening. So very glad that Ripstick did not opt into it. Would have probably been the strongest pick in my selection. But honestly, this is sort of good news for the side of Groundhog Day. Pretty much all of the ill awakenings that Ripstick could get his hands on were probably in this draft, right? The hot shot, the prime time, the team player, and really only heavy impacts left in the cooldown, which is extremely deniable from by the forward duo of Groundhog Day. So a big win, because this means that Ripstick's scaling is not going to be incredibly strong going in this late game. And again, if you're in Zentaro, you're really going to want that to not happen. As right now, Spring Rolls, a good strike war, finds a little bit of a chip in the armor here for Ripstick, and for right now on the approach potentially.
Yeah, we saw the 1-2 punch picked up by Angle Senpai, having a lot of value early on, Sphinx getting taken low, but now we see Spring Rolls picked up Stinger, which I think is pretty interesting. Not a bad pick, to be certain, but not something I would expect. Ripstick making another demonic save, but it's definitely working on Angle Senpai here, getting chipped down. And Sphinx picking up Prime Time is going to be super useful. More beams. That means that a beam could be used for a kill confirm, followed up with a goal. You know, all sorts of situations like that. Just going to be more beams on this character who has such a long primary cooldown. Just going to be really useful. Going to be wonderful to see. But until then, a catastrophe in the goal box. But looking to get a little bit of momentum. The flip comes out. But now all these flips, Ripstick just used one. Angle Senpai's blocked away, but Overgrown Lemon looking to put it in with this one. Bang. And the energy's coming out. The value on this triple orb rep is being seen right here. That was a lot of back-to-back flips.
Yeah, that absolutely was. And I think it's if your team, I forgot what the actual breakpoint is. I think if your team gets like 9 orbs or something, it's a flip, I think, or something like that. I don't know if that's the exact. No. I think that math is wrong. I forgot. Someone did the calculation, but it's like it's like not an unfathomable amount of flips that your team needs to get in order to actually give themselves like a full like team's worth of flips of energy. So again, we're seeing that Tuna the advantage right now. Every flip that Groundhog Day, you know, doesn't take advantage of is going to be a massive energy deficit for them. So they're gonna have to want to play this carefully, or alternatively, right, which you can do with Rasmus Estelle, KO them, right? KO them, force them to burn some evades, get rid of some of those flips. That is another way to equalize the energy, and I think that's what they're going to do here, especially with a Stinger on the Rasmus, the primetime on the Estelle to interrupt those regeneration timings. So we'll see if they'll be able to do that, though, coming into this, and already it's looking bad for Angle Senpai.
Yeah, close to a flip, but staggered right now. Spring Rolls on top of this guy hunting, and not going to be able to get it. Does burn and evade, though, and you know that is exactly what you were talking about. Playing the energy economy through damage, definitely a very viable way of doing so. Now, Angle Senpai almost getting taken out, I think, by Ripstick. Scary situation, but still just playing his life, not relenting here. And see, I'm seeing a lot of blue bars again. There's one, but Overgrown Lemon has one, getting shut down by the Dubu wall. Jewish Asian, only one left with a flip. Not on the team with a million orb reps, so going to be just that much more important. Sphinx using a flip, getting shut down. Just, it's scary for Groundhog Day because, oh no! The Ghost of Steppy's curse to you.
Yeah, Curse of Dubu be upon ye. As the Summer Assault is overcommitted, Overgrown Lemon taking advantage of that, and bit of deja vu here from set number 1. As Furret find themselves here with a 2-0 lead. That being said, it was almost made up by the side of Groundhog Day, but this double barrier from Overgrown Lemon might spell doom, though. With a KO and a power play, it's going to be immediately found back. So now Overgrown Lemon finds himself with a possession of the core, still has some cooldowns to work with, but actually loses the Strike War, a last-second strike, saves it away from Sphinx's beam as...
Oh no! Oh no,
hey.
no!
You know what's crazy? This is not the first, I think, or the second own goal that I've seen like that. Where the goalie is just like, you can't strike on me unless I say so, right now. So
I go out on my terms.
Yeah. W goalies, I guess.
Yeah, I suppose it makes sense. Not a MOBA moment in like a conventional, I don't think this guy's playing MOBA, but more of like, you have your cursor really tight on your character, and then, just a little bit off. Like, oops. You know, and that's fair, it happens, but, you know, not catastrophic for Groundhog Day. I mean, yeah,
Furret.
not catastrophic for
Weeze
Furret.
little Furrets. That's the full
Weeze
name.
little Furrets, yep. But, oh my god. Hey, Groundhog Day looking a little catastrophic now as their forward has been assassinated in the corner. And now, again, still down a point. Still 1 point away from losing the set. Almost lost right there. Overgrown Lemon going for it, but Jewish Asian able to pick up that save. And now Spring Rolls is back, looking to push forward here. Able to get the barrier on respawn. Beautifully done. And gets the goal. Looking a little bit more catastrophic, that own goal, as this set carries on, because now we are on a 0.5.
Yeah, you got to be kicking yourself right now if you are Ripstick here. Point number 5, like you mentioned, and even though, that being said, energy still massively advantaged, right? And even though it's only a 1 bar, it's 1 bar with 3 orb reps, so I think that is a massive advantage. We're going to be seeing some flips coming out very soon, but you don't want to get double barriered here. So 1 barrier goes through, narrowly saved by Ripstick on the flip side. The pull actually going to be evaded by JA, but unfortunately it's all for naught. Does get the core flip for his troubles. A good Sire or Glitch Pop is there. Pass up to Angle Senpai. Sphinx now assisting on the defense with the beam. Ripstick has now moved his way up, but now in a really bad position. Flip here for Spring Roll is going to be defended away here. The defensive duo of Furret hold strong. Now the Black Hole looking scary. Spring Rolls, though, amazing patience. Finds the exact strike he needs, and a comeback set this time going the way of Groundhog Day. I'm so used to calling them, I don't know why, but I see Sphinx on the team and I was thinking Cat Munch. They're Groundhog Day now.
They're Groundhog Day now.
You gotta be kicking yourself if you're Ripstick after that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sucked. That really sucked.
That was pretty unfortunate, and now Spring Rolls picking up bulk up. That's everything Zentaro could ever want. A little bit of stagger, a little bit of power. Like, this guy's not just going to be smoked by Asher in the 1v1 now, or like 2 IME abilities. So, gonna be nice. Overgrown Lemon though, picking up the size. Also, like, both brawlers just made out like bandits in this draft. Wonderful time. Ripstick picking up a twin drive as well. A little bit of CDR. Going to be. Oh, sorry. So that whole bulk up thing. Sometimes no amount of stagger can really help you there. Ooh. Yikes. Where'd that guy go?
I didn't even see what
We're gonna be finding him on the side of milk cartons. Have you seen this man? No.
He's like a civilian at the boys. He just died. Like, really, like, holy moly.
Vaporized. Wow. Eeh.
Yeah, hate to see that, but Sprinkles is back. Sprinkles is back, but the point is not. Ripstick finds a critical flip there, shoots it to the top side of the neck. JA, I think his somersault blocked by Overgrown Lemon there, an overgrown obstacle. Bit hard to get through, and again, Furret find themselves advantage, but as we have learned so far from history, that might not mean too much right now, as it can still go either way. Ripstick now fully on the defense. Bit of a rotation error on Mangle Senpai with the cyber swipe, but it's going to be accounted for. Ripstick loses 1 barrier in the process, however. Spring Rolls now on the offense. Good strike war from Sphinx, another opportunity perhaps, but Spring Rolls once again going to be thrashed around by lack of stagger. The laser light show actually comes through, but it's going to be defended away by Ripstick. Now Spring Rolls needs to find the value off the flip. That he does. Unfortunately, it's going to cost him his life, but not before opening up the net here for the side of Furret. Sphinx with a strike war win, defending, actually stalling so much time, only 1 second now until Spring Rolls is back up. Overgrown Lemon loses to the Tofu Fortress, completely understandable, but you hate to see it. Whiplash is going to be here, actually almost gets it around JA, but JA comfortable with this flip, electing to use it, gets it right over to Spring Rolls, so it's going to be sent back. The glitch pop is there, and now Ripstick with possession of the core. Team player going to be a little deadlier here in these overtime. No one from either team actually going to be ready for it, but the glitch pop from Angle Senpai finds the perfect angle at the perfect core speed in here in overtime. 2-0 for Furret. Hey, we've been here before.
So, I'm familiar with this position. But yeah, Angle Senpai just doing a great job. I'm pretty sure both the barrier and the goal being picked up by a strike glitch pop. Really well executed. And very interestingly, you bring up the team player, but Angle Senpai also has 1-2 punch. Furret just has all of this core speed at their disposal. You know, a point comes to overtime, and not only do they have the damage from that 1-2 punch, just kind of advantage them in those longer points where they try and get a lot of damage onto someone, chip them down, and then take a KO. But they also just have all the core speed in the world they could want. Jewish Asian does have Hot Shot. Yeah, that's going to be a pretty big boon, but into team player and 1-2 punch seems a little tough to deal with. And oh my god, a battle of 500 hitboxes with Spring Rolls coming out on top. An explosive showing on the bottom side of the map. But Groundhog Day is going to be taking the first point this set. And like you said, been here before.
I think I'm old. I don't think I understood what just happened. Like, what gave him the strike resets there? I actually don't know. I think he just maybe he hit it with a slice and dice, obviously. But I went after that. I didn't even see it. But W Spring Rolls gets the flip out from Angle Senpai as well. Has a flip of his own. Yeah. Things are looking on the up and up yet again. As I say that, though, Caster Curse does hit. Sphinx going to take a lot of damage here on the defense, but going to be KO'd as well. The flip comes through. Overgrown Lemon with it. Now dribbling. Sends it up to Angle Senpai, but it's going to be called out by both Spring Rolls and JA. It's now the offensive play. Not going to be quite over yet. Overgrown Lemon tries to self-pass here off of the black hole, but unfortunately not going to go his way. The Whiplash is there. JA, though, holding fast, and now Angle Senpai potentially on the chopping block for this play. Got to stay alive now in this corner offense as Overgrown Lemon finds himself with possession of the core. Going to immediately lose it, though, however. Angle Senpai, though, there and ready to help. Team player coming through. Spring Rolls with an amazing shot. 2 amazing shots actually to mix up Ripstick here. But it might not be for anything. This defense has to come through by Sphinx and JA, and that it does. It's right now. Spring Rolls looking to do a little magic, but the no mix-up of the strike whip from the team player on Ripstick is going to give him the goal and just end the set like that. Hey, all good.
A tactical aura flare coming out from Overgrown Lemon. Says sending Jewish Asian on a trip. Here we see 2 sparks on the board and a little bit of size. Actually, 2 size awakening, some speed. And there's heavy impact
for Asher. Yeah.
Just like you said earlier. And it's just a good deny from both. Yep. From both Sphinx and Spring Rolls here. Going to be picked up right away. Very nice for Ripstick. Exactly what you want to see. The spark of leadership coming out from Angle Senpai has that focus. Going to be able to share all, how much? 7? Big 7.
Yes.
Hitting the department. A little bit of CDR for the fellas. But, of course, 29 on Angle Senpai. Nothing to sneeze at. That's going to be pretty nice. And Overgrown Lemon picking up stacks. Don't think it's been KO'd much at all. Meanwhile, Groundhog Day, unfortunately, is just suffering so much damage. And again, just there's a lot of damage coming out. The 1-2 punch, Aimi with now 29 CDR. Going to be doing a lot. The heavy impact Asher is going to be hitting like a truck now. I think Spring Rolls is in for a very tough time on offense if he wants to try and get up in there. But not going to have a chance as Furret is just smoking these barriers, getting a 33-second goal.
Yeah, well played. And as we get further in these sets, right, all of these sets have gone to 0.5, which means Overgrown Lemon's going to find a lot of value out of these stacks on stacks, I think. It's going to be able to play a good chunk of the set with those fully activated, and that really might be the difference. But right now, Spring Rolls doesn't need an Awakening to make a difference right now. Immediately gets 1 barrier here. Overgrown Lemon, though, responds in kind. Now an open net for the side of Groundhog Day, and this team player Flip looking a little scary right now, but again, this heavy impacts Asher is going to have a lot of cooldowns here to work with. No problem for Spring Rolls, though, as he very easily gets that second barrier with a slice and dice, but unfortunately, JA a little bit too close to the sun, and that sun being the pendulum swing of Overgrown Lemon.
Yeah, Icarus, watch out, the Rasmus is right there. You don't want to get too close. But now, Overgrown Lemon taking us to this match point. 1 barrier down. Things are looking scary for Groundhog Day. I can't really fathom a super reliable situation where they can come back. I mean, Spring Rolls is going crazy right now, and that might just be what they need to get back into this game. But it's still down 2 points in this set. Things are looking incredibly dangerous. Spring Rolls now on the back foot, getting shoved into, oh my god, into the realm of staggering, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because a big KO is found on Angle Senpai, and a great strike, a wonderful shot from Spring Rolls is going to be putting it in. And, you know, maybe a caster's curse saying, I don't know what they can do. They just have to do that 2 more times and we're on to a set 5, you know?
Yeah, Spring Rolls is going crazy with that, actually. I feel like he's finding so many opportunities where patience is, like, really paying off. Like, these micro waits to mix up, make Ripstick think just a second, and then using that moment of hesitation. It feels like he's really on point with it, and this turn is going to be Sphinx, actually, getting 2 barriers for his team. Angle Senpai has to win this interaction, does so. Overgrown Lemon now looking to open up the net for the other team. Ripstick, team player pass, not overtime yet, so not deadly, but Overgrown Lemon doesn't need a team player right now. He just needs to get the barrier, and that he does. The pendulum swing is there, but an amazing strike shot keeps it going. The primary is there. Too many abilities being flown Ripstick's way, but Asher holds. The end of Angle Senpai and Overgrown Lemon, they have an opportunity to score, and that they take advantage of. And despite some amazing plays from the forward duo of Groundhog Day, it's going to be Furret, Wheeze, Shiny Furret specifically, you are going to be taking game number 1.
Bang, great game played by Wheeze, Shiny Furrets. I keep forgetting that's a team name, it's okay. But bang, slam dunk. I think that match was a lot closer than anyone would expect. And Wheeze, little Furrets, Wheeze, Shiny Furrets. And I feel like I'm in like one of those like marble puzzles where it keeps rotating and I'm the marble. Anyway, what I want to talk about that match is I think it was really interesting. We've seen Zentaro since the dawn of time, since the game came out, and I think the sentiment has been for a while. It's been very up and down. A lot of people are saying, "Oh, he's the worst brawler right now. He stinks," and then other people are saying the exact opposite. He's still the best brawler. He's amazing still, and we kind of saw both of those in that game. I think we saw Spring Rolls getting shot dead quite a few times, which is just par for the course on the character. But when he was alive, he had these flashes of brilliance where he would go through and just steamroll all of his interactions. And the point I'm trying to make here is that I think Zentaro is both of these things. He is such a volatile character, and I think he's also very difficult to pilot. Like people also say Kazan is really hard, and he is. Like, that is also true. But I think Zentaro is kind of right up in there. Staying alive and being impactful on this character seems really difficult. It is, and we see time and time again, people will log Zentaro and just be dead the entire game. And then, like, what do? Then you've picked nothing. You put your team in a 2v3. You picked air. Nice. But it's hard. It's hard, and so it's such a risky pick. But this would be so much cooler if they won. But so sorry. But I think this kind of speaks to the character. The payoff wasn't quite there, but we saw what it could be. A lot of the time we saw what it could be, the potential of the character. It's just so risky to lock this guy unless you're pretty confident either in your own skill or in your team comp and like what you're able to accomplish. Just a lot to think about when it comes to the Zentaro character. But I hope we see more. I hope we see people getting better at the character. I'm a big fan. I like watching this guy, and I think there's a lot of unexplored Zentaro action that I've spoken at length about now. But very exciting game. I'm looking forward to the next one, and I want to see how Groundhog Day reacts to that game.
Yeah, we'll see. Will Spring Rolls be able to crack the code here on Zentaro, or will he select another option? Find out next time on the next episode of the North American Strikers Training Ground. But good thing you're watching this on a streaming service, because that game is about to be right about now. For you guys. Not for us, but for you guys. Okay, bye. Surfs Up Strikers. We're here at game number 2 on the next episode of Nasty.
Yep.
That rhymes if you stretch out the syllable. As right now.
Yep.
Hey, I'm just gonna steal what you said. We're locked and loaded like Drakkar. and we've started our game. JA now immediately on the defense. Sphinx with the slick kicks and a hot shot. It's going to look to strike shotgun quite a bit already. And Spring Rolls now looking to take away the Rasmus from Overgrown Lemon and saying, anything you could do, I could do better. So he gets the first goal right here, 23 seconds in. It's a good start here for Groundhog Day.
Yeah, I was revving up to talk about, like, the draft was pretty interesting. A lot of character picks to talk about. Point 1 done. So, W Winkies. I forgot about all that. But you might be wondering, what's a Drakkar doing on my screen? Many such cases. Oh! You might be wondering, what's Spring Rolls doing on my screen? Slam dunking all these Strike Wars. I'm wondering the same. I didn't know that guy had it in him like that. That was wonderful. But one thing at a time. We saw in the draft that Estelle was banned by Wee's Shiny Furrets. I'm calling him Furret. I'm giving up.
Yeah.
Congratulations, Furret. You banned Estelle. And then Groundhog Day banned Juno because I assume they expected on this hotshot start that the Juno would be first picked by a Furret, which is smart. And so taking that away, but then Sphinx left with not a whole lot of character picks. Is on the car, and also picked Slick Kicks, which you mentioned earlier, Breakbat, and I have a lot of opinions about that. Mostly that Mag Souls is awesome, and that you should, unless you have like a pretty solid reason for picking Slick Kicks, you just put the Mag Souls on. Anyway, sorry for Mag Souls raging. A big water blast just came out on the side of Furret, and Overgrown Lemon on there, able to capitalize and put that in, sealing up that first point that they've scored, trying to stop this early set sweep. Looking good for them so far.
Yeah, I mean, it's like you mentioned. I think Maxwell's, as I've learned, incredibly strong on this map. The one time I did not say that, I was immediately corrected many times. Rightfully so, because saying that Slicks is good on this map is misinformation. Mags is significantly better, and it could absolutely do a ton, especially in some of these corner offenses if you get the opportunity. But as of right now, it's going to be an open net. A little bit of dribbling from Angle Sensei here, or Senpai, is Overgrown Lemon not able to finish the job, and it's going back and forth right now, but the flip from Overgrown Lemon is going to be here. This makes the play a little bit scary, but the strike shotgun rings true. As the dash forward by Ripstick gets one clear, but it's going to be sent back now into his goalie arc. Angle Senpai now looking to defend, but Spring Roll's actually going to finish it out. Oh, the core flip is not where you want it, and Overgrown Lemon now forced to retreat for a little bit. Oh, but an amazing Giga here by Angle Senpai. A potential opportunity. JA, though, able to defend with a core flip of his own. Kazan forced to play a little defensively here, but Spring Rolls with a good yoink takes it away from Angle Senpai mid-pass, ends the first set just like that, and probably could have earned MVP in the process as well.
Yeah, a swift first set coming out for Groundhog Day. Slam dunk that, and now getting a pretty broad pick, you know, can spec into whatever you really want if your Spring Rolls here. You've got like specialized training if you want to go that way, and he does. Other picks, you've got the Spark, you've got the Bulk Up if you want to take some power, stagger kind of late game scaling. The Prime Time on Rasmus also not bad. You know, what's better than one pendulum swing? 2 pendulum swings?
Wait, the Prime Time is on your cart, right?
Oh no, I'm like things. Things that
wait,
first
I'm
pick.
so dumb. Yeah, you're right. Wait, yeah. Wow. OS
Okay,
listening moment, unfortunately.
The Prime Time on your car is going to be very nice. That's 3 shotguns. When we do a little bit of math around these parts, that's a lot, and can really help. Oh my God, kill that guy! That's what it does. Wow,
shotguns. Oh, boom! Sorry, I've lost my train of thought after that. I had to reestablish what happened. And especially now with rapid fire out, any sort of cooldown on the Prime Time is actually going to be pretty dang good, even if it is conditional still. So we're going to be seeing a lot of gunshots. It's going to be sounding like a war zone in here very soon, I think. Another thing I think of note, right, Kazan with Stagger going to be very useful, just as it was on the Centauro in the previous game, with these very squishy brawlers as well. So we'll see what happens, though, as right now Spring Rolls finds himself in possession of the core. Actually, good patience from Angle Senpai, though. And as of right now, the interaction in the midfield is going to be 1, which means a down barrier here. Pass Splitter comes through, but Sphinx again, strike shotgun, strike shotgun, strike shotgun. So once again comes through. Spring Rolls barely not able to get it, but a good death touch on the core gets him the redirect that he needs. A quick another 2 points here for the side of Groundhog Day.
Yeah, really. They look so comfortable in this map, just going in, sweeping. Spring Rolls on the Rasmus is just dicing up Ripstick here, and a very different story from the last game, where I think Ripstick was just an absolute stalwart wall, unmoving. But it could also be that the Mom Boots, we see him going into the bottom corner a lot, which I think is super dangerous on goalie on this map, because then, you know, the barrier's wide open, and with only 1 barrier, you definitely don't want to, even for a second, leave it unguarded, because 1 misstep and it could be taken immediately. But both barriers still up right now. See, not a whole lot of energy for Groundhog Day here. Overgrown Lemon, though, close to a flip, could be big for getting it back into this set. But until then, it's a little bit of a scary situation on the death touch, and really we're getting some hotshot gameplay now. Stepping into overtime, just slow and steady right here on Inky Splash Zone. Not what you expect, but definitely how this point is going. Oh,
there we go.
There we go.
Sphinx opens it up. Spring Roll is potentially an opportunity here. The Death Touch is there. The Strike Force 1, but doesn't find the angle. Now, a defensive flip from Overgrown Lemon, followed up by a good, perfect pitch by JA. Now finds himself with possession of the core. The pass, the Sphinx, going to be intercepted by the tap of Overgrown Lemon, but it's all for naught. Spring Rolls finds himself with the core, gets it through. No problemo, and once again, a repeat of the last set. 2 quick goals from Spring Rolls, followed by a prolonged, but eventually Groundhog Day favored point number 3. And looking at this draft here, there's some options to look at, I think.
Yeah, definitely. We are going to just be seeing the size put in the bag. Big Rasmus coming to town, and that seems pretty devastating. You know, this guy's already getting so much done without the size. Just a little bit of hot shot and spec training. Now I think the size is going to really change the game. We see other thing I want to point out, Among Titans picked up by Angle Senpai, and I think this guy's already been moving very quickly around, but I think the extra speed's not really going to help here, because I think a lot of the interactions are just being won by like Drakkar Strike Shotgun or Spring Rolls being really patient, and you know, now being smaller, interactions are going to be even more difficult to win. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm just full of it because they've taken the barrier and now scored the goal. 25 seconds, and Furt is back, but hey, who knows? We saw Overgrown Lemon pick up the heavy impact, which could also be pretty big just for all the CDR here. Maybe even taking a quick little KO somewhere, but until then, it seems like the team's going to be trading points because that is a big early barrier for Groundhog Day.
Oh! Shotgun comes through. Invisible Sphinx there. Blasts away at the core. Gets a quick point. Very, very nice. And I think Sphinx has a very good build. I think that man is currently very happy with the drafting opportunities presented to him. A prime time missile prop hotshot build on this Drakkar, and this Lizard can core control, I think, right now. There's a good mix-up here on the hook for Overgrown Lemon, but unfortunately on the rebound, Spring Roll's able to actually get the barrier that Overgrown Lemon did not. So now the water comes out, gotta get it cleared. Angle Senpai, though, snipes away from the cannon. As now the shotgun comes through, Ripstick playing very patient here with the flip. Trades flip with the midfielder of Groundhog Day, but again, Spring Rolls just finds point after point after point after point. He's looking absolutely amazing. Has the appropriate skin because he's looking like a father of all the children that have been good for Christmas.
Yeah, really. Already on match point, and it's just been the Spring Roll show. You know, highest level in the lobby right now by a pretty wide margin. And you know, great dribbling by Overgrown Lemon, able to secure that, but now the ball is back in Spring Roll's hands, and things are scary. It's actually a really interesting setup they have going on. You know, we talked a lot about the Drakkar pick broadly, and I'm still here to say I don't think it looks great, even with the God build that he has. But I think Spring Roll's just been doing so much that Sphinx is able to just kind of walk around, you know, do this damage and do the, you know, still put out enough core control to be valuable. They're really working together as this one offensive unit as these two forwards, and able to get a lot of big barriers, a lot of everything, just
Boom.
Everything, and
Boom.
You know, the tide is calling, so the surf is up, and that's going to be a swift Groundhog Day W right then and there.
Well, that is Inky Splash Zone. Right there, I think Spring Rolls, yeah, went crazy. I feel like that is the entire story of that entire game. That guy went turbo mode, right? Has double the redirects of his goalie. And
wow. Yep.
Killer analysis. Yep.
Nice. I mean, yeah. Today I will pick Mako and let my forwards fly, and I think we saw so much Mako value. The two things that I really think are Spring Rolls went nuclear. He just like, hydrogen bombed the lobby. I also think that Ripstick and Angle Senpai were kind of out of sync on the defense, which gave Spring Rolls a lot of opportunities to just completely boom them. A lot of like just slightly off positionings or miscommunications that led to Spring Rolls getting between them, getting the barrier, or getting the goal, that kind of thing. And hey, it made Spring Rolls look phenomenal, but I don't know if Furret just isn't super comfortable on this map. I don't know, we saw the Asher, but maybe the Kai pick on Angle Senpai, something was different about that as compared to the Aimee, made them play differently and fall out of sync. Not 100% there, but if I were Furret, that would be what I would be looking at. Is I feel like they just kind of got run over by Spring Rolls, and going into next game, probably don't want that to happen. Hey, team meeting, I don't think we want to get swept again. Uh-oh. That's my thought on the matter. Big day for analysis.
Yeah, W analysis and W stream cutting, because we just hop into the next game right pronto.
Ooh.
All right, game number 3, and I'd just like to note that the first thing that was immediately banned by Groundhog Day was the Asher, and it was basically immediately followed up by Ripstick's Dubu. So, unfortunately, we've got well, not unfortunately, but that's just the way that Taiko Temple is. You want your melee goalies, right? Corner offense or corner defense, incredibly strong here in this map. So, these goalies that could kick off this claustrophobic play are going to be very, very powerful coming into this. And another thing as well, Era going to be picked up. It's going to be a Era Mako Juliet composition as the days of old come in, which means that there is going to be some scaling here coming out for the side of Groundhog Day, which may not even need it though. First point immediately taken by Spring Rolls, but some things of note, right? Fight or flight, team player start, both goalies opting into team player, both forwards, all our 4 forwards opting into fight or flight.
Yeah, double team playered up on a Taiko Thursday, and what I'm pretty curious to see both barriers go down immediately. See Sphinx on the slick kicks. It just, I don't know. I'm just such a big magnetized soldier. I think that, especially on this map, it looks so good. And you know what else is a big core flip in the corner? These teams, it's like Inkies. We're back to Inkies. We're just trading points back and forth real quick, like boom. Just not even anything to talk about because they're just over so quickly.
Yeah, you know what? That's the Omega Strikers that Odyssey intended. Really.
Yep.
When you think about it, I love my quick games. I'm okay with that. As of right now, a quick double barrier actually found by Furret. Overgrown Lemon going crazy with it. Immediately, wow, what amazing pass from Angle Senpai and an amazing shot by Overgrown Lemon. It's going to be a 20-second point. Sorry, not a 20-point second. If only,
That's a lot.
that's a lot of points.
Quite numerous. Yeah, just really well played. I'm noticing a trend this series is that one of these guys gets Rasmus and then just goes, Turbo Thanos mode.
Yeah.
And honestly, like, it makes sense. I think it's no stretch to say that Rasmus is absolutely the strongest brawler right now. And I think a lot of a little scary. I think a lot of Nasty is populated by players who got comfortable with the game on Rasmus, which is like a pretty reasonable and normal thing. Got a lot of Rasmus players hanging around here, and crazy flip. It makes sense because he's the do-it-all character. He's the today I'm going to do it all, and right now having a little bit of trouble getting much done. Core behind him, and this Mako just really unrelenting, but now has a flip. Might be able to get the barrier off of that, but Spring Rolls is definitely moving around, looking for the dash punch opportunity, and there it is.
Not how I expected the opportunity to come up, mind you.
No.
But that was awesome. Good up, Spring Rolls. Yeah, I never look a gift horse in the mouth, and sometimes you just take it. You take it and say, yes, sir, thank you very much, sir, and you move on with your life.
Don't mind if I do. right place at the right time, and sometimes that's what Brawling is all about. Like Overgrown Lemon, unfortunately, wrong place at the right time, got blown up, and you know sometimes that happens. But just looking for opportunities, and on maps like this, Oni, these double barrier, really long maps, you want to find those opportunities and capitalize on them as hard as possible, because otherwise you're trying to score on the Mako sitting there holding secondary, and you know another opportunity has arisen. Sphinx is dead. Angle Senpai shooting that guy, getting rid of him, but now Spring Roll's going on some heroics with a great ult in the midfield to stall out Angle Senpai, prevent him from getting anything done, and the flip to just send it right in. Groundhog Day will be taking set 1.
Yeah, honestly, really good recognition. That's something that I think is just a mandatory skill to be a brawler at any level of the NAS, is to recognize when you could force that 50-50 guess from the enemy goalie, even when you're midfield, right? That scoring kind of, that blue luck, demon eyes scoring instinct, right? I think that's exactly what Spring Rolls had, and he's going to be rewarded here. A 1-2 punch, and interestingly enough, a primetime pickup from JA. It might be a deny from the Rasmus to prevent the drum and bass interrupts, but honestly, Mako really wants a Dash Awakening at any point, and that's really going to be the breaking point, I think, if JA gets his hands on anything, right? The Super Surge, I believe there's one more Dash Awakening left. The Super Surge or the Aerials. If either one of those happens, that could be the breaking point that the side of Groundhog Day need. But unfortunately, it's going to be taken away. He's not going to have that opportunity, electing instead to choose the prime time, which, you know, has its own merits as well, right? But that just means that the scaling countdown clock is a bit scary. But right now, Spring Rolls is looking on fire right now. These Spring Rolls are well cooked, done, and toasted because, well, he's on fire.
Right, a fiery flurry of wonderful shots coming out from Groundhog Day. Just dicing up Furret, and well, yeah, I 100% agree. If a Dash Awakening gets into JA's hands, that's game over. Like, it's that strong. You know, you definitely don't want to be seeing that if you're a Furret fan. A great deny from Overgrown Lemon, though, and honestly, just speed on Rasmus, even in the form of Dash Awakening, is always going to feel really nice. Going to be pretty comfortable. We saw 3 sparks on the board that last draft. Leadership, focus, and agility. Agility being picked up by Sphinx, meaning that he could get strength later on and then have 48 power or 44 power and like what, 13% speed, which isn't awful, but you know, your era. You don't want any of that, but unfortunately, last pick in the draft. Not really gonna have a choice. I think a focus would have been nice there. You know, hard to go wrong with CDR, but the agility on the era, definitely not awful. Just not super substantial. It's what, 7%? 6%. Spark of Agility fell off. Wow.
Yeah, and 2 whiff strikes. A bit of a funny interaction between Spring Rolls and Angle Senpai, but right now Sphinx is going to find himself trying to march the core up. Ripstick, good use of spacing actually to avoid the hit stun, avoids the flip from Spring Rolls as well, and again another defense comes through. Oh, bit of a scary strike whiff from everyone involved, but hey, that's all good. Ripstick again defending this time though against the Taiko drum as the power play comes through for Furret. Angle Senpai doesn't find the core, sails right past him. The team player though going to be looking scarier here by the second now in overtime. Spring Rolls though finds himself back up and ready to go. Overgrown Lemon, no evade to speak of, so that could potentially be a KO if he does not go to safety very soon. Maelstrom winding up. Spring Rolls, though, wins the big strike war, wins another big strike war with 1-2 punch. Carrying the speed of this. An amazing pass by JA using the Taiko drum, but not going to be enough to end out the point. Now the drum and bass come through, the ensnare drums, come through. Sphinx now an opportunity to hopefully get it. Flip. It's going to be out, but Overgrown Lemon actually wins it. Flip from Ripstick, going to be intercepted, though, by Sphinx, and now Sphinx using the Flutterfly to get into the right spot to Beatty defend. Spring Rolls tries to dash punch in, but the Somersault is going to prevent that from happening. The pass makes it to Overgrown Lemon. The bounce comes through, but the strike shot's there. Good presence of mind by JA, but he's still not out of the woods yet. Angle Senpai comes through. Spring Rolls not able to find the core. He's going to be actually KO'd. It's going to be all up to Sphinx here, but the flip makes sure that can't happen. Good strike war from JA, though, as Ripstick using the core speed to his advantage here. The Maelstrom comes through as well. Overgrown Lemon gonna have one more opportunity. Angle Senpai able to find the KO, and Overgrown Lemon sink it in. That was an awesome point. They're hunkering in, and Furret find themselves here on the board.
Yeah, a lot just occurred. Big thing I'm noticing is that Ripstick has team player Hotshot, which is going to be a lot of core speed. So these overtime points are going to be really nice. Other thing is that Spring Rolls just keeps getting caught off guard on the edge, getting KO'd, and that's the benefit of picking Aimi is just you can smite people if they're not careful. But we saw a little bit of revenge come out earlier this point. Angle Senpai getting knocked out, and just the longer these points go, the more opportunity there are to get those big explosive KOs or just rack up damage. But until then, Spring Rolls copping a flip, getting that last barrier, and really JA is just defending so well, especially into this Rasmus. Hey, curse be upon you, but has been doing such a great job defending against the Rasmus, and I think Overgrown Lemon is not playing to the strengths of the Rasmus character in this Mako matchup, getting a little bit too close to the Mako, and unfortunately gets taken out, and Sphinx is going to be sending the core straight in express delivery via Tornado right then and there, bringing them up to set point.
It's going to be really good IK Nado. That was crazy, and Spring Rolls now doesn't want to be outdone by his midfielder. Immediately finds a double barrier here on Ripstick. Sphinx looking to walk back to win this upcoming strike war, but it doesn't go his way. Overgrown Lemon with another opportunity. The Nado, very dangerous. Actually, a Nado so dangerous, his own teammate actually evades it right there. Right now, Spring Rolls with possession of the core. Sphinx able to get the strike, but Spring Rolls just pixels away from getting the dash that he needed to get that final point. Punch comes through, but Ripstick gets an easy clear here to the top side. The defensive duo of Groundhog Day is there, but Spring Rolls, the patience with the assistance of the Mako move speed, closes out this sets, and now this is a 2-0 advantage for Groundhog Day.
Yeah, Groundhog Day really surging this series. Past game 1, I think was looking a little difficult, but game 2 was incredibly dominant, and now this game 3 also looking wonderful. The stacks being picked up by Sphinx. A lot of interesting options on the board. We see some size, 2 size, undeniable size, going straight to Overgrown Lemon, which I think is a game changer. It's going to be pretty pivotal. And extra special going to Ripstick, also very nice. That's going to be a lot of walls and a lot of opportunities to get more walls with that hot shot. Very nice. Spring Rolls picking up some bulk up for 44 power on this guy.
Yeah.
That's quite substantial with the 1-2 punch, and that's gonna be red cores before overtime, and exactly what just happened to Angle Senpai and Ripstick there. Half health bars in just a few abilities. A couple big booms coming out, but really it all comes down to this for Furret. They need to win the next 3 sets if they want to win the series, and it's looking pretty difficult. They've got to get through this Mako and not allow Spring Rolls to get anything done, and as we've seen, he's getting a lot done this series.
Yeah, Spring Rolls looking so dominant this time, though. Instead of the core control front, the goal part, it's the KO front. I mean, this is a disgusting build from Spring Rolls right now, and he absolutely wants to show everyone a laser fast core speed coming out. Catches Ripstick off guard, gets the point here, and now 2 points away. Groundhog Day wants to win. They want to put their fries in the bag and take it out for dinner. As right now, Spring Rolls is going to be spearheading that operation. Good hit stun combo here coming through for Furret, but not going to find the KO that they need. So again, this Mako speed is going to be deadly right now. 1 global barrier going down. Spring Rolls going to try to make it 2. Sphinx is there here to battle with Angle Senpai for some possession. It's a strike shot once again, allows the corner offense to come through. Barely saved last second by Ripstick, and Overgrown Lemon now finally finds a goalie barrier of his own.
Yeah, that's 1 barrier for for Furret. Almost said for Ripstick, but same, very similar. It is technically for him. At second barrier, though, Overgrown Lemon looking a little low, dodging the beam, very carefully. And Angle Senpai almost putting it in, but the flip comes out, not letting that go in. Ripstick making a quick save on the core speed that Spring Rolls is throwing at him, looking for any opportunity to get the ball out. But a big snipe from Sphinx right in between the pass Ripstick and Angle Senpai was sending. Overgrown Lemon looking for an opportunity to get anything, but just shut out right here. The Mako Cage comes through. A big dribble, not blocked by Sphinx, but the shot is, and now a great layering of abilities right on right onto Jewish Asian's location. Like a missile on his geographic coordinates is going to be sending that one in. But it's looking like Bird has to work so hard to score, and the coordination that they need isn't quite there. And when they're both there, both Angle Senpai and Overgrown Lemon, they're able to make magic happen, and it's really coming out. But for Groundhog Day, they've got the kitten comp for their one-man machine Spring Rolls who can do it all. And it's really working out for them. And I think that's just a great way to play in this, in Nasty, is just if you can funnel everything through your Brawler, and your Brawler is just going to show up and smoke all the barriers and goals, that's a winning formula. And I think that this formula that Ferd has with the teamwork between both forwards is much more fundamentally successful at higher levels. It's a lot harder to pull off. Go figure. But we're kind of seeing that right now. There's a lot of work that has to be done by Angle Senpai, and if that guy's not there to help Ripstick defend, things get really difficult. But if he's not there to help Overgrown Lemon score, things are really difficult. It's tough. And it definitely has potential to work, but right now, Groundhog Day's comp, where Spring Rolls just goes Spring Rolls mode and rolls them, is working out really well for them. Like that! Like that! Look at him go!
Jolly kick! Just right there. I had to make that sound. That sound came to me in a dream. I had to say it today. That's exactly what Spring Rolls just did. That was awesome. Shaolin Soccer is here in the house, and now Spring Rolls has got to be feeling good. His flip going to be coming up in just a second. The question is just going to be, how can Ripstick defend against this? Spring Rolls is just feeling so strong, and if you walk, within a 5-block radius of the wall, Spring Rolls is just going to do that to you, and it's just going to be all downhill from there. The pummeler speed is coming out in full effect. A good clear from Ripstick, though, means that this power play is going to be extended just a little bit. The Maelstrom's going to be there. Takes one goalie barrier. Angle Senpai now back up alive. Sphinx now in a very precarious spot. You don't want to lose your stacks this close to a victory. But Overgrown Lemon finds the final barrier. Has to win this strike war, and does. A masterful play. Now evening up the set here, and this is Furret backs against the wall. They have to make this set work. They have to make it happen, but it's looking so tough for Spring Rolls, right? Shaolin, the monk himself, right? But as I say that, Overgrown Lemon, a double barrier. This might just be here instantly. JA now forced to play incredibly defensive. It's going to be up to Sphinx and Spring Rolls to finally make up for that as the Flutterfly comes through. A bit of a defensive play, but one barrier now going to go down. The dash punch is there, but it's actually going to be a trade for trade. This is huge. Now that the air is gone, the stacks are going to be gone. If this is scored for the side of Furry, it could be a game changer, but Spring Rolls needs to win this. The strike is made, but it doesn't go where he needs it. 50-50 now for Overgrown Lemon, loses the interaction, but the Tofu Fortress is there here on the defense. Spring Rolls actually finds it through! Spring Rolls does it all in a jump scare strike! He sends it home. An absolutely stellar performance. Player of the series finds a goal that I did not even see. I was just sitting here sipping on my drink.
Yeah, oh my god. I was sitting there like, W-Wall. We're still in it. Let's go for it. And then all of a sudden, boom. Nightmare situation. It's in. And Spring Rolls just a dominant performance. The 1v9 champion this whole series, slam dunking it in for the last point. Exceptionally well played, and that's going to be Groundhog Day taking the whole series, getting a leg up over a Wheeze little shiny Furrets.
We Furret. Yep.
Yep. Furret. And obviously, you know, both teams played really well. I was really surprised with Vert, especially game 1, for how well they played. I think that they picked a really difficult comp this game, and I think usually, like, you don't look at Imi and Rasmus and say, haha, difficult, or Dubu. But I think these are 3 characters that just don't really synergize with each other that well. I think there's something to be said, like, Dubu and Imi can go together well because Dubu can hold on his own, Imi can go play more forward, but still, it's just, I think both Imi and Rasmus are characters that want to try and 1v9, and both need a little bit of help to get it done, and neither are able to provide that to the other. So I think they could make it work, and they were making it work for a little bit that last set, but it's just so difficult. Yeah, especially when you're into the force of nature that is spring rolls. You've got to hunker down and pick something that you know can really work. But still, well played by both teams. W spring rolls, getting it done.
Feeling like a roll. It's springtime. Springtime up in these rolls.
Happy spring, everyone.
Yep, good work. MVP of the series. That's going to be it, though, from me and Yoshi. Yoshi will be moving on to our next series now. Catch you all around. Bye.
Bye.
All right, and Nast, week 2 is upon us. Pudad and Sons versus Dynasty Party. Kick off this match here on Taiko Temple. We got the Atlas Drek X versus the Dubu Juno Rasmus. Real classic comp over there from Dynasty Party. And on a recovery drone, I think it was a Stinger start as well, but everyone went recovery drone. We got big size coming out tonight.
Big size and a little bit of a double brawler comp almost from Pudad and Sons. Drakkar is not necessarily known for doing too much midfield action these days, but Cliff is the midfielder of Pudad and Sons. Drakkar is one of his main characters. He's making it work. But for now, it's Dynasty Party kicking us off with a 0.1. Swaghaver and Mary Meg on that offensive duo. And I gotta say, it's always interesting to see Mary Meg in the midfield because this dude is a MOBA player. Not very common that you see MOBA players in the midfield. Every once in a while, we see brawlers picking up the MOBA control scheme, and Mary Meg is a brawler main. This dude's rocking it in the midfield tonight and looking pretty good on it so far.
Yeah, holding it down pretty well so far for that first point. One recovery drone getting spent off of Wolfmang here, but lots of passive damage coming out. Another almost KO as Cliff will be losing a recovery drone here as well. Bit of sneaky amount of damage over on that Dynasty Party side here as they bring down their first barrier. Core flip here from Cliff to send it in the corner. Mirameg gonna flip it right back up to Swaghaver. Protect from the bottom side. Core flips traded. Pudash clears it out, but we'll be losing a midfielder for it. Core flip here from Wolfmang into the bull rush. Doesn't have enough momentum to follow up. It's now Swaghaver with possession. Wolfmang able to get back in time to kill off the power play. Cliff comes back online here. A lot of damage onto Wolfmang though during that defense as we head into overtime. Cliff versus Asianator. Asianator finds the pass to Mirameg up to Swaghaver here. A nice clear from Pudash to reset things in Asianator's goal box. Wolfmang taking over, but Swaghaver gonna beat him in the midfield. Another opportunity though. Pudad and Sons. Cliff brings it to the corner with the shotguns. Gonna be able to find that barrier. Wolfmang with the bull rush on net. Doesn't go in. Looking for another opportunity, but Swaghaver pushing back to the field. Now Cliff passing it back up. Asianator gonna send it away. Swaghaver with the death touch looks for a shot on this barrier, but Pudash holding it down. The Blobos coming out, but Wolfmang, nice strike war, gets it cleared back out in the midfield. Cliff pushing back up, and Asianator to ninth rotation, brings it back around. Cliff with a pass up to Wolfmang, gets KO'd here, goes for the bull rush, doesn't find much, but it's a power play for Dynasty Party as Swaghaver opens up the other side of the field. Both sides with open goals here. Mirameg with the core, a Blobo to set it up, and Pudash gonna get caught there in between a death touch and a Blobo. Dynasty Party will bring it to a set point.
Yeah, and this is Rasmus with nerfed damage. Like, we just reduced the damage on this guy because he was killing too much. And even though Rasmus players can definitely feel the difference between this and what it used to be, people who play against Rasmus can still very much feel it on their bodies, and Wolfmang and Cliff are having to witness that firsthand right now. But Dynasty Party doesn't even need to get kills to score. They'll just straight up out core control, and it is a swift 3-0 set one for them. That'll be Asianator taking the set MVP.
And we'll see Spark of Strength here bulk up as well. Be showing up in the start. Stacks on stacks. Potentially a pretty valuable speed awakening here, but it'll be a missile prop for Asianator. Stack's going to go over to Pudash. Looking at this bulk up here for Rasmus, and will be in fact what Swaghaver picks up. Cliff, slowly losing good awakenings here as we get toward the tail end of this draft. Spec Training going to go over to Wolfmang as Cliff invests into Sparks. Going to get that explosive entrance here on the Juno. What are your thoughts on that draft? I think the bulk up is kind of the standout item there for me.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And it's standout for two main reasons, right? Because again, Swaghaver been dishing out a lot of damage on this Rasmus, but simultaneously is denying away the ability to deal damage from Cliff and Wolfmang, as well as that survivability, which is honestly oftentimes the more critical component of that bulk up, is that 360 stagger that you get. So that is a very critical pick deny away, and a very fortunate draft order there. Highly favored for Dynasty Party. But Pudad and Sons are making a showing in this first point. They are the ones that have managed to take down Dynasty Party's barriers first, and they are holding their own for now. Pudash. But just as I say that, their barriers do go down, and now both goalies have air at their backs.
Asianator up to Swaghaver here. The Expanse Gonna block him out as Wolfman gets it back to the corner. A pass down to Cliff here, looking for the primary. Asianator there to cover Wolfman with the core flip in the top corner versus the log. The bull rush with the somersault's gonna stop it and keep that alive. Mirrormeg jumping in off the pass from Swaghaver into the open field, just getting in front of Cliff to be able to send that in. Big heads up play from Mirrormeg as Dynasty Party continue to keep this a shutout so far.
Yeah, this is fantastic play by Asianator on defense, saving those critical Dubu abilities for just the very last second. And Dubu is quite strong right now. He was the melee goalie that escaped the nerfs in the recent round of patches and changes. But Asianator is giving a bit of a masterclass on how to shut down offenses on this massive hamster. The roll is always exactly when he needs it to be, just when Wolfmang is dedicating, a large amount of these high commitment X abilities. Asianator has that roll to stop it. There it is, right there, yeah. Wolfmang dashes in, Asianator has the flip to respond, but Cliff and Wolfmang are able to maintain possession that go round. They're taking barriers this time. Pudad and Sons making a lot more progress this set than they were last.
Still a ways to go here. Cliff up to Wolfmang to the center of the net. He deflected away. Another chance here at this passing play. That one with a bit more luck in the corner. Asianator not quite able to cover all the space with the log there. Will be a point on the board now for Pudad and Sons. Tying it up here in this set, and Pudash with a flip available to match Swaghaver's going into point 3.
One thing I will say that's interesting about this game is both goalies have opted to not take momentum boots, which has kind of been the forerunner as far as goalie gear picks have been this week, except on those goalies who are pretty locked into pauldrons. I think everybody's been experimenting around with new momentum boots, and it feels good, but Asianator and Pudash have decided to stick to their roots on the strike shot and pauldrons for this particular game. Pudash does now have stacks on stacks up, which means that he's able to catch that core before it can go into his net. That's going to be very valuable for being able to outpace these higher mobility Rasmus and Juno forwards.
Yeah, I've seen a couple good saves come off of that speed already. Now Cliff here with the core, a primary setup. Core flip though from Mirrormeg, saved by the strike shot. The death touch from Swaghaver to the top. Pudash makes one save, but Mirrormeg quickly crossing up the other net. I mean, even the fact that Pudash was able to save 2 of them there on cross-net attempts was pretty impressive, but 3 in a row like that against an Atlas, it's just absolutely brutal, this Juno and Rasmus duo.
Yeah, it's a very dangerous game that Pudad and Sons have opted to play. They're playing 3 melee characters, which means that if Core can get past the forward one, Pudad is in a world of hurt. He's out-ranging both Rasmus and Juno. He can hold his own for a minute because, Atlas is Atlas, but even with Pudash piloting this character, doing his best, it's still a nearly impossible task. But if Cliff and Wolfmang can keep possession up front for long enough, eventually Asianator will crack. And that's Wolfmang being able to keep the flip, tying up the set at 2-2. If Pudad and Sons can make one more miracle happen in this set, next draft could spell a big burst of momentum for them.
Opting in the spark leadership could be potentially a little bit game-changing for them here, but it's a party down the first barrier. Death touch goes out. Core flip here from Swaghaver, blocked by the Expanse. Swaghaver forced to retreat there. A little bit low on stagger, but Mirrormeg holding onto the core, doing a good job keeping possession. Offensive Tofu Fortress from Asianator in the midfield as they pressure that barrier, but the defense from Pudad and Sons will hold. Core flip here from Cliff, a shotgun off to Swaghaver, and now it's a much-needed power play for Pudad and Sons. Cliff pushing to the bottom corner, the molten bolt going wide. Barriers still remaining up as Mirrormeg and Asianator look to kill this off. Pudash up in the midfield here as well, but Swaghaver will come back online with no barriers falling. Core flip here from Asianator sends it back in. Swaghaver with the death touch. Looks for the pendulum swing, doesn't quite line it up. Cliff now back on the defense. Both teams holding their remaining barriers valiantly. Swaghaver another opportunity here potentially. Wolfmang able to find a clear. Now Swaghaver with Whiplash up. Finally gets in position for Mirrormeg to find the jump and open up Pudad and Sons' side of the goal. Now on the defense, all 3 members of Pudad and Sons, trying to force it out of here. A Molten Bolt to send it across the map, but it just gets rotated back around to Swaghaver. Pudash, though, with the clear. Bring down one barrier. Core going to slip past them just a little bit here. Mirrormeg jumping back in. Cliff coming back on time to cut the pass. Now pressure this barrier, opening up the other side. Wolfmang in the corner. The somersault getting used here. Pass down to Cliff. Back up to Wolfmang. Shot to the bottom. Gets deflected. Another chance, but the Blobo's in the way. Send it right back to Pudash, who has to find a clear. Will be able to do so. Now Cliff, Wolfmang, 1-on-2 off the center bumper and into the top corner. Wolfmang credited with the goal during the X Maximus there. And they will take the set to tie up the game.
Pudad and Sons making it happen. I gotta say, that is a deserved Cliff MVP. That guy had several clutch plays in the midfield that point. He's rewarded with heavy impact here, which is incredibly strong on Draken with no sparks. That's a nice BIS item to be able to pick up on your Drakkar. It does mean that Mirrormeg gets a little bit more speed, and Asianator picking up extra special is a little bit devilish, but we have survivability denied away by Pudash, size pick denied by Wolfmang, which means that Swaghaver is left with that stinger, that untouched starter awakening. Honestly, not a massive win for Rasmus. I mean, Stinger's okay. He'll probably get some value out of it because he's been passively dealing damage and will continue to do so. But certainly that was a pretty good draft for Pudad and Sons.
I think that definitely reinvigorates them quite a bit there, especially that double size on Wolfmang, who can now just kind of compete with Asianator a lot better just in the strike war department, being the double size Dubu himself here. See an early trade of barriers. Mirrormeg now bring the core up to Swaghaver, not able to get a hold of it before getting cleared out. Wolfmang into the top corner. Can't find too much pressure. Now it's going to be the Cliff to rotate it, but Dynasty Party will clear it back out, and Swaghaver on the breakaway open up Pudad and Sons' side of the field. Cliff and Wolfmang looking to even it up. Coming down to the bottom side, Mirrormeg with the jump, the primary here from Cliff. Asianator with the log, a somersault to save, and Mirrormeg makes the clear out. Swaghaver with the death touch, brings it to the top side. Saved away. Gonna have another opportunity in this corner. The Expanse sends it flying, and now Mirrormeg to the Blobos, looking for a shot, but on the rebound, Mirrormeg still there. Had the primary available to take the point. Dynasty Party taking the first one here in set 3.
Yeah, Dynasty Party still looking strong, and Mirrormeg is getting so much action with this Juno. I mean, it seems like he really is the linchpin of Dynasty Party's ability to rule this match. I'm finding a KO with a primary into flip there. But certainly Juno is the one with the most outplay potential for these melee characters. And Cliff has been responding pretty good to Mirrormeg for the most part, timing those Drakkar dashes really well to play for it. But certainly when Mirrormeg is on his A game, it looks like Dynasty Party are the far and wide the front runners in this match. But some nice KOs and a double barrier could turn all of that around right now. Wolfmang in front of the net will tie up the set. Pudad and Sons far not out from this one yet.
That was a big double barrier shot there from Wolfmang, and able to get right in front of Asianator with that core flip and wait out the somersault as well. It's an almost unwinnable situation. See if Dynasty Party's able to maintain another lead here. A nice barrier there from Mirrormeg. The Tofu coming out against the Expanse, though. The core just going to be trapped in the corner here for a bit. Pudash, some well-timed strikes to keep it alive. And they will recover, getting some offense going. They'll pick up a barrier on the way back. Swaghaver with a chance on that second one, but it will get deflected back, and now Cliff trying to force it past Mirrormeg. Mirrormeg getting it right back in the bottom corner, though. Wolfmang going to town, just punching Swaghaver with that spec training, and that will be a power play here for Pudad and Sons. Asianator going to whiff the core flip, and this is a big opportunity now. Pudad and Sons to take a lead. Cliff with the primary doesn't actually get the barrier. Asianator making a great save there to stall out the power play. Now Cliff is the one who has to be really careful. Blobo coming in does go a bit wide. Car will stay alive for the time being. Slippery little lizard. So you head into overtime. Asianator clearing her down to the bottom side. Unfortunate bounce off the center there. It's be Cliff bringing down that second barrier. Wolfmang looking for the bull rush. Asianator wins the strike war, but too much pressure coming in. And that'll be the point going over to Pudad and Sons. Wolfmang getting the KO on Asianator right at the end as well. And now this match is pretty heavily flipped in favor of Pudad and Sons.
Yeah, Cliff and Wolfmang are navigating this offense perfectly right now. It seems like every time they're able to get it up onto the side of Dynasty Party, they're playing perfectly around Wolfmang's massive body. Those 2 Size Awakenings coming in clutch. And Cliff has been incredibly opportunistic with these Drakkar secondaries, these Xenocloaks. It doesn't give a ton of speed for a lot of time. Like, it's definitely, it's no Era Mine, or Era Speed Burst, it's no Now Mine. But Cliff is making it look like Drakkar is a speed midfielder with these Xenocloaks. So many valuable plays, but now both teams don't have barriers here. It's going to be down to whoever can make the first play. Pudad and Sons could take a second set here, or we could see it tied up by Dynasty.
Wolfmang walking up with the core here as the bell ringer. Not a good angle on that, but we'll have another opportunity with a pass down to Cliff. Has the Molten Bolt core flip here from Aginator, sent right back at him by Cliff. Mirrormeg able to stop the third time, get it up to Swaghaver, keeps the red core going, and a shot to the bottom corner will score. Set point now for both teams tied up 1-1, 2-2, on a big set 3.
If I'm not mistaken, Swaghaver's Rasmus secondary is bugged. Yep, the rapid twirling has just confirmed that. I was not aware that this bug was still possible, but yeah, Rasmus secondary, I believe it's if you get interrupted or killed during the secondary recast, it can sometimes permanently replace your secondary with a recast ability that does nothing. So he's trying to relog right now to fix that problem. But certainly you can't play the game without that extra ability. It looks like he has it back now.
There we go.
Might be all good. We'll be resuming shortly, I assume.
Yeah, looks like we're good. Play resumes, so 0.5 now of set 3, and a potentially very big set for game 1 here. A couple of builds that are looking to go to the moon as Wolfmang picks up a big KO onto Mirrormeg, and now another huge power play for Pudad and Sons. Sneaking it past Swaghaver here, getting into the corner with the Aginator. Core flip guy come out from Swaghaver to buy some seconds. Well, Wolfmang keeping it in this corner. Aginator with the Strike War earned Wolfmang's core flip out of that as well, which will kill a bit of momentum, but Pudad and Sons playing confidently, keeping the core on Dynasty Party's side of the field here. They're able to pick up that second barrier now, but Pudash caught out a little bit. Out of position, will lose the second barrier of his own. Now they gotta scramble a little bit to get off their side of the field. A nice astral projection forces Aginator to interact with it. Now Cliff up to Wolfmang, back down to Cliff, to the bottom of the net. Gonna try again here, up to Wolfmang in the corner, a somersault to rotate it back around. Mirrormeg jumping in, core flip here from Pudash to send it to the top side. Swaghaver blocking the shot on the rebound to the bottom of the net. And that'll be the set going over to Dynasty Party. A big win here going into this draft.
Yeah, nice comeback from them, and a big opportunity for them to deny away some of the scaling. It doesn't look like you'll be denying any scaling away from this X, though. You're either going to give him 1-2 punch or fight or flight. An Aginator has to take that team player. It's just a little too valuable. But certainly picking up 1-2 punch means that Mirrormeg is without it. You don't want to be giving that to Juno. It means fight or flight on Cliff, though, which is a big, big speed buff to this Drakkar who, as I've mentioned, does not have a lot of speed to work with. And that's also additional size on the forwards of Pudad and Sons and additional speed on Pudash. Big, big win for Pudad and Sons again, but that team player means that Dynasty Party are going to have even more of an advantage in overtime than they already had with this Juno. So certainly that core speed is going to be terrifying if Pudad and Sons can't figure out how to score within the first 60 seconds.
Yeah, we've seen the core speed play pretty big this match on that open net. So that's the big thing here for Dynasty Party. But other than that, Pudad and Sons came out, like you said, really on the better end of that draft overall. Mostly playing around Cliff and Wolfmang, and they're putting a lot of effort here into just kind of playing aggressive, and which is kind of how they've been winning in those previous sets. It's win, Mirameg and Swaghaver are allowed to have multiple shots on the net, that things fall apart. They have the core speed, they have the ability to rotate around the Atlas pretty easily. So Puda and Suns just have to always stay in a position to where the forwards of Dynasty Party are not allowed to do anything offensively. And they're in a pretty good spot here. So I still think this game can go either way, but yeah, I like Puda and Suns' chances of bringing this to a set 5.
This team player, I had forgotten to take the Pauldrons into account. With Dubu plus size, with this Pauldrons, the power with the team player is enough to just raw red core, which is kind of crazy. I thought we nerfed this Awakening, but turns out 15% still hits the threshold, and that means that Asianator gets even more maneuverability around these slow melee characters that Cliff and Wolfmang are both playing. It's a dangerous, dangerous spot for Pudad and Sons.
Yeah, it definitely is. Pudash barely saving the core there on the net with the flip. Gets back up to Swaghaver. A nice hit stun, but a death touch to bring it up. Cliff, though, getting in the way just in time to cut the pass. The Blobos, though, coming out on the defense. The red core, the strike shot from Pudash, able to save it. Core flip from Swaghaver. It's a 50, but Pudash saves it. No, never mind. Mirameg able to follow it up on the rebound. A crazy expanse from Pudash, but Mirameg was right there to catch it and sent it screaming right back in. Dynasty Party, that core speed looking deadly right now. Take the first point.
Yeah, Asianator's build is absolutely disgusting. The missile prop plus extra special combo means that he can so frequently and so powerfully send up these Tofu Fortresses from the midfield, but they don't even need it when you've got Swaghaver sniping double barriers all the way from midfield. Yeah, Dynasty Party firing on all cylinders this set, and if they continue to do so, it will mean a very swift end to Game 1.
Yeah, it's becoming increasingly... Ooh, Mirameg goes to the top! Almost snuck past Pudash there, but luckily they were able to get back in time. But it's becoming increasingly difficult for Puda and Sons to actually hold on to the core whenever they get it. It's all constantly flying at them at Mach speed here. But now finally able to get it in a corner and bring down that barrier, though Mirameg forcing it back through on the return. The Blobos coming out. They bring it up to Swaghaver on the top side. A nice astral projection to make the save. Now Mirameg wins the strike war against Cliff. Up to Swaghaver with the Whiplash available. It's going to be a checkmate there for Pudash without an expanse or anything. And it's match point here for Dynasty Party.
Yeah, again, Puda and Sons, they seem to have found the formula for getting barriers. It's pretty consistently they're able to tackle Asianator's barriers, but that always usually guarantees that the pendulum swings back over to their side for a chunk of time, and Pudash is forced to defend against Mirameg and Swaghaver for a chunk of time. And once those Atlas abilities are gone, he's just, a sitting duck in an open net. And that's never a recipe for victory. But the barrier advantage does once more swing in Pudad and Sons' favor. And we've seen them cook up miracles before in earlier sets. Let's see if they can find it in themselves one more time.
Things become scary, though, on the open net. Asianator has a lot more clearing angles and ways to activate that team player here. So Wolfmang, though, here in the corner, able to beat out the Blobo and Asianator strike. I'd find a point here for Pudad and Sons. Keep them in this set for a bit. The energy advantage pretty much tied up exactly. So we're about to see a bunch of core flips come out on this point here. It is still match points for Dynasty Party.
Yeah, I will say Pudash having so much speed has been a massive boon for Pudad and Sons. He's being able to push up a lot further out of the goal box and contest Mirameg and Swaghaver a lot better. A nice KO from Wolfmang there, and the X Maximus passed up to by Cliff. That'll tie up the set. Pudad and Sons not going down without a fight here. All three of them have flip. There are 2 flips on the side of Dynasty Party, but it's a slight energy advantage for Pudad and Sons, who might be able to take us to set 5.
I'll bring down the first barrier here as well. They got 3 flips to work with. Core flip here from Asianator gets it up to Swaghaver, though, and it's a quick barrier traded. Dynasty Party slowly being pushed back across the field here. Nice strike shot to keep it on offense. Swaghaver pushing up. Core flip here from Wolfmang to send it back in, but Swaghaver able to get the core yet again. Pendulum swing will be blocked here. Pudash will whiff the flip, and now it's just one flip available for Pudad and Sons. The Bellringer here from Wolfmang, though, opens up the goal. Swaghaver looking to make it even. A pass to Mirameg will open up both sides. Mirameg a shot on, but Cliff with the flip to send it around, and it's just too fast for Asianator to reach it. Pudad and Sons sneaking one in, and they will be taking this to a set 5.
That's some impressive stuff right there. And Wolfmang, wow. That angle on the barrier, the dribble into Bellringer to secure that final barrier was so precise and so impressive. And Might of the Colossus, a massive deny away from Asianator, as well as a big upgrade for Wolfmang, who has 2 Size Awakenings. That is a huge boon for Pudad and Sons. We also have Size denied away from Swaghaver by Pudash. Hot shot on Cliff, denying away Mirameg, but that's also strong on Drakar, especially in the midfield. That's some core speed that previously was not really possessed by Pudad and Sons. Look at that! That shotgun, just like a lightning bolt, shot it down to Asianator's barrier. The Molten Bolt sending it at red core speeds. I mean, this is a massive victory for Pudad. They might be able to pull this completely back.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good for them so far. Ice Tofu Fortress here on offense. Mirameg corralling the core, trying to get it past Cliff in the bottom corner, but Cliff just sending it right back out. Wolfmang a bit of an oopsie with the Bellringer backwards, and they will be losing a barrier off of that. But now Wolfmang with the core and the opportunity to rectify it. Saved by Asianator with the somersaults. Swaghaver trying to push back up the field. The Expanse will shut that down. Mirameg, a bit of a missed pass, allows a shot from Wolfmang. Luckily, not too many consequences. Tofu Fortress coming out yet again. Here's the Blobos. Swaghaver to the top side. Doesn't find much. Wolfmang will reset Swaghaver's recovery drones. We head into overtime now. Wolfmang with a bit of a missed shot there. Might have another chance. A pass down to Cliff. Back up to Wolfmang to the center. Try core flip battle, but Asianator wins it. Doesn't find the net, though. Core flip here from Mirameg off the bottom. Pudash going to core flip it right back. Now Mirameg, but back to Wolfmang, going for the dribble into the bull rush to the center of the net. What a shot from Wolfmang, and gets the KO as well. Pudad and Sons scoring first of set 5.
What an insane point in general. I mean, there were several good plays by Mirameg and Swaghaver, repeatedly working it up the field and putting Pudad in tough spots, but Pudad saved it every single time. And Cliff staying alive was massive, keeping that recovery drone. And then Wolfmang is just, I mean, this is set 5X that we're looking at this point, right? And it's being piloted by Wolfmang, a notorious X player. So this is some real work that Pudad can finally do. And Dynasty Party have their work cut out for them if they want to show off like they did the first couple sets.
Swaghaver here in the top corner, but it's going to get cleared back out, and Wolfmang able to pick up the first barrier, a second one as well with the X Maximus. Pudad and Sons in a great position here to score with Pudash pushing up to the midfield line. Cliff up to Wolfmang to the bottom of the net. The somersault doesn't reach in time. Wolfmang another shot to bring home a point, and now it's match point for Pudad and Sons. Dynasty Party unable to find anything in the 5th set. And this might just be a Pudad and Sons game 1 here if they keep it up.
Yeah, I think the key is for Dynasty Party to really just play around this midfield line for the first minute of every point. They need to make it to overtime because that is where their advantage really starts to shine, is with this team player and the Juno speed. But they're grabbing barriers even without that and holding on to both of theirs. Wolfmang and Cliff struggling to find purchase here, and Asianator has a defensive flip. It'll be burned right there. Mirameg's got a flip of his own on the way, though.
Yeah, there's about to be 3 up for Pudad and Sons right now. Core flip here from Cliff to lob it back in, but a pass to Mirameg to Swaghaver to the bottom of the net. And they'll find the point as well as earn Pudash's flip. A big point there for Dynasty Party. Only 1 flip left for Pudash and Sons, so it'll even that up, at least. And Dynasty Party will stay in this for a bit longer.
Yeah, they're looking a lot cleaner. I definitely think that they're smarting up to this double brawler play style not letting Wolfmang and Cliff collapse nearly as much. Look at that, Asianator sending it into empty space just to cause them to spread out a little bit. Now Wolfmang ended up catching it, but oh my gosh, he strikes it on through! I thought for sure they were holding that, but Wolfmang finds a way, and Pudad and Sons take game 1.
Yeah, he got stalled out just long enough that the somersault and the strike didn't hit it. And then as soon as that ran out, or a moment after it ran out, Wolfmang was able to get the first shot on it. Game 1 going over to Pudad and Sons. Dynasty Party looked really solid there in that first set for a bit, but Pudad and Sons got it done when they needed to. Taking a look at some of these stats here. 288 redirects for Cliff. Out-redirected Mirameg after all of that by just a little bit, which is kind of crazy. Cliff came online in those later sets for sure. 180 saves, though, from Asianator. Locked in the goal box. But 109 shots from Wolfmang. 117 from Cliff. And you can kind of see it started off with a lot more offense from Dynasty Party, but the shot counter, I think, sort of tells the story that once Pudad and Sons got going, their shots, I think, started increasing exponentially faster to the point where they eventually kind of overtook Dynasty Party. And yeah, I think that draft with the fight or flight, the 1-2 punch, was really what kind of blew this whole thing open.
Yeah, I've got to applaud the drafting of Pudad and Sons. Some really efficient drafting from them, making sure that Swaghaver could never get too much size, making sure that Mirameg never got too much core speed. Even though, like, there were some valuable denials in the early sets by Dynasty Party, making sure that Cliff couldn't get explosive entrance or missile prop. There were a lot more pivotal awakenings that were stolen away by Pudad and Sons, and they were honestly pretty valuable for their comp as well. So I think a combination of draft luck as well as good drafting skills from their team allowed them to get the upper hand there. And a set 5X is always going to be able to do you some good if you can get him there. That being said, Dynasty Party, like you just said, they showed us that there's definitely, without a doubt, a competition in this series. And so as we jump into game 2, I don't know whose map pick this is, but I'm guessing that they're going to have something cooked up to bring us to game 3.
Yeah, Dynasty Party chose Tycho, and its son's map is Clarion for game 2 here.
All right, we'll be back with that momentarily.
All right, game 2 on Clarion Corp. Pudad and Sons map pick, their home court here. We got the Cannon Team Frostfire here for Dynasty Party. Meanwhile, Pudad and Sons rocking something a little bit more interesting. The Kazan era Mako, the Kitten Comp Kazan, basically, on explosive entrance, team players start here. So, we're gonna see a lot of crazy core speed happen with some of the present characters.
Yeah, and Mirameg and Asianator have both opted to take team player, which means that they have the opportunity to stack those team player buffs. They recently changed it so that you can't, repeatedly stack them between 3 teammates, but you can still do it between 2, such that you get the buff that you give to your teammates that allows them to strike the core harder, and then if that teammate also has team player, they will have their own buff that they're also applying to the core. So you can have 2 of them active at the same time. But both teams have no barriers currently, but our core speed is, as you said, already active, going at unprecedented rates, and Mirameg has a core flip here to make it go even faster.
Yeah, big boost right there. Nice save with the strike shot from Pudash. And now in a power play here for Dynasty Party. Right off the ensnare drum. What an angle there. Interesting shot from Swag. I don't even know if that was intentional or not, but it literally just bounced off the end of Pudash's own and snare drum and went right back in. So first point, I guess, to Dynasty Party. So we've seen quite a few KOs come out a bit early on in this game, and I imagine that will continue to influence this early set.
Yeah, for sure. And Cliff and Wolfmang are doing quite a good job when they can get it on offense. It seems like they're kind of permanently getting passing plays, being able to maneuver the core around Mirrymeg pretty consistently. But this Frostfire comp is looking quite strong right now. I mean, Estelle has been good the past couple patches, and with the recent Julie buffs, I mean, she didn't get buffed a crazy amount, just some ult cooldown lowering, but certainly this Awakening pool is good for her, and I swear that they buffed her in some other unscripted way, because those dash punches are hurting right now. It looks like Pudad and Sons are feeling the pain as well, but they're the ones that cracked the barriers this go round, and they have a power play now with a core flip to boot. Pretty likely that they'll be able to snag 1 point.
Be boosting up to the top side. The flip in the primary. Wolfmang, though, not able to catch it on the rebound. Pudash can send it back in. Wolfmang getting staggered there. Had to burn the flip for survivability. It's back to 3-on-3. Wolfmang having to retreat here to not get KO'd by Swaghaver. Pass up to Swaghaver, but will be saved away. Now Cliff working back at the field as Wolfmang goes down, and power play here for Dynasty Party. Cliff, though, holding onto the core. The strike shot going to steal it away. Gets it back up to Swaghaver. Core flip here from Pudash. A pass to Cliff. Reflect off the wall, though, and saved by Asianator. Snare drum's coming out. Keep it up in the midfield. Asianator with the core. Wolfmang able to hook it, but not quite able to find the strike. And Mirrymeg now pushing back at the field. The dash punch coming in from Swaghaver doesn't have the angle. And it's back to the midfield. Wolfmang taking control first, but Asianator sending it right back over. Swaghaver will find the punch and open up Dynasty's Party side of the field. Wolfmang a nice shot there, but it will get saved away. Now Swaghaver with the core. Cliff, though, interrupting. A pass up to Wolfmang with the pop up. Asianator's got a core flip to send it back, but it's a power play for Pudad and Sons. A hook from Wolfmang to steal it around and find the bottom of the net. And Pudad and Sons will put themselves on the board.
Yeah, it's not the way that I expected them to score there, but they did eventually find a point. I was actually recently adopted into the Pudad and Sons family Lego. I don't know if you knew this, but I was invited onto their sub roster. I scrimmed with them a couple times in the past week. These guys have been putting in the hours, and especially Cliff, who, as I learned, had never received a single iota of Omega Strikers coaching until earlier this week when he did a session with Lufoxdio, the Ball and Ballers, coming on as the coaching staff for Pudad and Sons. So these guys are putting in the work to put on a show for us in Nasty Season 3, and they seem to already be doing quite a good job of that. But for now, it's Mirrymeg that's putting on a big show by taking this massive Era Orb in the middle and threatening to take the second barrier that Pudash is so desperately trying to defend.
A nice shot there from Mirrymeg as well to open up Pudad and Sons' side of the goal. Core flip's available for some forwards. We're going to see Swaghaver burn it here. A nice shot to the top. We could, and Pudad and Sons taking the first set here. Bit of an inverse of that first game now. Pudad and Sons the ones coming out to an early lead, and Swaghaver...
No, that was Dynasty Party taking set 1.
Am I insane? I am insane.
You are insane.
I'm insane. All good. I noticed I tend to mix up the teams a lot more frequently when we do this format for some reason.
But yeah, we got a Might of the Colossus coming out early for Swaghaver. Now, that is a double-edged sword because there's an Era on the other team, and she's just picked up Cast to Last. So Swaghaver might live to regret that. If you get Perma Shrunk, Might of the Colossus feels pretty bad, especially on Julie, who wants to have those big knockback numbers. And Wolfmang was able to find quite a few KOs last set. Now with Adrenaline Rush, might be able to get some further momentum off of that. But Asianator was able to secure extra special for the second time in this series. The Tofu Fortress already coming out. Extra special on Dubu is always a bit of a nasty sight to see, but I'm sure that Asianator is happy to have it at his disposal.
There's a first barrier down here for Dynasty Party. Pudad and Sons look to even it up there. And that ad rush, it's such a gamble of an item, right? Especially when they haven't found too many KOs on the side of Pudad and Sons. At least not consistent setups for ones. So we'll have to see how useful it ultimately ends up being here. A nice clear out. Pudash able to send it right back in. Now Asianator sending it back up the field. Dash punch in from Swaghammer to keep it on the bottom side. Pudash able to avoid the thorns here. Asianator a pass up to Mirameg, snipes it off the wall and right into the goal as that team player kicks in there in overtime for that quick conversion. And it's Dynasty Party who start us off first again.
It was a conversation that obviously I had considered it before, but not really ever in the context of team player being a specific skill. It was somebody who brought it up in the patch notes. I can't remember exactly who, but the patch notes discussion, people were saying that they liked the fact that team player starts could exist in this game because it requires you to learn an entirely different way to play the game. And it looks like Mirameg and Asianator have cracked more of that code, right? We're seeing some very creative stuff with them, and we're seeing Swaghammer secure a power play for them, which is just going to make this advantage that they have even larger. But certainly, once overtime hits, and even before overtime hits, like the team player is being a massive, massive tool in the hands of Dynasty Party.
Right now, just a lot of battles over the midfield until Wolfmang able to secure that center orb and head into overtime. This is where the real action happens. Looking for that top spin, but Mirameg able to evade it. Now on the defense here, Dynasty Party make the clear out. The piercing shot to keep it up in the zone. Swaghammer not able to make a good connection, though, as Pudash flipped it out of there. The log here from Asianator shuts down the onslaught of abilities from Pudad and Sons. Blink in here from Mirameg, able to pick up the second barrier. Asianator just trying to send it back up the field. Up to Swaghammer, is going to get shot back out. Wolfmang now picking up another size orb and looking to assault this barrier, but Asianator with these team player clears, making it look easy. The clip though with the flip. Opens up both sides. Pudash looking for a clear out the top side. Finds it to the center to Wolfmang. Now Wolfmang at the net. Asianator able to rotate it down to Swaghammer. Beats the primary. Not able to find a good angle, though. Back to the midfield with Swaghammer, another opportunity. Beats out the drum and bass and into the top corner. Dynasty Party bringing it to set point yet again. So far looking pretty dominant in this game, too.
Yeah, I like that Mirameg and Asianator are using the team player core speed to make space, right? Whenever they can find a passing lane between the two of them, they will just gradually extend the distance between the two of them, forcing Pudad and Sons further and further back, which is very nice, because again, if you have Swaghammer playing on the opposite side of the field, that then means that you can potentially open up two passing lanes, and at that point, you're having not only the enemy team pushed back, but also spread out on defense, which makes for these easy collapse plays. The triangle forms up immediately between Dynasty Party and the passing plays. They don't even need this team player from the back line of Asianator if they can form up like that. It's an easy 3-0 set for them. And it's Mirameg taking the set MVP.
And eyeing up this aerials here. It's a pretty good awakening on this Estelle character. Dash range just makes it a whole new challenge to deal with. Stacks on stacks going to go over to Pudash. Size here on Swaghammer with the Might of the Colossus already. It's just going to make those wall KOs even more deadly. Monumentalist for Cliff is really good. Got the missile prop on Dubu, and it's just going to be Sparks for Wolfmang, not left with much. And I really like what Dynasty Party came out with on that draft. I think Pudad and Sons are going to have a difficult time on the defense for sure.
Yeah, it seems like the only real buff that Pudad and Sons got from that draft was Cliff picking up that Monumentalist on Era. And definitely, if they can find the time to set up those Era Nados, it is going to be a valuable pickup. But they haven't exactly had the time to do that. Mirameg and Asianator have had more or less constant possession of the core, and if they can get it to Swaghaver once. But, you know what, as I say that, you know, if you can kill Mary Meg, you're all good. Oh, but there goes Wolfmang. Now we're in a 2v2. And yeah, if the tempo keeps looking like this, I have to agree, Lego. This is looking dire for Pudad. Looking very, very bearish, or bullish, rather, for the side of Dynasty Party.
Big tornado coming in. Aginator had to roll out of the way, but the barrier will fall to it. Thorns will get blocked by the core flip here from Pudash. The core doesn't get very far, though. Cliff able to recover in the midfield, with the Tofu coming out. It's rotated back around. Cliff to Wolfmang up to the top. Strike shot saves it. Mirmeg trying to get it out of here desperately out of the hands of Wolfmang. The tornado getting set up in the center line. Aginator able to find a clear out of there, though. Back to Mirmeg. Swaghaver in the top corner, not able to connect the dash punch. And now Mirmeg bringing it back to the top corner yet again. The flurries come out. That's the KO, and Mirmeg has the open net to sink it in. Swaghaver with a big-time KO on the goalie at the right time. And Dynasty Party keep the streak going.
And critically, Wolfmang is without size. It's been denied away repeatedly by Dynasty Party, which means that this Kazan is basically only left with KOs as the main route to making progress in this game. I mean, certainly you can still do those hook out plays, but Aginator has been quick on the draw for those. Nice little defense there between Cliff and Pudash, keeping Swaghaver off the barrier, but he does still have a flip to work with here. He is going to try to burn it to kill Cliff, but doesn't work. And Pudad and Sons, once more, very similar, reminding me very much of last game, seem to be getting the barriers down. It's getting through this open net that seems to be particularly challenging. Aginator just turns into a different beast in the open net. I'm not entirely sure what it is, but this guy, it seems like he gets a third barrier when his first two go down. And then all bets are off as far as it is getting through him. And Mirmeg just once more finds the line, dribbles there with the Rose Warp, finds a shot to the top side. This is series point for Dynasty Party, and it's been a while since we've seen Pudad score.
Yeah, they're struggling this match for sure. The double team player has been really good, and Pudad and Sons haven't been able to get many KOs either, whereas Dynasty Party, the Swaghaver patrolling the edge, have been able to pick up just enough. And that's going to be a double barrier here for Dynasty Party. Aginator looking to send the core right back in. Wolfmang has a flip available here, but not able to find much to use it on. Finally able to pick up a KO there. Now has the ad rush proc. There's the core flip burn for the first barrier. Desperately looking to win the 1v2 for the second one. The pop up, but Aginator has the flip available. The tornado keeping the core in just long enough to open up the goal. And now Mirmeg back online, but the core's just barely slipping past Aginator there in that little scuffle in the goal box. And Pudad and Sons able to put themselves on the board here, but they are in full reverse sweep mode as Dynasty Party sitting pretty comfortably on game point.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be baffled if they can pull something out, especially as the Tofu Fortress comes out and a power play for Dynasty Party unfolds. But, I mean, again, look at Wolfmang, the miracle worker over here, grabbing barriers and holding strong in the absence of Cliff. But Mirmeg and Swaghaver are coming in hot on these barriers. Just as I say that, though, the barriers go down again. How do they keep making it happen, Lego?
They got the speed. I don't know.
They got the speed.
I don't know. They got the speed. But it's Mirmeg and Swaghaver with the passing plays. The flurry's on the line. Pudash somehow able to save that and sneak it through the Tofu Fortress as well. Swaghaver looking really worse for wear right now. Mirmeg almost able to snipe it in. They're just barely getting launched back, and Pudad and Sons able to pick off Swaghaver, and now they've got the power play and a chance to stay in this. In the midfield line, Aginator finds the clear, sends it back to Pudash. Mirmeg pushing up with the flip available to the top corner. Able to dodge the snare drums. The Dynasty Party are going to bring this one to a quick game 3.
Yeah, they definitely looked a lot stronger, and I think a lot of it had to do with again, that team player skill. It's a niche skill to know, because, I mean, how many games do you have team player starts? But if you have two people who know how to use it, they're both willing to take the awakening. Look at Aginator and Mirmeg, having over 140 redirects each, and Mary Meg having 54 shots. Swaghammer actually beating him out in shots, which surprises me. But I mean, definitely we saw that core speed time and time again be the most valuable tool in the toolbox of Dynasty Party, which I think speaks to a wider theme with their team, right? Which is that Asianator and Miri Meg clearly have more of this, defensive synergy going on, whereas we've been pointing out a lot of the offensive synergy between Wolfmang and Cliff on the side of Pudad and Sons, which offers a bit of an interesting yin and yang relationship between these two teams. But we'll have to see which side is going to come out on top as we move to our Game 3 tiebreaker here in just a moment.
All right, Game 3. It's all on the line here in Week 2. Dynasty Party running the exact same comp, the Frostfire comp from last game. Meanwhile, Pudad and Sons bringing out some familiar faces, the same thing that they ran in Game 1. Big Fish spec training start. Everyone going Big Fish, notably here on Otten City, where it's all for the money.
Yeah, the Pudad and Sons comp, like you said, looking very similar to Game 1. We do get to see the Wolfmang Rasmus this go around, though. He's making plays on Asianator, but a Swaghammer walking forward with a shot on the net. Very good patience from him to wait for that shot to open up. Will mean first point over to Dynasty Party. I also got to point out, this is Miri Meg and Swaghammer both opting for slit kicks. We've seen quite a few interesting slit kicks over the course of this game. Cliff grabbed them in Game 1. We've seen Swaghammer grab them a couple times now. But this is the first time that we've seen both forwards grab slit kicks. And I think that's rare on Otten especially, because it's a more open map. You spend a lot more time in the midfield, especially for Estelle, right? Like Miri Meg grabbing slit kicks here is very unconventional. But I'm guessing that it's the brawler in him, It's that brawler brain. You see the slit kicks, and you're reminded. You're reminded of your glory days. Kill from Swaghammer.
The core flip to start the power play now, and it's assaults on the net from Dynasty Party. Wolfmang having a flip defensively to get out of there, but now Swaghammer pushing up in the corner. Pudash able to make the save in the one-on-one. Now back to 3. The core flip pass from Miri Meg. Swaghammer to the bottom of the net. A great redirect at the last minute. And that will be Dynasty Party bringing it to another quick set point here. Continuing to look good. Pudash will have a flip available for this point 3, but Dynasty Party, Estelle is really good on this map.
Yeah, we're definitely looking at a bit of the dyad of classic Otten City characters. Rasmus and Estelle are perhaps the two most famous, and these teams each get one of those to their name. And then 2 unconventional picks. Drakkar, definitely not known for Otten City. Julie, she's all right, but that definitely we know that Miri Meg is more of the playmaker for the side of Dynasty Party. Wolfmang is what the hopes and dreams of Pudad and Sons are hinging on. And when your hopes and dreams are hinging on your brawler, it's always a bit of a scary scenario. But when that brawler is Wolfmang, I'd say those hopes go up quite a bit.
Now Cliff here with the core dribbling, and the Molten Bolt. Miri Meg able to make the save, though. Core flip here from Cliff, blocked by Miri Meg right on top of him. And core flip here from Pudash, clears it back around, but Asianator rotates it. Cliff there to catch the core. Now Wolfmang to the top. Core flip from Asianator. Get down Swaghammer, catches it with the dash, but the expanse shuts it down. It goes back to the bottom corner of Dynasty Party. Wolfmang with the dribble to the bottom of the net. Somersault will make the save. Miri Meg and Swaghammer pushing up. Swaghammer to the top side. The shot will be good, and Dynasty Party takes set 1, 3-0.
Yeah, this is 6 big fishes picked up by all players. But Asianator, sporting momentum boots for the first time this series, will be taking set MVP. That team player is up, and we already know that he loves it. He's not going to let that go to waste. Team player straight away to that Dubu once more. Pudash opting for Hot Shot, always a solid pickup on Atlas. You have Fight or Flight on the board this draft, but Swaghaver will be passing it up for Spark of Focus instead. That means Cliff gets some much-needed speed on his side, and that'll be a Deadeye Rasmus picked up by Wolfmang. Explosive Entrance was on the board to give a little bit more speed and maneuverability, but Deadeye has been a pretty popular pickup amongst Rasmus players for a while now. Already we can see him aiming to try to KO Mirimeg with that Deadeye Pendulum Swing, but it just buffs the damage output in general on the character, and so certainly Pudad and Sons might be able to get some power plays this set, which could be their win condition and hopefully put them back in the game.
And an open net here for Dynasty Party. Chance to potentially score. Pudad and Sons opening goal up in return. Mirimeg with the core flip. Pass back up to Swaghaver, not quite able to catch it though. And we'll fall back in possession of Pudad and Sons, who work back up the field. On the bottom side, Wolfmang with the Pendulum Swing. Aginator makes the save. Cliff brings it down, barely avoiding getting KO'd there. Perhaps another opportunity though is Cliff with the core up to Wolfmang in the top corner, has a flip available. Aginator, a risky strike to take, but will clear it out. Now Mirimeg, a back pass to Aginator, back up to Mirimeg. Not quite able to get a good hold on the core, though, but a KO from Swaghaver burns the flip for it. Might be what they need, though. Cliff pushing up with a Xeno Cloak to the top side. A 50-50 for Aginator. Cliff was invisible during that, and Aginator had to guess. It could have gone anywhere on the net, and Cliff made a good shot there to put Pudad and Sons on the board.
Yeah, and that Fight or Flight coming in handy, allowing Cliff to extend a little bit faster up the map. Definitely getting that speed was a big boon. But Wolfmang and Cliff, though they are, looking flashy, making a lot of plays, Aginator is holding fast on defense. This barrier is still alive, and it's Pudash who doesn't have one. Only now is Aginator forced to use the Tofu Fortress. That means Cliff and Wolfmang are kept further at bay. They will eventually break through, though, but not without Swaghaver and Mirimeg getting to run up the field. Mirimeg catches it, and a shot to the top side will mean that Dynasty Party tie up the set once more.
Yeah, it feels like the leads that Pudad and Sons are able to get here are somewhat fleeting and temporary. There's about to be 2 flips available as well at this point for Dynasty Party. Wolfmang and Cliff, though, with their chance for some offense on this barrier. Core flip comes out from Aginator. Get it out of there. Swaghaver in the bottom corner with the flurries, but the Expanse so far holding it down. Beats out the Thorns as well. Swaghaver on the top corner, though, can be able to get it with a dash. Now 2 core flips available. Swaghaver doesn't even need it. Just redirects it around Pudash, just out of reach of the Atlas. And Dynasty Party bring it to set point.
I mean, Pudash does have Hot Shot, so when the core is in his range of effectiveness, usually those clears are fast, frequent, and very effective, but Mirimeg and Swaghaver have been quite effective at making sure that the core stays out of Pudash's ability to influence it, and even when it is, that he doesn't have too many abilities to do so. Well played by Dynasty Party to keep the game in their favor that way, and Swaghaver still has this flip to work with, so unless Pudad and Sons can get the upper hand in this point, it's looking like a dire situation for them and a possible 2-set lead for the side of Dynasty Party.
Wolfmang on the bottom side brings the barrier. Core flip. Somersault stops it. Mirimeg get back just in time. But now Cliff with a flip here. Waits it out. Has nowhere to send it. And now it's up to Swaghaver with the flip. Stalls it out and just dashes it to the top side. Big plays from Dynasty Party. Aginator walled off half the goal with a backwards Tofu Fortress. And Cliff had nowhere to send that core. And then Swaghaver had some real good patience there to find the point. And Dynasty Party so far making quick work, up 2-0 in game 3.
Yeah, Aginator has a decision to make here because Extra Special is on the table, but so is Missile Prop. He's going to deny that away from Cliff. If your enemy doesn't have a win condition, there's no reason to give it to them, but Cliff does find the compromise, which is aerials on that Drakkar. Kind of the next best thing, and also gives him some of that haste speed, which will be very valuable. Second spark denied away by Pudash from Swaghaver, but Swaghaver is very happy to settle for Recovery Drone, which means Wolfmang at the back of the draft is just left with Extra Special. And as we jump into the first 4 seconds of the point, Pudash already doesn't have a barrier to work with. And I'm not sure that Pudad and Sons... I don't think that draft is going to be the thing that wins it for them. But if they can somehow change up the way that they're playing, perhaps, get some of those KOs that I talked about last set, I think that's probably their only way out of this one. For the time being, though, Dynasty Party are looking as strong as ever with no signs of stopping.
And we're just seeing this Atlas struggle so hard on this open net multiple times now. Swaghaver hasn't really had to do much but just keep the core going just fast enough and just at an angle enough that Pudash can't reach it. No speed awakenings, no range other than the strike shot. It's a little bit rough out here for Atlas on Otten City right now, but both sides opened up here. Playing on the defense, Pudad and Sons trying to clear it out, and they'll be able to, but not too much follow-up so far. Wolfmang able to get up in Miramax face, and a perfect pendulum swing, just barely nicks Asianator right on the edge. Able to score the point as well to keep Pudad and Sons in this one to tie up this set 1-1.
Nice play there by Wolfmang, and that's that Deadeye kicking in to kill Asianator in the back of his own net. Almost catches Mirimeg there with it as well, but yeah, it looks like Wolfmang is doing very well against Asianator when he can, get in front of him, but you have to get those Dubu abilities out first, right? Which is just, it's asking for a lot of possession that we haven't seen Pudad and Sons be able to pump out in this game. But there's a power play for them, and that could be the advantage that they need. If they can get the 1-point lead here, make it happen one more time, Pudad could stay in this game. Asianator rolls wide!
Position, and now the barrier down. Dynasty Party scrambling to get the core out of here, but Miramag catches Cliff on the wall with a piercing shot. Now all the momentum goes to Dynasty Party's favor as he expands from Pudash to buy some time. Wolfmang pushing up the Whiplash, but Asianator clears out. Core flip from Pudash up to Wolfmang. Within the 2v1, has a death touch. Asianator, though, able to give the corner just some time. A pass up to Wolfmang again. Asianator core flips it out of there. The Thorns from Miramag able to find the barrier. And now the offense here. Cliff coming back up. A shot to the top side. Just squeaks it past Asianator right there. Doesn't even need the pass. And now Pudad and Sons bring it to set point. An opportunity to keep this one going, to stay in this game.
Yeah, I've seen quite a few times now Wolfmang trying to do the hook into pendulum swing combo on Asianator to keep him stunned for a long time while he's trying to make a save, but it seems like the Deadeye hasn't procced a few times. Instead, they've had to rely on some more creative plays to get this around Asianator, but they've gotten the barriers down once more. They're on a 1-point lead. Wolfmang has the flip here, but Swaghaver has it to respond as well. A nice strike war of his teammate's own ability by Cliff will get Wolfmang the core flip he deserves. And that is a set going to Pudad and Sons, who have just made sure that this game lasts a little longer and this series still remains uncertain as to their victor.
Yeah, now it kind of becomes anyone's game, right? A Dynasty Party seem to dominate when the games are shorter. Pudad and Sons so far winning the wars of attrition. Bulk up going over to Wolfmang again. Asianator going to pick up that cast. The last twin drive here for the Dakar. Sparks going over to Mirameg. First one, well, the second one taken for that team, but the first one for Mirameg. Meanwhile, Pudash going back on that Among Titans to invest in that forward size. That's going to be pretty big for Wolfmang now, who has got some substantial awakenings at this point. Prize fighter for Swaghaver. Some extra power. Head into set 4, where it could honestly be anyone's game at this point.
Yeah, I have to say, I disagree with Mirimeg drafting Spark there. I know that Pudash does have a Spark, but that's a power play here for the side of Pudad and Sons. And Pudash still got speed off of Among Titans. Look, this guy's walking all the way up to the midfield, making plays here. He actually has a flip that he might even be able to use offensively here. But Swaghaver's going to take his barrier while he's pushed up. There's that core flip coming out.
Sends it over to Cliff. Mirameg, though, sends it back. Death touch from Wolfmang to recover the core. Now in the top corner, the pendulum swing. Aginator makes a save, but Cliff here covering bottom side. Has a flip available of his own. Aginator rotates around to the top. Pudash sends it back in, but an overtime pass from Aginator up to Swaghammer. Core flip from Cliff. He sends it around. Aginator flips it back in, but it gets cut once again at the midfield. Cliff dribbling it up. Up to Wolfman. Gonna go back to Cliff. Back to Wolfman again. The pendulum swing finds the KO in the goalie, but they're still going. Mirrormeg in the net to try and hold on. Pudad and Sons forcing it up, and Wolfman walking up with the whiplash, able to force it in. Pudad and Sons striking first here in set 4. And now, looks like everything is slowly starting to fall their way.
Some impressive patience there from Cliff and Wolfmang. Kind of like just standing on the edge of that passing lane the whole time. And there's the second time Wolfmang's found that cheeky KO on Mirrormeg. But yeah, just barely keeping that passing lane open so that they can continue to hold possession and force Aginator further and further into the back of the net. And when he's in the back of the net, this Drakkar and Rasmus have so much pressure on him. If you can get Aginator having to feel like he has to move so far back in order to make this defense work, that is the recipe for success for Pudad and Sons, and they're pulling it off consistently in this set. They've done it twice now. They can make it a third time. This series is suddenly looking very much in their favor, but Swaghammer's here to turn that around. It's a power play in favor of Dynasty Party.
Nice shotgun to avoid Swaghammer using the flip there, but keeping the core up. There's the flip used. A perfect expanse from Pudash. And Wolfmang back online, working back up the field now in the top corner. Almost gets KO'd, but staying alive. Back pass here from Cliff. Rushes to catch the core now. Mirrormeg gonna get by the shotgun. Back up to Wolfmang. Core flip from Aginator just to save it. Rotates it back around. Swaghammer can't catch it. Mirrormeg almost snipes it in. Pudash with the flip, but it bounces back up to Swaghammer. The expanse in the corner versus the flurries. Swaghammer putting everything into this. So far saved, but Mirrormeg able to come into the last second. Beat Cliff in the strike war as the goalie got KO'd, and Dynasty Party taking the point after throwing everything they had at the net there for a good 5 seconds. And they'll stay in this set.
And critically for Dynasty Party, this also means that Swaghammer has 3 prize fighter stacks at his disposal. That is a disgustingly hard-hitting Julie now. There's the dash punch. Cliff barely surviving that, thanks to the diagonal angle. It won't take him out. But certainly Swaghammer's KO potential has just gone up prodigiously. A nice Xenocloak there from Cliff to run up, steal it off of Swaghammer. Swaghammer has the flip. Aginator saves it, but the nubbin sends it back to Wolfmang, who just strikes it on through. No energy burst necessary. That's another set to Pudad and Sons. Another well-deserved set MVP to Wolfmang.
It looks like stacks on stacks will be the reward here for Wolfmang. Pretty good on this map, I would say. Monumentalist getting eyed up here by the Atlas. Spark of Leadership showing up, but no one really having more than one spark in this game might make it a little bit less valuable. Heavy impacts for the Dubu, be a deny away from the car, who settles for Super Surge. It's a good deny away from Mirrormeg, who currently does not have any Dash Awakening. Will pick up the Spark of Leadership at the end, so we'll be sharing that Spark of Agility, but it is just one spark with the Leadership, of course, as well. So it's not a huge buff, and Pudad and Sons looking pretty good coming out of that draft.
Yeah, looking strong and holding onto their barrier here early, and it actually slips back and snags Dynasty Party's barrier instead. Yeah, no, incredibly valuable draft for them, and that Monumentalist on Pudash is going to help to solidify his, Atlas is not particularly good at covering space, but he definitely can now, and what a passing play. Cliff and Wolfmang having the number of Mirrormeg and Aginator. They'll secure the first point. Pudad and Sons looking quite strong here. If Dynasty Party want to stop this steamroll, they're going to have to find some of that old gusto that we saw in Game 2. The Fire Frost synergy. Getting that team player proc off of Aginator and playing off of the core speed. Swaghammer finds a KO here, and that might be the little burst of confidence they need to get back into motion.
Trying to keep this alive, doing a good job pushing it up the field, and now Swaghammer pushing back. Core flip here from Mirrormeg, tries to go for the setup, but Pudash able to clear it out just in time. Core flip from Wolfmang, looking for the dribble, but Mirrormeg able to get in front of it. And now Wolfman with the pendulum swing up to the top side. Core flip from Maginator past the Swaghammer off the bottom bumper, looking for the bottom of the net. The Expanse shuts down the first one. Mirmeg sending it back in. 3-on-2. Pudat and Sons able to hold on. Clear it out of there. Wolfman in the top corner. Not quite able to reach. Now Cliff pushing the bottom side. But Mirmeg trying to force it on through. A pass up to Wolfman to the bottom, but Mirmeg still there to hold on. Flurry's coming out from Swaghammer to recover the core. Now starting the assault on the net once again up the top side. Mirmeg not quite able to find a hold on it. Lucky bounces there from Pudash to not let that goal go in. Swaghammer has a flip available. Pudash going to try and keep it away from this Juliet, but Mirmeg setting him up. Flip here to the bottom, and that'll be good. Tying it up now. Dynasty Party 1-1 in set 5.
Yeah, several good plays from both sides, but Mirmeg and Swaghammer eventually getting the core solidly in front of the net there, with Pudash having no options to cover it. Was the play-ending play there, which is not a term that makes any sense at all whatsoever, but Swaghammer looking quite strong when they can get it in front of the net for him. As long as you can get out this Monumentalist Atlas secondary, Swaghammer pretty much has open purchase, and there goes the secondary. So this barrier is bound to fall here momentarily, unless... Oh, Pudat and Sons make a play, but Wolfman gets caught out by the missile prop. And now the barrier's down. Mirmeg and Swaghammer looking strong as ever. Pudash likely going to have to burn this defensive flip here. There it goes. Cliff looking low here, probably about to get KO'd. But Wolfman is back on the table now, looking for a KO of his own. But Asianator has this defensive flip. It's unlikely that any purchase will be found in the Dynasty Party defense. But maybe Pudat and Sons, the miracle workers, can find it in themselves to make something happen here.
Oh, big passes up, but the Expanse from Pudash going to shut everything down there. Core flip here from Asianator to save the barrier up to Swaghammer to the top of the net off a perfect ricochet. These overtime core speeds are going insane with Asianator's team player yet again. Dynasty Party loving this awakening this series, and they'll bring it to series points.
Series point, Mirmeg finding his wings. This guy is pulling off some pretty nice midfield schmoves. There's the flip on the barrier, and he'll find it. Swaghammer has the flip that could be the game ender. Dynasty Party looking to close this one out fast. There's the flip. The series goes to Dynasty
Very
Party.
big, but not big enough. Swaghammer getting a perfect angle there, and Dynasty Party will be taking the series 2-1 there in a set 5 of game 3. They got the sweep in game 2. The other two games, of course, were very close, and once that team player, I mean, they try to utilize that team player every single game, and the two where they did were pretty successful. The one game where they weren't really as able to utilize it all that much.
Which it makes sense from a map standpoint as well, right? Like, Tycho is the least open of the 3 maps. It's the one where team player is usually the least valuable. So it makes sense that they were able to get significantly more value out of it. Games 2 and 3. But an impressive series from both teams, all in all. I was very, very pleased. That was a very entertaining series. And I look forward to seeing more of both of them moving forward in the season. Do you have any other thoughts, Lego, before we close out?
No, not much else that's already been said. I mean, they've been having great success with the Frostfire comp, which is kind of cool to see, I guess. But yeah, I mean, they take the series 2-1 and just continue to be a really solid team here. Even with the sub, I think Mirmeg played very well on the midfield today, very well on the Estelle. So interested to see what this team does moving forward. But yeah, that's all for this series. Dynasty Party getting the W here in week 2.